was talking to me. What's up?
Hey Jeremy, did you know that the horizon curves around you?
It always curves around you. Yeah, you see in 360.
What's crazy about that statement is I'm not willing to lend myself to the idea that the horizon is curving around me. A curve has a beginning and an end, right? Start point, generally labeled as A if you're looking at it in like a mathematical graph or something like that, like a line segment, curve, vertex, whatever, and an end point, which is B. My question being, where in a circle do you observe a curve?
It depends on where you're looking at it from. It may be nowhere. You may not even see it curve at all. It could look like a flat line, which is what's happening on the globe. Well, which is what they say is happening on the globe. Obviously, any other angle from horizontal with the circle, like if you had the circle on a plane and your eyeball's anywhere on that plane, you're not going to see the circle curve. But anywhere off that plane, you should see it start to curve.
Anywhere off that plane, you should see it start to curve. Can you elaborate that a little bit more, please?
Pretty much. I mean, it may not be noticeable. Like, say, if you get a hula hoop and you put your eyeball right in the middle of the hula hoop, right? You don't see the hula hoop. You don't see the hula hoop curving. It just looks like a straight line. Then, if you move your eyeball up like a half a millimeter, like you probably aren't gonna see it curving yet. You know what I mean? You need to get up a little bit off it.
Right.
That's all.
But when you raise your altitude, i.e., go up in a helicopter, what happens to the horizon?
Well, it stays flat. Well, I don't know. Zanuck was as
No,
Zanuck was
you
in
know,
here.
time to bring Zanuck into nothing. I'm asking. Damn it.
It stays flat. I know.
My point is, right, and this is why I say we see in a circle 100%, but the idea of it curving around you, again, you bring in the insinuation that there's a beginning and an end. But the last time I checked, a circle is 360 degrees. We stand in the middle of the circle, we see out in the radius, we turn around, look behind us, we can illustrate the diameter of the circle. We turn around completely and see the circumference of the circle. A flat planar circle. Now again, the question being, where in God's name does the curve show up? Excuse me for taking the Lord's name in vain, but please.
Well, it doesn't, and that's why I was trying to invoke Zanuck because the other day he said that
yeah, holding you to your words right there, it doesn't. Thanks, I appreciate that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, even I think Zanuck was saying even when you get to the ISS height or something, you're still only seeing a circle, the horizon circle around you, and it's not actually Earth curve. I can't remember what height he was saying, but I wanted to ask him that day, how high up do you got to go before you're not seeing that circle and it's actual Earth curve?
You look at the moon. That's a horizon. That's a straight.
No, of Earth.
Earth. It's just like the Earth. And it's high. You can be on the moon looking at the Earth, and that horizon would be a straight, flat line all the way around you.
So how high up do we got to go before we're not seeing the flat line of the horizon where we're starting to see Earth curve?
You always see a flat hula hoop. Now the curve around you is different than the curve away from you, which is actually the curvature of the body.
Zanuck, can I ask you a question? Based on that curve statement, how would you define a curve?
Line that is not straight. It's constant changes in direction between points.
Between points. Now, question being, would you say that a circle and a curve are synonymous with one another?
Circle has a curved shape, yes.
Again, a circle has, so where's the beginning and the end of a circle?
There is none.
Okay, so how does that ascertain to, again, a curve? If a curve has a beginning and an end, how does a circle then align itself with the aspect of curve? Please.
Well, are you talking, well, you have to be specific. Are you talking about a two-dimensional, three-dimensional space?
Don't have to insinuate anything, just on the statement, in fact, that you're stating that a circle, in fact, curves. A curve
Yes,
has a beginning and an end.
right.
So my question then, I'll go back to it, is where's the beginning and an end of a circle?
There is no beginning and end of a circle.
So how does a circle become synonymous with a curve?
Well, curve is just a portion, any portion of that particular line that has, with any 2 points, a constant change of direction between them. An angle that's constantly changing.
What?
The curve is defined as a constant change of angle.
Between what?
2 points on that line.
Where are the 2 points in a circle?
On the line.
2 points.
Why is this,
What?
Do you,
The 2
do you
points.
understand
In the end.
that is a constantly changing direction? The points on the line have an angle that's constantly changing between them. Any 2 points, any 3 points, any multiple points, more than one, that have a constant change of angle will be defined as a curve. It doesn't have to be. They don't have to be connected. It doesn't have to have a beginning and an end. That connects. It could have a beginning and end that doesn't connect. It could just be a half moon. Could be you just go out, drive a mile, and have it curve over the surface of the earth. That'd be a curved line. Because you're constantly changing angle with respect to one another. A circle is specific. It talks about a constantly changing line, equal angles with every position change, and it then connects where it started, which means it is.
Danik, is that your convoluted way?
And it is has no beginning and no end. But a curved line doesn't necessarily have to have that aspect. It can have a beginning and an end.
Danik, is that your convoluted way of defining a circle, or what did you do?
No, I'm just trying to be as detailed. He's asking a question that seems like he's missing the actual point of what a circle is compared with a curve.
No, I'm not. That's the whole point.
Well, a circle's a shape. Hold on.
Right?
Hold on,
But
Killian.
I thought he was asking me. Fine, Jeremy, be that way. No, go ahead.
So, hold on. Well, a circle's a shape. A circle's a shape, and a curve would be like, I don't know, a geometric property maybe of a shape.
No, not really. But they both can be shapes.
No, curve's not a shape.
Curve certainly is a shape.
No, it's not.
By the definition of the word shape, curve can be a shape. Something can have a curve to it.
So flat is a shape.
Which is talking about its shape. If I have an apple that has a curve to it, I'm talking about what kind of curve? How does that curve?
Okay.
How can you mathematically represent the curve, or what does it look like? You're talking about the shape of something. Curve.
So you're saying flat is a shape also then?
Flat is a shape, yes.
Really? Oh, I don't think so.
If I have a flat plate, what shape is it? It's flat.
Killian, go ahead though. What were you saying, Killian? I didn't mean to interrupt there. It's just I don't think curve is a shape, whereas a circle is a shape. But a circle has, constant curvature. Go ahead.
I'm currently disengaged. Please go ahead.
My bad, bro.
No stress, man. I gotta use the facilities, if you will.
Which information?
Danik, flat's not a shape. Neither is curve, bro. Come on, dude. Really?
Where do you get that from?
Flat? Okay, what shape is flat? It's just that's the shape, flat. Circles are flat.
Flat would be the shape of a surface that has no change in its y dimension.
Are circles flat?
Three-dimensional shape with no change in its y dimension.
We're talking about 2D shapes, though. We're talking about a circle just now. Is that flat?
No, circle's not flat.
You can't put it on a plane?
Even in 2D.
You can't put a circle on a plane?
Sure,
Circle's a 2D shape.
Right. But you're talking about putting
circles are flat.
Shape. You're talking about in 2D.
Yeah, in 2D.
Circle is just the outline of a it could be, doesn't have to be just a hula hoop. Is a hula hoop flat?
Yeah, I can put it flat on the
2D, it
ground.
has
Yeah,
to be
hula
flat.
hoops are flat.
Hold on. In 2D, it has to be flat because we're only looking in 2 dimensions. What if I have a hula hoop that really has a tent that makes a cone out of it? So it's now a cone. Is the hula hoop flat? Yeah, but is the shape flat? No, it's a cone. But we're not talking about the 3-dimensional. We're talking about the 2-dimensional shape.
Yes, the 2D shape of a circle. Yes, and that would be on a, and you could put a circle in a 2D plane, and that is flat.
Everything in a 2D dimension is flat. Because flat
I know
means
that's
only
why
2
it's
dimensions.
not a shape. That's
The
why it's not
dimension
a shape.
it
Because I
is.
can put a triangle.
It's a shape that
I could put a
if something
triangle
only
right
has a
next to the
2-dimensional
circle.
if something only has a
Zanuck, I could,
2-dimensional shape, if something has a 2-dimensional shape, it is flat. Anything.
okay, so circles are flat.
Circles have to be flat because it's 2-dimensional.
So they're not curving.
No, they curve. They have a curve around.
So they're curving and flat. What shape is curving and flat?
Yes, they're curving and flat.
Okay, what
The
shape is
shape
curving
of
and
that
flat?
the shape of that 2-dimensional circle is curving.
I can't believe this. After all
I know
this
you
time, you
can
think flat is a
you're
shape?
getting caught up. You're getting caught up with the words. You're getting pedantic. First of all, you know intuitively. I can draw a circle. That circle in 2D is flat. If I draw it on a table, that circle is flat. But it also curves because it has one end that starts and will constantly change angle evenly until it meets itself again. Now, if it didn't change evenly, it'd be a spiral, inward or outward. So we know it changes evenly. That'd be the definition of that curve. That curve would have a mathematical representation, and we have a dimension in 2D also, its diameter or a radius. So we know these words have meaning. So there's no need to have a pedantic, discussion about what a circle and what curve means because we all know what that means.
Well, I don't know where Kelly was going with this, but he got you to admit that curve is a shape and flat is a shape. So now we're on some other shit.
Flat shapes can be drawn on paper, right? Would you agree?
Yeah,
that flat shape can be
triangle,
drawn
a
on paper?
square, a triangle, a square, a circle, all flat, all flat.
All flat. If they're drawing on paper, they're all flat. In 2-dimensional, they're all flat. Now, can a circle that's flat have curve, Jeremy?
Yes, that's what that. Yes, that.
Okay,
I'm
good.
gonna
As long as you
answer,
know that.
but I'm
So
gonna
you're on the same
expand
page
on
as
the
me.
answer.
Good. Yeah, you don't know where
Yes,
he's
a
going
circle curve.
because he doesn't know where he's going. He's
He may
just
know
coming
where
in
he's
here to
going.
argue. He's just
That's
arguing
not.
for the sake of argument.
No, it's not true. Another guy was doing that 5 minutes ago. I don't think that's
Well,
what
there's a
Kelly's
lot of
doing.
guys
But
that do
anyways,
that. Between you don't do that, and I'm glad because we can have a normal conversation like two human beings. The other ones are animalistic.
you're animalistic. Listen to me.
You want a
Flat
piece of
is
me?
not a
You
shape.
want a piece of me?
Listen, flat is not a shape because I can put a triangle. Zanuck, you can put a triangle, a square, and a circle all in a flat plane. And you're saying all those shapes, that's a flat shape. It has no definition to it. Yeah, there's no definition to it. Saying it, it could be anything. It could be any 2D shape. So flat is a shape.
Flat is certainly a shape. It's a 2-dimensional shape.
Okay, draw it for me. Draw it and post it in the chat. Draw me the shape of flat. What are the properties?
Better to say flat is a characteristic of a shape.
That's what I would say. It's a geometrical property or a characteristic or an attribute, something like that. I wouldn't say it's a shape, Matthew. And ask something. I would not say it's a shape, Matthew. Exactly. Even Matthew
2-dimensional
knows
shapes. Even if you could do a search, okay, Google. Oh, here, look at this. Flat shapes are 2-dimensional shapes. Exactly what I was saying.
Oh, come on.
Have only 2 dimensions, length and width.
Where is a
thickness. What the heck? Come on. I just did a quick Google and it says exactly what we're saying.
The shape. It's not telling you what the shape is.
Well, you can argue with
square.
You can argue with the definitions. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not an argument with the definitions.
Can I ask a question? See, because I was asking the guy. Remember, you were talking yesterday about no refraction elevation. I've heard Toon talk about that before, Zanuck. So, what is there a number? Is there a magic number to where there's no refraction at all, as regards altitude?
Well, if there's no air, there's no refraction. If you're looking through a differential medium perpendicular to its gradient, there'll be no refraction because there wouldn't be any possibility of an angle of incidence.
So obviously it's dependent on but there's no magic number.
There's no magic number, but you would
Right.
be able to reduce. So if you had multiple measurements and you kept on making one started out horizontal, one went up 5 degrees and made 5-degree increment changes of your observation progressively, you would know just by the fact of how refraction works that every time you went up an angle that the refraction would be less. So you could do tests, differential measurements is what we're talking about again. You could do tests to see what the result is of maybe a position on a pole at a distance that I'm 5 miles away. Maybe a radio tower. You look at the base, look at the mid, look at the top, and everything in between, and see if that comported with known distances where those positions would be in your field of view. And that would tell you, it would give you almost an exact answer of what the refractive value would be at any level. These are things that you need to do to kind of show how refraction affects what you see, what the apparent positions are, where the apparent positions are. Differential measurement is a key factor. And how we view on this earth refraction, or how we can calculate or how we observe it, it is a differential form of Snell's law.
I thought Snell's law was about changing mediums, though.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said
As
it's
in
a
water
differential.
different mediums.
A differential form of Snell's law. So Snell's law is going through a piece of glass at an angle. Okay, we have two mediums. It goes into the glass and out of the glass. Two mediums. The differential form would say if I have multiple types of, let's see, I have a clear plastic, acrylic, I have glass, I have diamond, I have all these things you can see through, but I'm stacked up. The angle might be the same through all of them if they're all just layers, but the refractive index is different through every one of them. Or you could have a change of angle through all those and keep the glass the same. The same effect would occur. So over a curved surface, we have a curved atmosphere, we have this curved gradient. That provides us a bed for this differential measuring idea. And the differential form of Snell's law would have to be used because it's continually changing as you progress over the surface.
I'm blanking. I know they use that. I can't remember that guy's name. Something principle. I've got like Foucault. It's not Foucault, but it's something like that, isn't it? Something principle as regards refraction when they're doing any practical application. I can never remember that guy's name though.
Oh, I got to take a call real quick. Sorry, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, good.
Sorry. Thanks.
Are you thinking of Bernoulli's principle?
I was waiting patiently. I'm like, bro, Zanuck, he's really gonna poison the well like that with my observation saying that I wasn't taking the conversation somewhere. The thing, and Jeremy, if you're listening, the thing that I was trying to get to is the fact that when you have 2 points which illustrate a curve, beginning and an end, right? That is a segment, that is a partial piece. Now, when you observe a circle is literally defined as a closed item. And that's where I was leading to, is to say that something is curving literally insinuates that there's a beginning and an end. However, with a circle, we don't observe a beginning and an end. We observe a complete closed item. Thank you, I withdraw at this point. And if Zanuck poisons the well again, down Zanuck.
Sorry. Seeing our guys. Guys, what's that hack? know what height there. Andy, did he answer your question about what height there's no refraction?
Yeah, kind of. I don't know. I'm still struggling with that one, to be honest. I don't know. I see these long distance photos, and I just don't think refraction is cutting it for me as an answer personally. But I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Well, and it's hard to define if something is gradual. It's hard to tell when something is versus isn't. Like, for example, let's say you take a yardstick or a meter stick, and it's perfectly straight, but then you clamp it on one end and you start putting pressure on the other end, so it's slowly bending. At what point could you tell if it's bending or not? I mean, obviously, if you put even the slightest pressure, it's bending a little bit, and if you put a lot of pressure, it's really obvious that it's curved, but it's not super clear where the transition point is, where, oh, now it, right before it wasn't curved and right after it is curved.
Yeah, that's a good little analogy. I like that, Matthew.
But the world is like that, right? I mean, if it's too hot in a room versus too cold, if you slowly heat up a room, at what point does it transition from being comfortable to being too hot, or too noisy and quiet? Everything that has to do with human perception kind of is gradual and continuous like this.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I first came onto these servers, and people, like, one of the things that flat earthers would say is like, oh, you got to trust your senses, usually regarding whether the Earth's rotating, I suppose, but in many other factors as well. And you realise, just if we use an example of train lines converging, well, you can't trust your senses at all. So, the train lines aren't coming together. So,
yeah.
And the same could be said for movement. You only feel it when something's accelerating. If it's in a constant motion, you're not going to feel it.
But
Yeah, and if it's accelerating at a sufficient rate.
Andy, if I could just challenge you on that train, I'm sorry, I was slow to get to the mute button. Challenge you on that perspective of what you provided with regards to the train tracks. So if I'm observing the train tracks at my feet, and then I look up and I see them literally converge due to, I know, the laws of perspective, wouldn't removing and being able to extrapolate the idea that they do come in fact together at a point where I'm perceiving them? However, when I look back down at my feet, I realize that train tracks are in fact uniform, and they would maintain the same form when I get to the point where I see them starting to converge at that point.
I missed the point of that, Kiwi. Sorry.
Okay, again, so put this together. My senses, I visually look down at my feet. I look at the train tracks. I see that they're approximately 24 inches apart, I think, something like that, right? And they have like wooden stakes on either side. I note the uniform format that they have at my feet, and maybe like 3 feet passed on either side, right? I see this uniformity. Now I look up, as per your observation you just provided, and I note that they come together in a point and they vanish due to perspective. Is this correct?
Yeah, they seem to come together to a point. That's where I was. Yeah. So
Right. But then when I look back down at my feet, my brain puts 2 and 2 together, and I realize that those trains maintain a uniform manner all the way down, even to where they disappear in the perspective. So I know that when I get to that point where they're disappearing to the perspective, maybe there's a marker like a sign or something like that, right? I then would look back down at my feet and realize that the train tracks have maintained a uniform manner the entire time. Do I not?
Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying. He was saying you use your reason to moderate your perception. So even though they look like they're coming together, we know they're not. It's just an optical illusion.
yeah, I was just saying you can't trust your senses, basically, in this instance.
That's what I'm doubling down on. I'm saying that we can in fact trust our senses.
If you add reason in there to explain
Yeah,
what
yeah.
are seeing. You said, like you said, you use your brain to figure it out, and you're right.
That's what I said. You look at the perspective, you see the train tracks disappearing due to perspective, you look back down at your feet, your brain puts 2 and 2 together, and you realize they've maintained a uniform manner. And this is what I'm saying. Your senses have been engaged the entire time. It's simply like anyways, I'll withdraw.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that you add extra information to your senses to figure out what's really going on. So yes, your senses look like it looks like the train tracks are converging, but with further senses and using your brain, like you said, you figure out that they aren't really doing that.
Yeah, like you could imagine turning the train line tracks on the sides and think about the horizon doing the same thing. The ground ramping up and the sky ramping down. That's it anyway. And but yeah, this idea of regarding movement, I think that's super interesting because, and I always bring up Dell, but I think Dell's making some really good points, and I know that people don't like this idea of the Earth moving up, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. Why is water finding its level? Because it's already displaced. It makes a lot of sense to me. So I can see why he spurred everyone out, though, on both sides. And if both sides are claiming that things falling are accelerating towards the ground, but yet not displacing the gases or liquids, then you've got an issue. I think, like if you're holding like say his little whatever, he got a little bottle or something, and you've got air bubbles are rising because they're attached to the ground. The air bubbles rise. If you force it up, the air bubbles rise quicker. And say that if you had a weight in it, that would sink to the ground quicker if you add the acceleration to it. So I don't know. It's the demonstration speaks for itself. But that's the way I see it, anyway. Or this electrical flow that everyone's putting forward, that's got a lot to answer for, in my opinion. It is funny to me that the whole flat Earth society thing, that's it's come back around again. And one of the things they do in 24/7 is when new people come in, they explain the flat Earth society. We're not flat Earth society. This is what they say, and we're not that. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, but Dell's argument isn't even from the Flat Earth Society. Dell's argument is some other shit that really doesn't do anything for us because it doesn't explain things dropping. Because in order to do that, you'd have to go the Flat Earth Society route and say it's moving up at 9.8 meters per second square per second. But he's not saying that. He's just saying it's going up at 9.8 meters per second. That doesn't really account for things falling.
He's basically saying why things are falling. Very simple. Why do we have a downward vector? Because of motion. That's why he's saying there's a press at your feet. Couldn't be simpler. And why do we have a gas pressure gradient? I don't know. It seems I can see why he's come to that conclusion.
Okay, here's a question. If we have a scale, right? We have a scale on the ground. We have a test mass that weighs, I don't know, say 50 grams, whatever. It doesn't matter. Say 1 kilogram is on the scale. Then say that platform that wasn't moving on the ground, say we start raising that up at 9.8 meters per second, just flat out at a constant speed. Do you think that would change the weight of the kilogram bar?
How fast?
Because in order for his thing to be true, it would need to change the weight.
How fast are you moving it up?
At a constant rate of 9.8 meters per second, not squared, just a constant speed.
Then the weight would not change.
But that's what I mean. In order for Dell's crazy thing to actually make some sense, the weight would need to change.
Yeah, I went on to Brian's Logic's video, and I wish I could make sense of it. I don't think I'm intelligent enough. I don't know, but he was saying some wacky stuff as well, like nothing would weigh anything or something like that. And I'm like, what?
But
What
Andy, do you see
that?
Andy, do you see how Dell's thing doesn't make any sense now? Like, I don't know if what Matthew said is true or not. I was honestly asking the question. But if it's true that it doesn't change the weight when you move the platform up at 9.8 meters per second, then why would that has no effect on weight, obviously.
So when you're going up in an elevator or going down in an elevator, not when you first start moving, but while you're going up or down, you don't weigh more or less, even though you're moving up or down.
Sit down right here, please.
Sorry, Matthew. Say that again. You're going up in an elevator or down. You don't weigh any different.
Right.
What am I missing here? Help me out.
In order for Dell's
explaining it to a child.
Andy, in order for Dell's thing to make sense, moving up at a constant rate needs to affect weight. Right? Right. But that's not what we see, I guess. I'm not 100% sure, but according to Matthew, that's not what we see when you move things up at a constant speed. The weight doesn't change at all. It stays the same.
Why do we even have weight, though? Why? Do you know what I mean? Why?
I don't know, but it's definitely not from Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second at a constant rate.
Yeah, why
we can agree on that.
If I drop an object, right, and I measure how fast it falls, and then I wait a couple hours and I drop the same object in the same medium and it falls at a different rate, and it constantly changes. How could that be? Because the Earth is moving up at a constant velocity.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely an issue, Austin, for sure.
Yeah. And then think about this. So say I take that same rock.
It's not moving,
and I drop
though.
it. Chill out, buddy.
It's not moving.
Thank you for your absurd comment. It's duly noted. All right, and then if I take that same rock and I drop it like 5 miles to the west and it drops at a different rate, what is the Earth like going up at a different rate there? Is it like different elevators everywhere? All right, so it just doesn't make sense.
Could there be electricity playing a part in that as well then, Austin? Because, like you say about, hair rising, going up and in a thunderstorm or, different... yeah, I don't know. There could be so many nuanced little things all going on at the same time, but do things all fall the same, Zanik, in a vacuum? Do all
the same
things fall the
spot.
same
Pardon me?
in a vacuum?
Do all balls fall the same?
All things
Every-
you've seen the bowling ball and the feather thing with Brian Cox,
Yeah,
probably.
they all drop the same.
They all fall
No,
the
they
same.
Yeah, there's some very, very slight differences, but yeah, they're all drop the same.
Oh, so they're different but the same. Gotcha.
Well, you got to understand how things are dropped. Like from the feather, if you watch the feather fall and what the actual spines on the feather do, the ball, there's no air in there for all practically. There's some particles, and that would have an absolute change in any kind of drag effect of the objects moving through a medium. But generally, they all follow the same. Now, he's right. The gravitational strength can vary over time in one particular spot. And that's not because it's impossible. It's because that the Earth is fluid. Its mass does slightly change constantly, and there are other forces too that could be adding or subtracting to this apparent attraction. But what's
Like
happening is not
midichlorians?
moving. Austin said movement, and he's insinuating some kind of motion, like the Earth is actually moving upward, and it can't move antipodally upward because that'd be the movement. It'd have to grow. So it doesn't move. It actually is changing direction of the space-time. The fabric that things move through time is actually changing.
He says
and
it like
that
it's such
direction
a real
change.
thing,
Hold on,
dude.
and that direction change is an acceleration.
Okay, we were talking about why Dale's idea that the Earth is moving up at a constant velocity cannot be true. We don't need you to repeat the paradoxical nonsense that is relativity, bro. Thank you, though.
Well, if things are traveling upward in if it's flat, for example, and you were having the flat Earth society idea, then we'd be going light speed after 1 year.
Not accelerating, though, Zanik. Not accelerating. That's not Dell's claim.
He says constant velocity. Is constant velocity the same thing as acceleration?
No, not at all. It's one.
Have you ever considered listening to words that people say before pretending to respond to them?
I did. I didn't hear him say constant velocity before.
I've said it 3 times.
Well, I must have missed it. Sorry.
Yeah, because you don't
10
listen.
minutes.
No, I wasn't paying attention. I was actually doing
10 minutes constant velocity.
Dude, don't argue with me about what I'm doing and how I listen. Listen fine.
Dude, I'm just saying, friendly piece of advice: consider listening before responding. Just an idea.
Okay. I'll take that into consideration. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, listen, Andy. Though Dell's thing of the Earth moving up at a constant speed doesn't help. It doesn't account for things falling or why things fall or things having weight or changing weight or anything like that. It would need to be accelerating like in flat Earth society.
So things would need to be accelerating because of the weight of things. Is that what you're saying, Jeremy?
No, I'm saying the idea that the Earth is moving up at a constant speed doesn't account for things falling, things having weight, nothing. It doesn't do anything.
Right.
It doesn't do anything. And there's inherent problems with that. Yeah, you could, with this thing, you could say there's some kind of electrical component in different areas or whatever. The thing I said with the platform and the kilogram weight test mass, that, like, in order for this to be true, it would have to change the weight of it, right?
I didn't quite understand that, Jeremy. Can you spell it out for me again, really simply?
You got a 1 kilogram mass on a scale on a platform that's on the ground. It weighs 1 kilogram.
Yeah.
If I move that up at 9.8 meters per second, like Dell's saying, if I move the platform up, it should change the weight, right?
You're right. My brain just went into that. Remember that guy where he's spinning the weights and he picks it up and it's way lighter? I was thinking about that. That's all I could think about. That is an interesting thing as well.
Yeah, that's neat, but that's not this thing.
The higher your mass, the more resistance you would have to motion, right? So, or resistance you would have to a force. So I guess that would be the argument there.
Well, the argument is that
it takes more power to push something that's heavy than it does to push something that's not heavy.
The argument here is that things are. The argument here is that
any force, any amount of power.
All right. Well, the amount of energy needed.
There we go. Better.
Yeah, but the argument here is that Earth's moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared at a constant speed, and that's why things fall.
I don't think
Right.
Dell ever said anything about that, but yeah, it is funny, isn't it, to think of 10 meters a second. 10 meters a second is fucking really fast.
No, 10 meters per second is not very fast.
Isn't it?
No, it's not.
It's not.
When I run track meets, 2 meters per second is the allowable headwind or tailwind for us running before it's illegal or record potential event. But
Moving 10 meters in 1 second, Zanny. That's fast. Moving 10 meters in 1 second
is not fast. We're talking about 5 or 6 mile an hour is 2 miles, so 2 times, so 5 times that. We're talking about
22 miles per hour, which is fast for a human and not fast for a car.
It's barely fast for a human. Well, it's actually real fast for a human.
That's like medium speed for a horse.
Yeah, barely trotting for a horse.
It's like light speed for a snail.
Fast is obviously not a good indication of, speed or whatever.
You want to say fast, or you want to say acceleration? Because you missed a little element of that particular term to make an acceleration out of it. Per second.
How many knots? How many knots?
Now, if you're accelerating at 10 meters per second, now that's a pretty fast acceleration.
I noticed Spiral of Love has just posted that video. Does weight change in a vacuum? I should watch the video, I suppose.
Weight will change in a vacuum when it's weighed on a scale as compared with weighing it out of a vacuum because of buoyancy. And that's what they're showing.
Well, aren't you getting rid of the 14.7 psi that's pressing down on the object?
No, oh boy. No, the 14.7 is not pressing down on it. It's a scalar value. There's no direction. It's not a vector. It's scalar. So when you have weight in a vacuum, it's weighed, and then when you remove the air, there's no more buoyancy for that particular object anymore.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that we've gotten rid of the downward pressing force on the object.
Nothing is downward pressing in pressure. Pressure is scalar.
If I have a cube flat on the ground, right? You have a cube. It's flat on the ground. Is there 14.7 pounds pressing on all sides of the cube?
Well, if it's attached, and say that thing is flush with the surface with no air can go underneath it. Yeah,
it's flush with the ground. Yeah, there's no air underneath it.
It's just pressing against ground. Yes. Yeah.
It's just pressing down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So when in a vacuum, you get rid of that downward pressing force, right? And it would weigh less because of that. No.
Well, you have less pressure on all sides of that container. So
the sides cancel each other out. It doesn't do anything for things pressing up or down.
Well, the bottom surface is having a pressure, which is a force over the air. Yes, it would have a pressure on it, pushing it down. But it's only when it's on the ground.
Okay, what if we have it on a flat scale? And it's now not on the ground, it's on a flat scale, and no air pressure can get underneath it to press it up anymore.
That's not how it works. You can't get underneath it.
They can't get underneath it. It's a cube, and if the scale is flat, the surface of the scale is flat, and the cube's flat, and there's no air pressure underneath the cube. So that would change the weight of it, because now in a vacuum, we've taken away the 14.7 psi that's pressing down on the cube, right?
Right.
You said no a minute ago, so now it is.
Say I weld something to the surface of the scale, would it know? How would it weigh more? Now, you're saying would buoyancy be an effect? No, it wouldn't. Right?
No, not buoyancy. I'm talking about the downward pressing of the air.
Yeah, the downward
14.7 psi. That's how much weight the air is above you in that square centimeter, right?
No, it's about
square inch. Square inch. My bad.
All the weight in the chamber. It's not just in the 1 cubic centimeter or cubic inch or whatever you just said.
Well, that is exactly what it is. 14 point in our example with the cube. There's 14.7 psi pressing on every square inch of the cube. Let's say our cube for this example is 1 inch on every side, 1 square inch. So we would have 14.7 pounds pressing down on the cube. And since it's flush with the ground, there's no upward pressing to cancel it out like it's canceling it on the sides. Now we put it in a vacuum, there should be 14.7 less pounds pressing down on the cube, right?
Yes, if you use an airtight scale. Most scales are not designed to be airtight.
No, we're just talking about the cube on the surface of the scale. That's it.
That's like saying I got a balloon. Maybe something. Let's make a square. Oh, square box. A square box with some air in it, and I submerge it. And just because I put it at the bottom of the pool, it's not buoyant anymore, and that's fallacious. That is the answer for your question, Jeremy. Think about it. I got a square cube filled with air. Square cube. I put it. I push it down to the bottom of the pool, and it's hard because it has buoyancy. But when I get to the bottom, you're thinking it's suddenly when I press it against the bottom of the pool, that there's no upward force on it anymore. So suddenly it loses its buoyancy. That's fallacious logic.
No, didn't say anything about a pool or buoyancy or
But isn't
anything
that
like
the same?
that. I'm just talking.
Analogous to your line of thinking?
Analogies fall apart at some point usually.
No, that doesn't.
Because of what we're
Let's talk
talking
about
about
the
here.
What is cube?
Panic.
What a cube on the
What
bottom?
are you doing?
Let's say I got a cube.
Yo, can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Well, what are you doing, dude? This is why you be getting muted and shit all the time. Relax, bro.
Don't be hateful.
I have all day. I don't know how long you have. Are you in a rush? We can do this another time.
No, I mean I want to be able to explain this to other people because it's kind of an interesting concept. If I had a cube with a perfect cube and it has air in it, and I push it down to the bottom of the pool, do you think when suddenly I make it content and the pool is like a mirror finish on the bottom, and this cube has got a really mirror finish too, and I push it all the way to the bottom of the pool and I touch the mirror on the bottom with the bottom of this cube, would it change its weight at all in that pool? Would suddenly its weight get more because suddenly there isn't this pressure on the bottom anymore. It only has pressure on top and the sides. So why would it weigh the same when I'm pressing against the bottom of the pool?
I don't know why you're bringing up a new scenario. I already have a scenario
it's extreme,
of a cube.
Because
can you hear me talking? I don't know if you can hear me talking.
Oh, you asked me.
You're acting like you can't hear me.
You said, I don't know why we're talking about the bottom of the pool. Then I started answering, and then you said I was talking over you. See how that worked?
Because I was still talking. I didn't end it there. I was going to elaborate. I do know why you're talking about that. I don't want to suppose it, but you're just trying to make things as confusing and convoluted as possible, which is what you do all the time when we get in arguments.
No, it's very simple.
Because you know you can't win any other way.
No, it's very simple. It's where your confusion comes in. You think it's something is large and it has no flat surface on the bottom where pressure could actually be acting on it. Suddenly it'll change the weight of it. It doesn't work that way. That's not how buoyancy works. You got to look how the air is actually bouncing off all these Gaussian collisions are in all directions because that's what pressure.
Okay, I'm not talking about buoyancy. I'm talking about the air pressing down. This is why you change the scenario. There's no reason to change it. We have a cube on a flat surface where there's no air getting on it.
It's the same thing as the pool. No water getting on it.
Then why change my scenario? If it's the same thing, why
change
it's harder?
It's easier to imagine with water because you can visualize how that works.
No, it's not. It's easy. It's just as easy to imagine a cube on a flat surface.
Okay, let's get a clear, square helium cube with really thin walls. It's like a carbon fiber cube with helium inside of it, and it's really super light. So it actually is floating. They got a floating cube, and then you go into your little chamber and you push it down onto the bottom of the scale and touch the scale. It's still as buoyant as it was when it wasn't touching the scale. You have to
Andy, what was your question earlier, Andy? I forgot what. Oh, just do things change weight?
I can't remember, dude. I don't know.
Do things change weight? And I know. Do things change weight in a vacuum? The answer is yes.
Well, this guy is Spiral of Love. He just posted that, and the demonstration seems to suggest so. So demonstration's king for me. So, I mean, Chat GPT is like, I don't know, says no.
Their Chat GPT's off its rocker sometimes.
It's for the common man, not for science and physics questions. We already proved that with the hole in the ISS and how much the flow, the CFM of air escaping from 14.7 to 0, how it compares to 14.7 into normal atmosphere on Earth, and it got that calculation completely wrong, even though in great detail how it did it.
Andy, wasn't that a question we were going to ask Zanuck? Like, does the ISS account for Coriolis or not? Might not have been you.
Why would the ISS account for Coriolis?
Why wouldn't it?
It experiences, well, because it's traveling in a great circle route around the Earth.
Interesting.
And the Earth is actually spinning underneath it, so there's absolute.
No, I don't want to talk. Just tell me about how in a pool, like if the ISS is in a pool and you push down on it, how does it account for Coriolis, please?
The ISS is in the pool?
No, you got to use a pool to like describe. I can only visualize pools and water.
Okay, water, pool, and an ISS in it. Okay, is the pool rotating? Yeah, there's definitely Coriolis when the ISS is flying overhead from the perspective of the ground looking up at you and you looking down at the ground. All deviations observed while observing them from within a rotating reference frame.
So apparent deviation, not actually. Okay.
So you're saying it's actually going in a straight line? Like when we shoot a bullet on Earth, it's actually going in a straight line, Matthew?
What's that?
Who said it's actually going in a straight line?
Not going in a straight line. In a
who said it's an apparent?
Following a geodesic.
Who said? Okay, who said it's an apparent deviation?
That was me.
Who said it?
Zanuck said it.
Zanuck, so you're saying it's only an apparent deviation. It's actually going straight. See, this is where he loses, and he needs to make shit wild convoluted. I know.
It's not losing anything.
Okay, so you're saying it's actually going straight, and the deviation is only apparent.
Yeah, it's in curved space-time. It's following a geodesic. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, curved space-time, so make it convoluted. I know, Zanuck. I know. You ain't got to mention nothing about curved space-time when you're talking about the Coriolis effect. This is the only way you can do it though, and make the audience think that you're actually like making any kind of relevant point or winning the argument or something.
It is a relevant point because we wouldn't be able to explain why things have no forces act on them, yet they are accelerating with respect to the ground. So we see something.
You don't need to bring up curved space-time when you're talking about.
We see something accelerating because it's making a curved path around the Earth. You can be on the ISS and see this, yet you feel no forces because it's in free fall. It's following a geodesic.
Yeah, there's no reason to bring up curved space-time when you're talking about the Coriolis effect. The only reason you would bring it up
Coriolis effect is something different.
I thought you guys were talking about the Coriolis effect where you said it appears to deviate. It's the deviation.
Well, if you're looking at something over a rotating Earth and it's following a circle path, a flat circle path, great circle route, and the Earth is rotating underneath it, certain ground positions will see different types of motion that don't comport with Newtonian physics because it'd be making curves along its path. But those curves are just apparent because the Earth is rotating underneath it or it's rotating over it. For example, something's having a great circle route north-south. So it's just going up, round and circles around the Earth. The Coriolis will say there's more curve in its path when you get closest to the North Pole and less as at the equator. Sure.
I got a question for you, Zanuck. Okay.
Sure.
So you have a gynecologist who's deaf. How does he do his job?
Dives in with both feet.
He reads lips. Thanks, guys. I'll be here all evening.
That's why you don't do 2 shows a day.
So Zanuck, you were talking about Coriolis section when you said that. Oh, go ahead, Kellyanne.
All right, right quick. I just want to clear the air on something. This is more of a personal thing, dude. How are you gonna possibly poison the well like that with my questioning earlier by saying that I do that a lot? I was simply asking you from a standpoint of observing a curve, having a beginning and an end, right, and realizing that that would be an open segment, and that way, when we observe a circle, it is simply a closed segment. So how do you possibly say that, dude? Poisoning the well slightly, perhaps?
What did I say? What did I say? How could I possibly say what? Can you be
You
specific?
appreciated that Jeremy doesn't do that, but
Yeah,
I
that.
do.
The pedantic
Pedantic what?
The techniques of communication. We're talking about words that have meaning. Everyone knows, and it's intuitive, what curve means, what a straight line is, what a flat plane is, what two dimensionals are, and you start debating whether something can be a shape or not if it's curved or is a circle. That is a silly argument, and you do that a lot, and Jeremy doesn't.
Okay, now again, insinuating that something curves around you. Like, dude, simply all I was getting at was that a curve has a beginning and has an end. And again, a circle is a closed unit. I don't see how one makes the other. I don't even see how you can align the two of them.
Curve is just an aspect of a circle. Curve just means there is a change. Hold on. There is a positional change, an angle and position change with every progressive change in position on that particular shape, that particular line. A circle is specific. It's a closed shape. It starts off at one point and ends up at the same point. There's no gap. It is a circle. You said that yourself. It has no beginning and no end. Anywhere you start, it'll always end up at that same spot. If it didn't, it would be a spiral, and it wouldn't be a circle, but it would still be curved. So curves can be circles, but not all circles can be curved. Oh no, they can be curved too. All circles are curved too. I was trying to think of a cute response to that, but I can't think of one real quick. I'm not witty enough right now. You get the point. So all circles have curve, and the curve, the amount of curve that there is will change for other types of shapes that are not circles. That's better.
An aspect, you said at the very beginning of that. Is that correct?
A curve is an aspect of a circle.
So an aspect being the segment of a circle that you choose to observe, correct?
Yeah, you could look at any segment of that circle would have curve. They all would be equal. They all would be equivalent.
Okay.
Congruent.
That satisfies me. Thank you for that.
Okay, good.
Listen, Zanuck might be satisfying other men, but I wasn't satisfied with his phony Coriolis not accounting for on the ISS, but on an airplane he accounted for it, but not in our bullet. I wasn't satisfied at all.
What was that? I'm sorry. What were we not satisfied with?
All right, nope. Sorry, it's over. You had your chance. You didn't satisfy me.
No, you may just tell me how I failed, so I can review and learn from my failure. What did I not satisfy you with? Because I like making sure everyone's always satisfied when I'm doing anything with them.
You never did guarantee it. That's true. You never did say it was guaranteed satisfaction.
Yeah, that's right. I did give a money back guarantee though if you're not satisfied. What was the question? What was the question again? I forgot already.
Satisfaction is always appreciated.
Usually, some people are never satisfied and never appreciated.
I don't appreciate you challenging me on the fact that I challenge you on what you're saying. But
I
that's
accept
cool.
that. I accept the challenge to be unchallenged.
What the hell?
Yo, I'm gonna post something in the chat, and if somebody wants to help me make the flat Earth version of this, I think it would be super fire. It's loading. Sorry, guys. It's not there yet. 75%. Okay, there it is.
Right. What the heck? Platypus, what was that?
Dude, you never seen that before?
I've never seen that before.
Oh
No.
man, I don't know what to say.
Eyewitness ape.
It was like this show back in the 90s that I would watch, this like nature program.
I
And that
don't
was like
remember
their
that.
intro.
I don't.
Oh,
I
dude,
never saw. I never. Maybe, God, I don't think I ever have. What part of the country are you from?
California.
It's not a regional thing because I would have seen it because I'm in California. I don't remember seeing that. That's weird.
Dude, we've probably been in the same room, honestly.
Are you in the Bay Area?
Yeah, but like we know people. We know the same people.
Really?
I used to train with Zap. I told you this.
Did we talk about this before?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, so probably, yeah, well, obviously, if you know Zap, I know her as well.
Yeah. I missed her wedding, but it was. I mean,
I think she
wouldn't
looks a
have
lot
been able
better
to
now
go.
than she did when she was younger because she looked kind of a little hard, like a little more manly back in the day. And even though
Yeah,
she got
dude, she
older,
was the strongest woman. Yeah.
she was. I remember I originally met her. I was at Cal Poly, and she was at Avila Beach waiting in line for a burrito or a taco or something at the little taco shack there at the time. And I remember like she elbowed me or something, and she, oh, excuse me. She had like this manly voice. She goes, excuse me. I was like, oh shit, the chick is as big as me. I gotta watch what I do around this one. Little did I know,
You ever
10 years later, I'd actually be, on a set with her.
spend time in the Palisades?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We've definitely. Yeah. You even sound familiar. It might be the fact that I've heard your voice for like years or something, so it's like got that familiarity to it. But
I was
what
down
were
there
you
all the
doing in
time.
the Palisades?
My friends had
What
a
were you
house
doing
up
in
in
the
the hill.
Palisades?
My friends had a house
Which
up in the hill
hill?
in the Palisades, and every track meet in LA, which was pretty much all the time because we have, we're in the middle of Central California. I'd come down there, stay with my friends, go to USC, UCLA, compete, and then we'd go out at night and run around town, Sunset and Malibu and Zuma and all those beaches.
California
Yeah.
sounds fucking gay, dude. Sounds gay. Not fun at all.
Yeah, dude, don't come.
Yeah, it sounds awful.
Horrible.
Don't show up. You wouldn't like it.
Too many girls. They're all in the way.
Yeah, you don't know.
Too much.
You guys don't know what fun is at all.
Too many sunny days.
Too much warmth.
Not enough
too much
tornadoes.
fun, too much food. Too much drinking. Too much debauchery.
Yeah, you're able to garden all year round. It's terrible. You got to like spend time in the garden like every day.
I will say the traffic is hideous, but other than that, it's pretty fun.
Just don't live in LA or San Francisco, and you won't experience traffic really.
You should just go anywhere. Just live on the beach, and you're good. Live in Laguna, live in Huntington, live in Newport. Yeah, live in Palisades.
Yeah. No, I spent a lot of time in the Palisades, Santa Monica, Venice, Malibu, Topanga.
Yeah. Good times, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a fun place.
It doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but it was ages ago.
You ever go out to Gold's Gym in Venice?
Never in the gym, just outside there, that Muscle Beach area, or whatever it's called.
It's a crazy place. It's a freak show.
Yeah, I can imagine. Is it still?
I don't know. I haven't been in there in a decade. I mean, I've been outside of it. Like I was outside of it last week.
I was at Venice, I think maybe last year. For a bit, we stayed overnight. I would go to
My buddy
Manhattan.
lives down the street.
Go to the Manhattan Beach Open.
I live
You
pretty
go
close
there
to
every
Manhattan
year.
Beach right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's always a freak show. Also, my buddy owns Jones over in Hollywood, and he always gets these VIP passes at the Manhattan Beach Open. Get up there and just perch up on top of there, eat food, drink, and watch all the people.
Are you a political guy, Zanuck?
You know, like a politician? No, but I'm political.
No. I mean, like, are you into like politics? Do you
Oh
care?
yeah, I'm thoroughly disgusted with politics, but yeah, that's why I'm into it. I just can't believe it that people are.
Did you vote for Biden?
God no.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's the last person on the planet, probably and literally, would be Biden.
Did you vote for Trump?
I think last election.
Don't act
nobody
like you'll
voted.
remember.
No,
Nobody voted for
I think the
Biden.
first time I did. The
Nobody.
second time I didn't vote because I was just like, "Are you kidding me? We have to vote between these two nuts." I mean, Trump could be. I like the platform of the Republicans, obviously. You can tell. I did not like any of the platforms or any of the messaging for the Democrats, so I was never going to vote for Biden. But I had a hard time checking the box for Trump because he's such a dickhead. He has the world by the balls and he doesn't know it, and he says the dumbest and does this.
That's what's so great about Biden is that he's so magical that nobody voted for him. He still won. That's how awesome he is.
All right.
Dude, honestly,
all the Democrats,
Biden.
They all think he's doing a great job. Even my mom. Oh, he's done more for the country than Trump ever did. Are you freaking kidding me? Let's make the list. Get the list out. Well, he did this. He did that. All these lists. He could have been sleeping, and all those things would have happened. He didn't do anything. And plus, there's more damage he's doing right now.
He did beat Trump. He beat Trump in the fucking debates, dude. You know, Donald Trump was acting all hard, and then all Joe Biden had to do was just kind of like look confused and stand there, and that was considered a win, I guess.
Yep, exactly.
What else? He's beating the heck out of Putin. What is it? $120 billion out the door. That feels good.
Yeah, bro. Putin can't spend that kind of money. Putin's fucking drowning in American cash right now.
Someone's gonna knock that guy out.
Well, dude, be careful. Joe Biden
Larry
literally is the only president in the history of the United States that could be punch assassinated. Like one lead left, and Joe Biden would probably not survive.
Yep.
Jim Panda put this conspiracy forth the other day about Joe Biden not even being like the real Joe Biden. Like it's a different person.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. It is another guy in a mask. Than the original, what is it? Yellow coat or whatever. Whatever the fuck they call him, the yellow jacket or whatever, the racist he was like the last racist Democrat or something, and then he got replaced by some guy in a face mask now as the older version. So yeah, you are right. There is a guy with a face mask pretending to be the president.
Yeah, it was
I kind
weird
of hope that
watching.
it's like an animatronic type of deal, and like one day he'll just like, go on the fritz completely.
The messed up part is, it's like if that's the case or whatever, it's almost like people would see it. It wouldn't matter because they already know Joe Biden doesn't do anything. Right? So it's almost like some kind of deeper trick to just give up. Doesn't matter if what does it matter if you uncover he's not the original guy, because we know he's not doing anything anyway. He's not the real guy anyway.
Yeah, all the spiritual hedges are broken down. It's already been revealed that we live in a puppet state and that people we see on TV are actually masked up characters wearing rubber fitted cosmetic masks that fucking fuck up, and we see them half the time. We see people freezing on TV. All the people on TV are essentially characters, not actual humans. Like, not actual men and women, but characters. Just like if you read in Harry Potter did this to Dumbledore. Harry Potter and Dumbledore are not real people. They're characters. They're just characters.
Yeah, I don't know how true it is. It's just something that he started showing, but I wouldn't even. I'm saying I wouldn't even give it any attention because, even in my mind, I think, what would it matter if I unravel this truth or whatever? Because the guy doesn't really do anything anyway.
Everything is owned by Vanguard, and Vanguard is privately held by no one. But it's just privately held. You just can't tell who holds it. But everything on Earth
you
is owned.
can't.
Vanguard what?
Hold on, I'll go to the SEC website. I'll search the Edgar database and we'll find out who the trustee of Vanguard is. Give me 1 second.
Vanguard like the funds or?
Are you on the
You cut out
SEC
there.
Platypus?
I'm just connecting to my Wi-Fi right now. I stepped back inside.
In every institution is essentially owned by Vanguard and BlackRock, and I think if you look up the majority shareholder of BlackRock, it's actually Vanguard. So Vanguard is actually a company that owns everything else on Earth. Of course, in a sense, they don't actually own anything in real life.
Who owns
They just
Vanguard?
That's what I'm literally looking that up right now. Just give me a second here.
Vanguard funds? Because they have many funds and people own them.
No, we want to know who the trustee of the Vanguard Corporation is. So I'm on the Vanguard Corporation is
it's the one with the boat.
Someone.
It's the one by the boat. The boat. You'll see a boat as it's like an ancient. I think it's a man of war. I think it's a Portuguese man of war. I could be wrong, but it's like one of those older 1800s warships.
Yeah.
You're not gonna find who owns it. You will not see the owner.
Go. I might. 1 second here. All right. Amended and restated change of control service agreement. Effective 2021 between American Vanguard Corporation, a Delaware corporation. I just got to find out where they named the trustee.
The United States of America is incorporated in Delaware by Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out because I'm on my phone right now. I usually do these kind of searches on my laptop at my buddy's house, but I don't own a computer. Give me a second. Trustee. Boom. Only mentioned one time. Yeah, hold on. I got to go through these documents here. If somebody wants to help me, it's kind of annoying. You just go to the SEC Edgar search database, type in American Vanguard Corporation AVD, and then it'll ask you to search for key words. Type in trustee, and help me look through some of these documents. I'll find it soon enough, though. If you don't, yeah.
Vanguard's just owned by investors.
You're absolutely incorrect and have no idea how funds work.
Can you help me understand?
No.
But you're positive I don't know how they work.
Yeah, because you said the people who hold the funds own Vanguard, which is
Oh,
absolutely
this is a little.
So who owns Vanguard then?
who
Okay,
you can't owns Vanguard, but the people who hold the funds definitely don't. Do you think say I open a fund at Edward Jones? I don't own Edward Jones. Sorry.
So I'm gonna give you. I'm having trouble finding out the exact trustee of the American Vanguard Corporation. However, I can tell you that
You're not.
I'll put the. Yeah,
It's
but
the
it's a
only.
little.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. It can be a little tricky. I have, however, found their IRS number, and this right here says American Vanguard Corporation was incorporated under the laws of the state of Delaware in January 1969 and operates as a holding company. So it's a holding company.
That's what I'm
Unless
saying,
the
dude.
unless the
It's in.
context otherwise require. Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Sorry, I was gonna say the United States of America Corporation, incorporated by Abraham Lincoln, was also started in Delaware. If I'm not correct. So not only does it's so funny. It's such a big fraud.
Well, if it's a holding company, what companies is it conducting its business through? Operating as subsidiaries, and they've got a list of them here. AMVAC Chemical Corporation and AMVAC Netherlands BV. It does GemChem Incorporated, Envance Technologies, Tyra Tech. And these are all things that you could look into and try to find the trustees of those businesses and then start kind of figuring out from there. You kind of have to reverse engineer. And then these AMVAC, the AMVAC, that's a California company from 1945. It's specialty chemical manufacturer that develops and markets products for agricultural, commercial, and consumer.
Can you send a screenshot of where you're at?
That was page 3 of part 1. Part 1 is titled American Vanguard Corporation and Subsidiaries. And I mean, if you look at the very top, so the American Vanguard Corporation has that IRS employer identification number.
Platypus, a subsidiary, is the thing that Vanguard holds.
I know.
So that wouldn't be the owners of Vanguard. That'd be what.
No, I know. I know. I'm trying to talk about reverse engineering. So you figure out who Vanguard holds, figure out who owns those, start looking into those people, and work your way back up. Because what I'm saying is I'm not finding.
Dude, what I'm telling you is that this Vanguard company does not actually show who owns the company. They're there's no ownership, and that's supposed to be a law. All these fucking companies on the SEC are supposed to actually tell you who owns them. This company just somehow doesn't have to obey the laws for some reason. And at the same time, this company that doesn't obey the laws also owns every other company. Kind of weird. And it's also incorporated in the same place as the fraud United States of America. Very strange. almost as if the same people who own the IRS and the Federal Reserve also own Vanguard, because all three of those institutions are privately held, but nobody can tell who holds them.
Well, do they have like an IRA through Vanguard? They would definitely own it if they have an IRA through Vanguard.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Sorry, if I open an IRA at fucking Edward Jones, I don't own Edward Jones. I'm not the fucking owner of Edward Jones if I open an IRA with them. What are you talking about?
Testing, testing.
1 2 1 2.
What's up?
Mic
Hey,
check.
I don't know if I just posted a video. This guy calls in to IPS show, who's called in before, but this was interesting because he calls in. He went on a debate with McToon. He's a pilot instructor, and he was debating airplanes can't fly or a spinning ball with McToon. And I guess somebody or McToon himself, who knows, but somebody called the FAA on him, try to get his job taken. And the FAA just
McToon is a known fraud. I mean, if you've ever interacted with the guy, you would know he's a fraud, just like Nathan Oakley and them. They're not doing anything. They're just fraudulently having their fucking talk TV fucking entertainment shows. It's just fraudulent entertainment. McToon is an absolute.
You let him finish what he
how-
was saying?
Well, yeah. So they called the FAA on him, and he said the coolest thing is that the FAA just told him you can have your own opinion as long as you teach from the FAA manual. And he's like, okay, because nothing in the FAA manual talks about a spinning ball. He was laughing about it. He's like, there's nothing in there that teaches you how to deal with curvature or spin or any of it. No Coriolis force, nothing. So he's good. He's like, I'm good. There's nothing in there that says anything about flying over a spinning ball. And he's like, I had so many points that they got so mad. I have to go back and find unless McToon didn't even post it. Who knows? But that guy's fucking awesome. He's a pilot instructor. He's got a stutter, but he's actually really intelligent. And it's a really interesting interview for sure. I definitely recommend watching that or listening to it.
Didn't that McToon fraud? Someone was on his show or whatever, and he said that someone else was like how do I put this gently? There was some guy on McToon's show who accused another man of something, and then McToon called the fucking child protective services on live time. Some shit like that, dude. I remember watching. I've already had my interactions with the fraud entertainment show, but there was that whole other thing where he tried to get someone fucking arrested or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's dangerous to go on that fraudulent show. It's not only is it a fraud, you could get into legal trouble. This guy's actually looking out for
only
people.
if you're breaking the law, though, right?
I mean, this guy was
the guy was claiming that somebody else did something, and he didn't say anything, and so McToon reported him for not saying anything if he knew this guy did something, even though the whole thing was not even like a real accusation. It was like a jest that he made, and he's like, "Oh well, if you're saying this guy did that and you didn't report it, then you're guilty of it for not reporting it." And it was like not even a real thing to begin with. It was so stupid.
Apparently, it was McToon's buddy too. Was the one who was being something like that.
But this guy is fucking awesome. This pilot, he's called into IPS's show before and talked about how he teaches all his people that he trains to fly planes to fly over a stationary level plane because that's what you're doing. There's no other way about it. What do you have to say to that?
Dave, where's IPS's show? Can you send me a link? Because he fucking changed everything.
I just dropped it. I'll drop it again.
These things are all obvious. Like the Earth is not spinning. The Earth is not. It's not curving away from us, right? We are born knowing these things, and it's just. I mean, it's these certain people. I don't know who they are exactly or why they're attached to this strange theory that is in opposition of all observable reality and all measurements and how we use them. But it's pretty simple and it's not that complicated and it's not that deep. You're just not spinning. You're not spinning. You're not curving.
We deal with a grid system. There's lines, and you can't have lines on a ball the way that they say. None of it. It would be so imperative if you were flying over a spinning ball to be trained when you're a pilot that you're flying over a spinning ball. It's just ridiculous to think that you're not. I mean, who would know better, right? Doesn't work. Airplanes fucking kill the ball.
Everything kills the ball. So if we can't get through to like people with, because everything kills it. Just like name something, everything. It doesn't work.
Echo chambers kill the ball.
Kills the ball. Yep, it all kills the ball. So like, how do you get through to like delusional people? Like where do they fall off? And like, why are they self-deluding? Like, for what purpose? I mean, I always
echo chambers.
I love how you think an echo chamber is like a bad thing. Like, if the truth is echoing, it's not a fucking bad thing, bro.
What if like
dude, if you want to go hang out, with a bunch of people that are saying, sticking to modern science, that we're a bunch of shape-shifting monkeys spinning on a ball, boys can be girls, girls can be boys. Dude, go hang out in that echo chamber if that makes you feel good. But they're both echo chambers. One of them is just far more palatable and safer for children.
The thing is, we're not even in an echo chamber here. We debate on things all the time, so I don't know what this echo chamber business is. And I heard something interesting. So I mean, we could just deal with that right now if you want.
I didn't say this was an echo chamber.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll tell you what really kills the balls: peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. How does that work?
With a baseball bat.
Yeah, so the new taboo conspiracy has them shooting a line of sight radio transmission 850 miles. An absolute globe destroyer.
Yeah, but it's like what? Like, you look at these extremes, Noah, that you have to go, and these people still will shake their head. So it can't be an issue of evidence, right? Because like, who would have to go to such an extreme to shoot a radio wave 800 miles to show somebody you're not spinning? The water doesn't curve away from you. Everything you've ever done in your life, you've used it. Performed it in this way. It has to be something else. There's another disconnect. It can't be just evidence.
Well, when the people see the evidence that like debunks it, I think it just doesn't register or something.
The main thing I always like hear, right, is that, well, what am I going to benefit from the flat Earth? Like, all main science and technologies come from the people who believe in a globe, and they're really smart and they can do all these big numbers and experiments. So why should I leave that that group of friends for this group? That's really the argument it really comes down to that I hear.
Well, if they're wrong, then why would you want to stay?
Because you get cell phones, and it's like, it doesn't matter that my PlayStation, the players on my PlayStation aren't real. I have fun playing with them. Like, I know they're not real. I don't play PlayStation, but
Yeah, with people would rather just discontinue that. There's a whole talk that the guy goes into with the pilot there. IPS goes into with the pilot about the cogdis, and the pilot's like, I was the same guy. 9 years ago, I would have said, that's ridiculous. I've seen the curvature. I'm a pilot. I should know. And then he went out and didn't see the curvature, and he started thinking, wait a minute. And then he figured out, like, wait a minute, there's no way we could be flying over a fucking spinning ball. It would be so many different things that you'd have to deal with. There's nothing in the FAA manual that says anything about that, and there would have to be. How do you guys respond to that? Any ballers in here have any response to that?
Why would there need to be something in the FAA manual?
Well, if you're flying over a spinning ball, right, and there's curvature to deal with and spinning to deal with, and Coriolis and all of that, you would have to be trained to deal with that.
But why?
Because it would be a spinning ball instead of a flat, stationary Earth.
Why wouldn't you have to be trained to the exact nature of reality?
I know you're saying because it's over a flat plane, but I'm just wondering, why would you need to be trained?
Well, if it's a flat plane, then you wouldn't need to. But if it's a spinning ball, you would need to.
Yeah, but why?
Dude,
you would need, for instance, like to pull up at a certain like distance away from you, knowing that you're now higher above the surface of the Earth or lower, right, or whatever, right? Like you're getting higher.
You'd also have
You'd have to adjust
sync
for that.
with the Earth and all that. Like you would be out of sync with the Earth and all of that. It just doesn't make any sense.
But what if that's not true?
How could it not be true?
Like, why would you need to pull up at some point? Like, is your nose just like gonna forever go up?
You don't understand it.
I don't think you understand the basic nature of it. Take for example, you believe that the Coriolis effect affects bullets, right? Like snipers are, calculating for it. You believe that?
Yeah, I think so. I've looked into it.
Right. So now, do you believe that pilots are calculating for Coriolis? Like they're taking off going west as opposed to going east to like save gas because when they go up there, the ground's spinning underneath them. If they go against the spin, they're going to get somewhere quicker, right?
I don't think pilots are really taking that into consideration, but
it would save billions of dollars on jet fuel yearly.
The point is, they would have to take that into account if they were actually flying over a spinning ball. There's no argument that can ever say anything different.
Well, no, this is what's killing his argument because he just keeps coming at you with why. Why would they have to do that? Why would they have to do that? Here's a real bottom dollar fucking answer. If pilots used Coriolis, they would save billions of dollars in jet fuel. Are they doing it? Show me. Show it to me, dude. They're not because they're not fucking spinning.
Even if you could claim that they are doing it, they're not doing it according to the FAA manual. So what does it matter? The FAA manual and all flight simulators just assume and treat the Earth as if it's stationary, even though they say it's not. But it has to be because they can't treat it as if it weren't.
Flat up. So with the Coriolis bullets, or even New Perspective on that one, right? So when they shoot a gun to the west, don't they have to account for the object that is below the horizon, then rising up to reach and meet the bullet midair? So that could happen to an airplane. Like a building could rise up and smack right into the airplane.
If the snipers actually accounted for Coriolis, and there's a whole debate about that. Some say that they swear by it just because they're following what they were told. But there's all kinds of other things that could cause what they are calling Coriolis, like the angle of the gun, the barrel distortion, whatever it is. Like there's all kinds of things that could account for that. And so that's why they can't have it both ways. You can't say there's a Coriolis effect and then have the pilots just ignore it. So it's over right there. The conversation really couldn't go further.
It shouldn't. That's what I'm saying. Why does it? So it has to be something deeper than evidence. Because the evidence ends the conversation really easily. It's something deeper. But go ahead, sorry.
No, that's cool. I just wanted to know if the guy who was asking why, like over and over again, kind of understands what's going on now, or if it's still confusing.
Very good.
Yeah, he's there. He's right there, quietly listening to you.
Well, I mean, is Coriolis like a pretty strong force or a weak force, or like, what size aircraft do you need to start taking into account? Like, if you're a Cessna pilot, do you need to like pull out the Coriolis calculations?
Bullets, bullets are pretty small, so I would assume a plane, like, no big deal, right?
I mean, those are two different things. Wouldn't you agree?
They're both objects flying through the air in a direction with allegedly something spinning underneath it. Pretty similar, right?
Yeah, if the Earth spins underneath bullets, then if the Earth spins beneath bullets, then the Earth spins beneath all objects removed from that reference frame.
Are both of those objects traveling the same speed?
No, they're not. Why would that matter? Would their speed change whether or not the ground is spinning underneath them?
I
I'm a high school
it won't
dropout,
change
but
that.
I'm pretty sure that doesn't add up right there.
Do both? So they're not both traveling at the same speed. Are both of them reliant on the exact same accuracy requirements?
You have so many questions, right? So like,
okay,
is that what it's?
One of them is being directed. The other one is actually being controlled. So I don't really understand how the accuracy requirements would be relatable in this situation, because we're just really talking about if the ground is spinning in a direction underneath you and you're going to fly over that spinning ground against the way that it's spinning rather than going with the way that it's spinning, would you get somewhere quicker? Would you travel the same distance quicker? And if you believe that that's happening with bullets, explain to me, instead of asking me a bunch of goofy questions, why it wouldn't happen with airplanes.
Go ahead.
Maybe it would.
Maybe. So like, does that's like back to the question I had. So you obviously don't understand it, don't have the ability to understand it or comprehend it, right? So then does it come down to well, I got this group of people, right? What are they doing for me versus this other group of people? What are they doing? Because I have to trust somebody else because I'm not capable. Is that why you choose a globe over a reality, or?
Yeah.
Because like, who's going to help you out? Like one day when you can't, feed yourself or work anymore, right? Who's going to really help you out? Like, what is the flat Earth done for you, right? Is that what it comes down to?
That's just like a whole nother direction that the conversation. I mean, personally, I'm not trying to take it in. I just want flat out answers, no pun intended, from this dude who's like, well, yeah, maybe it does. I mean, well, yeah, does it or doesn't it, dude? That's the whole crux of this argument. You've been engaging with me for what, 10 minutes of your life, and you're just going to be like, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, you see airplanes every day, dude. Are they using Coriolis or not? Decide. And then get with the program.
I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I have no idea.
Okay, well, the implications are pretty fucking heavy. So, if you want to go around believing in a spinning ball, you might want to get to the bottom of this one. Just for yourself, like for your own intellectual integrity.
What if I've already gotten to the bottom of it?
I don't know, dude. What if I've got fucking tingles and jingles in my knees? Who fucking cares, right?
Well, you said I need to get to the bottom.
Dude,
of it.
I'm not gonna do anything other than argue the facts with you. I'm not gonna get into any little weird fucking fruity games. Don't do it. So don't even try with me.
You started it. You said I need to get to the bottom of it.
He said, she said, whatever. Doesn't matter. You want to talk about Coriolis? I am here. You want to do other gay shit? Go somewhere else. Or I'll leave. I don't care. I'm not telling you you can try it here, but I don't think anybody else wants to do it either.
Well, I did want to talk to him, but now that you cornered me that it's going to be gay, so now I don't want to talk to him. Fucking, I can't.
Yeah, don't do anything that you don't feel comfortable doing. No, I mean it's very simple. You're sitting here saying maybe I do have all the answers. I'm the one who posed a question. You tried to engage with me. You're like withholding information, trying to shift the conversation to talk about not Coriolis. So you tell me what you're trying to do. I've stated my claim very, very simply.
How did I try and shift the conversation?
I don't know, dude.
But I definitely did it, but you don't know.
Yeah, I blacked out. It got kind of gay, so I just blacked out. And now we're here, woken up, and I've found myself in an argument with somebody not about the original thing, because you keep asking me stupid questions. So what am I to do? You do that at work too. Your boss is like, go do your job. And you're like, why are you telling me to do my job? He's like, because I'm your boss. You're like, but why are you my boss? It's like,
yeah, I've actually met people like that.
I have too. And I feel like I'm encountering one right now. And I'm not mad.
Maybe I should take you at your word. Just believe everything you say.
No, do not take me at my word. Use logic and reason to come to your own conclusions. Cite sources.
How do I do that
all
if
of
I
it?
don't question what you're saying?
Dude, you're not questioning what I'm saying. You're trying to drag me into an argument about the topic. Do you have the answers of Coriolis as you claimed about 2 minutes ago?
You said bullets and planes are the same thing, essentially, right?
All things that leave the surface of a rotating reference would all things.
No, yeah. All moving objects over a moving moving plane or moving surface, whatever you want to call it, the thing's going to move underneath it. We've already established that. We're not talking about the differences between a bullet and an airplane. We're talking about moving objects over moving surfaces. I don't know. I think you're just trying to take us in circles.
Yep.
Which is very apparent to the audience.
Yeah, like nobody's fooled, right? That's why I'm skipping past. That's why I skip past the evidence, because that was, for me, these people know they've been shown the evidence. They're capable of understanding it, and they know the consequences of it, but they turn from it. So that's why maybe I could ask them for why. Like, wasn't there this promise by these Dave Weiss, whoever does these podcasts, right? Wasn't there this promise for you, Apple Phenia, that if you just realized where you were, you would be free and you'd have a better life, right? Are you testing that promise by that flat earther?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Why don't you give it up? Why? You know what it is. So why you make this choice?
Dude, he could just destroy my whole argument right now if he wanted to, right? You've got the answers. You know it's a ball. I'm just a retarded flat earther. You could destroy it, but you don't want to, I guess. I don't know. It's weird.
How do I destroy it?
I don't know, man. Only you have the answers to that.
Well, but you said I could just destroy it, right?
Do you know the Earth is a ball? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could use that knowledge, because it's a knowing, it's not a believing, and you could present it to me in a logical, reasonable way, and then I would be forced to concede. Otherwise, I would dishonor myself.
How about this? The sun rose exactly in the east everywhere today because it's the equinox today. There's a
Matthew, nuh-uh.
I don't know if that was a weird straw man or what, but anyways, you claim the knowing. You could do it if you wanted to. You just kind of stopped with the whole Coriolis thing, because I think you're smart enough to realize that it was not going in your direction. It wasn't going in your favor. So it's I don't know, man. If you don't want to argue, don't stop asking why.
Are you pareidolia? Hold on. Are you pareidolia?
Yeah.
Paradingus.
Oh, what are you arguing about the Coriolis effect? We went over this one day. I thought you said you didn't understand the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, I don't understand it completely, but that didn't prevent me from demonstrating the flaw in your argument.
Well, I have an argument that absolutely destroys the notion that you couldn't handle.
Except I demonstrated how it was a poor argument.
The argument I made last time about bullets going straight?
Yeah. No, your Ferris wheel deal in a drone.
Bro, if you're on Earth and you shoot a bullet, does it go in a straight line because it's a ballistic and there's no forces pushing it to the left or right?
No, I believe the Coriolis does affect it.
Well, that's why you don't get the argument.
Yeah, the Coriolis is the apparent deviation due to a rotating versus inertial frame.
Yeah, I know, and I almost got this guy to fucking admit that he was wrong. Very close. You should really don't engage with people about Coriolis if you don't know what you're talking about, because you made yourself look not very smart. Like the fact that you just came to a dead stop when we had to talk about the differences. You had to keep coming back. Well, are you saying planes and bullets are the same? And I had to keep repeating myself over and over.
Platypus, you're extra delusional today. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
attack my character.
Yeah.
That wasn't
about all you got, isn't it?
Wait, that wasn't an argument, though. That wasn't an argument. That shouldn't have even come out of your mouth and wasted our time with that garbage bullshit. Saying someone's extra paranoid. That's fucking garbage. You could say the exact same garbage back to you, but it wouldn't actually do anything. It would just be wasting everyone's time. As an audience member sitting here listening to you guys, and I see someone making arguments, and then the other person says, "Oh, my argument back is that you're delusional." That's fucking bullshit, dude.
Well, I was actually going to bring that up a second ago. Like, Matthew is a really nice guy. This Apple-Finia is not really, right? But believe it or not, guys, you're a minority, because most people who are opened up to these questions, right, and they have to come to logical conclusions on these things, right, they become flat earthers. Not a lot of people have been opened up to it, right, because for whatever reason, right? But most people, they then bring it into question. You guys are the exception. No big deal. Not saying it's a good or bad thing, but you're like the fringe that, even though you've heard the evidence, you refuse to acknowledge it. What I'm asking on a philosophical, personal level, what makes you such a fucking weirdo? No, I'm just kidding. Just so different. Yeah. You're just not like everybody else.
I don't know. A lot of times, if you just follow the money, you find the answers. This is definitely one of them. Nobody's capitalizing on Coriolis to save money on jet fuel.
I mean, it would be really cool. Those things. There would be tons of measurable effects, right? I might be able to not voice all of them, but there'd be so many measurable effects. Like, your like vertical would change, and horizontal would change, right, at every different place on Earth, where you would just be wobbling around. Corey, I wouldn't be able to walk in a straight line, right? Like, if the Earth was moving underneath of me, that'd be awesome. That'd be crazy. But there'd be measurable effects, lifting up my foot and the Earth spinning beneath of it, But that stuff doesn't happen.
Why do you say that those things would absolutely take place?
They must take place, as shown, through science and demonstration of the Coriolis effect. Yeah.
This would be like saying, all the tires on all cars everywhere are square. We've proven, however, that a circular tire would be better, but just like nobody's. Like, you're saying, the Earth is spinning. Therefore, that can be used by pilots everywhere to save money on fuel if they fly against the curve to get to their destination. If it's doable, but nobody's doing it. That does not make any sense. How does that make sense in your world?
I don't know. I haven't investigated enough. Maybe they do. Maybe some airlines do take that into account. Do Cessna pilots take that into account? Like, do Citation pilots? Do small jet? Do private jet? Do Airbus 380s take it into? Who takes it into account? When do you need to take it into account? Like, at what level do you need to take it into account? Does a pilot do it? Does a engineer, aerospace engineer that works for the company do it, and then plans the routes? Like,
And it sounds like you have a lot of questions you need to answer.
well, I mean, you're telling me they definitely do need to, like the pilots need to, right?
I'm just saying somebody's got to do it. I don't fly planes,
Yeah. Otherwise,
but I've gone to the airport when they have those magic carpet things, and I've walked with them and I've walked against them. I get the principle. Pretty basic.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson predict a field goal will be made, kicking the football up through the uprights. The Earth spun to the to the east or whatever underneath the ball, and it made it through the uprights to the Coriolis. These would be measurable effects. But if it's just an apparent deviation, right? If it's just an apparent deviation of a non-inertial and an inertial reference frame, then why is that the explanation for actual hurricanes?
Yeah, and just furthermore, like, I know you have a lot of good questions about, like, which which specific person involved in the aeronautics industry has to make these decisions, on what level. And that's nice. Those are great questions. But for me, I don't try to make sense out of nonsense. And the whole thing is very nonsensical. So I just stop there. I'm not going to waste my life trying to look into any of that. Once I see those red flags, I just stop paying attention. But that's my personality. I lose interest pretty easily.
Yeah, but there would be like an apparent deviation. Like there is a Coriolis in reality, right? Because we have the stationary Earth and we have the sky moving above us. And if we're going to use the sky as a coordinate system, right, and it rotates in a certain direction and then seems to decline due to perspective as well. We do have to take these things into account. This Coriolis effect. It's just an effect. It's not an actual force. It's just an effect. So when you go to try to, fly somewhere in an airplane, then you're going to have to take that part of it into account if you're going to navigate by the stars. But
just to pareidolia, I don't know what questions there were, but I was busy for a second. But anything moving where there's a Coriolis effect has to account for the Coriolis effect. It doesn't matter how small, how big you are, how fast, how slow you are. If there's a Coriolis effect, you have to account for it one way or the other, meaning if you have a ballistic that only goes in a straight line, you have to shoot where your target's going to be. And if you have controlled flight, you could also fly in a straight line and aim where the target's going to be, or you could adjust the whole time and keep flying at the target.
If
I hope that answers some of your questions with the Coriolis.
If I have a drone and I'm just like flying my drone outside, do I have to account for the Coriolis effect?
Depends on how precise you are.
If the Coriolis effect is happening, then yes, you have to account for it one way or the other. Like I said, you can either fly your drone at where the target's going to be, or you can adjust the whole time and keep it heading at the target.
Also, like the account for, you don't have to account for it, but you're going to feel you're going to have a difference at the end. You don't have to account for it. You can just deal with it later. But
you have to adjust for it. You do have to account. You have to adjust for it.
Or you don't adjust and you end up somewhere different. That's what I mean. You don't have to account for it, but it'll happen.
You have to take it into account. Otherwise, you're not, You either have to adjust for it or take it into account beforehand. Like I said, you could leave the target with a ballistic, or you could adjust the whole way and take it into account as you're flying. Or adjust for it as you're flying.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe got mixed up on the words or something. Either way, you'd have to adjust, make a correction, whatever you want to call it.
Well, what I'm saying is, I could not account for it and just miss my target every time. I didn't account for it.
Yeah, according to these guys, if you're a sniper and you're shooting a bullet, and we know the ballistics can't adjust throughout the course of its flight because they only go in a straight line. So in order to compensate for the Coriolis effect, when you're a sniper, you have to shoot where the target's going to be, not where it actually is in that moment.
Yeah.
So, because there's no forces that's actually pushing the bullet to the left or right. Yeah, it flies in an arc over a sphere, if that's what you want to say, fine. Even on a flat Earth, it flies in an arc. Nonetheless, there's no forces pushing it left to right, save for wind. So that's why you need to shoot where the target is going to be if there was a Coriolis effect happening on a sphere.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the part where the official explanation is that you actually go faster when you fly with the spin of the Earth. Are you aware of that?
Talking about the Yutvos effect?
Well, I wanted to see if you knew what it was first. But it sounds like it's not there anymore.
I'm not aware of what it's called or.
Well, I just said it.
I didn't hear you. What was it?
It's called the Yutvos effect. Don't ask me how to spell it. The thing is, though, that that whole leading the target thing you have to do with ballistics, like bullets, uh, missiles, whatever, anything that's not controlled flight. You have to shoot it where the target's going to be, because the not controlled flight thing, those things only go in straight lines. Like, you can't adjust for Coriolis the whole way, meaning you can't curve left to right. So you have to just shoot where the target's going to be.
Yeah, but
absolutely. So
but
yeah, do you agree to that?
I mean, but only at distances where that would matter, right? Like if I'm plinking a 22 in my backyard over 30 feet, I don't need to take into account the Coriolis effect, at least cognitively, and I don't need to be like, all right, let me account for where the target's going to be 1 inch to the right today because of the No, it's not at those distances. I don't need to account for it. Same thing flying a drone. I don't need to account for the Coriolis effect cognitively. Maybe the Earth does move, and I'm subconsciously needing to correct for it at some minute level over like a 20-foot span. But if I'm like shooting it like a mile or half a mile or something, and I'm trying to hit like a dime or something, then
I agree. I agree with you. Yes, and you agreed to my point I made before that, where the ballistic only goes in a straight line because they can't curve the bullet mid-flight to adjust for the Coriolis effect. You agreed with that point?
Yeah.
Yes. So the bullet goes in it goes in a straight line, right? That's what it's actually doing in reality. It's going in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So knowing that the bullet goes in a straight line, that's the shortest path the bullet can take, obviously, right?
Yeah.
There's no shorter path in a straight line, right? It's impossible unless you have warp or teleportation or something. So knowing that, do you know what that path that traces out on the ground looks like when you shoot the bullet?
I think it was curved.
It curved left to right. Yes, it traces out a curved left to right path. Now, knowing the bullet flies in a straight line and that is the shortest path, planes, on the other hand, they claim they're flying in a great circle route, tracing a great circle route on the ground that doesn't curve left to right. And the plane is actually curving the whole way to adjust for the Coriolis effect mid-flight. So we know that's not the shortest path like the bullet was, because it's not a straight line anymore. It's curving, right?
Yeah, I haven't done all the research on great. I haven't done as much homework on it as you have.
Well, it's pretty simple. Straight line, not a straight line. There's not really a lot of homework that needs to be done. I mean, we pretty much went through the whole thing just now.
Okay.
So when the plane adjusts throughout its whole flight, we know that can't be the shortest path, right? Because it's not the same path as the bullet. The bullet was the shortest path, right?
Is it possible that the bullet has the shortest path and that a plane has the shortest path, and those two are different paths?
No, it's not possible. We're gonna shoot a bullet. We're gonna have 2 points. We're gonna have 2 points. We're gonna shoot the bullet in a straight line path. We're gonna lead the target. That's gonna be the shortest path the bullet can take. We already agreed on that. That's the shortest path the bullet can take. Now the plane is gonna get to the 2 points, but it's gonna be curving left to right the whole time. So it's not gonna take that same path. So it's gonna be a longer path. Right? You understand that? That's pretty simple. Do you need to do some homework on that, or you need like a protractor? You don't know? You don't know if a straight line's shorter distance than a curved line?
Can you have like a curved straight line?
What? Bro.
No.
Straight line. The bullet was the shortest path. This thing's not going to follow that path. If that bullet took the shortest path and this plane doesn't stay on that path, how could the plane be doing the shortest path also?
But what's your point? Like, why do they do this great circle path?
It doesn't matter.
They do it.
Yet. Well,
they do it. The planes do it because and that's the reason why it traces a great circle route on the ground, is because they're adjusting for Coriolis the whole time. They're not doing what the bullet does, They're adjusting the whole course of the flight, little by little. Maybe unbeknownst to the pilot, even it's not really relevant. The point is, it's not doing the shortest path. Which is the thing we just went through.
Did they say that the Great Circle is the shortest path?
They said planes are flying in Great Circle routes because that's the shortest path. They're tracing out a Great Circle route on the ground, which we know isn't the shortest path because the bullet, which does go the shortest path, traces out a curved line on the ground, left to right curve, which is not a Great Circle route.
Why did they say the Great Circle route is the shortest path?
Why do they say that? I don't know. They fucked up along the way or something. That actually would be the shortest path on a non-rotating sphere. If you want to get to 2 points from one point to another point on a surface of a sphere, a Great Circle route is the shortest path, and that is the path that the bullet takes. It's in the bullet's frame. The bullet actually takes a Great Circle route. That's the real path of the bullet on the globe Earth, is the Great Circle route. But when you trace it out on the ground, it doesn't make a Great Circle route anymore. It makes this curved left to right line.
Hey, Jeremy. Actually, who's it that we're talking to?
Paragolia. I don't know. What is your new name? Go ahead.
Another thing to point out here, and I don't know. I know a lot of flat earthers don't like using it anymore because it has to do with the AE map. I'm not saying that the AE map is the flat earth or is the model, but these Great Circle routes that are supposedly being used in international flights, you'll notice that in the northern hemisphere, they go upward towards the Arctic Circle and then back down, right? If you're going, say, from the east coast of the United States to Europe, right? Or in the southern hemisphere, they do it sometimes supposedly the other way around, where they towards the Antarctic Circle, but never reaching really into it, and then back north again. What's actually actually no, even the southern flights, they tend to do the Great Circle. Their arc path moves towards the equator and back down. But if you actually map it out, like the flight paths that they're claiming that they're taking, it's not a Great Circle route that would make the most sense over a ball. But if you did use something like the AE map, which they do use for plotting, for charting flights, you'll see that it's a much straighter route. It's almost a perfectly straight line, or it is a straight line from place to place there. Now, if you were to turn that AE map into the globe, it would appear like these arcs that they show you on the globe. You should have known this before. You've been around long enough to have seen this before. Maybe you just don't have enough interest in like looking into that. So, I mean, yeah, planes flying from airport to airport, port to port in a straight line makes perfect sense. And if it's so, like what Jeremy's pointing out about these arcs that's supposedly making, or what you're saying are Great Circle routes, and trying to attribute it to like accounting for Coriolis and all that stuff. None of that's needed if it's literally just a straight line and the map, the Earth is flat and the map is something similar to like the AE map.
Right. So those two, I hear you're explaining to him, Lou. You're explaining to him that it works out well with a geocentric model or flat Earth model. That's how it would map out. But he's claiming, like Apophenia is claiming a rotating.
Well, model. Yeah, no, geocentric and heliocentric has nothing to really do with it. But flat versus spinning globe, absolutely. Like it's complete nonsense about adjusting or like figuring out a Coriolis effect, a non-existent fictitious force. I mean, it's real again, like you guys were saying on a merry-go-round, but Earth-based Coriolis, not a thing. The picking and choosing when it affects things, you know, it doesn't happen to balloons, but it does happen to bullets. It doesn't happen to drones, but it does happen to footballs. It does, you know, like it's complete nonsense, and it's perfectly explainable if you have like a centralized North Pole on a flat plane and everything sort of around it. So, and again, I don't want to like say that the AE map is my model or anything like that, but that seems to explain this argument fairly well.
So what do you think, Apple?
I mean, okay.
You're not really following what I said, are you?
Not really.
Yeah, right. So look at flight path. You understand what I'm saying about like that arc that they take on international flights, where they move towards the Arctic Circle and back down?
I haven't really looked at it.
You haven't even looked into flight paths at all on a globe or on a flat Earth.
I mean, I've looked at them, but I haven't really like studied them or taken note.
Then how are you even having this argument or this conversation?
I'm having
Yeah, exactly.
having
Why
looked
the
at it.
hell are you speaking right now? Why the hell are you talking? Tell us.
You're making all kinds of bold claims about Coriolis and great circle routes and flight planning and so on and so forth, but now you're admitting you know nothing about it, have never paid attention.
Well, let's see here. Jeremy said that they say that the Great Circle route is the shortest path for the airplanes to take. And I just simply asked him, why do they say that? He's like, I don't know.
Oh, true. You just keep on saying why. Why are we talking to you then?
You want me to answer why you're talking to me?
Yeah. Why?
I'm not you. I don't know why you're talking to me.
I just got here. I wanted to make a point that I thought you would actually have some kind of background information and knowledge of, but apparently you've got nothing. So now I'm wondering why anybody is talking to you. Yeah, so look at no tanks. You see that GIF that he put up there? Here's an example. This one that he's showing on the right with the AE map. The reason why it has to put in the LA, that's either a layover or an emergency landing. This happens all the time. It's one of the best ways to like kind of check this out. But yeah, look at the path that the plane would have to take over a globe versus the path it would have to take over a flat Earth. One makes sense, one doesn't.
Yeah, but to be fair, you need to talk about nonstop flights.
No, a nonstop like nonstop flights, sure, but they can just plot and they can show you a so-called projected like flight plan or path, but you don't really have a way of verifying it. The way that you can actually verify the path that they're taking is with a layover or with an emergency landing where you add a third point in there. Now you know that they went from this place to get to that place, connecting the dots.
So, aren't there flights from Sydney, Australia, to Santiago, Chile, or to Johannesburg that are nonstop, that don't go in the northern hemisphere at all?
I've only heard rumors of such flights. Yeah, like I yet to talk to anybody who's actually taken that flight or booked that flight. I've heard of people who have tried to book those flights that for some reason ends up being canceled or whatever, and then there ends up being where it's no longer a direct. It's another or. And also, I would still be curious as to like what the actual flight path is if they do go direct. Like, do they head towards the equator before heading back south again, or do they just go straight across the Pacific or the South Pacific, or the Indian Ocean? One of the excuses for it also is that they supposedly like to stick near land in case there is an emergency. They don't like to go way out into above the open waters, far from any airports or people and so on. That's an excuse that they use, but they always hug and stick near the land.
So yesterday, Qantas Flight 63 took off from, according to their website anyway, Sydney, and landed in Johannesburg and didn't go north of the equator.
Do you know the actual flight path it took?
What do you mean by no? I believe what they said on
Can you
their
post
website.
it? Can you show it mapped? Do they show like a map of the path that it took?
Yeah, give me a sec to make a screenshot.
Almost all of the flights from the southern hemisphere have a layover somewhere in the north or near the equator. They almost always go. Yeah, they have a layover point somewhere. They go north to then go south. There are these rumors of supposed direct flights that happen, and even still, I don't know what they actually prove. Other than, I mean, like if you could like literally trace its actual path, you might be able to use it to help to map something out. But it doesn't prove that like the other 99% of flights that happen that do this. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden Coriolis is happening or anything like that, or that it is over a globe. Another thing that I've seen as a possible letter Banjo did a while back. Yeah, so this is one where they claim that they went south towards Antarctica to do it.
Yeah, because that would be close to the Great Circle Route.
Right. Well, that's the inverse of what I was talking about that most flights do in the north, right?
Well, it's the same idea, just southern hemisphere.
Yeah, same idea, just inverted, upside down. Flat Earth Banjo years ago did hit. It's only speculation, also, but he was pointing out like wind speeds, like the jet streams and stuff like that, and I guess it's not entirely speculation. Like I had a map. I wonder if I can find it. That kind of showed it. I think it was from NOAA, but it shows like the air turbulence, like or the jet streams over like an AE map, right? And around the edges, like the wind speeds are very high. So like Flat Earth Banjo was talking about this and kind of compared it to like a circle city, like say Madison, Wisconsin, where the capital's in the middle, and then like all the streets kind of radiate out and around that center point, and then you have like a circle highway around the outside where even though it's the least direct route to get around the city, it's a nonstop, high speed route, and it's the fastest route to get around because you're avoiding all of the traffic through the middle or whatever. But kind of comparing that idea as a possible explanation for these types of flights. Which are also very rare, by the way. These are not common flights.
True, but it's sort of a black swan thing. Very rare does it shows that something's happening. Something specific is happening. So it's a straight line on a globe.
There's no such thing as a straight line on the globe.
You're right. It's a straight path of a great circle route on a globe.
So does it account for Coriolis?
That's a good question. I think the Coriolis effect is minor at those speeds. They're just setting a heading and going towards the airport.
So no Coriolis effect on the Earth?
I said minor, not it wouldn't affect it that much.
They don't need to lead the target or the destination because the Earth's spinning beneath them.
No.
And the non-inertial reference frames.
How long did that flight take, Matthew?
You can read as well as I did. It went. It landed about the same time that it took off, but there's time zone differences, and I can't really tell.
Like, if you have no evidence of Coriolis, then wouldn't you just dismiss it and move to a geocentric model?
No, I would say that I don't care about Coriolis.
No, when you say Coriolis is nominal, like it would happen, but it would be minor or whatever you're saying. How long? How long was the Coriolis?
14 hours. 13 and a half. Between 13 and a half, 14 hours is this one.
How far would the Earth have spun in 14 hours?
Yeah, I just want to point this out. Like, so when you say Coriolis, right, you could replace that word with, right, like when you say that, with I don't care if the Earth is actually spinning or not, because that's what you're saying.
Exactly. We're talking about the shape and the distance between things. We're not talking about the spinning.
No, you're absolutely talking about spinning Coriolis. In 14 hours, let's say if it was at the equator, that'd be 1,400 miles that the Earth spun underneath the plane.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that this doesn't go anywhere near the equator.
Or actually 14,000 miles. Sorry, 14,000 miles the Earth would have spun underneath the plane. That's half of your your circumference.
Yeah.
Did they just go in like hover and wait for the Earth to land underneath of it in 14 hours? What the fuck?
Oh, so you're bringing up the thing of why doesn't a helicopter just take off and wait an hour?
Yeah, no, you're saying Coriolis wouldn't matter, like not all that much. Like, no, it would matter a lot.
Well, we wouldn't
over a 14-hour flight.
We wouldn't have day and night. We wouldn't have seasons. So, like we can fly planes, but we just can't have day, night, seasons.
So this route, you think this route is not accurate, not where they really went?
I think all they're doing is drawing a line between two cities from where they took off and where they landed. They're not showing you the path that they actually took in between.
They took some longer path to waste a bunch of gas to fool a bunch of Glovers.
You ever watch? Is it on NOAA? Or you ever watch the flight tracker? You ever watch the flight tracker? Funny how in the southern hemisphere you get to a few hundred miles off the coast, and those planes just vanish from the tracker and then reappear shortly before they land.
Right.
You're taking the stance as if they know that, like they're all in on it and they're not following the map they were given, like any other human being would just follow the map they were given.
I don't know. I don't think anybody's in on it. There are hardly any flat Earth pilots, for example.
Wouldn't it be consistent for them to take some indirect route? I mean, why would they, in this case, take the most direct route, but in all other cases, like say leaving leaving Philadelphia or let's say leaving New York, why would they head towards the Arctic Circle to land in London? Why would they do that every fucking time? And then in this case, they decide to take the straight path.
It's the straight path in the northern ones too.
Oh, it's not. Map it out. Show it.
Hold on.
Let's say I'm leading 45 degrees north, right? I want to land in 45 degrees north. Why would I head to 60 degrees north before going back south to 45 degrees north?
Well, let me see. I have to draw. So, like, where from? Like,
pretend you're going New York to London.
New York to London. Yeah, you go. Yeah.
Why would I head to the Arctic Circle?
Because it's the shortest path.
Dude, I've got globes too. Like, I'm not just freaking. I don't like only carry flat maps around here. That is not the fastest path. Just draw a line on your globe from New York to London and tell me how you would end up flying over Greenland or why.
Yeah, New York to London wouldn't go over Greenland. You're right.
Look up some of those. Look up the flight paths. They had. I can't say 100% sure unless I pull one up, but they do head north, at least coming very close to Greenland. Like all the international flights, when they leave, they head northeast. They don't head east. They head northeast.
I'm seeing something about the jet stream here.
Question to the room. Can a not force do anything?
It can't. It cannot create hurricanes rotating. Yeah, not allowing not force would create these devastating hurricanes.
So the not Coriolis, that's not a force, cannot affect anything so much as a fly. Then, correct?
Can a false premise lead me to a correct conclusion?
Whatever that means, which is irrelevant.
Yeah,
Back
the
to the
answer would
question.
be,
Can a not force affect anything? I would say no. A not force cannot affect anything. So therefore, your not force, which is your Coriolis not force, cannot affect anything. Never mind a plane, not even a fly. That's it. There goes your argument. Thank you.
funny enough, that's another thing that I was talking about the other day too. Is like it's the Coriolis effect, not the Coriolis force. It's not until you start talking about this type of nonsense where they start calling it a force, but not a force, a pseudo force.
Exactly.
No, it's an effect. An effect can only happen because of a force. A force cannot also be the effect.
Okay, Lou, I posted your earlier question. JFK to London flights don't go over Greenland. I showed a picture.
Yeah, no, I even said I'd have to. I just was looking it up. Also, they do head towards Greenland. They go a little bit south of it, but they still head north towards it.
That is irrelevant. That has nothing to do. Sorry, Gio, go on.
Well, I was going to say real quick, yeah, Lou, are you saying that when you look at that on an AE map, it does fly over Greenland? Because I've heard of people that have
that's
said
not what
like
I'm saying either.
that they were
That's not what I'm
flying
saying
to.
either. I'm not saying it does head over Greenland. In fact, actually, yeah, on the AE, it probably does exactly the path that Matthew's pointing out, where it would fly a little bit south of the southern tip of Greenland on the AE map.
Well, I've just heard people say that when they fly from like LA to Europe, that they do fly over like the southern tip of Greenland. When you look on a globe, you shouldn't be anywhere near Greenland, kind of like Matthew's thing shows. But you look at an AE map, and you're like flying over the southern tip of Greenland. So.
Right. Yeah, I think the further west you go, like if instead of using New York, if you were to use say Chicago O'Hare, or maybe even I'm not sure what, if anything, flies from say LA straight to London. That would be one hell of a long flight. They would have a layover somewhere in the Midwest or the East Coast. But as you go further west, that arc goes a little bit higher towards Greenland.
No, there are direct flights from LA to London.
Yeah. And what's that path?
It is. It's pretty. As you said, the further west you go, the closer to Greenland you go. I actually flew direct from Dallas to London last August, and it was fairly close to Greenland. I mean, I don't know a distance, but I mean, 200 miles maybe.
Yeah, you might even cross over the southern tip when you start doing that, or especially if you were going to go farther into Europe than London.
I just posted a live flight that en route that took off from JFK and is landing in London Heathrow. It doesn't go near that place that you took.
Well, what Lou said is interesting though, because I'm just looking at an AE map now, and if you're going to go from New York to, even on an AE map, if you're going to go from New York to like Europe, then you really wouldn't be near Greenland. But if you're going to go from like Los Angeles to Europe, then you would be. A straight line would be right over that tip of Greenland. So the more west you go, the more it changes that path on an AE map. Now, maybe I guess we'd have to compare it to a globe if someone wants, but.
Yeah, but that's the thing is you can go then to the flight trackers and show it on the globe, and you'll see the different those arcs. They actually match. They're at least extremely close. They have to be, because it's. I mean, let's be honest. The AE map is essentially it's just a flattened out globe for the most part. And you can map the same thing on one map as you can on another. It just one appears to have an arc and the other one appears to have a straight line. The one with the straight line seems to make more sense for what planes are actually doing.
Yep. And I've always thought that they could compensate for some of that for a little bit of left to right movement. Meaning those pilots, whether they're following GPS and all that, they don't actually know that they're flying a straight line. They really don't have any way to know that. So they're always going to be making adjustments for the wind and all of that, always trying to keep on a current heading. And then, of course, in these days, autopilot, GPS. Now, I'm not talking about small little flights like in a Cessna. That's one thing. You're in a little Cessna, you're going to fly from in a short area. But I'm talking about these long distances where you're up at high altitude, really cooking. Those are
commercial
the ones commercial pilots. These guys are not looking at the ground and making sure they're flying exact straight lines. So I'm just saying one of the ways to fudge between a globe or a planar surface in terms of all the flight map stuff would be to have these guys making, a path that isn't actually a straight line. It's maybe slightly banana shaped, basically. And they don't really know that they're going slightly banana shaped. They might think they're kind of arcing around a globe, but they're actually just making a slight left or right turn over a planar surface, which would then account for the paths that they're being given versus the Earth not actually being the globe. So I've always considered that being one of the ways they're doing it.
Commercial pilots are essentially only there for takeoff and landing in case of an emergency. Otherwise, they're kicking back the 98% of the flight. They're not really doing anything. In fact, they've talked about, just like with driverless cars and stuff. They talk about pilotless planes, just like we have with drones and stuff like that. And they can definitely do this. It's actually more feasible, more possible, and easier to do with an airplane than it is with a car. It's just that people would be insecure not knowing that there's an actual pilot there for those instances when emergency does happen.
Have you guys seen that Jetstream route change?
Yeah, that's an interesting animation. I like it.
So like in the most extreme example, it's actually bending upwards. They actually go south and then travel upwards to London.
What flight?
JFK to London.
They go south before heading north from JFK to London?
Sometimes based on Jetstream. But Lou, I never heard what you thought about that Sydney to Johannesburg flight.
No, I told you, I gave you an alternative. What do you mean you didn't hear? Did you go on mute? Like, yeah, I was saying.
Did you see my AE map that I put?
One, you don't really know for sure that that's like the path, that the line that they draw is the path that they take. Two, there's also this alternative idea that I was talking about where you can use the jet streams like a kind of like a circle city for the faster. You could basically cover more ground faster because of the high speeds of the jet streams around the very south.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Because the straightest line on an AE map would be to go right over Asia and India.
But they think there is some wall, though.
A rotating ball.
Did you hear about the guy that went and looked at all the data and he showed that there's a like 300 mile per hour discrepancy with some of the GPS data and then the 24/7 flight radar data in the south? So that specific flight. Or what about how when you look at 24/7 flight radar, it shows the same speed there and back, but the return flight takes like a couple hours longer?
So wind exists? Is that what you're saying?
No. Why does the speed not change on the flight radar if the time increases? Like why does it take 2, 3, sometimes even 4 hours longer one way than the other way?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good question. I would assume that it has to do with the jet stream.
All right, so we've now established that the jet streams are specifically relevant to these flights.
Yeah, they can be 200 or 300 miles an hour, maybe more typically 100 or 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So the jet streams would be like a river within a river type of a situation. This is what you're imagining, right? When you think of the jet stream?
That's just wind. Just a fancy name for wind up high.
So you have all your atmos turning. I assume you believe this, right?
Right.
Okay, so you have all your atmos turning one way, let's say at 1,000 miles an hour, but yet you believe that there's another wind inside that wind that's going the other way.
Yeah, so
constantly.
There's different parts of the air move at different speeds. It's just wind. It's nothing fancy.
Oh, this is not just winds. This is called the jet stream. This is a certain kind of a wind, and like think of it as if a river within a river, right? You have a river flowing one way, but at a certain point in the river, you have water flowing the other way. That's your model. I just want to, put it in clear terms so everybody could understand.
So long story short, the flight is not a problem. In fact, the reported data doesn't comport with the globe, because if it takes 3 hours longer one way, but they claim that it's the same speed back and forth, that doesn't make any sense.
Not to mention that you can't have a river within a river.
The funniest part is that this flight that they all bring up literally goes against the globe.
Matthew's the math guy. Does that make sense, Matthew?
Yeah, I don't see anything that goes against the globe.
Again, if you look at 24/7 flight radar data, it shows the same speed, but it takes hours longer in one direction. So how could it be going the same speed?
It couldn't.
Right, because the distance is the same. So if it takes longer, that means the speed has to increase. So that means that data is wrong. So the very 24/7 flight radar data that all the ballers invoke to show why it's impossible on a flat Earth goes against the globe. It can't be correct.
And their explanation is a river within a river.
What flight are you talking about specifically?
Qantas 63 and 64.
Yeah, it's very simple. Like, why does one flight take so much longer in the other direction?
Because one is going with the wind and one is going against the wind.
Okay. So jet streams are always relevant to this flight, apparently, because it's always longer in one direction.
That's what I said before. They're constant. This jet stream is constantly going against the flow. Constantly.
Okay, I see what you mean. The two that I posted, one took 14 hours and 15 minutes, and one took 11 hours. 11 and a half hours.
What did you say?
One took 14 hours and 15 minutes. The other direction took 11 hours and 20 minutes between Sydney and Johannesburg.
Right, so it's like a 3-hour difference. So that comports perfectly with what a flat earther would say, which is that the wind streams are affecting the flight.
Yeah, that's what we're saying too. The wind streams affect the flight.
No, that's not what you guys say, though. You guys always go to 24/7 flight radar, and then you show that it says 500 miles per hour both ways, and then you straw man a straight line with a longer distance, or whatever made-up distance you guys want to straw man, and you say there's no way it can go 500 miles and get there. But hilariously, it can't do that on the globe. It has to be going many hundreds of miles per hour faster on even the globe.
Many hundreds?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, like what, how many miles per hour would that
be? 3 hours they can go maybe 600 miles.
At 60? So then if the jet streams were 200 miles per hour, then it would take what? Many hours. So you're saying it would take 9 hours longer to go back? The jet streams were 180 miles per hour?
Yeah, I can't really tell how fast the jet streams are here, but I mean, the basic idea is that it takes, there's wind going one direction. So if you're flying against the wind, it takes longer. If you're flying with the wind, it takes less time. It's not a complicated thing.
Well, that's what the flat earthers are trying to explain to you guys. It's not a complicated thing. And then furthermore, the autopilot actually maximizes the flight, meaning it automatically adjusts for the least resistance. So when it flies in one direction with jet streams, it'll actually move the plane to the middle of that jet stream, and then whenever it's flying against it, it'll actually move over to the side of it, so it's not in the heart of the jet stream. Right. So then I ask, okay, well then what's the actual ground speed and the jet stream speeds before you guys claim to know it doesn't work on a flat Earth, and they never know, but they'll bring it up for the next 5 years, guaranteed, but they'll never get the answer to that question, which seems a bit disingenuous, maybe.
So the distance is 6,900 miles, about, plus or minus, a couple dozen.
Well, how did you get that value?
I'm looking at the two links that I posted for Qantas Flight 63 and 64.
Right, so that's what the globe model claims, right? That's what the globe claims it is. It's not like the plane doesn't like go and verify that or anything. The way that they get the distance is the amount of time and then the speed. But then when I go look at the speed on 24/7, the speed has to be wrong because it's the same in both directions. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, that this flight actually supports flat Earth more, because we know those speeds cannot be correct. That's how they supposedly got the distances, though, that supposedly match the globe. But we know those distances can't be correct because the speed can't be correct. So therefore, actually, these flights don't match the globe.
Yeah, so these speeds, it shows a filed speed of 564 in one and 566 in the other direction. So basically the same speed for both directions, even though it takes 3 hours longer in one direction than the other.
Right, so that speed can't be correct.
Yeah, it's not the ground speed. You're right. That is not the correct ground speed.
And the way they get that speed is they assume the distance of the globe. They see how long it takes the plane to get there, and then that's how they get it. Right? That's how they get the speed. They just do the math.
No, that's clearly not how they're getting it, because it doesn't work out.
Do what?
They're not getting that speed based on the flight data. It's a filed speed in the flight plan.
It's math based on the time it took the plane to get to the destination, the assumed distance, so speed equals distance over time. So since they have the assumed 6,900 miles, the however many 11 hours, 13 hours, or whatever. But yeah, you're right, actually, that doesn't even work because the speed would be much greater. So long story short, the speed is wrong. The speed isn't correct.
Which is right, that number does not represent an accurate ground speed.
Right. So then when someone says they know that this flight disproves flat Earth, they're wrong. They don't even know the accurate speeds or the jet stream speeds.
Are you aware that typically planes don't use ground speed?
Are you aware this argument requires knowing the ground speed?
It does not. It's about the path.
It does.
It never goes north of the equator.
That doesn't mean... Oh, so your argument is that they should fly a different path if the Earth's flat? They assume it's a globe, though. So they just fly a circle route assuming it's a globe, which would be maybe less efficient if the Earth's actually a plane, but what are they going to, like, blow the lid on this entire conspiracy for a flight that happens once a week or something?
That's like Matthew. That's what I said to you. They're not all in on it. They're flying assuming it's a globe, right? So.
And the flights are made assuming.
From what I know of airlines, and my experience with airlines, they'll do whatever it takes to save as much money as possible, and so they're not going to spend extra gas for any ideological reason.
Right, but they think it's a globe.
That's why they would leave the target and fly in a straight line, like the bullet goes in a straight line. They're not doing that.
Did anybody, like any of these pilots, think to avoid the jet stream?
Yeah, they try to avoid it if they're flying against it, but they try to go with it if they're flying with it.
Yeah, but the jet stream starts at around 30,000 feet, give or take.
Well, that's another part of this conversation, is actually accurately measuring the jet streams is very difficult. If you try to look into finding the accurate measurements at different altitudes in the South, good luck.
Yeah, you know why?
It's like a super difficult test.
You know why? They say that it shifts. It always goes one direction, but it shifts due to the change in temperature, they say.
Yeah, and like it's not even... How are we measuring the altitude difference? Are they using balloons? High altitude balloons? Like what are they using to measure it?
Yeah, but my question is, why don't they avoid it on the way back? You can avoid it.
Because
you can fly under it or over it. Yeah.
Oh, you're saying altitude. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you though is like we don't really even know if you can avoid it. It may just be a little faster or slower, but you know, who's to say that
I'm
it's
just
not
going
as
according. I'm just going according to their fantasy, the model, right? I'm just going. If it's true, why don't they avoid it? If they say it's at 30,000 feet, give or take, it goes in one direction. Okay, fine. Why don't you avoid it on your way back? You're going to save 3 hours. I mean, it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah,
that was Matthew's argument. Yeah.
So there's another nail in there. East-west, travel versus.
But what's so funny
west-east.
though is what I've learned about this is no matter how many times I break down the speeds that they're invoking for their argument cannot be correct. They will just wait a couple days and then bring the flight up again as if it's proof the Earth's not flat anyway. So I mean, what can you do with that?
Well,
Yeah, that's two
you
things.
learn that there's a difference between airspeed and ground speed. That's the key thing.
Okay, but ground speed's what's relevant because their whole argument is that on a flat Earth, the distance would be greater. There would be more miles on the ground that had to be covered. So, how many physical miles on the land that is covered by the plane is the whole argument.
Yeah. So the ground.
So you need to know the ground speed.
Right, because it depends on the wind, like in what jet stream they're flying.
So if your argument is that on a flat Earth it would be longer, so it would take longer, right? Then
Right.
you need to know the ground speed.
Yeah, so the ground speed is going to be about 550 plus or minus 200 miles an hour based on the jet stream. But on a flat Earth, it would be like double the distance, and that doesn't seem accurate.
Why would it be double? The jet stream is there in either case, no? Or no?
Well, I'm saying the distance of the AE map. It isn't double.
Right.
It isn't double, but the jet streams have been measured to go up to 273 miles per hour, and they admit it could go way faster. They can't even accurately measure the jet stream, especially in the south. So, I mean, we've measured ground speeds over 800 miles per hour, 830 miles per hour in the north.
The thing that I was actually talking about earlier with Flat Earth Banjo's Circle City idea about it, is he was showing something that like jet stream speeds of like over 700 miles an hour in the south, like close to 1,000 miles an hour even, like around the southernmost edges. Yeah.
That's my point. Now think about it. These things are always there, and they're always one way, right? So regardless of shape, we have speeds up at 30,000 feet that do this. They travel at those speeds at one way always. Now that's something, right?
Yeah, something else that always gets left out is how planes, commercial flights actually work in reality. So like they have a general idea of the time, and the plane can almost always get there faster than that. That's why they set the time a little bit further to give them a cushion in case something delays it. And say the plane's flying and it's going to get there early, the autopilot will actually slow the plane down so it lands closer to the scheduled time, because the airline can't just be like, oh, get there as fast as you can, and now we'll get through it more efficiently, because the next plane ticket was for a certain time, and then that gate's open at a certain time because of the other flight. So they have to keep the times pretty close, so they actually schedule the flights to be a little bit longer in time to give them cushion, and then the autopilot corrects to keep it close to those times. Right, and that kind of always gets left out of the combo. That's how it works in reality, though. Like they want to keep the schedule pretty close to accurate so that they can keep all the other flights moving together and circulating the gates and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like say the plane could get there an hour early. It's not going to, just because it can, because that would mess up the rest of the schedule.
So what are you saying? It can fly faster than they say it can, or what are you saying?
Well, I was saying a lot of Globers will be like, look at the time it takes, blah blah blah. But like, you have a solid 30, 45 minutes that is just doesn't. It's not like actual evidence of how long it must take because it's literally controlled by the autopilot. That's all I'm saying. Just the general idea that it takes this plane this long to get here, it must be this long, isn't actually entirely accurate because the autopilot controls the speeds to try to maintain the schedule. It's just like a side note. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well,
But
there's like
this,
multiple factors too, other than that, right? Like they're flying. If you're doing transoceanic flights, they're doing certain. They're not just taking a straight line path. Right? They get assigned a specific what they call air highways that they fly on. They have names. They get assigned to one of those paths. Then when they are getting close to the destination, they can get put in a holding pattern. You know, there's multiple things that can happen that's going to affect the time.
So are you guys saying, or just maybe are you saying that like run time is just a calculation that can be adjusted for based on distance and calculation of when you want a signal or a plane to arrive? It's just a calculation.
the distances have to be off. That's the only possible explanation.
So I just want to correct something. I must have misremembered. Yeah, he was in the video. I just found it. I'll post it. He was talking pretty much the same as what you were saying, Widget, about 250 miles an hour or 400 kilometers per hour for the jet streams. But I found the video, and I think it's worth people taking a look at because he does have some pretty good like showing the jet streams over the AE map, and it kind of helps give you like a visual of that.
Yeah, nice. And you can go to Bob Wins and check them out.
So Matthew's new. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's bobwins.com.
Matthew's new argument is that if east and west are circles, why don't they just cut through it on a straight line if the Earth is not a globe? Is that his new argument? Not the time.
Yeah, if the Earth is not a globe, you should take the most direct route, typically.
Even if it's a globe, shouldn't you take the most direct route?
So they should blow the lid on the fact the Earth's not a globe for a flight that happens once a week. That's your argument?
Yes, it's a black swan that totally blows the lid off all AE maps. Anything where that has
my God.
These ridiculous maps that have the North Pole at the center, all of those maps are wrong. Also, the equinox.
Just to clarify, you're saying any flight path that is proves a model. Unless them all are incredibly illogical and inefficient.
Your insults are breaking up.
You're super robotic.
Go from southern continent, pop all the way up north.
Again, there's like a lot of factors.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I only caught maybe 20 or 30% of what he said.
I came in a little late, but I'm guessing you're talking about transoceanic flights, which are not just a direct straight line from the leaving airport to the arriving airport, right? Watch pilots on YouTube like obtain their clearance for the highway that they're going to take across the ocean. Then it depends on the kind of landing, which runway they're going to do at the arriving airport, if they're going to do an instrument land or if they're going to do a visual or a VLR. Like there's a lot of factors that have to be considered.
Right, Jace, we're specifically talking about Sydney to Johannesburg that doesn't have any of those factors because it's such an infrequent flight and it goes over the southern oceans. What you're talking about is right about the Atlantic.
To what I mean, I'm just listening, but it seemed like so far Matthew and Austin broke it down to they would both occur on either a flat Earth or a globe Earth along that flight path with these other trade winds, etc. But the route will be different on a flat Earth. It will be a straight line crossing through, which we've never seen, but there'll be a different route.
Well,
Same time.
Go ahead.
No, that's all. Same time. Like it would be the same on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Same amount of
I
time.
think the problem with that, right? Sydney to Johannesburg, that's still a transoceanic flight, right? They're still going to have to take one of the highways, the sky highways there. Right? They're not just doing a straight line straight from Sydney to Johannesburg. Then you have to consider the type of arrival that they're going to do, what runway they're going to do when they get to the arrival airport. Like there's multiple things that are going to affect the time.
Why do the jet streams travel in only one direction?
Actually, they don't. At least not according to. Like, you don't even have to actually watch this whole video, but if the one that I posted, it's towards the beginning. He'll show for the AE. Like, you can see, like, it's almost like lanes. Like, there's one lane that go a little further south or a little bit higher, and it's heading really fast. To the west, to the east, and then there's kind of like head inward or downward or whatever, different layers, kind of like you were saying, and all of a sudden it's heading the other way. You got like roads going forward and back.
Yeah, there's always going to be with commercial flights. They don't just leave the departure airport and just fly straight to the arrival airport. There's roads in the sky that air traffic control puts them on.
Jace, that's generally true, especially over the busy North Atlantic. But this Sydney to Johannesburg, they're basically flying a straight line with minor corrections due to weather.
Concerning the jet stream, I'm pretty sure the jet streams are only one way. Somebody said they go the other way. Can you show any?
Look, just look at the first minute of this Flat Earth Banjo video that I posted, and you'll see like the green lines, like showing the jet streams, like the movement of the jet streams, and you can see like further on the southern end, it seems to be moving like counterclockwise. But then if you go inward just a little bit, then there's areas where it's moving the opposite direction. There's also areas where
First time I hear this, because all the flights that I've seen, maybe doesn't mean anything. Maybe I haven't seen them all. Of course, it's always one way. It's always a one-way flight difference. I believe it's east-west that it's always delayed. The 3 hours there or whatever.
Yeah, but you're just talking about a certain jet stream that's a commonly used one in the northern hemisphere, like the transatlantic jet stream or whatever they call it. Like, there are jet streams though that do move in other directions.
Okay, I guess if you say so, but like I said, I haven't seen any. Like, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying, like, I'd like to see where and.
Yeah, I've heard. I can confirm that I've seen this before, just written down on a piece of paper. But you know what Lou is saying. But how would we confirm that? It would be the same way that Whitsett and Matthew were just going through to actually confirm that. They'd have to go through all that.
And don't get me wrong. Like, again, I'm just encouraging you to take a look at just the first minute of this video, because it does appear like overall the vast majority of it does move from west to east. Like, is where the jet streams for the vast majority of them are. But there's areas where it seems to, kind of like a turbulence or whatever, like that jet stream kind of curls around and then heads back the other way, like almost like on a highway, where like a divided highway, where you got traffic going one way and traffic going the other.
Yeah, so in general, westbound flights are a little bit slower. Like the Johannesburg Sydney one, the westbound flight took 13.9 hours. It averaged 493 miles per hour. And the eastbound one took 11 hours, a lot faster. It averaged 623 miles per hour. So that's quite a bit of difference in ground speed 493 versus 623.
Yeah, that's 3 hours. Also,
yeah, 3 hours. Yeah,
but how are they actually getting the ground speed? Because to actually measure it, you have to measure it from the ground over the course of the flight, which they're not doing that in the ocean, I promise. But again, another part of this that gets left out is that the autopilot of a plane, it automatically adjusts for least resistance. So when it's flying in the direction of jet streams, it's going to find the most optimal path automatically relative to the static pressure around the plane. It's going to find the most optimal path. So if there's any portion of the jet stream that's faster, it's going to go to that portion. And then it's going to do the opposite in the other direction.
Right.
Okay, so we don't actually know how to intricately measure the jet streams like that. That's the point. Like I've already gone and researched like NOAA and all these government agencies admitting it's very, very difficult to measure the jet stream speeds, especially at different altitudes and especially in the South.
So, gentlemen, with the spinning Earth, right? Your Atmos is locked onto your spinning Earth, of course, Velcroed.
No, Coriolis. Coriolis.
But you got this jet stream here going on, and only at a certain altitude. Under that, everything seems to be mixing around fine, but at a certain altitude, you got like a jet stream going on. Well, what's happening here? What kind of physics is this? What kind of fluid mechanics is this?
Well, just another scenario where they use a stationary initial reference of a stationary Earth and a stationary Atmos, and then measure a deviation from that, but claim that actually it's not stationary, but they have to use it that way. And just like how in every scenario they have to use a stationary plane Earth, and then claim it's the opposite of that. So
kind of, sort of like that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's how they have to do it. Like if you're measuring wind, you're measuring a change from zero in principle with the math. So you have a stationary, like absolute fixed initial frame, and then you measure the wind relative to that, the change in the air relative to that. But they say, well, yeah, we do that for intents and purposes, but really it's not stationary. It's actually moving. And actually, it's not even moving perfectly in lockstep. It's moving separately, but it's so negligible you can ignore that part too.
Yeah, we have dichotomy, trichotomies going on. We have an Atmos that's Velcroed to the Earth, but that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But yet stuff could move around inside. The wind is freely to go around, right? That's the dichotomy. Then, at a certain altitude, we have only one jet stream, one direction. Isn't that amazing? That's called a trichotomy.
This seems like physics to me, right? You
what seems like physics?
You put gas in a box or a flask and measure its behavior and see how pressure changes will cause the movement of the gas, aka winds. How when they collide with each other, they transfer energy, so they can move around.
Yeah, it's funny that you need a box and that box is stationary to measure the difference. But one thing, yeah, of course, is just like the laws of gas.
How are you going to measure without a measurement apparatus? That doesn't make any sense.
Without a stationary container. But what's super funny is that the laws of physics actually necessitate, via the law of conservation of energy and momentum, that if there is the same angular speed as you increase heights, the radius of that air is traveling is increasing. So as you go higher and higher, there has to be more energy to make that gas go faster, have a higher tangential speed as it moves in lockstep with the Earth.
Yeah, how much faster?
It doesn't matter. There has to be
2 miles an hour is the answer.
There's huge energy gradients going through the atmosphere. There's no lack of energy.
Okay, so good try. You need a physical mechanism that increases proportionate to altitude that gives you this perfect rate of increase. Okay? It doesn't matter how much it is. It doesn't matter if there's tip. No, the laws of physics say that you do, though.
What do you mean? The gas molecules in the atmosphere are colliding with each other. They exchange energy. That's how they move over.
Okay, but is all the gas particles as a collective moving with the Earth?
No, I would say they're not moving exactly lockstep with the Earth, but
that's why wind exists.
Yeah, they're right. You have to consider
That's not why wind
thermodynamics.
exists.
You have to
That's
consider.
Yeah, we're discussing this right now in the. Trying to explain
gas
that right now to somebody in the text chat. Yeah, the reason why wind happens is because of high and low pressure systems. You ever watch the meteorologist, the weatherman? You know the highs and the lows that bring good weather and poor weather. And that happens also because of the heat energy from the sun. So even in a contained system, not everything is equalized evenly because one part of the Earth is heated up while another is cooled down, and that heat energy causes the air to warm up and move up and down in the atmosphere. It's always moving around because of that inputted heat energy. That creates that creates weather. That creates highs and lows. That creates wind. It has nothing to do with the motion of the Earth or anything like that.
Dude, it's so great. Like the spin of the Earth creates wind now. But this is the most important part, though, is that either you have two options. A, the Atmos is moving with the Earth, so the higher you go, the Atmos is moving faster and faster, meaning it needs a physical mechanism of energy increasing proportionate to altitude at just the right amount to keep it moving together. Or B, as you go higher and higher, the Atmos is dragging further and further behind the Earth. Those are the only two options that you have.
The thermodynamics of the atmosphere is like well studied and understood. This idea that there's this missing mechanism. There's just craziness. The molecules are bumping into each other. That's one mechanism of how they exchange energy. The other guy brought up another, which is energy from the sun, both infrared, the heat energy he was talking about, and UV visible light also provides energy to the gas molecules. So there's huge energy gradients in the atmosphere.
That completely avoided the point. And by the way, when I brought this up to all the veterans,
that's exactly how they move around and obtain the velocities that they have with it. That's the mechanism.
All right, well, let's not.
Hey man, is the atmosphere moving in lockstep with the Earth? Where we have two options. One is the higher we go, the atmosphere is moving faster and faster because it has a greater distance to travel because the radius is bigger. So to maintain the same angular speed, you need to increase tangential speed as you increase altitude. So that means that there's more energy higher and higher and higher, making it move faster and faster to move together. Or option B is the higher you go, the atmosphere moves further, drags further and further behind the lower layers. That's the only two options. That was my question. Which one is it?
Which one has been measured? Is it dragging or is it going the same velocity?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to measure because it's less than 2 miles an hour difference between the surface and cruise altitude for airplanes.
We're not just talking about
1.8 miles per hour.
We're not talking about planes. We're talking about physics. We're talking about your model and is it physically viable? So you claim it goes all the way up to 60 miles, right? That's the Kármán line, 62 miles or whatever. So let's just go up to there. We don't have to just go up 5 miles. We're not talking about planes. We're talking about the actual physics of the law of conservation of energy and momentum. So in order for the higher layers to move with the Earth, there either is going to have to be a proportionate increase in energy input with an increase in altitude, or it's going to drag behind it. So which one are you saying? Are you saying that it's dragging behind it just a few miles per hour the higher you go?
I'm not sure, but that'd be my guess. Over the equator, let's see, drag 1.8 miles per hour slower than the surface. and then but eventually it would probably catch up due to the friction and like was said earlier with the molecules bumping into each other. But then as those migrate north and south, then it would cause that east to west, west to east jet streams that we observe. So, you know, I'm
Well,
not
they
an
would jet
atmospheric
stream because of
scientist,
friction.
but you're
No, there is no
claiming that
atmospheric scientist. I've looked this
he's
up. There's not an official answer. I've had
there
Kosho,
is.
Zanuck, and Bacon try to go look it up, and they also don't have an answer. And they say, well, speculatively, it was disconnected at the beginning, but then it found the state of equilibrium, and that happened so long ago that we just experienced in the state of equilibrium. They have no idea. I looked up Harvard, Stanford, Yale. I looked up all over the place trying to find the answer to this. It doesn't exist. There isn't an agreed upon answer to this question.
You
Yeah, that could be.
invoked the conservation of energy, right? What that means is that the energy value at the beginning state is the same as the end state, right? It's conserved. So when you're talking about, so we have a T equals 0 up to T equals 10, we're looking at the atmosphere rotating. If your argument of the conservation of energy is correct, that completely shoots what you're saying in the foot. If the energy is the same at the start and the end, then that means the energy was dispersed amongst the gas molecules, allowing them to rotate at those velocities or move at those velocities. It would have to be violated for your argument to actually make sense.
Incorrect. So, due to the conservation of momentum, there has to be an increase in tangential speed as there's an increase in distance to maintain the same angular speed. It's the same thing with the globe. Okay, there's one angular speed of the globe, but since there's a greater distance at the equator, there's a higher tangential velocity at the equator. It's 1,000 miles per hour. In North America, it's like in the 700. Okay, so same thing with the Atmos. As you go further and further out, the radius gets greater and greater. It's like getting closer and closer to the equator. So in order to all spin together and with one rotation per 24 hours, the higher layers must have a higher tangential velocity. Well, the antecedent to that air moving with a preferred direction, so friction and bouncing around gas particles have nothing to do with it. For it to move in that preferred direction with the Earth as an entire system, the higher layers of the atmos have to be moving faster, thus have to have more energy put in to increase that speed. Or it's lagging behind the lower layers.
But you can't, the conservation of momentum or energy, whichever, they're really the same thing, whichever one you want to invoke, takes care of what you're saying. If the energy at T equals 0 is the same, it's conserved, or the momentum is conserved at T equals 10, that means that it was dispersed amongst the gas molecules. It didn't leave the system. It wasn't destroyed. It was dispersed amongst the gas molecules so that the layers could rotate at the velocities they need to be in unison with each other. That's what.
Okay, so then you're saying
means.
that there's more energy at the top than at the bottom.
Yeah, if what you're saying is correct, the individual gas molecules, if what you're saying is correct, I don't know that that's correct, but assuming it is, then the gas molecules at a higher altitude, if you were to measure their individual energies, would be a larger value than the gas molecules lower down at a lower altitude.
Oh, we don't even need to higher energies individually because it's an omnidirectional dispersal. We need a direction preferred energy input. And it has to be a very specific amount that increases with altitude. Or it's just dragging behind. I've gotten both answers. Zanuck says it's dragging behind. Kosho says it's moving together. I've gotten both answers. Either the Atmos is all moving together and so the higher layers are moving faster, or it's all moving together relatively, but the higher levels are a little bit further behind the lower layers, right? I mean, it's one or the other. And the Globers can't agree because I went and looked up for them. There is no official answer.
Or nothing's moving.
Other than the wind is a The wind is
Yeah,
movement.
the wind, of course.
It deviates from stationary. I gotta go eat though. I love you guys.
That's the only reason they know there's wind is when it comes out of locksteppiness or whatever we're calling that. The deviation from it out of, like, if it's going 1 mile an hour out of the lockstepness, then that's the wind speed.
Is my mic not working?
It is now.
Okay, because I was trying to say something like 3 times and someone just overtalked me.
It wasn't working.
No, we didn't hear you.
Interesting.
We have a new bot. It's called the condescension limit. So if somebody's too if somebody's too condescending, it just shuts your mic off.
Now that's the joke of the day right there.
Well, I was just going to say that I would think it'd be a mixture of the two because there's large energy gradients in the atmosphere. There's, like I said, the mechanism of how that's dispersed occurs by the gas molecules bumping into each other, along with the photon density from the sun or the energy density from the sun is going through the atmosphere. So there's going to be regions where some of the particles have more energy than others, right? And this can create differences in pressure, which will cause winds. So there'll be areas where the atmosphere is going faster than expected and areas where it's going slower than expected. It would be a mixture.
Okay, then how do you explain the constant direction of the jet stream then? How would you explain that?
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with jet streams, but it just seems to be an effect of the rotation, I would think, is what at least has a role to play in it, because it's just going one direction all the time, which seems to be indicative of the Earth going one direction all the time.
Well, can I just interject real quick? Because on an AE map, the jet streams do look like they're constant, and it looks like it's following the path of the sun, and everything you said about it's giving the molecules more energy. When you look at it on a globe, though, I don't know what you guys are talking about, same direction. That shit's almost going north and south sometimes. Has anyone seen a jet stream map?
I posted one.
Yeah, it don't look like those lines are going up and down the globe, like north-south. There ain't nothing constant about that. I mean,
the direction is
SC's
constant.
the one who said it was constant.
Oh, let me be clear.
And you agreed with him.
I did say it before. Maybe you guys didn't hear. The direction is constant, but the altitude changes due to the hot and cold. They say that's the explanation.
Or the direction does not look constant to me when I look at a jet stream map.
Yeah, well,
maybe we're looking at different ones. I don't know.
Especially on a globe, there doesn't seem to be like a pattern. It's kind of erratic. Like there's all which way.
Did you just post it, Essie?
When you look at it on the AE map, all of a sudden it looks like a lot more. I don't know. It just seems to make a lot more sense. Like I said, you kind of get these lanes, like I was talking about earlier.
SE, post your jet stream
post
map
it again.
real quick. All right, thank you. Yeah, I know, though. On an AE map, that shit all makes sense. It conforms with everything Jay said. You know, the sun's heating up this area more. It's getting, going in this path, and it looks pretty, and it makes sense on the AE map. When you look at it on a globe, though, that's a terrible jet stream map. Let me find a real one. Hold on. Come on, SE.
You got a better one? Post it, man.
Yeah, hold my Google it real quick. Hold on.
I read NOAA, bro. I just read NOAA, and they said it goes one way. It only goes one way. So if you want to go against NOAA, I mean, it's up to you guys.
I just posted one. That was from the Null School. They're all over the place.
See, there you go. That's better.
Yeah, but are they going in one direction or are they going in different directions? We know they're all over the place. They're They're in different altitudes, but according to NOAA, they're going in from west to east. Let's straighten that out first. Are they going in one direction?
Generally, yes, they are going in one direction, but not really. I don't know. Look at the one No Tanks and Geo posted. They're almost going north-south at some.
You can go to this website.
It's not that they're going north-south. I think that what that's showing is elevation changes, according to NOAA.
Nah,
but
bro,
they're
that's
traveling.
directional.
They're traveling from east to west, according to. From west to east. Sorry.
You have to look at the vector
overall
arrows when you look at these. You'll actually, if you can zoom in, I'm not sure if these have them, but it'll show like the direction of the stream. And yeah, there are some like the major jet streams are definitely moving, like the vast majority of them from west to east. But there's places where it kind of hooks around and goes back, and you can see where the vector is going back the other direction.
Yeah, SC overall they're going east-west overall.
Yep.
But
West
there are
east.
points. There's whatever it is, west, east, east, west. But there's points in it where it's almost going north-south at some points. So it's kind of like, overall, yeah, it goes in one general direction. But there's periods in that where it's not.
Okay, it appears there's areas where it gets anomalous. Okay, all right.
If you look at that website,
not...
Bob Wins, that website, somebody had backed up the null school, even though it's not like an exact backup of it, but it's at least got the AE projection. But it still has the NOAA data that's like, always updated.
It's got the current NOAA data on the AE map, even though, the moment Flat Earthers got a hold of that null school map, they like changed it.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense on the null school map. Absolutely.
I think it's called Bob Wins because Bob from Globebusters. Yeah, because it's got their links on it. So I guess Bob made this, or someone. I guess Bob or someone related to Bob. Well, I mean, this was up before he passed, though, so I think he must have done this. That's why it's called Bob Wins.
It was somebody that tried to basically like remake the null school, like from the bits of programming that they could find after that got taken down.
Yeah, that's what that is. That's what the Bob Wins is.
Yeah, the moment Flat Earthers got it, didn't they? They switched it from being a northern AE projection to a southern one or something like that. Isn't that what happened?
I think they just took off the AE entirely. Like
at first, I thought they kept the AE, but they turned it into like an inverse AE. They switched it to a southern projection for a while.
Yeah, they changed it or took the AE map off or something. Yeah, because it's pretty damning because it all makes sense on that map. The sun's going around in a circle. The jet streams are going around in circles. Perfect. It conforms with what JA said about how the sun's going around, giving more energy to the air molecules in that region. It all makes sense. When you look at it on a globe, though, it's fucking crazy. It's all over the place.
Yeah, I just posted the original, the Earth.null school, and it's funny how many projections they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 8 projections, but they took off the AE one.
So keep in mind also, like in No Tanks' gift, the one that shows the two, like the one on the right with the AE map, the red colors are faster moving than the oranges and yellows, which are faster moving than the greens. So this is showing like those are the fastest wind speeds, the fastest jet streams are all around that outer edge, and that's what I was referring to when talking about that Circle City idea for those direct Southern Hemisphere flights like Sydney to Johannesburg. Like they could be utilizing those super high speeds to get around much faster than what they're telling you they're able to, like on ground speed, or their actual airspeed might be ridiculously high.
Yeah, I wouldn't use time for any kind of proof of anything when it comes to flying, because you could hit a jet stream, or you could be flying against one, or I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
You could purposefully
there's a lot
slow
of
the plane
minute
down if you
stuff.
wanted to. Sorry.
There's a lot of minutia with this stuff, and what I was saying with the sun before is not just relevant to the jet streams. I was more just talking about the individual velocities of the gas molecules in the atmosphere, whether they're in the jet stream or not. Because right, the sun can't be at both the north and the south, right? It's going around in one region, so that doesn't explain how on the opposite side there seems to be a jet stream as well. It can't just be this one variable.
The sun's going around. The sun's going around in a circle on the AE map, and it's heating. It's heating that whole path up. Is getting hotter on average than other areas. And if you look at the map, it makes sense that that's what's going on. See what Geo posted? That makes sense. Sun's going around in a circle. Jet streams around in a circle. It's gradiating out from the equator. Even it makes perfect sense on the AE map.
It does
Now
not,
the
though,
globe,
because there's two separate jet streams, right? There's one in the north, one in the south.
Okay.
The sun can't be in both the north and the south, directly heating both of those at the same time.
I don't know. Geo, is that from that Bob Wins one? That's from the null school.
Take a look again. So further up, where you guys are showing these, look at Montreal's, even though it's showing 2 in the north and 2 in the south, right? And in both cases, they are like along the tropic and the Arctic Circle, right? Away from the path of the sun. They're on the outer edges, outside of the path of the sun. That's where the jet streams are, according to this, right? So it's not.
I noticed
like
that too.
it's not like they follow the path of the sun necessarily. They actually follow where the sun doesn't reach.
I mean,
Jace.
Well, anyway. Go ahead, Essie.
No, I was just gonna say there's not in the center. I noticed that too. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, they seem to be on the top and on the bottom. Yeah.
Just as far as the paths of the jet streams are concerned, that obviously makes much more sense on the AE map than the globe. I mean, everyone would have to agree with that, no?
Glovers will find a way to disagree, because even though
I don't know how you could. Yeah, I don't know how you could look at that at both the maps and think, no, this makes more sense on a globe. That's crazy.
Well, in one you see a perfect circle, and on the other one you see zigzag. So I mean, yeah, if those are the two choices, right? Yeah, it's obvious.
By the way, these are, again, 2 different versions of looking at the same data. Like, it's not like one is different data and a different, like, philosophy, a different mindset, different, it's 2 different ways of viewing the same data.
Jace, tell me which one makes more sense as far as the paths are concerned. The AE or the globe? Come on, bro. Be real with me.
Well, I would
If
say
this is all we knew. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jake.
I would say if there's a mechanism for how it maintains this constant circular motion on the AE map, then yeah, that would be slightly more parsimonic, but like
convection current from the
that
sun
just seems not very plausible.
Wait, you're just saying if there's a mechanism for the sun to circle above a planar surface?
No. Well, yeah, the sun too, but the actual jet streams, like there would have to be something that's keeping them in this nice circular pattern.
So you like the chaotic one because flat Earth is like the other one? Is that what you're saying?
No, because in reality, gas molecules move around in all sorts of directions. They don't just go in one constant direction, especially if there's a change in the direction. There has to be some sort of interaction causing that change.
You didn't hear
convection
about
current.
how they're the same data set that creates both of these maps? Is one of them more visually pleasing and easier to understand than the other? That's Jeremy's question.
Sure, it looks prettier, but you have to have mechanisms for how gas molecules can be making this constant circular motion.
It's the same data, like you said, though. You understand that part. It's the same collected data in
Sure,
the same fashion.
you could take 30 different things and make it the same data. You still need a mechanism.
Yeah, Jace, just as far as the paths though, as far as the paths are concerned, wouldn't you have to say that the AE map, the paths look more fitting than the globe? The sun's going around in a circle, the jet streams are going around in a circle. It matches though, it matches stuff. It's symmetrical. Look at
the paths of the sun and the jet stream have the same shape. Yeah, sure. But like I said, you would need a mechanism. And also is the changes in velocity that the particles have, are they correlated to the sun though? Like, is it the particles that are right below the sun that are actually moving the fastest? We have to know.
All right. So I just want to be clear. So you're saying we have a mechanism being Earth spin and it not being in lockstep. We would need a better mechanism like sun moving and convection currents occurring.
No, do you have a mechanism for how they can make these circular paths?
Okay. You got it out there.
So, I mean, are you skipping that as the correlation of the sun? Or I don't want to go to the wrong thing.
They look like they have the same shape, right? They're both the sun's path and the jet streams on that projection. They're both circular, but you have to dig a little deeper than that. How are the gas molecules maintaining the circular motion? How is the sun maintaining this circular motion?
Look at what Montreal pulled
Is
up.
it even correlated, right? Are the gas particles that are right below the sun or closest to the sun, are those the ones that are actually even moving the fastest? We don't know that. So is there even a correlation?
Look at what Montreal pulled up. You know how just a moment ago I was bringing up how they're north and south of the tropics, or they're approximately at the tropics and the Arctic Circle, according to his image. Well, look what he also pulled up. This is from Sidejinx, all about the weather. On Earth, there are 4 main jet streams, 2 polar jet streams, and 2 subtropical jet streams. They form in the atmosphere where warm air masses meet cool air masses. That's because of the heating from the sun versus the cool air at the poles, right? And this is according to your globe logic. It has nothing to do. What is your alternative? Do you want to say that this has more to do, less to do with the heating of the sun and weather systems, and more to do with the motion of the Earth?
No, I never said. I just said, right, that they're both circular on that projection. The sun's path and the path of the gas particles in these jet streams, right? But you have to go, you shouldn't be just satisfied with that. You should be looking deeper. How are they maintaining these circular paths? And is it even correlated that the particles below the sun or closest to the sun are the ones that are actually moving the fastest compared to particles in other regions of the jet stream?
I hear you, Jason. That's what's cool about the flat Earth, right? It's not this super boring, simple explanation. Oh, well, the Earth spins, therefore jet streams are wind staying still while Earth spins, which is boring, right? It's actually realistic. It's okay, hot to cold pressure systems, with the water taking tides into account. It's all inclusive, and it's really interesting, where the globe offers not much. Yeah, it's definitely you're on the. I appreciate your line of thinking for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's crazy how the reality is the exact opposite, right? You guys sit on Discord all day not studying anything, while people who think the Earth is a globe are studying these things.
Right? Yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, take a look at places like Gem
Just
Pandas or
calling it
whatever.
how I see it.
They're sitting around studying about this all day. Is that what's going on?
Is that just a broad ad hom coming from a guy who's on here every day? What are you doing?
No,
That
an
was
ad
just-
Well, no,
hom
I
would
can
be
appreciate that too. It's like
an
even
ad
even
hom.
Oh,
Jay,
your argument was to replace it with just a broad insult, trying to just attack people instead of actually sticking to the point, even though that's something you do every day.
Oh, he wasn't attacking people when he was saying, "Oh, the globe just settles and they don't do anything, and we're the smart guys doing all the stuff."
oh, that's not what I meant. But
That's
I can
exactly
see how you
what
took
you
it.
meant, man.
No, there's guys out there in the field studying. It's a very dynamic system, and they're in different areas of expertise studying that. Whether they believe the Earth is a certain shape or not, that's besides the point, right? But they're doing their studies, and it's a very intricate system, and they're trying to put it all together. You go onto the internet and say, "Why is or Google search it, or ask Jace, or ask Witsit, why does the Earth say we have these winds?" Oh, because Earth's a globe and it spins. It's boring. That's discrediting all the hard work these actual people put into their studying. It's a very dynamic system, and it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is, right, the people doing this hard work are coming to the conclusion from that hard work that the Earth is a globe, and now
Oh,
you're telling them
no.
that their hard work is meaningless and it's not a
But
globe.
you think that meteorologists and all of their hard work is what drove them to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe, or do you think that they were taught that the Earth is a globe and here's how meteorology works on a globe?
Most likely, like most scientific education, they were taught things, then they went and verified things. You don't just sit in a classroom and just accept what you're told. Most
No, they
teachers
never
aren't even
after
just
elementary
telling you
school.
things. Most teachers, at least at the college level, they're not just telling you that this is how it is. They're giving you mechanisms that
They
you
don't give you
then
an
go and
alternative.
verify.
They don't give you an alternative. After like the third grade, they covered it one day in third grade about where you live on the globe, and that's about it. They don't talk about it ever again.
Everything else is compartmentalized from there.
I was taught multiple aspects of the globe at multiple levels of education.
Right, now you specialize in one thing, and it's appreciated, and you'll have a contribution, I'm sure, right? But we don't take into account curvature, Coriolis, any of these other factors, right? When we think about how does this, you study all these pathogens, how it gets from A to B so quickly against the spin of the Earth, right? Nobody takes that into consideration, but we still know that your work is valuable.
Yeah, you don't need to study the shape of the Earth to study pathogens. You don't do irrelevant things. Scientists tackle one problem at a time and then link the conclusions together, right?
Yeah. So all I was stating is that those questions you're asking, those are questions that you'll only get to in a Discord server like this or in another place that explores other options. Like, well, how does this connect to this? And that ain't just as simple as this. Yeah, we know it can't be just as simple as Coriolis that's never been measured because it has never been shown to be true. So there has to be other factors at play. There's people in the field of geology, et cetera, checking out
You're
other
just
options.
claiming that, though. The people who are doing the relevant work in aerospace and airplane engineering, physics, atmospheric chemistry, atmospheric physics, geology, etc. They are all claiming, because of their experience with the relevant evidence, that there is a such thing as a Coriolis. Right? So you're making the contrary claim.
Show it to me. Right, so we already went through the Coriolis, right? But like went through a conservation of momentum or energy, right? So then it all just crosses out. One is not significantly bound to the other because it's just a study of conservation of momentum or energy or whatever. Right? It's not the study of Earth shape. So we're not just saying, look at these guys, they're doing all this hard work with different reference frames, right? We're using that and appreciating it, not as you're putting forth saying they're all stupid. They're not stupid because we're using what they're putting forth provably to show
You're
how
the
it would
one
work here.
saying they're stupid, though. You're the one saying that their claims of the Coriolis aren't true, and you know better somehow, right? When they're developing like IRSs and INSs for airplanes and stuff, all the stuff that uses the Coriolis can directly measure the Coriolis, amongst other things.
Yeah,
I would
you
hope
don't
that
need
they're
a
not Coriolis experts. But go ahead.
you don't need a globe to have Coriolis.
Yeah, you're free to posit however you want the effect to come about and show the measurements of the mechanism for how it comes about.
Typically, people show it on a flat, right, merry-go-round, and then throw a ball in like a flat, straight line, and say, "Here's flat Coriolis effect," from another reference frame above it, directly parallel to that flat plane. So it doesn't really take a globe into consideration at all.
And you're making the contrary claim, so the onus is on
And
you.
we all seen it in a video. We saw we saw three flat planes all parallel to each other. One person on it, then they spun the merry-go-round. Another person throws the ball at another elevation above the merry-go-round, and a camera way above that, all parallel to each other, showing you Coriolis on a flat plane. We're all on the same page.
But you think that if they could engineer some kind of large spherical thing, right, that could support a human's weight, because that's why they're doing it on a merry-go-round, because you can stand on that easily, like this child stuff, man. But if they could engineer that, you think that it wouldn't show the spherical object spinning that they're standing on, would not show the Coriolis?
No, this is why they call it a fictitious force, dude. This is why it's a pseudo force. The Coriolis effect is real, but it's only real in the way that demonstration shows. A ball being thrown has conservation of momentum and flies in a straight line. The people who are on the merry-go-round and you throw the ball over their head, they view it as though it's curving. It is not actually curving. It cannot curve. Conservation of momentum
because you can
from curving.
transform to a reference frame where there isn't a Coriolis force.
Even if
that's
you're
why it's a
throwing the ball
pseudo
across, even if you're on the merry-go-round and you throw the ball across to another person, the ball will appear to curve, but the ball itself is actually flying straight. You're the one who's moving.
Yeah, but now we're going to get into absolute reference frames and stuff like that, because those are all assumptions baked into that statement, and I actually have to take off, so I don't have time for that right now. It was nice chatting. Talk to you later.
Bless you. Just remember Jeremy's floating ruler as you leave, Jason.
Yeah, but the thing is, we know where. Go ahead, Essie.
You go, Jeremy.
The thing is with the ball and shit, like we know where there is we know what frame there is forces in and what frame there isn't forces in. And we know which frame you're in to have to make up a pseudo force, right? It's a non-inertial frame. We know that's not the real frame of what's going on.
Well,
like
they have
real
to bring in pseudo. Yeah, they have to bring in all this double talk. Before you were going to say, I was just going to say, okay, here's where the double speak is going to start. But Jace, left just in time. So I didn't, Yeah. But yeah, from there on in, it's all double speak.
It was perfect
because there's
timing.
no other way.
He knows he can't win that one. He knows it's true.
Like the four.
No, I'm not saying he left because of that. Yeah, don't get me wrong. But there's no way out of that one. You just can't.
Yeah. He'll argue anything until the cows come home, but he's still, that was an opportune time to go because he knows that's a tough fight.
The force
there's no way out of that because, like you said, it's a visual effect, and that's all it is, right? This is how we have to explain it. It's merely a visual effect, and a visual effect cannot affect anything. Can't affect a fly even, right? It's like you said it perfectly. The ball travels in a straight line, and it just appears to be curving from the rotating frame. So it's just a visual effect at best. That's all it is.
I don't really know about that,
Yeah,
though.
but-
Can you really throw a ball straight at all while you're actually spinning on a merry-go-round? It's always going to be curving to some extent.
No. The ball, once
believe
it
it
leaves
or
your
not,
hand,
bro.
once the ball leaves your hand, it flies in a straight line, no matter how much spin you have on yourself or it. The ball moves in one tangential line.
Try it, Gio. Try it. You'll see, bro. Crazy. It's like, like David and Goliath, when the thing is swinging, right? But when you let go, it goes in a straight line, bro. It's crazy, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, because they'll take video of it and they'll make like lines across the screen and shit, and you can see one. And they'll have cameras in both frames.
Yeah, if you're doing the example where we're both sitting on the merry-go-round trying to throw the ball across to each other, like you just said, you're in the rotating frame, so it will always appear to be curving, but not to the outside observer, not to the person standing on the side of the merry-go-round. That thing is going straight. You're just having trouble catching it on the other side because, it's hard to frickin'. You have to learn to kind of either reach to the side to catch it, or they got to learn to lead you. But they're only trying to figure out the straight path to where you're going to be.
Yeah, and as far as the circular motion and release, just think of a sling, right? David and Goliath, twisting, turning, and when you let it go, it goes in a straight line.
Yeah, and the thing is, they'll argue that, well, yeah, it's a straight line in that frame or that frame. The thing is, we know which frame's real because in the inertial frame, the straight line frame that the ball goes in, you don't have to make up no fake forces for that. Like, it goes in a straight line because there's no forces pushing it left or right. When it appears to curve in that other frame, that's when you know, like, yo, this shit's not real because there is no force pushing it to the left or right. It only looks like that.
Well, it gets
that's the important part.
That's just under the only explanation, though. It gets more complicated if you have a planar stationary surface, which the Coriolis is a real thing caused by ether drift. Then now you have a whole nother set of things, because now you have a real force that is actually causing the effect.
Even the ether isn't moving objects.
It is.
That's fine, though.
It's drifting over the surface all clockwise, I think, is what causes the pendulum drifts. The Cavendish is even connected to it, and Coriolis are all very real things caused by the ether drift.
Yeah, that's.
Let me say something to that. What Gio said is important here, not because of the ether, but because the Coriolis is a real thing. There's even Coriolis meters that registers Coriolis. It's a flow for gas. Companies use it for gas and fluid flow, right? So the Coriolis is a real thing. Let's get that straight.
Well, now, Coriolis is only real in the way like we just were talking about with the merry-go-round, okay? Like, when it comes to Earth-based Coriolis, like, the difference is it can't be a force, as they like to call it. When they call it Coriolis force, it cannot be a force, because like in that example, like I'm not eloquently saying this. No, I'm not eloquently saying this. I wanted to get to phrase it right, but yeah, like that. Nothing is. It can't affect anything. So like you might be viewing it as though it's curving, but that's just a way of viewing it. It can't.
It's like just visual, bro. Just say it's a visual effect. That's it.
Coriolis force, this happens. Like, no, it doesn't actually happen. It's not due to anything. Nothing can be due to Coriolis force because it's fictitious. It's a pseudo force.
Well, that's only in the globe, though. Okay, let's just say for a moment, let's just say that I know that it's hard to nail this down because what it would take to really test it in terms of, let's say, bullets drifting over long distance. Let's take that for a moment. I know there's a lot of components with the bullet. There's like spin drift and all these different things. But let's just say there is an effect that actually does cause that. Then there's the weather, the ways the weather moves in the north and south. That could still be the same just with the sun moving over a planar surface. You're going to have clockwise and counterclockwise rotations. So that would just be caused by the sun moving, and the medium moving doesn't even have, just like if you drag a paddle through water, it's going to create those clockwise and anti-clockwise rotations. So that you don't really need a spinning Earth for that either, but they try to say it is a spinning Earth rather than the moving sun. But even with the bullet drifting, if the bullet does drift in this way due to Coriolis, as it were, if we're going to call it that, then on a globe Earth, it would be the explanation they're saying, or something like that, which, yeah, like you're saying, not a real force, fictitious. It's just due to the observation, the Earth is spinning under it, all that kind of stuff, to where it looks like it's drifting upon the surface or whatever. But over a planar surface, if it is caused by the magnetic field, the ether, etc., then it is a very real thing. It's a real force.
Yeah, no, but
the way the medium will make the bullet drift.
That whole thing
real quick, please.
The whole thing started with if the bullet is drifting, which it's not. There is no constant bullet drift due to any Coriolis. It's just a claim that is unsubstantiated. So you don't have to give them that if and come up with some other explanation for it.
The pendulum is already drifting, though. That's already a reality. Do you say that doesn't work? That's not happening either?
Foucault pendulum.
Yeah.
No, there's
it processes, and it processes due to latitude. It's either so there has to be something in the medium. So I'm suggesting the same thing causing the pendulum to process will cause the bullet to do that. But I have never seen the bullet thing like replicated, because I know there's so many factors. You get spin drift and the design of the barrel. But I mean, for you to say it's definitely not happening, Lou, do you have substantiation that it doesn't happen?
Don't have to prove the negative. Won't have to prove the negative.
Well, even with the Foucault pendulum, there has to, if it's not Coriolis, there has to be a force there. Because the only way you can get something moving straight, not moving straight, is with the Coriolis effect. That's the only time that can happen. Otherwise, shit that's going straight just goes straight. You know what I'm saying? There would be no precession, or I don't know. I think that effect is real, and if it is real, there does have to be a force if Earth is stationary.
An effect, yes, but Coriolis effect is real. Same as with the merry-go-round. It's a real effect, but there's absolutely no force attached to it. Calling it Coriolis force is completely false.
If Earth is stationary, then it has to be a real force. We're not saying it's Coriolis force, but then if that effect still happens, regardless of what you want to call it, if the effect is still there, it has to be an actual force.
Oh, if it's stationary, there doesn't have to be a force. What you're saying, there has to be a force causing a pendulum to process, like the forces for that could easily be in the design of the mechanism.
But it does so at different latitudes differently.
Yeah, if the effect is there on an earthly basis, meaning with ballistics and long range shit, if it's there, and if it there is something happening with the pendulum and all this other stuff, if it's there, and it's not the Coriolis effect, it has to be a force. I can't see this happening without a force on a stationary thing.
How sure are we of this pendulum precession though at different latitudes? Sorry.
I mean, I've seen the one at the Chicago Museum. Was it the Chicago? Back in elementary school, we went, or maybe it was middle school. We did the Chicago Museum of Science and Institute. They got like the world's biggest one, or maybe like the second biggest. I don't know. The thing, the rope that the ball, the pendulum itself is like 6 or 8 feet, like across, like in diameter, like it's giant, and then it's hanging from a rope or a string cable, probably like 4 or 5 stories up. Like it's giant, and yeah, that thing's. It's like one of the center points. It's like the centerpiece to the whole thing. And yeah, people sit around it, and you can watch the procession of it.
Yeah, but those are like you can adjust them like a clock, if I'm not mistaken, right? If they're off a little bit, you can
it just swings around, and like on the like tiles of the floor, essentially, they have it kind of like marked out what's north, south, east, west, and like degrees in between.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that, like, okay, you can do a Foucault's pendulum. One of the ones that the Fight the Flat Earth and these guys, McToon, they always use, it's a video on YouTube done by a guy, and it does get the precession for his latitude, which is why they use it. But it shows the whole setup. But he's in like a stairwell. You know, it's like a 5 or 6 story. Well, you just said 5 or 6, which is why I'm saying that. This particular video, I don't know if it's 5 or 6, whether it's 3 or 7. I don't know exactly how many stories.
Most of them aren't that big. The one that I saw, I think, is the biggest one in the world. If not, it's like the second biggest. It's gigantic.
But when the guy did it in a stairwell, like it had no mechanical things at all. So there's no, because what SE was saying is that some of the ones for museums, you know, they have like set screws and they have all kinds of things because that's like a demonstration thing. They want to make sure it's working, you know, consistently. It also has a motor, which makes it keep swinging. So for the full 12 hours or however long the museum is open, you know, it's not just going to stop and they have to restart it. What an embarrassment would it be? Oh, here's the movement of our Earth, and people come in. Oh, what happened to the movement of the Earth? Did it stop moving? You know, oh, wait a minute, we got to start it back up. You know, so they're not going to do that. So instead, they have like motors and magnets and all this stuff. Even though they claim like, well, it's kind of still the real pendulum, but you got to kind of adjust it, and it's got this motor on it. So who really knows about those? That's like a whole different thing. We've got the manuals. We've gone over for it and read right from the manuals and where they tell to set the screws. It literally says, I can post the one. It says it's for the Mark IV, and it says, you know, if the pendulum isn't hitting over the little, you know, pegs, if it's not hitting over the pegs, and you have to adjust it. So that's kind of a whole nother thing. But the one that I'm talking about,
that screw here and you loosen the screw there and you calibrate it to hit where it's supposed to be hitting.
Right. But that's because it's like a display thing. So who really knows on those? But the thing is, like the one that the guys, they often show the video of the one where he's just in a stairwell. It's only a metal ball and a long cable and, you know, etc. And he does show it. It's not even that hard to do. I mean, every one of us in this room for probably not that much money could get the ball and the string, all the equipment, and do it ourselves at our own latitude.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff. I've thought about this. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the mechanism. You have to have like whatever that string is hanging from. First off, whatever the string is made of, like it can't be like stretchable. It can't have like a you know how like cables, they have like a twist in them and stuff, like that could have an effect on it. Whatever the pivot is at the top needs to be like damn near, it needs to be frictionless and completely freely able to spin and move in all directions. It can't just be tied. Like it's a little bit more intricate than sure, it could probably be done for not like something, you know, breaking the bank level, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just tying a string in a freaking, or tying a plumb bob to a freaking tripod. You know what I mean?
It really can't work though, because it should be that the cord itself is going to get kinked up basically if it goes in a circle so many times.
That's why the pivot needs to be free. That's why the pivot needs to be frictionless and free flowing.
Yeah, there needs to be like a bearing, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, you've got like really low friction, and that's almost like violating the whole kind of concept of Coriolis force being something that's fixed and something that is unfixed, right? So like, right, if the string is almost unfixed from, we're almost like diminishing the whatever effect there would naturally be by diminishing the friction of the line. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you have to have like a ball joint, some kind of joint that allows it to flow freely.
Right, but even no matter what, even if you had some kind of like the best lube in the world and the smoothest freaking bearing like there to hang it from and the nicest little cradle there for it, like there's still going to be friction there. There's still going to be tension, which could easily, like if you didn't start it in a perfectly straight line, which is like impossible to do, then as that thing spins or turns or whatever, like kind of like what Snacks was just saying, like it's gonna kind of bind up a little bit. You're gonna get some crazy effects. Like, I think this is why also, like, there's only a few of these things on display. The ones that are probably are, you know, controlled with magnets and shit like that, and dialed in to fit. It's not just like it's not like an actual experiment. Like you just set it up and you go, well, let's see if this matches like what the expected, you know, drift should be. Like, no, it's the reason why they have it on display is because they've got it dialed in. And this is why also, like many people who've tried to do this in the college classes have failed. Or were they the story where, you know, like they tried to do one in Antarctica and it went the wrong fucking way. You know, that like.
Well, you can buy them. This one's 2,500. I'll post another one here, 8,500. Although these cables are not very long, so I wonder what results you'd get with these. This is like a
2,500.
Yeah, you can actually buy these. I wonder how accurate that one would be. Because it doesn't have a very
gimmicky. Like, is this thing already designed to get the expected result? Well, I suppose you could take it to different latitudes and get different results and test that relatively easily.
Now, this one I'm posting is a joke one. This one's $35. That one's obviously just a toy.
And what if you take one of those to the equator and you set it so that it's moving perfectly east to west? Does it not process?
Well, that's the whole thing on the globe. It shouldn't at all. But there's never been one that's been replicated at the equator. To this day, not one that anyone has shown that is not processing at the equator. So if it does process at the equator, then the globe has a serious problem. You know how easy it would be to do that? Like, you know, literally take a ball and a string and just take a flight to Ecuador. I mean, it's like literally not that hard to actually just see if this happens. If it processes at the equator.
If it processes at the equator, it might just prove that all Foucault's pendulums are pointless.
This is electric. I see 115 volts.
There's also something I just want to touch on quick about the pendulum too, because it's something you said, Gio, like about the having to start it and keep it going because of the embarrassment or whatever. Why would that have to be embarrassing? Like, especially in a place like the Museum of Science and Institute, like they're not. It's not expected to just start on its own and keep going forever like a perpetual motion machine. They're not. You know, it has to be started and eventually it'll stop and have to be restarted. Every swing,
you know what I think?
Every swing will get slightly lower than the one before until it stops moving.
Right. The original Foucault's does stop. So you're right. Technically, it wouldn't have to be sort of embarrassment the way that I said that. But at the same time, if people are walking into the museum, hey, look at our rotating Earth, and it's not moving. But you're right. If they knew the information on it, then they would know that that's actually not abnormal. But for most people that are just walking in, they don't want to have it not moving to make their thing look impressive.
That's definitely a thing. But you know what I think? Even more of a reason than that why they do it. Because I think they can't make it process the way it should and knock those pins down in a timely manner. That's what I think.
It has to be controlled. It has to be controlled. Yeah.
And of course, they can't make it swing always. But maybe that's the getaway excuse, right? Oh yeah, but we have to make it swing, right? But I think it doesn't process the way they say it does. That's what I think. Tell me, has anybody done this on their own? Has anybody tried a pendulum and see like in different areas on their own without a museum? Has anybody done it here? Personally, I haven't done it.
Like we were saying, you would have to have it would be. You need to have it would still be pretty costly. Like and you'd want a big setup too. You don't want just like some desktop thing. You'd want like a good size one made of very quality components.
All right, so this is the one that I've seen the MC Tooney and Fight the Flat McToon guys do. McDonald's, whatever their names are. I've seen them do this with this video, the one I just posted here. This is the one that they post. I don't know that this guy is even this guy who did the video, the gentleman physicist, 6,000 subs. I'm not sure he's even involved in the Shape of the Earth discussion, although I don't know. But it is a fairly well videoed independent version of it. So for whatever that's worth, he's in a stairwell. You know, he has like ink on the bottom of it. So he makes it so where the ink kind of rubs across the paper. Maybe it got some problems with it because now you got something rubbing on the ground, but it's a very light. Yeah. So, I mean, it is a decent representation, and he does claim to get the exact, for the altitude he's at.
Does he do it one time or multiple times?
Well,
Yeah,
you
does
see
he
the
get
video
does he,
there.
does he
Just
do it
fast forward to the
a
part.
dozen times in the same location and then take it to another location? And every time he does it in one location, does he get the exact same result?
That's my question. Yeah.
Well, it says here he got the precession for 49.8, and his actual latitude is 48.4. So he was 1.4 degrees off the precession he got.
Oh,
Well, that's just a claim precession and a
no
certain.
cigar. I wouldn't call that a success. You need to get exactly what it is that you're at for it to be a success.
Yeah, but I'm on board with Geo. Like, these things in the sky are not moving by magic. Like, and that's it. There's a force at work.
Right. So the thing about all these things, when you think about, so they're trying to say it's because of the rotation of the Earth. But of course, if you have a stationary Earth with a moving sun, then it's just it. Stationary Earth, the sun is moving. But the way that they try to, with the globe Earth, they have to say the Earth is moving and the sun is, essentially stationary 93 million miles out there, even though they say the sun is moving too. We're going around the sun. But essentially, they need to make the Earth moving as to why the sky moves. But if you just reverse that, well, they reversed it in the first place. If you just have the sky moving, then that motion, it makes sense that would be translated through the system. Like the whole magnetic field would have some connection to that movement. So the idea of the Foucault's pendulum having that slight drift connected to that at 15 degrees an hour, and all, and even the Coriolis type effects makes sense when you just have the sky is moving, and then that is transferred. I mean, that term ether drift, ether wind, etc. But I kind of think of it as like the magnetic field is all connected.
Okay, but we do know that the claim of the pendulum, right, as they show it in the museums, and that is that the Earth is turning, not that the pendulum itself is drifting. Right?
Yeah, the Earth turns under it.
Everybody understands that,
is
right?
moving straight forward and backward on every swing. That's their claim.
Exactly. Yeah. So maybe that term pendulum drift is kind of misleading.
Well, it's turning, right, and it's
No.
based
No.
on
According to them, the pendulum, due to conservation momentum, is always going back and forth, straight forward, straight back, covering the same exact. Whatever it ends on is the same path that it started on. That it's the Earth underneath of it that is turning, creating what appears to be this drift, this precession.
Correct. Now, if it's making all kinds of crazy eights, right? How is that? What kind of movement is that? Because I've seen some of those weird shapes that it makes.
No, it doesn't make crazy eights. It just processes back and forth. You mean the shape that it
makes? It does more like a spirograph. Like a
not
spirograph.
Exactly crazy eights, but like a spiral, yeah.
Well, that's just over time. You're saying, yeah, the precession pattern will make that.
But is it so? We're talking about two things then here. We're talking about the Earth moving and the pendulum processing. What are we talking about here? Are we in disagreement that the pendulum should always swing back and forth, or are we saying that the pendulum processes and the Earth turns? What are we saying?
If we're in disagreement about that part, then we need to start all over from the beginning, because literally that's the fundamental point of the entire freaking setup is conservation of momentum. That pendulum is following the same path every time. It's everything. Yeah, it's the effects of everything else moving that you see the so-called precession. If anybody disagrees with that, they need to start over.
It's a tricky one, huh? Yeah.
I mean, on the globe, they're trying to say the pendulum would just swing back and forth normal, but yeah, the Earth is essentially spinning under it. But over a stationary surface. See, I agree that there's a lot of missing holes in terms of, to make an analogy to missing teeth. If the Foucault pendulum thing was connected to teeth, there'd be a lot of missing teeth. There's so much missing information, of of this being done at multiple latitudes, at the equator, in the south. There's so many missing. And then the ones in museums are all like mechanically powered.
Exactly.
And then there's
they'd be one tooth, maybe. One tooth.
Well, I know. You got one tooth in there. I know. A one tooth and a bunch of fake ones.
Well, and to add in, the ones like you said in the South, once again, to reiterate, like they tried to do it in Antarctica, and it freaking it took like 3 or 4 tries of them having to tear it down and start over, because the first couple of times it went the wrong direction, like it completely the wrong way.
You mean wrong for their model? Because they say it should go the other way.
Wrong. It went against the way that it should go due to the spin of the Earth. Like it went the opposite direction of what it should have.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So if we, right. I mean, have we even seen one in the South that processes the other way? Has anyone even seen any of those? One of them?
Good question.
All I've heard is talk so far. I haven't seen anything processing, nothing. Has anybody here seen them? All I've seen is things swinging back and forth and tracing lines, which make no sense, and the ones in the museums. That's all I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the global deceivers are dumb enough to just claim this is the reaction to the Earth moving and it isn't a real effect. I mean, how stupid would they be if they did that? So I think it's more likely that it is a real effect, and it has to do with the magnetic field of the Earth, of the actual ether, and etc. And then they're just misplacing that and trying to say it's Earth curve, which is a pretty clever deception, because then they have a real effect and they can say, "Hey, look at this, it's real." You know, go test it yourself, and then people test it. But the thing is people really haven't. South. People really haven't tested it very much, though, it seems.
That's it. That's the whole point. There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of, it does this, it processes that. But really, there's nothing really to show for it. It's one of those things that it's just talk.
Well, you're saying just the ones that are done without any motors, you're saying, without any...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. By independent people, like,
Because I'm looking now, there's so many videos that are, science this and science that, but they're all in museums with big equipment. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a lot of propaganda, very little actual on the ground. That's why I posted that one, because it's the one that those flat earth enthusiast channels always post.
Yeah, and what really puzzles me is, and I've said this before, right? I've never seen 2 of them side by side. And when it came to me, like when I thought of it, I go, okay, let me do a Google search, let me do a YouTube search. And I did, and I haven't found any. In the 400 years since, who was it, Galileo? Saw the lights in the chapel swinging back and forth and came up with the idea. 400 years and not one experiment of 2 pendulums side by side.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
really struck me as weird.
I heard you talking about that the one day, and I think the argument against you was like, no, like we don't, like nobody's done that because nobody thought we had to, But I think it would be interesting to see. I think not only two exact same pendulums, same like just copies of each other like perfectly, and also released at the exact same angle and at the exact same time. They should behave exactly the same way. They should never yeah.
How come nobody's thought of that? Or maybe somebody has thought of it, or maybe I'm just a bad researcher and I haven't found it, but how come it doesn't exist?
I think because it's more of a
parlor trick.
Yeah, it's more of a parlor trick to ooh and awe the audiences. Exactly. That's what it is. It's just for display for museums, and that's about it.
All right, so Lou, are you saying? But there's kind of 2 things though. There's I mean, there's a couple options of what it could be. Obviously, there's different but let me just ask you, Lou, do you think that it is a thing? Like, okay, what would your prediction be, or since you haven't probably done it, neither have I, but if we were to get the equipment and to go, or not, it's not even that much equipment, you know, a cable, the ball, everything like that, and we were to travel ourselves from latitude to latitude, do you think we would get a consistent result?
Well, you shouldn't if it's on a globe. Like it should be consistent to what would be predicted for the globe, but it should be different everywhere. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you think we would get a different precession as it links to the latitude consistently up and down the latitude run?
No, I think it would behave pretty much the exact same way everywhere. Honestly, like that's what I think would happen.
Okay, and if you're wrong and it does precess in that way, then would you then have to say, okay, there's something about the medium? Because I know you're not going to say the Earth is spinning, but what if it is a thing? Would you then have to say, okay, there's got to be something in the medium, possibly somehow connected to how the sky works, that's transferred down to the ground that's causing this, like an ether drift of some sort?
Yeah, well, no. I mean, well, here's the thing. I think even if I did it twice in the same spot, I don't think I would get the same result. I think that depending on your releasal or whatever, like, I think it's highly unlikely that you're going to get the same result every time, even if you never move the thing.
I'd bet money you couldn't do it twice. Out of 10, I'll give you 10 spins. I'll bet you, I don't know, $100, let's say. I'll bet anybody $100.
Yeah, no, I think eventually, after multiple tries, you might figure out how to get it to do it almost the same, you know, or whatever. But yeah, no, I think every time it would be essentially slightly different. It might be so slightly different that it's unnoticeable to your eye or whatever. But you know, and this is why, like, you can't like just let go of the string or let go of the ball or just push it or anything like that either. They say like you got to kind of like pull it back from with a string and then like burn the string so that the string just all releases at once on its own without any forces being added. But even still, like, what kind of string are you using? Is it a twisted like twine type thing? And how did it burn when it released? Did it put a little bit of just a little bit of spin on the thing? You know, like how do you exactly perfectly release this thing every single time so it's exactly the same every time? And so that you're not putting
exactly.
Any kind of...
Then there's the other thing that rarely people talk about, right? You have a device that claims spins underneath something. I mean, yeah, that device measures something that spins underneath it, but yet it's attached to the very thing that it's spinning, that it's supposed to be measuring, spinning underneath it.
Yeah, I think it's just a parlor trick completely.
I agree with you until I see otherwise. And if it is, it's the biggest scam. It's a 400-year-old scam.
No, it definitely is a real effect, dude. There's no way that these guys would have just made this up and tried pushing it. That would be so
You're
easy.
putting too much faith in people. Oh fuck, man!
Well, that guy replicated it.
Taking out the Bible.
Have you been paying attention?
That guy replicated it on the video that I showed.
So what's the claim? There's a claim at that location that there's a certain. What's the claim? A certain precession. What do they say? First of all, do they say that the pendulum precesses, or how do they measure it? Like, do they show something on the bottom, like it starts off at this and then it ends up here, or how do they do it?
I'll post it again. He
Essentially
basically goes into his stairwell.
I'll check it out. Okay.
He's got the metal ball. Well, it's not even metal. It looks like it's made of stone. He's got some metal wrapped around it. Doesn't even look like the best setup. He's got a carabiner and it's not
that doesn't look like a good setup. You got all kinds of like
he gets the result though. So,
well, not exactly.
The result, which is what a certain.
You said he was like more than a degree of latitude off.
1.4 degrees. Which he calls a margin of
error. How many times did he do it? Which one did he show you?
I'm trying to sit. Does anyone have any other videos of someone doing it independently like this that we could even compare this one to? I've just searched on YouTube, and this is the only one that looks like a real dude. All the other ones are just propaganda and a bunch of guys in museums that are using a museum one. But I'm talking about like a independent one like this guy's.
So imagine all of YouTube, we got one video that's independent.
Yeah, and even
I'm going to check this out.
I'm sure there's more than this one, but even still, he shows you the one that got him within 1.4 degrees latitude. I bet you he did this 50 times before he got one close enough, and he was messing around with the releasal of it and all that stuff to try to get it as close as he possibly could, and finally got within 1.4 degrees and was like, post it.
I'm with you, bro. That's why I asked how many times did he do it? Is it this test the one time? Yeah, I bet I'm willing to. I wouldn't take that bet. You're probably right. So we tried 30 times, and the one that it quote unquote processes the way we want. Okay, take, cut. We'll go with that one.
Well, that's a claim that you're trying to claim he got different results and then did that. I mean, I guess
I'd like to see this. I'd like to see the whole setup and all of that. Let's see a documentary about it, not just like a quick video. Let's see a documentary about him setting it up, and no cuts. Let's just see him get it. Let's just see him set it up and then start it, and then boom, see, there it is, fucking in your face, flat Earth, like first try. What do you think about that? Like that's what I want to see.
Yeah, I'll bet $100 he won't do it. Just like that. I'll bet $100 with anybody that if you do what he said, this same guy, he won't get the same results. That's how sure I am. Because it's a probability. It's like throwing the dice, really. Think about it. It's like throwing the dice and always getting 7.
You know that game where they have the ring on the string, and then you got a hook like on a board, and you got to just swing it and try to get the ring on to get on the hook. It's like that. It takes a few tries, and then you finally you're dialing it in closer and closer and closer until you get your releasal right. Now you nailed it. Now you might be able to get 2 or 3 in a row even, but you're gonna lose it again.
Hey, look at this guy. Sorry, I thought you were done. This guy does one outside under a bridge. Look at that huge one. I think he claims he's getting it. Demonstrates those.
While the bridge is moving from the weight of semis fucking driving over it.
All you'd have to do is be like, instead of this demonstrates the rotation of the Earth, it just demonstrates the rotation of the sky as translated down to the Earth. That one's huge.
But on a bridge? Come on, like you said, there's trucks passing. Like that's ridiculous, man.
But it processes. I haven't watched the whole video. Does he get it to its exact latitude? I understand the idea of claiming that it's all fake or whatever. I understand that. I'm also just putting forth the idea that it is a real effect, and it's just not caused by Earth rotation. And if that's the case, we would do best to just admit that it's an effect if we can validate it for sure. And then just continue on, because all I'm saying is that to say it's not an effect, if it is, then it's going to make it look like when they show that it is, as they show that it is, they're going to be like, haha, see, you were wrong. It is an effect, Earth rotating.
It's only an effect if you can present present the force. At best, it's an observation. That's it. It's not an effect. It's not a force. It's not a freaking like. The best I would be willing to give them is saying like, okay, we have an observed phenomenon. That's it. Can't say it's an effect. An effect of what?
An effect of phenomena. Lou, an observed phenomena is an effect. That's your effect in the experiment.
Well, yeah,
it is an effect, but it doesn't.
You're trying to find the cause of the effect, but
the cause is what you're looking for. If there's an effect,
no, I'll take that back. You're right.
But I agree with you though. It's just the observation of an effect. Yeah, but they're trying to link it to Earth curve, and so the one question is the effect real? Number one, is the effect consistent at all latitudes, going north and then doesn't process at the equator and then goes counterclockwise in the south? That has to be seen, that's even a thing to begin with, and that's what they
exactly. First things first. Let's see it. Does it really happen? And then at different location. Exactly.
Yeah, I guess more what I was getting to is, so yeah, it is an effect, but is an effect that happens consistently, like you guys are saying, like let's check out this effect, like let's observe it in all different places and see if there really is like a correlation, like a predictable amount of drift supposedly or whatever else. And I guess that's what the whole point of the pendulum is. It's just that all these setups, you know, they seem more like parlor tricks. They they don't always get the results that they want, but when they do, then they throw it in your face and say, see, here it is.
What do you call a pendulum that's stationary?
A plumb bob.
Yeah, this is Bev's joke. Shout out, Bev.
Really not funny.
It's a good one, though, no?
What I think is that it is a real effect. I just don't think it. I'm still on the fence about what happens at the equator or in the south. So, but I wouldn't be surprised that it's a real effect and that it does connect to latitude, because the magnetic field comes out from the center, and the magnetic field is all coming out from the center, and the effect of the ether drift will change as you go south. Same reason like the sun is like in tight circles when it's on the inner ring, and then when it's on the outer ring, it's in wider circles. So there's like a gradient coming out from the center, which would cause the change in latitude if it's caused by the medium.
I'll say this because I got to stop for supper. I reserve judgment, and I got to see it for myself. I don't want to poo-poo it just like that, but I want to see it for myself. Catch you guys later.
Later, man.
All right, later, I see. It's funny, this far into all this, like nobody actually has like clear replicatable, or there's like this maybe one or two videos is all I could find, and even over the years, that's all I've seen. It's not like there's hundreds.
Right, but supposedly physics students like all do this at university level in their classrooms. Where's all that?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, if you set it up right, it'll precess at your latitude. The way that
it should do it correctly, like for your latitude every time, as long as you set it up correctly, right?
Yeah.
So, if they're all doing this so often, then where is all that data? Like showing that off. We should have thousands and thousands of these videos.
Well, it's the question of how many people have done it independently, versus like how many have done it independently on their own with their own setup versus how many are museum ones that have motors and other controls.
That's what I'm saying. Do it in the university, even if it's just a classroom of physics students who put it together themselves. Like each classroom, each freaking semester should have another fucking video for us.
A video of what?
We'll call it pendulum being accurate and predictable.
I'd agree, but if there's like not a high demand for it, then I don't know.
There's enough demand to have the physics students all do this, supposedly.
I don't think they all do it. I mean, I think some might. maybe in some ways, but I don't think they all do. There might be some teachers that are into it that they did try to replicate it. But I mean, yeah, is there even one video of that? Someone in a classroom doing it? For being like pretty much the #1 go-to proof that globe earthers will try to use that the earth is spinning, you would think there would be a lot more replication of it. You'd think it'd be pretty validated, but it's really not.
I've heard a dozen globers into these forums claim that they did it, like in their classroom, in physics class. Like a dozen different people just on Discord claiming that they did it, took part in it in college. Like, still not presented with anything, just saying we did this, therefore I know it's true.
Here's
I don't know much about it. Is it like expensive, like prohibitively expensive, or is it like high? Do you need like high precision stuff, or like how long does it take to see results? Or
Yeah, I think to have a good one, you would need good materials, a good proper setup, and precision. Yeah, in order to make an experiment, in order to make it like something worth talking about from a physics class, yeah, you're not just gonna put it together with duct tape and twine. You know what I mean?
Here's one. Foucault's pendulum school project. This is from Zurich, Switzerland. This one shows a school project one, shows it processing.
Yo, I may ask my science teachers if they can do this.
74-foot pendulum in this one, 45-pound in Zurich, Switzerland.
What do you have for the results on it?
I don't know. I just opened it. I'm just skimmed through it. I didn't hear the audio. Looks like it's just showing clips of it.
Yeah, I mean, because again, I'd like to see if they got it, if they got the expected results on their first try or not.
Let's see. Somebody asked, did it work? What were the results? The response from the guy's channel. He says, yes, it worked. This is the guy I'm saying. Yes, it worked. At 47 degrees geographical latitude, the plane oscillation rotates was roughly 0.0003 degrees per second. The cycle time of the pendulum is roughly 9.5 seconds. That means that after each period of oscillation, the turning point of the string has turned approximately 0.029 degrees, which on a circle with 2,500 millimeters radius amounts to a distance of roughly 1.3 millimeters in each period of oscillation, lasting 9.5 seconds. The cross table of the microscope has threads that were scale attached. A pointer is moved by turning screws such as that the string nearly touches it. With just a couple of oscillations, that effect can already be seen. However, a pendulum of this length can run through many periods of oscillation with only minor damping. So I guess he claims that it did get it.
And then, so what is how many degrees per hour or whatever? How would you actually rate that? How do you know what the expected result? Like, what is the expected result? Because all that has to be recalculated dependent on like their specific pendulum, right? So like the length of the string, the size of the table that it was underneath of it, right? Like the stuff that they mentioned, you have to recalculate that to know what the expected result would be. And then you have to find out if they actually got it. Now, did he like just do it, get those results and report the results that he got?
Well, that's what I think what I just read. Yeah, I think 47 degrees latitude, he's saying it should be 0.003 degrees per second, or per cycle, maybe per second. I don't know. The cycle time was approximately 9.5 of the actual pendulum swinging. So after each period, it turns 0.029. So
they got 0.029 where they're expecting 0.03.
0.03, yeah.
Waiting for my Glober manual here. I got an old-fashioned Glober manual. And it says here that the string, the size of the table, and all the other fucking shit that Lou said doesn't matter. It doesn't decide the oscillation of the pendulum.
None of that matters?
It's just the latitude. No.
Like, so the amount that however far back you pull the thing to start doesn't matter. Like the length of each, the length of each individual swing in the pendulum doesn't matter.
You mean the you're talking about the period. Yeah, the length of the string.
Yeah. Let's say you got in this case, like they said, like 70-foot string or whatever. Let's say I pull it 6 feet back before I release it. That's not going to make a difference between if I pull it 3 feet back and then release it.
No.
You didn't sound confident with that. No.
I was confident. What are you talking about? I said no.
You're like no. I already said no.
Listen, man. Sometimes you walk into a conversation and you don't know what people are talking about. Okay. All right, you've done it before. You've done it every day of your life. I did it one time. Okay.
Oh, shut up! You do it. You do it all the time as well.
All right, Lou. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm sorry.
Look at this guy's setup. This is super ghetto. This guy does it like homebrew style. It's like in a garbage can with a short string, and he claims he gets the effect too.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about the period of the swing, that's irrelevant though towards what the procession. The procession is what I'm saying is consistent regardless of the length and regardless of the size, all this kind of stuff. But yeah, of course, the period is going to be dependent on that. But the period doesn't matter. The period is going to basically determine how long it's going to swing for. Sure. If you have a longer string, you can swing it for longer. It's going to have a longer period.
Well,
but
right.
The procession though is consistent, depending on the
No,
length.
but if it's got a longer period per swing, then the Earth spins more underneath of it per swing, and therefore, no.
That's not how it works, man. It doesn't matter how much Earth is spinning beneath it. It just matters of its orientation in reference to the axis of rotation. That's what determines the precession. Yeah. It's just a true story. So if it's perpendicular to the precession or to the axis of rotation, there won't be any precession. And if it's parallel to the axis of rotation, you get a 24-hour precession. Got this from the Glober manual, so.
But
I'm
the
more
Foucault
convinced
pendulum,
this is a parlor trick.
The Foucault pendulum, it actually goes in a straight line, right? That's what it really does.
Of course, Jeremy's asking the best questions, man.
There to answer that. You can't answer that. What it really does in reality.
I was taught to respond to every question as if it was valuable, so that's what I'm doing. But in reality, that question is shitty as fuck because there is no actual direction of the pendulum. Actual is actually the wrong word to use. Okay? So don't use it in this context. There's no actual direction of the pendulum. There is the direction that it's moving in the reference frame of the rotating ball, and then there's a different reference frame and yada, yada, yada. But there's no actual direction. That's going to confuse things.
So you'd have no clue about what's actually happening in reality. Got it. We got it.
So, Kosho, have you ever seen one done at the equator?
All right, Witsit. Is that Witsit or was it Geo? I couldn't tell. Are you Geo?
And the answer is no. Have you ever seen one in the south?
Yeah, the answer is no. I've never seen it done there.
Or in the south?
Yes, I have seen it done in the south.
Could you show us that?
You've seen it. We've the South Pole.
Swinging or just a picture?
Come on, man.
You got a Foucault pendulum at the South Pole?
Yeah.
That's what's up. Throw it up.
No, they
don't.
don't.
On the big screen.
They got one. They got one that they set up on somewhere near the edges of Antarctica, but not at the so-called South Pole.
I mean, either way, let's see it.
These are the
All I
real
remember
deals, man.
No, there's some like picture of some dudes that were all. It was all like
Yeah.
a hacked up setup. No, I'm talking about video of it processing the other way, right?
I mean, it processes appropriately everywhere that it's done.
That's why I'm asking. So where do you have validation of that? Where's the equator or the southern a video? Just give it a video. How about this? Show us a video right now. Any video you can find anywhere of the pendulum processing, either not processing at the equator, which we know you don't have, or processing counterclockwise in the south. Can you provide that right now? Because your Glober manual should have it in it. If not, then you got a big missing gap in your manual.
Actually, yeah, that's the question. That's a good question. So, in the northern hemisphere, do all Foucault's pendulums process clockwise or counterclockwise?
Clockwise.
I want to hear from Kosho.
It's the
They
opposite.
don't process at all. They don't process at all, man.
At the equator?
Listen, you're asking me strange questions. I listen. Here's a picture of a still shot from the movie of the Foucault's pendulum at the South Pole. Okay?
That's what we got? That's it?
Bro,
That's what you posted before.
You are falling off.
During a 24-hour sun. And I want the pendulum and the sun in full view without any cuts for the whole time.
No, for real, Kosho, I'm really asking. Any video footage at all? Because remember, the Earth's a globe, right? We discovered a Copernican revolution. You've got a manual. It's the biggest thing in the world, of course, right? So is there any video footage of a Foucault's pendulum either not processing at the equator or processing the opposite way, counterclockwise in the south?
Well, no, Bacon's done one. Bacon's done one south of the equator.
Okay, but right now I'm asking for any video footage in the entire world that you could find. Get all your Glober friends, get Blue Marble Science, get them all on board. See if any of them can find any video of it processing the opposite way in the south or not at the equator. Can we just start there?
Sure, fine.
That's a good start. That's a good
Can
start.
you do that?
Yeah, I like
a good start.
I like
It's not a bad start, but yeah, sure, dude.
Okay, let me ask you: have you ever seen this? What I just asked for? Have you ever seen it?
Yeah.
You have.
You had that.
That was the most unsure. Yeah,
that was a lie. That was a lie. That sounded like a lie infused. Yeah, but we'll go with it.
There's the same tone as before.
Give me a second.
Kosho, are you okay, bro? Like, is everything okay?
I'll have the video. Just give me a second, okay? Aha, here we go. Okay, perfect. Here we go. You guys are in for a treat now, for sure. Hold on. Just pulling it up.
I bet if we plotted this on the AE model, it would all make sense with the jet streams and everything.
Yeah. Almost there. Hold on. I just have to move this and okay. Hold on. Oh, it's freezing. Just give me a second.
Why does it sound like Kosho's editing it right now before he posts it?
I know. He's making.
Just give me a second.
I wouldn't have this.
My computer froze. Just give me a second.
Doesn't like McToon have this in the files or something?
Why do you think I have McTunes and?
Did you go to ws.flat earth or something? What's that website you guys use?
Flatearth.ws. So what?
Yeah.
So what?
Is that your headquarters? Where's your headquarters at? The Glober headquarters. If I was going to infiltrate the Glober headquarters, where would I go?
It's in the underworld.
Oh my god! What a jackass! It's in the underworld. That's funny. I don't know why that's so funny, but okay. Because you didn't even say hell. That's in the underworld.
You go to the Denver airport. You take an elevator that takes
Okay.
7 hours to go down, down, down in the elevator for 7 hours straight.
Gio knows where it is somehow. It's shocking, man, that you knew that. Okay, hold on. Hold on. My computer's freezing all the time, so give me a second. It's frozen. Okay.
Well, overall, though, have you been okay? Because like you're sliding off the ranks quickly.
Listen, dude, I made a
I'm
deal.
I'm actually rooting for you on this one.
I made a deal with my girlfriend to not get on Discord for 2 weeks. It didn't pay off, so it's not important.
What, is she trying to kill the globe or what?
You stayed off on Discord for 2 weeks and still didn't get laid?
What's the globe going to do without you?
Lou knows what he's talking about. Whatever, Lou.
She's going to let this float for 2 weeks?
Yeah, we know what. She's on your all's team, man.
Yeah, no wonder we've been getting so ahead. Jeez.
Yeah. See, my girlfriend's been giving you head? No, I'm just kidding. No, that's a joke. No, but yeah, she's on y'all's team anyways, dude. Okay.
Yeah, but if I didn't log in for 2 weeks, I wouldn't have forgotten everything and just be like, such a worse flat earther.
Yeah, I didn't forget anything. Listen to me. Listen, Bacon has. Listen to me. Bacon has done a Southern Hemisphere. I'm not looking for this anymore. I'm not looking for it anymore. Bacon has done a Southern Hemisphere. He's done a Southern Hemisphere Foucault's pendulum. Okay.
So no video. No video then.
So I don't have one on me. No, I don't. Okay?
You don't. Okay, so Earth's a globe, been known for hundreds, thousands of years. It's all guaranteed. There's no video anywhere in the world that shows a pendulum not precessing at the equator and precessing opposite in the south. That's where we're at with the globe?
Well, there probably is.
2023?
There probably is. Yeah, there probably is. Okay. Here's the thing. How many colleges? Name one college in this hemisphere. One. Exactly.
You really want to list like alphabetically or like chronologically?
I can name one. There's a University of New Zealand and whatever it's called, and there's probably a university somewhere in Australia, though I think. That's probably it. So there's not that many.
There's got to be one in South Africa, right?
Probably not. Oh, the point is that there's not that many places to do.
Hold on, here's the fucking list. They got a whole list of shit here. Southern Cross University, UNSW Sydney, Flinders University, Flinders, what the fuck?
Exactly.
University of New England, University of Adelaide,
University of New England. Okay.
Lincoln University.
Reading the wrong dude. Lincoln University, University of New England. We're gonna say next University of Canada to the Southern Hemisphere. Okay.
Well, I don't know. This is fucking the Southern Hemisphere list Google gave me, so.
Yeah. Well, that's not the.
A lot of these are Sydney.
Okay, first of all, there's lots of schools in the Southern Hemisphere. The point is, not many people live there. It's obvious that we're not going to find a bunch of Southern Hemisphere Foucault's pendulums. Although I've seen one, Bacon's done one, other people have done it.
Dude, there's plenty of big cities around in the Southern Hemisphere, like in all of
what's the
Brazil? In
all
of Brazil,
that fucking hold on
freaking-
real quick. Hold on, the University of New England is in Australia.
Is that where?
No, hold on. What the fuck is wrong with this list right here?
Exactly.
It's right.
Where's Australia?
Say Tom Brady plays for that school, doesn't he? The New England University.
Okay, so officially, Kosho, you've never seen or have any video. Well, you're claiming there's one from Bacon. So Bacon sent you a video of something he did. You're claiming?
Yeah.
Again, there's that tone.
Say it in your high voice.
Oh yeah. I've seen Bacon.
So you're claiming you saw a video of Bacon doing a Foucault's pendulum in the south, going counterclockwise, precessing counterclockwise. Is that what you're claiming?
into so many words, but yeah, sure. Listen, he never sent me the video. Okay,
that? Not in so
He
many
never
words.
sent me-
But yeah, sure. What is that? Yes
He never
or
sent
no?
me the video. He never sent me the video, but I heard from a friend being Bacon, that he himself did a Foucault's pendulum. Yes, in Brazil.
Okay, so it turned into yes, you have a video. Let me wait. My computer's crashing. To now, well, he said he did, and maybe through a friend of a friend, maybe he said he did it.
And now you're gonna throw my computer under the bus.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Listen, how about this? Let's start. Let's start over. Truth be told, I don't trust Bacon. Okay.
How can we start over? We're at square one with let's see the video of it, and then we can move on. We haven't even gone anywhere. Where are we starting over?
Why are you
from?
saying? Who invited this guy, man?
I'm just saying. Gio was like, let's start there. Gio said, let's start here, and you want to go back to the place we're already at?
All right, guys. Listen to me. I can't trust Bacon as much as I can throw him. Okay. Truth be told.
All right, so you've never seen. Go ahead.
I do know it's been done in the Southern Hemisphere. I have pictures of these guys doing it in the South Pole. I have memories of other people doing it in other places. Top of my head, I don't know where the videos are. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But now comes back to what we were saying before you got here. Is like that there should be hundreds, if not thousands, if not like hundreds of thousands of these videos available.
Oh, science! Don't you want to like record everything and shit? Like, I don't know.
Well, the thing is, there's a few contentions. Number one, does it persist consistently at the latitudes? That has not been validated by the globe community at all. Meaning at multiple latitudes, actually showing it consistent. The second claim, the second thing that's in contention is what happens at the equator. There's no evidence of that. There are some of the ones being done in the north. I agree. I posted a couple of videos earlier. So yeah, there are some videos of it showing being done in the north that seem to somewhat link to the latitude. The one guy's was like 1.4 degrees off. So it's like he tried to claim margin of error. So at least there's some in the north. There's some decent videos. At least we can say, okay, there's some representation of this effect in the north, but there's zero at the equator and zero in the south. And those are all in contention. Because if it's a globe, it has to not rotate to the south, and it has to go counterclockwise in the south. If it's due to like the medium or the ether drift or something else, there could be other things that happen when it goes to the equator in the south, which would debunk the globe claim. But the thing that the globe needs for it to happen doesn't exist in the equator or the south.
I mean, this doesn't really hurt us if it does what they say. So, yeah, I mean, we just want to know what's actually happening with it. That's all. It was really good.
I was changing it down.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
I used the bathroom. I was responding to Don, so I could respond to y'all's criticisms. However, I will say, you're just blowing this. You're just looking for. You're just scratching for fucking anything. Okay, Foucault's pendulums happen. I've done one. Other people have done them. They happen all the time. They work everywhere. Just because you haven't seen it happen in Hawaii, okay, well, maybe they don't work in Hawaii. No, that means maybe you just haven't seen them happen in Hawaii. That's not evidence. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, okay? Or does that go the other way around? Evidence of absence.
Can I make any claim, and until you prove it false, you have to accept it as valid?
No. That's not how it works. The way it works is I'll make a claim that if you do Foucault's pendulum, there is an equation. What is it? It's like 24 times. There's an equation that you figure out it's like sine of the latitude times 24 divided by 24, something like that. And that will tell you how much it's going to precess at your latitude. When I did it, it matched that equation. When it's done in other places, it matches that equation. Every time it's done, it matches that equation. Fairly close.
When you did it,
very close.
When you did it, how close?
Extremely close.
How close?
Really
Doing it
close.
again.
That's very close. That's what it was very close, Lou. I'm gonna say it like that. It was really close. Okay. Close, man. And the point is that it does this everywhere. So the fact that it hasn't been done everywhere, but it has been done many places, and in those places it matches that's evidence. And it's silly to suggest in these places that you haven't seen it done, because you haven't seen it done there, that means it doesn't work there, when it'd be silly to suggest otherwise. Maybe go do it in those places and see if it doesn't work, but just because we haven't seen it in those places doesn't mean that's the case, right? Bacon's done it. Come on.
You don't trust it or him. Or you don't trust him, but
I was
trust
nervous,
it.
man. I trust Bacon, okay? I trust Bacon. I was getting nervous.
We do have a southern hemisphere one for flat Earth. That's Mitchell from Australia let the bitch run for 4 hours. It didn't process at all, and that was one of the pendulums in the little science center. It looked like about a 30-footer or something, a big one, official one. So
how high was it?
It looked like
it's
about
on video.
30 feet.
Is it on video?
It's all, yeah. Mitchell from Australia.
All right, post it up. You got one of it not processing in Australia.
Yeah, let me post it.
Do you have any evidence of Mitchell's ancestry?
That's not relevant.
It is a little relevant. Is he a descendant of criminals and liars? Because it could be the case that this is another example of him lying. Or
if it's on video,
because his
why I asked for the video.
Is a liar, that means he's a liar. Is that what you're saying? Is that your argument here?
I'm just saying
it's irrelevant whether he's lying or not. We're getting a video. Who cares? What is
I've never
his
seen video
ancestry?
myself, so I don't want.
He could have been an Aboriginal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've seen his face, but you're right. You know what's funny? What's his name? What's his name is in here right now? I think Davros is in here right now. Davros is Aboriginal.
I don't think I've heard anybody so blatantly use a genetic fallacy like that.
It's not a
that's not even a genetic fallacy. I was like borderline fucking. What the fuck, Ocho? Stereotype, fucking.
If I start bringing it, I'm like, hey guys, the mafia gave me this evidence, dude. I got this evidence from these crooks, these criminals. You're not gonna trust it. You guys don't trust.
Wait, that's why we're trying to check for the video. We're checking the video. Who cares if this guy's a liar or not? We'll see the setup. We'll see the video if it's doing it or not. Obviously, you'd want more than one. I agree. People can fuck up. People get it wrong sometimes. We're not infallible. You get a few of them. A couple from Australia. Maybe if Jazz is not drunk, he could do it or something.
But Jazz has got a helicopter, dude. If he had a helicopter in a nice windless, although that would be kind of hard to get a helicopter in a windless room. But if you let's say you're able to pull off this environment where you could have a helicopter and there's no wind in the same vicinity that is levitating, you could do a Foucault's pendulum from the bottom of a helicopter.
Oh, you want to do that? Then fuck the helicopter. I've got a drone that I could fly within my house. Like I could literally just friggin' take off 8 feet off the ground and just have it park there. Like you want?
I never thought of that, Lou. Wow. You know what? I just thought about it though. Why don't you just use the ceiling in that case? What are you talking about, dude? Why would you attach it to a drone in your house?
to add wind.
Use the ceiling.
Add wind.
We're not adding wind. We're trying to get rid of the wind. Forget the helicopter.
Talk about putting a helicopter in a windless room so that when the
retarded, man. I was kidding.
Turn, like you don't think you're going to create wind?
Forget the helicopter thing. All right.
You don't think?
Just forget that idea. All right. He tried to have me using Tic Tacs one time to make a straight line. Like Kosho's off the chain in the past 6 months. You're out of control. You're off the trails. I don't know what you're doing.
My choice.
Sprinkles, my bad. That makes it worse, bro. Tic Tacs have way more rigidity than a sprinkle.
It was you who said the Tic Tacs.
You should have ran with the Tic Tacs when you had the chance.
It's not important. I don't remember.
But give him a break.
doesn't matter.
His flat Earth girlfriend isn't fucking him. He's like all mixed up in the head right now.
Listen, Lou.
No.
Continue.
You listen.
Continue.
You listen. We don't have this shit on video. We do apparently do have a video. I don't know if Brian posted it or not, but we apparently have a video of the thing you're saying happening's not happening. You don't have any video of it happening. I mean, it's 1-0 us.
I do. You really? Do I have to post the picture again? Okay.
What picture? We're talking about video, bro. I could take a picture of me petting a unicorn with Bigfoot in the background.
Post it. I posted the Foucault's pendulum at the South Pole, so
a picture. We need to see it processing. We need to see it. We need to see an event happening. You can't see you can't see an effect happening in a picture.
all you got is
can't see this effect. You can't see this effect happening.
10-pound weight being suspended by a string and guys posing behind it.
Yeah, bro. Come on. Really, Kosho?
We
already know that you just. Let's see.
The sun rose exactly in the east everywhere on Earth today.
That's dope. I know. I had some tests I wanted to do today, but we didn't get the chance.
You woke up late.
We had him 6 months. 6 months. Don't try to derail us, Matthew. All right, that was a nice try to save Kosho.
You guys got to stop.
He's making a good, relevant point.
Well, that is.
It seemed like it wasn't going anywhere. So
it's not. No, it's not.
Learn to cannibalize your own team like we do. That makes it a lot more entertaining.
Now listen, if everyone points east right now, our paths are going to cross, right?
No.
If everybody were to point east at that sunrise, you're saying our lines that our fingers traced wouldn't have crossed over each other at some point?
They'll get close enough, but yes.
Close enough. Two different people in two different locations pointing at the same spot. Those lines don't overlap. Isn't that like?
If they're both pointing at the sun.
Isn't that like a geometry law or something?
Yeah, everybody pointing at the sun is, it'll overlap.
Why are you doing Kosho's tone now? You're like, yeah. Is it spreading?
I'm not doing anybody's tone. Just talking.
So the pendulum thing is all figured out?
Also, unconfidently.
It's not figured out, Essie. It's not. We need to have multiple pendulums side by side. We need to have them in different latitudes, verifying that we get the latitude with the precession and the period and all that nerd shit. We also need to check to see if anything happens at the equator or below the equator. Now, apparently, Leakey has a guy in Australia who did it and didn't get a precession at all. So that's one that we have it not happening with the globe says should be happening. So I don't know.
No precession in Australia. Uh-oh.
We don't know what his setup was and shit, so we'll have to overlook it. But
no, it turns out it doesn't happen when you get south of the equator.
Yeah, another thing.
I mean, maybe
when you guys say precession, right? Is it clear what do you guys mean? What is precessing in your mind? Is it the pendulum precessing or is it the Earth?
Yeah, you swing
precessing?
The pendulum.
It's neither.
You swing it in a straight line. You swing the pendulum in a straight line, and then the precession part is it deviating off that straight line.
No, wrong. See, like the line continues. The line continues straight. So the way SE asked it, the more correct answer would be the Earth is what's precessing. But like, it's more of like what the line that would be drawn on the moving Earth underneath the pendulum that constantly keeps going back and forth along the same path.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah. There seems to be a misconception here, or like a duality thought.
Well, that's what the globe says is happening. That it's Earth rotating and the.
Sorry. I wanted to say real quick.
Go ahead, Lee.
Ain't that a good point, guys? Real quick, if it's the Earth moving underneath the pendulum, Yeah, never mind. It would still process. But here's the thing, dude. I'm proud of Austin and anybody else who's actually hung a fucking pendulum. Dude, it's so easy, dude. I don't know why more people ain't doing this. When Jay, is it not processing the South? No, it's not processing anywhere. And then sometimes it will process, and sometimes it'll go one way and the other way. I wish people would try this, so I'd have somebody to actually talk to this about.
Yeah, but Brian, this
Well,
is why what I was saying earlier. Like, I don't think you can just kind of willy nilly throw something together with a string and a weight. Like you really do have to have like precision parts. It's got to be well set up. Like you have to in order to do this properly. You know, like it. Yeah, because if you just tie a freaking string to something and add a weight, like.
Yeah, but you got to start somewhere, bro. But the one that I just posted is a professional. I mean, not professional, but it's inside. It's a closed off room, and it's a room with a thing that says "focus." It looks like it's about 30 foot tall. It's high. It's a science little hands-on science museum, and I'm not sure, but I'm guessing like the motor is down. You know, so he just swings it natural. And burns a string or whatever, and without the motor, it doesn't process at all.
There's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, we don't.
Without a motor, it wouldn't
man,
be
like-
swinging for 4 hours, Brian, is what would happen.
Dude,
It would
well,
not
you
be
can get one of
swinging for
those-
4 hours without a motor.
10 feet tall and get it to swing for an hour and a half. Right now,
Well, he had it swinging for 4 hours.
Maybe why don't you watch the video? Maybe it was 3 hours.
I watched the video twice.
Well, that's
And you're
why.
supposed
That's
to
why
have how many?
a really large setup, a really tall one. You could get it to swing for quite an extended period of time.
Yeah, it swings for a show.
Right.
I've never actually let it swing till it naturally stopped. It just keeps going for an hour or two. The little ones do.
Right. How long did you get? See, what's crucial is like your pivot point, the shape of the thing. There's a lot of things with your setup.
I also think whatever you're hanging it from too has to not
That's
has
fine.
to
I
not
wasn't
have a twist in
mid-sentence.
it. So like you know how like strings are all like they all like twine and string and all this stuff. It's multiple strings that are all twisted together. I think that could be a real issue. You have to have no twist in the thing that you're hanging from, and no.
Turns out you have to not be inept, and you have to make it. And actually, if you don't know like the picture I posted, that's an example of those guys doing it wrong. And they actually used a flat weight the first time, and they got weird results. And if you're gonna do it a whole bunch of times, you're gonna get weird results until you realize that, like Jeremy was saying, you have to have the pivot point be correct, and circular or like a ball pivot. So there's no bias.
I did have
all that kind of stuff.
Swivel. I had a 360-degree swivel. I mean, I've done it so many times. But look, here's the thing. When you watch it go nowhere for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, like maybe you wouldn't even expect it to. It's just going back and forth for 10, 15 minutes. And then the next 10, 20 minutes, it's still doing that. And then it's still doing that. And then you do it sometimes. Yeah, maybe you swung it wrong. It went the wrong way and shit. But what I'm trying to say is I would bet, not the whole farm, but I'd bet a portion of it that you're not going to get consistency nowhere fucking on Earth. Nowhere on Earth.
So, Brian, you've done it multiple times, and hold on a second, Will. Brian, you're saying you've done it personally multiple times, and you get inconsistent results. Are you burning a string to let it go?
I haven't burnt the string. I was gonna last time, but everybody left and shit. But no,
How many times have you done this?
Bunch, dude. I don't know. Dozens. I've done it on camera here a few times. But I mean, not dozens of times like I've hung it up and did an event, but like when you hang it up, you're going to do it, a few times. And so
you got it to swing for an hour?
Yeah. I did it live here. I did it on camera here live for an hour.
What kind of procession do you get?
I didn't get any.
But do you always get none, or do sometimes you get some?
Now, I will say this, okay? Now, I didn't burn the string, okay? And yeah, sometimes I do get some. Sometimes it goes one way, sometimes it goes the other. That could be error. I will admit that. But I will say this, though. I did round. I just lined it up with what you can see in the room, and I just turned the camera on about every 5-10 minutes or so, every 5 minutes, and let it show. And then, all this takes is a string and a weight. This ain't. I recommend anybody who does it try and find a string like a real light string. The lighter the string, according to what it's holding, the longer it'll swing. So if you have like a 3-pound ball, try and use like 1 pound test line or 2 pound test line where it almost breaks, but where it's just barely supporting it. You don't want thick ass rope. You know, you want real as thin as for what's hanging on.
Anyways, I'm watching Mitchell's video, and the more that I watch it, the more disgusted I become at where he is and what he's doing. Because I've seen the Foucault's pendulum there in Sydney, not in person, but he looks like he's at. That's not a fucking museum place. Like that's somebody's bullshit. That's a bullshit place that he's looking at.
It's a hands-on. Okay? It's a hands museum. It's like a little kid's hands-on.
Well, that's the problem, Brian. It's a children's hands-on museum. Okay, it's not a Foucault's pendulum.
Wait. So,
well, it says Foucault pendulum.
Pendulum only works when it's in the right establishment.
Well, I've seen big ones and I've seen them work. That's all I can say. So that's a small one. It looks like it's a kid's hands-on place. I don't know what to tell you.
Like I mean, if you have a working Foucault's pendulum, it should work in my house or your house or the Museum of Science and Industry or this children's hand-on museum. Like all the same, like right, it shouldn't matter where it is, right? It should just happen.
Let me give you an example. The one that I did, Brian, in my house, my parents' house actually, when I had their house was empty. And I made it at their house. It was bigger than this, dude. It was bigger than this one. It's in Mitchell's video.
Hold on. Looking at the picture like it's some puny little thing. It's bigger than you're gonna do it in a house, dude. This place is bigger. It sounds tiny, small, dude. It's small.
Look at the period of that thing, dude. It's tiny, dude. It's really tiny.
Wow. So that's
comparatively, yeah. You ever seen those rounded poker chips? Like it's like a round spinny poker chips thing. That's what I used in my final Foucault's pendulum. And I had to make sure that each side of the thing had the right amount of chips and it's filled up. And it's very heavy. I even put cards. There's a card slot at the top. So it was very filled and heavy. And it was much bigger than that.
You filled it with chips and cards?
Well, the lead ball's good, but this is also, you can imagine, this is a dense, like a poker chips thing is pretty dense. It's like a cylinder. It's pretty good. So that's what I used, and it worked. And lead ball's good. It's probably better, but I think what would be best would be like one of those, what do you call those? Those workout, not those dumbbells. What do you call that? Those bells.
Oh,
yeah.
What are they called?
I'm talking about
kettlebell. A kettlebell.
Yeah, kettlebell.
You know what's funny? I bought one for my dad for Christmas like 10 years ago, like a Joe Rogan one. It has like a gorilla face, and I bought it for him. And I had Christmas at their house, and I remember he opened it up, and he's like, "Oh, okay, cool," and he put it down. I went back there like 6 months later, 8 months later. It was in the same spot where he opened it.
Yeah,
like literally open, like it never even moved. I'm like, dude, what the hell? But yeah, it's like $80. Anyways,
you can't see the video. This thing he's calling tall. Okay, look on the ground. There's a protractor about 5 foot in diameter, traced out on the ground.
Yeah, but that's not traced out. He edits that into the video.
Hold on, show. Okay, maybe whatever it is, I posted a picture so anybody could look and argue with me. Okay, whatever it is, maybe he traced it on there, but you could scale the diameter, and also, it says I showed the display outside of the exhibit. It's an enclosed exhibit that's titled Foucault Pendulum. It's got the facts for Foucault. It's got a hanging pendulum, and I don't think the motor's working though. I need to refresh my memory on this. But so if you take one of these things where they have the motors hooked up to it and you just swing it naturally, you don't get shit. It's a possible conclusion.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that because the connecting point has to be like some kind of a ball joint or like a joint that can move very freely. So if it's a mechanical, if it's like one that usually uses a motor, I'm just saying if you turn the motor off and try to swing it naturally, it may be limited by the fact that the motor's supposed to be moving, you know, like the type of joint.
The motor, it's not the ball joint itself that moves. It's the it's magnetics down by the end of the swing. I think, and I'm not even sure. And you're right though, Gio. But I'm not even 100% sure this is the kind with the motor, which is why I wanted to specify that. I'm assuming, but from what I've heard, the magnetics, it's a free swinging pendulum that you could do, but it's at the end of every swing, it gives it a tiny nudge, and it's actually gauged for each position. Like I think you're supposed to gauge it. When you set it up, you got to gauge it to your latitude to get it to do what you want. From what I've heard. What do you mean no?
From what you've heard, I'm telling you that the answer to that question is no. That's not what happens with it. You said it correctly the first time, though. It's made to magnetically perpetuate the swing, but not so it doesn't do it in a way that is going to influence the procession of it at all. But look, if you look at this, here's the thing at the top of his swing. This child's science lab, whatever you said.
You said it was small. Why would you?
It is very small.
Why did you say it's small?
I can see the period of the swing. I can see the period of the swing in the video. It doesn't matter. But if you notice, here's a couple of facts. Okay, here's a couple of facts. It's swinging for 4 hours. That's fact one. Fact two is that's impossible with a period that small without a motor. So let's assume it doesn't have a motor based on the picture I'm showing. So it doesn't have a motor, and it's swinging at these 3 different times in 4 different hours. So what's probably happening is this isn't one swing, dude. This is probably, like you said, like a kid's lab place. It's probably been it's probably stopped and been re-swung over and over again. And the truth is, we don't have enough information to make real assessments of what's happening here. It's safer to assume that we can't rely on this.
Let me ask you a question. Don't be scared. I'm going to focus on this topic. I respect your point about a big and a little pendulum. When we say the word Foucault's pendulum, should we just say big pendulum, or like? Can you tell me the specific attributes about Foucault? Why don't we just call them pendulums in general?
Good question.
Like, what makes it a Foucault's pendulum? Because I'm pretty sure, like, all pendulums do this, right? So how fucking big does that be?
Smaller pendulum, shouldn't we be able to do the math if you say it's going to process less due to it being smaller? That does that mean we could make it even bigger than Foucault did, and it'll process more? So you're basically saying the independent variable is the length of the string on the pendulum. That's what's giving you different shit. I mean, think of all of your implications, Kosho.
Up the true specs of the pendulum. I'm gonna fade away because y'all having an awesome conversation. But I think I just want to vote. I motion we call them big pendulums from now on and not Foucault pendulums. Thank you.
Well, they have to stand on the shoulders of who they think are giants, and I guess Foucault is their pendulum giant. So they,
penis pendulum.
Well, it's supposed to be attributed to him because he swung it, and then the Earth is moving, and then they, 1851 or whatever, and then in the Parthenon in Paris or whatever, and they claim that that's the original.
Dude, it's like saying why do we call it a machine gun? Why don't we just call it a gun? Because it's a machine. Because it's a machine gun. Okay, we call it Foucault's pendulum because it's not just a normal pendulum. It's a pendulum made to process. Made to show this procession.
What do you mean not a normal? Look, a machine gun is not a normal gun. It's a machine gun with extra machinery. Machinery.
This is just a ball weight on the end of a string. It just happens to be done in a way that to pick up this procession. So he's right. It doesn't really have to be called Foucault. It doesn't have to be called after this guy, but apparently.
Well, no, there's implications.
Resistance implication.
Go, Kosho. His connection was bad, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't have to be called that, but it is because it's connected to the globe lore, and the globe lore has decided to pin it to that guy. The lore of the globe. What were you saying, Coach? Or you cut out?
What's like the best pivot point to use for this? Like we get a few of them, do it all over the place, one next to each other. Maybe. I mean, I guess I could try to talk to my science teacher, see if they want to do. A lot of them are into this sort of stuff. There's NASA stickers and globes and shit everywhere, so they're like into this.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet anybody that they're not going to show the same thing. Not two, like the same one, time after time.
I'll take that bet.
Two.
I bet.
Okay. All right. $100.
I bet with. I bet with you. I know that's what'll happen. We'll get random shit, dude. If you do it enough times, you'll see, man. But maybe I'm doing it wrong, dude. But that's a lot of fucking times to. You can tell when you started wrong, doing wrong shit, and you.
Brian, you're robot.
Maybe I'll try the. I'm sorry.
I mean, if you can get one 10 feet, but like you said, he got one 10 feet high to swing for an hour. I mean, shit. If you get one 30, 40 feet high, I don't know how. My gym would be a good spot. I honestly think in the gym you could do two side by side and see what you get.
I don't see why not.
Plenty of room in the gym. It's got to be 30, 40, 50 feet high. I'd be scared to jump off the ceiling. I've jumped out of a 2-story building before, but I'd be scared to jump off of the ceiling from there. I would definitely get hurt.
Tell them they'd be the first in history to have done it side by side.
No one's ever shown that before, yeah.
As far as I
mean,
know.
they can't even find one in the South. We got to get more
Just
popping off in the South.
Tell them make sure they shout me out because it's my idea.
Dude, there was a guy in Canada. I don't know if you remember this. We went over this on Brandon's. There was a guy in Canada, the curator of the museum or some shit, and we made a whole big thing about the stick afterwards. He was pushing the pendulum with a stick like 3 times a day or some shit.
Was that with Eyes Wide? What was her name? I forgot her name. She did a whole bunch on. Yeah, we did a whole bunch of those, bro. They're all cons. They're all of them are like adjustable devices, shall we say?
Yeah, we need to find what's the right like bearing and shape and shit. Like, what's the official shit to use? Like, we need to get that whole setup down pat and just do whatever they say. You know, I'm sure Leaky's. I've seen your setups, Leaky. You're. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry about that. My son fucking muffler fell off his bike. Dude, so we got to quit saying there's not one in the South because, I mean, let's be honest. Would we trust one that Mitchell set up himself or one inside of a museum? Whatever Coach Show's saying it's so small, which is not that damn small. It's bigger than the one in my house. And it's in a little science museum. So it's obviously something they bought and set up. And so it's in the South. It's like, I think, 29 degrees south latitude. It's in the little museum. I mean, ain't that? Right. Can we at least say that we got one in the South that, at least for what we ain't doing shit?
Right. The thing is, there's a set amount. It's supposed to progress per hour, depending on your latitude. So I don't know why the size would even matter. Well, like that Geo read it off earlier. The guy had the period and all the length and shit. Like, I thought it was just a set amount per hour per latitude.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point.
So that's not how it works then, or am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe I didn't.
Nobody knows, bro.
That's the point I was trying to make. I think I agree with that, dude.
No, the
Would you
amount of
change?
precession should be the same. I mean, from their claim and whatnot, the amount of precession should be the same. The only thing is that if you
It
have
has
a,
to.
yeah, the precession amount should be the same. It's just like, but if you have a longer period of the swing because you have a longer cable, then the amount of precession per swing will be correlated to how big the period is. If I said
swing
that.
for longer.
Okay, so it's still going to do the same amount.
It's going to
So
do the
it's still
same
gonna do
amount.
this.
It's just going to be at a different timing because of how big
That's
this
fine.
period is.
Yeah, it's going to swing for longer too. So it's going to be Geo. It's going to longer string is going to swing for longer. So it's going to be more apparent because it's going to be easier to detect a 20 degrees of the. I'm saying so. Yeah, longer string. It's going to swing for longer.
So we got to figure out what kind of joints and shit we need. I'm sure Brian's had grease all over his shitter. I can just imagine what you had going on. I've seen your setups.
I just used a swivel, man, a ball swivel.
A ball joint thingy? I don't know. I don't know about this.
Oh, ball joint is the best one.
360. Check this out. If you spun that bitch, I mean, dude, I used little, like real thin fishing line. It broke a couple times. The one time I did it, I didn't get it to not break until like the third time, dude, because I'm trying to use the thinnest string possible, thing that's going to get it more sensitive and also swinging longer. And
Yeah, but
so I've
hold
set it
on,
up pretty
Brian.
good one time, dude.
Hold on. We got to figure out if you got the right joint. That's like one of the what's like the key element right there. I feel like one of the key parts of it. So
That's
he
one of
needs
the
a
things I
ball
learned.
joint. He needs a ball joint, Osho.
Well, eventually I had to basically make my own ball joint because I used a 2x4 and I had to knot. I had like a knot in the hole and stuff like that, and so I was like, okay, this isn't.
You couldn't handle a knot in the wood. You're so manly, yo. And I've seen
Yeah,
your
yeah. So
setups,
the thing
and
is,
they're
I
worse
had
than leaky. So I don't even know.
no, I had to no that listen. I had to fix it. Like that's something I think that everybody learns when doing a real Foucault's pendulum and trying to get real results. Is that the first few times you do it, you're not even thinking about some of the some of the things that can influence it, and so you're making adjustments until you make sure that there's no more outside influence. That's
No.
actually the
He made
biggest key.
adjustments until he
That's the
got it to do.
biggest key of a Foucault's pendulum is making sure there's no outside influence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
So you're saying
just made adjustments.
What Kosho did is he just kept setting it up and changing the knot until it did what he wanted it to do.
I
which
didn't
I could manipulate it.
didn't use a knot at the end of it, dude. I'm saying that's how I started out doing it. But I had to end up with a ball, basically a ball. I had a ball inside of like a metal bowl.
60-degree. It's a 360-degree swivel with a ball. That's with a ball in the middle. That's exactly what I used. Whatever it did, it ain't because of the swivel. Plus that thin ass line. But I could manipulate it with a knot if I wanted to put a knot in play. But yeah, you use a swivel. So the knot.
So Brian, you used Brian. Hold on. Just in conclusion, you used a professionally made piece of equipment that's meant to swivel in 360 directions, and Kosho made one out of wood and rope.
No, listen. My first attempt was with wood and rope. Okay, this is the only times that I use Australians to actually help me out because it was in the middle of the morning. I had Terry, I had Bandsaw was there, I had Waz, I had Paul, a couple of other Australians were there with me, helping me after try of getting it wrong, like making errors in it. Basically, they cause errors, and then we ended up with what you talked about, like basically having a ball bearing inside of like a bowl. That basically allowed for there's no influence on any of the directions that it's swinging.
Right. Y'all probably look like three monkeys trying to fuck a football. I could see y'all with a rope trying to make a pendulum thinking it's going to swing. Dude, you're not going to get shit to swing for an hour with a rope, dude. That's ridiculous. Why would you even think of using a rope?
You didn't use a rope, dude. You put that in there, first of all. Second of all, that's one of the least important things, dude. Like, yeah, I having a thinner, less, in like a rope that doesn't have twines or something like that, that might make a little bit of a difference, but that doesn't make as much difference as having a dense and heavy weight and a long rope. The thickness of the rope is not as important as the length of the rope. I didn't use twine.
Yeah, just use monofilament, bro. One strand. One
Yeah,
filler.
I used extremely thin thread. I didn't use rope. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Thread's twine too, bro. Just use monofilament, single structure. No twisting.
Here's the moral of the story, though, Brian. That didn't matter, okay? Because when the first few times
I agree,
those
man.
errors,
I'll give you good.
huh? What do you say?
I'm agreeing. Thread, sewing thread, real thin. That would work good in my opinion.
And yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's one of the least important aspects of it. It's true that could probably make a difference, but the biggest differences are the pivot, the length of the rope, and the density. The density of the pendulum or the weight is probably the most important thing, because the denser it is, the in the shape like a ball, not shaped like a plate or something, it's going to have the least amount of influence, outside influence, which is what you're
Tell
looking
me what
for.
I could have did wrong to swing it for an hour and it not us. What could I have done wrong? It's about an hour and 5 minutes.
What was the shape?
The
What
one
did
I
you use? What was the shape of the thing you used? Was it a
A
ball? You
lead
said.
ball.
Lead? How heavy was
about
it?
a 4. It's probably about 4 or 5 pounds. I could weigh it. No, it's probably about 3 pounds with some. I think it was about a 3 or 4 pound ball. I gotta go back and look at the video. 3
How
different
long was
sizes.
the? How was it attached to the ball?
It's attached to the ball with a twine with a screw right in the middle.
And how are you determining the precession?
I just swung it. I held it steady as I could, and I didn't use any string and burn it. But you could tell when you let go wrong.
No.
You could tell because it.
The question though is how did you record and measure the precession? So there's ways you can drop
I
sand.
just wanted to see if I could notice it. I just lined it up with the towel and a desk here in the back.
Well, that's a
I
problem.
just lined it up visually. I didn't mark it on the ground. I admit that. I admit all that. But
that's a problem. There it is.
But what could I did wrong for it not to process at all? What could have been?
We don't know that.
Wrong?
We don't know that it didn't process.
Well, none that I could tell
To
visually.
eye, yeah,
Hour and 5 minutes. That should have been about 6 degrees where I'm at.
For an hour?
Hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, were you using a watch or were you eyeballing the time too? You're eyeballing the glucose pendulum, the time. Okay. Well, anyways, my point is, I'm not trying to knock you, but I'm just saying you were very careful with measuring the time. You should have been more careful with measuring the precession, because without an actual way to record or measure the precession, you can't make any assessments about what happened.
It's not like it didn't happen again. I was trying to set it up where people could see what I'd already seen, but never posted it. And so we were all talking about it live. So I just had it running in the background while we were all talking about it. And
top of my head, Brian.
I had a phone, so I just showed the stopwatch.
Top of my head, Brian. You're looking at 7 degrees or something like that. That's what you would have been looking for in an hour. 7 degrees, something like that. Maybe less than that even. So if you think you can eyeball that, or if you think that you can not be mistaken if that were to occur, there's not really anything else. There's not really anything else you can say about that, because that's like, how do you know it didn't process, man? It could have easily processed 7 degrees and you not noticed. You didn't even measure it.
I don't think it could have. It could have went a couple degrees, but I think once it gets past a few degrees, it wouldn't have lined up with what it was swinging toward. But yeah, I'll give you that. There's probably a few degrees of error just from me. Yeah, I didn't line it up. I didn't paint lines on the ground or anything like that. I'll do that. In fact,
honestly,
man, I keep saying I'm gonna do this.
But that's honestly, that's good to talk about, because this is one of the things that, like I said, I made several mistakes. Like, one of the first things I did is I attached like this paintbrush to the bottom of the thing, and obviously if it touches the ground, that's going to influence where it swings, and that did. And so I was thinking, like, I want to have it. That's what I eventually did. I think I had it drop it. Yeah, so I eventually had it drop. I had it spill paint out, but like drop by drop, and so that way it's not losing that much mass. and it's also not really touching the ground. But yeah, you have to be careful with how you
So
decide to record it.
are you when you got it all set up? Are you under the impression that? Let me ask you like this: is it possible that after you got your thing set up just how you wanted it, you could do it and still get varied results sometimes?
Depends what you mean by varied results. Like how, what's the range? Because yeah, sure. I mean, you're always going to get errors.
Possible you could, if you did it 100 times, times where it didn't process at all.
No, where it didn't process at all. No, it would not happen like that.
Well,
yeah, the chance of it not processing at all over a course of an hour is just crazy.
That's why I was asking what could have caused it not to. Admitted, maybe it did barely process a few degrees, but not as much as it was supposed to. And it did swing pretty good. Like you'd be surprised we're not that high. It does swing for a long time. Like, but let's say this. So you agree that the height of it is not a variable. It's just easier with a taller setup. It's just going to swing for longer.
Yeah, exactly. The height of it will determine the length of the rope will determine the length of the period, and so the length that it's going to. So the longer you're going to be able to measure a measurement, but you can make a measurement in 10 minutes if you have a precise enough measuring device, because you can measure even if you're only looking for. If you're looking for 2 degrees and you're able to measure 2 degrees in 10 minutes, then you're good to go, right? So, your flat Earth test in parentheses, Brian. Okay, so I mean, I think you would do it again, dude, and actually measure it correctly, because I think you probably had a good setup and probably have a good way of kind of like me, like trying to narrow down the outside influences. But you actually have to find a meaningful way to measure it.
Like, I appreciate the fact you even tried it. Like, a lot of people are talking about this, and it's so easy to set up. Like, even if you got to muck with it a little bit and maybe even come back the next day and muck with it a little bit, bro, it's a fucking string and a weight,
I don't
when
think
it comes down at the end of the day. But so I appreciate do you remember how many times you did it for?
Yeah, a lot of times, man. I wish I still had the videos, but I have so many YouTube channels. I don't remember which one I posted onto, but it's not as easy. Like it's easy to start doing it, but the hardest part, I guess, it's different because we're looking for different results. You're looking for negative results. I'm looking for positive results. Regardless, the point is, you really start becoming worried that you're gonna be allowing in outside influences. Especially if you're on the side of the camp that I'm on, where I'm expecting a deviation,
I'm on your side.
I'm worried.
Where you be a little worried, bro. I get that, bro, and I don't disagree with that. And I do agree that the first couple of times when I held it, like probably the first 5 times, I was like I wasn't satisfied with the release and everything, and finally I just lined it up where my hand was braced against this speaker thing. And I had it held with 2 hands and to get a good release. And believe it or not, just like anything else, you get better at releasing it. But admittingly, I didn't burn a string. Did you burn a string?
Yeah, dude. That's why my videos were awesome, because I had a blowtorch and I had a rope. It was I actually had a long period, dude, because my parents had a 2-story house, and I had it all the way in the top part of the staircase, so it was a pretty long swing too. But it only went for like 20 minutes tops. Anyways, yeah, I used a blowtorch, and I.
Because you had a rope, bro. Or how long did it go ahead?
How long was the rope? How long was the string? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said it only went for 20 minutes because you had a rope. How long do you
go? Why do you think? Why do you think that you can get 3 times the? Sorry, I got a brain freeze, dude. Fuck. Now, why do you think that you can get 3 times the length of period just by having a thinner rope? I don't think that's.
Because it's way more sensitive, bro. Think about this: if you had a ship, a 5-pound ball, and swung it, it's going to swing probably for a minute, dude. And if you have a rope like a tire swing, it's going to probably go for like 20 minutes. If you have a thin line, there's no resistance.
Yeah, there's like no like the yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. There's sort of like an inertia in the in like a very thick wire or something like that. Like, it takes.
In general, I guess you'd call it.
I don't know, dude. These are the type of physics questions I was got embarrassed about at school.
I realized pretty quick. I realized pretty quick that a thinner line is going to work a lot better. And I pushed
So
it.
you tell. That's what you tell all the ladies.
To aggravate the extreme.
Man, that deep voice, Jeremy dude, he's trying to say something. Yeah, he gets real PMS if he can't get it out. So that's something about a vacuum cleaner, Jeremy. It's okay. He's on the toilet. Were you saying that, Brian?
No, I was just saying when you said rope, when you said rope, something thick, maybe you might.
Yeah, but think about Brian. I'm going to debate you with this on a second. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong. I usually am wrong about stuff like this. But if you have like a big, thick rope, and it requires more inertia, but isn't it much heavier than the thinner rope, anyways? Right?
I mean, dude. I mean, doesn't your intuition tell you with a thin line is going to swing longer? Doesn't your intuition tell you that?
It does actually. My intuition tells me that, but I learned a long time ago that to use women's intuition in a scientific context, you'll be wrong most of the time. And
why do you got to call your intuition women?
I'm calling your intuition woman's intuition, man. Okay. No, but I do have that same intuition, man. And yeah, I'm being honest. I'm almost playing devil's advocate because I told you these are the kind of questions that, like in physics, if I got asked this question in class, I'd probably get it wrong. So it's kind of hard to imagine.
Use your intuition and try it, man. It's
Okay,
longer, bro.
Do you have a reason? Do you have other reason other than that? Because I've heard different
I have 200
properties.
line that long. It didn't swing for as long. Yeah, 200 pounds.
Honestly, let's forget about Foucault's pendulum. Let's just do a test with this fucking rope and thread and string, and we'll just do a bunch of different pendulums with the same size and different size threads, and we'll see which one has a longer period.
Do this. Just you go and use a rope, and then use thread, and then just act like we never talked about it, and we won't have to discussion, bro. Just real quick, just 10 minutes, and I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide, and I won't hold your feet to the fire. I'll just let it go away because I like you.
All right, I could be wrong about this, man. I'm not dying on this hill. I'm just curious.
What? Wrong about what? What's the point?
Okay, Brian. Well, okay. So I'm actually making a claim. To be honest with you, I'm going to say that Brian's claim is that, and for instance, for Foucault's pendulum or any kind of pendulum, if you have the same length rope, the same sized weight, but two different thicknesses of rope, that you're going to get two different lengths of periods and overall, time that it's swinging.
That's your claim?
That's Brian's claim.
Oh, okay.
A thinner rope is better. A thinner rope is, in his, what he's saying is going to make it swing longer. I'm not necessarily disagreeing, like I said. I'm actually agnostic on this one because I can't. I'm having a brain fart. I can't think of. It seems like he's saying that my intuition tells me he's right, but I can't think of a valid reason on why that would be the case.
Even if you had the same swivel, more weight pulling toward the ground. Yeah, good.
Real quick.
Those vacuum cleaners.
Is there a thing we could buy from like the hardware store or something? Like, you've made yours. Leaky has probably a professional one. Like, what's the best one to use for this?
I didn't make it, bro. I didn't make it, bro. I actually already had them. I had several different kinds.
I know. You have a professionally made thing. Osho made his at home with crayons. I'm saying, what's the best setup for this?
God. First of all, if Brian had used crayons, he would have actually measured his precession. He did measure his precession, so I don't know why you call that professional. Mine was professionally done and helped by Australians, including a flat earther named Bandsaw, by the way. So if you're going to not help me, Bandsaw helped me. Also Paul.
Okay, but listen. We're just trying to get past the first point, the swivel or whatever ball joint or whatever kind of thing you got to have it on. Like, what's the best one? One that we can universally buy and agree that this is a good one. We all use that one.
I don't know what they're called, but just imagine a ball with a string come through it, and it's sitting in a bowl with a hole at the bottom.
Bro, I'm gonna imagine there's this thing at like Lowe's or Home Depot or on Amazon or website that I can buy, and I'm imagining this thing, and I'm trying to figure out what the thing of it. What would I type in the search bar?
Just use a swivel, man. They got some swivels that are continuous, so there's no
The universal
bias.
swivel.
With the ball
It's called a universal swivel. Is that what it's called?
No, it's not called the. He just said get the swivel. So I'm like, yeah, get the universal
What
swivel.
do I type in this Posho? What do I type in the search bar for the thing?
Type in a ball swivel.
Ball swivel? That's the name of the thing.
Swivel. It might come up with a ball or swivel. Period. It's 360 degrees. There's 360 degrees of freedom with no bias toward any direction.
I typed it in, dude. I found a perfect one. I found so many. I have several of these. I go in my garage. I have one of these things. So yeah.
Use that. Why didn't you choose that?
And why did you make one?
I didn't know I had it.
Come on. All right. Okay. Listen. How much are these things?
Let's find out. It's got to be just $3. $3. Yeah.
Okay, so we get a whole bunch of different types of these. Easy peasy.
Yeah, they're very easy.
That'd
Very cheap.
That'd probably be the best way to do it. Get like 3 different ones and just do it with all of them.
See, you're sounding more and more Canadian every day. Although that sounded more. Do it with all of them sounded like something I would say. But no, SC's plan.
What are you saying?
With the SC's plan.
Say something coherent, please.
SC is a fucking guy who comes in here, okay? And SC had a plan to do 4 Foucault's pendulums side by side. 4 of them. And I thought that was it's a crazy thing you guys say, and people what a bunch of kooky weird shit. But to me, actually, that sounds interesting because I've never seen that done. It's just a challenge. It's easy to do.
That's what I'm saying. These things are fucking cheap, dude. What's the line cost? $5. The swivel $5. I feel like you get this whole thing done for fucking like $20.
Absolutely. I feel like you guys have a flat Earth millionaire. We don't have a fucking globe Earth millionaire. Okay, but you guys have a flat Earth millionaire. You have plenty of people helping you.
You guys have Elon
probably. But they're not called flat Earth millionaire. They're not called globe Earth billionaire.
Elon Musk's not a global?
I don't know.
He's got $1 billion. He's got billions. You got a globe Earth billionaire.
The point is, you guys have all the people in the world. If you want to do 4 Foucault's pendulums, do 4 Foucault's pendulums, man. None of you guys, besides Brian, has done any.
We're gonna. You don't do anything. I've seen your setup. When you do stuff, so.
I'll do one today. How about that? I'll do one tomorrow.
But can you do a real one though? Okay. Yeah. Are you gonna use the ball swivel joint thing or?
You weren't here in the first year. I was in Flat Earth. I bet chemo. I bet chemo $20 that I would do Rob Skiba. Because Rob Skiba has that one video where he's got the horizon shows up with the Fresnel lens. I told him I was going to do that in a basketball court and show him that it doesn't work like that. And
the top of the lens.
You did it, and it did work like that.
That's a long story.
It does work like that. If you use the bottom of the lens, you get that effect every time. Oh my god, dude! You got 5 Fresnel lenses right here, bro. Every time you do it.
All right, you see the things Hosho told us to get.
Also.
Yeah, I've already got several of them, different kinds, all that. It's in the tackle box.
He's got a sack of ball swivels.
Get a brand new swivel. Yeah, but get a brand new one though. That one's that's been in your fucking tackle box for 18 years.
Yeah,
right?
I wanted to see if we can possibly turn off pictures because I don't want to see Brian's wife when he speaks. Thanks.
I'll get that changed, man. But, yeah.
I've been hearing that for like a week, bro. I'm kidding, dude. Like, blessings to you, honestly, my guy. Ever since the new update, now when somebody's let me just say,
our oldest daughter.
with this latest update, now you see that tile right when someone's talking, so the picture's permanently there. But dude, blessings to you, my guy. It's all good. I'm messing around.
I thought you just had a picture of my
just-
girlfriend. I didn't know it was his wife. My bad. I was like, why do you have a picture of my girlfriend as your picture?
It's more like years ago, man.
Yeah, I
That's
know
good
you
when
told me
you
about
close your. It's good when all these years later, when you close your eyes, you still think of your wife, though. Just a little while ago.
I actually thought for a minute it was Kosho's mom, but then I realized it was you that was talking.
All right, so we get this swivel thing, right?
I posted it in the chat,
You just attach that to a ceiling. You make sure it's horizontal or whatever, right? Like, what is that easy to attach to the ceiling, or is there an issue with that?
Yes. For me, it was.
An issue, or yes, it's easy.
For me, it was very easy. For Brian, it was difficult. I posted a picture in the chat though of
She says it's difficult for me, bro. What are you talking about?
Why was it difficult for Brian? Brian had the professional thing. You made yours with glue and paper mache and shit.
Okay. All right, dude. Okay, Brian, how did you attach yours to the ceiling?
With a screw and a swivel.
Okay. Remember earlier when you said you were going to attach it to a drone and fly it around the house?
No, Brian didn't say that. We were joking around with that. That was low. He was joking. No one.
Wait, did Brian say that or I think Lou said that actually.
It doesn't matter. That wasn't even a serious conversation. I was trying to get us off that something real.
I was trying
and you're trying to bring us back to the merry-go-round with nonsense.
Listen,
you were trying to poison the well. That makes it better that you said what you were trying to do.
I'm honest. Listen, I posted a picture of a swivel ball, and
this is why we can never get anything done. Yo, when it comes to attaching this ball swivel joint thing to the ceiling, is that easy or is that hard? The one we're gonna buy off Amazon.
I think it's easy.
It's easy to attach that to the ceiling.
I think it's easy. Just needs to be accounted for. Yeah.
What needs to be accounted for?
That you do that. But here, let me tell you something. There's a simple test. Everyone knows this. I know this. And maybe Brian doesn't, but everyone knows this besides Brian. Is that if you, regardless of how you have to pivot, if you set up your measurement device and you're observing your measurement device in the first swing, first two swings, first three swings, okay, you can see that it's making a persistent path in the same axes, in the same, the same line. And so that's why measuring it, you can actually see if it's being straight back and forth at the beginning and if it's processing, which is
okay. Just you're jumping ahead, bro. We're trying to make this shit good from the top down.
You don't understand. That was my point. My point is the pivot's important, but you're immediately going to realize how important it is by doing this test at the beginning, because you're going to find out if your thing is swinging back and forth to begin with. And if it is, then it's working.
We know. That's why we're trying to get this shit straight and make sure we have the fucking right bearing and all the right strings and knots and fucking ropes and shit. We go from the top down on this one because it's where it starts. We don't really do it from the bottom up. But it's not, listen. So we got the swivel thing. It's attached to the wall. We're going to now connect a rope or a string or something to this, right?
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to do it in that order.
You're going to hang the thing and then attach a string to it, right?
If you're clever enough, like I was, my rope went right through the ball, all the way through the ball. And so on the string was at the top of the ball. The ball was in the socket. So yeah, my string went through the ball. That's my point. That's how it was connected. That's how you do it.
That's how these ball joints work. That's how these ball joints work. Your string goes through the ball.
No, on the one I described, but there's plenty of ball joints. You can.
How about the professional one that we didn't make with popsicle sticks or whatever you used?
How do you test yours, Brian? How do you test your
pasta and popsicle sticks you made your shit with? We're talking about the real one.
Dude. Yeah, Brian, how do you attach your ball joint to your fucking rope, dude?
What do you mean?
Exactly. But this is Jeremy's question. So the next question is, how do you attach? You have a rope, you have the ball joint. How is the string and the ball joint conjointed?
We can make this a lot easier. Hold on, we can make this a lot easier. Is there a fucking instruction manual or some shit for a Foucault pendulum, or is this is like word of mouth, passed down through song through the generations with old songs of the sea?
So dumb.
Like, how's this information? Is it written down somewhere, or do we relay the information in song?
Dude, there's not a single Foucault's pendulum, dude.
Okay, but what's the fucking best one? What's like a good quality one that's going to give us consistent results? We're trying to make one. Dude, do you know what's happening here? What's going on right now?
Tell me.
We're trying to replicate Foucault pendulum as precisely as possible in different areas on Earth. So we need to know how to make one, and where is that written down?
It's like asking what's the best way to kiss a woman, and if Jeremy wants to know the very best way, it's got to be written somewhere. Let me tell you something, Jeremy. It's not written anywhere. Okay, you got to know how to do it. You got to learn from making mistakes, and you got to learn to know if you're doing it right by looking at the results. Okay, it's the same thing.
No, dude, and that's a post-diction, and we're trying to make a prediction. You're saying this is a prediction of your guys's, so we're trying to figure out how do we set it up so we can predict what the results are going to be.
Like I said, in my experience, in every experience that I witnessed, even the South Pole guys, every example I've seen, it's always been trial and error, dude. I've never seen it done successfully the first time, ever. So
why?
Trial and error, man.
Why? Why you
Because
just do it?
there's mistakes.
You're just saying it's right when
you're not going to realize.
They must all be ironed out. Somebody wrote down all the mistakes you can make, and that's why I'm saying. Where's the schematic or the diagram or the blueprint for this shit, whatever it's called?
So I said, man, this goes back to the birds and the bees and kissing a woman. It's the same.
You didn't work all the mistakes out and write it down the best way. Hey, here's the best way. We know the best way to build a mousetrap.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guess what? I've read stuff about kissing, and then it doesn't matter, dude. You go into it and you make mistakes. You're not gonna realize what's happening. What you didn't know to expect. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, and then you learn. You don't do that again.
Listen to me. Listen, Kosho. If I want to know how to build like the standard best mousetrap, I go get the blueprint. I can shape the wood, the pieces of metal, and make this shit. Now I'm saying, where is that Foucault pendulum doesn't have that? I mean, you're relating this to kissing a woman. I don't know why. It's weird.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, like you said, we're trying to be able to get consistent results here. You guys use this thing as though it's a Glover proof, but if it's trial and error until you get the results you're looking for, it's anything but.
Listen, that's dishonesty. That's not what anybody said. The trial and error part comes down to, it comes down to the fact that you've never done it before, and there's so many intricacies that you didn't really, you didn't really appreciate until you went and did it. And so you go and do it, and you find out that, okay, wait, there's this possible influence that I'm not expecting, something that could change the result from, just purely being a swinging back and forth pendulum and the Earth rotating.
And so, as humans, we figured this out, right? As humans, we figured this out. We write it down. This is science, right?
There's no book that has everybody's mistakes in it. It's not a book that says, "Oh, here's all the mistakes of Foucault. Every mistake that everyone has ever done doing a Foucault's. Read it now and learn all the mistakes so that you don't make any of them." There's no book that says that.
But there should be a book of the best way to make one, because we've done it so many times. We should know like the best way to do it. All right, I hear you on there shouldn't be a book of all the mistakes, but there should be a book on the best way to make one, or a good way to make one, or something like.
Probably is.
like the schematics or the blueprint or some shit, you know? Because you're just saying stuff. I don't even know if are you high right now?
I had a. Have you ever had those? What are they called? Delta. Was it
Bro, we
Delta
don't buy
9?
gas
You
stations
had a
here.
gummy. You had a gummy, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I had a half. Well, I had a half of one.
Yeah, but bro, you need to tell me what the numbers are on the package. Well, what's the number? Like 10 milligrams, 100 milligrams,
In
1,000 milligrams.
Texas, it's illegal to have it above 0.3 milligrams. That doesn't matter, dude. None of that's important. But the point is, I totally forgot that I did eat half of that. But if I belay my last, forget everything I said.
I'm just saying, bro. Is there like a good blueprint for one? The Glober's like the official Glober. When you guys are debunking us in your Glober underground layer, in the underworld, you know, what's the blueprint for your Foucault pendulum you guys are using?
I mean, like I said, I listened to a couple Australian trolls, and they helped me out. There's not a that you can Google it. There'll be a way to do it. You can look up how other people did it. Your requirement is ridiculous, dude. It's like asking, like, how do you kill somebody? There's got to be a single way to kill somebody, dude. There's not just one way to do it.
I'm not saying there's more than one way. I'm just saying there must be a like specific way to do this thing, so that you can predict the result.
Well, what are some
if you
things
can't
to
predict
consider,
it?
So what?
What are some things to consider?
Okay, here's all the things that I can think of on top of my head to consider. The pivot point, making it making it round, like me and Brian were saying, to have it in the round pivot point, the circular, the ball point pivot. To have the longer the rope, or the longer the string, or whatever it is.
Okay, so let me just
better.
stop you on these two.
And also the third thing. Well, this would be four things, but the third thing would be the density of the ball and. There's no. I won't say the fourth thing. I'm just letting you know the third. That's the third thing, but there's another fourth and fifth thing too. But go ahead.
So the first two things you gotta so now you're forcing the shape or whatever of this rotation being a circle. So now we shouldn't be surprised at getting any other results of it, right? And then so why are you worried about the length of the string or whatever? What's up?
The longer the string is, I'm guessing. My guess is we know you lied. You lie all the time to us. But my guess is the longer the string is, the least that's going to make the pivot point, if there's any imperfections in the pivot point, matter less.
No,
that's my guess.
Good. That is a good guess, but there's no need to guess because I have the actual answer. Also, I did lie. I did not make.
We know you lied.
No. The ball thing was something I was going to do later. I didn't end up doing the ball pivot. I remember I did now. I used a 2x4.
Wasn't a
I didn't use a ball.
just like a CBD, like massage oil, like a Chinese lady.
Listen, asshole. Listen to me. I didn't use a. I didn't use a ball pivot. I used a 2x4. I stood it straight up. I drilled a hole all the way through it. I had the thread. It wasn't thread. It was very thin, very circular, stringy stuff. And I pulled it all the way through. And I did not have a ball pivot. I had a knot at the top of that. But regardless, the swing was dependent on the hole that was going through. That's how I did it. Okay. Yeah, so I lied about the ball pivot.
Stupid.
No, it's not
that
stupid.
Thing you just said. Yeah, that thing you just said. Wow, you made your joint. The pivot point. That's fucking stupid, bro.
How long was the 2x4 that you stood up on end, and how long was your drill bit?
Well, it was a 2x4, so
yeah, that's what I said. 2x4. No, you said you stood it on
4 inches. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you stood it. You tipped it sideways. So you went 3.5 inches.
Yeah, he knows that the true dimensions of a 2x4 is 3.5. Where Kusha thinks it's actually 4. About his truck.
We're just speaking colloquial here, okay? I'll give you guys both points for that. 10 points for Gryffindor, okay? And 10 points for Slytherin for you. No thanks. But where were we? So yeah, I stuck it up sideways, and I drilled a hole through it. Okay, If the string's going all the way through that 3.5-inch hole, and it's swinging, it's a very thin hole. The rope's all the way through. It's taking the entire, hole of the hole. It's as good as a ball pivot at that point. Okay, so just leave me alone with that. The Australian guys helped me out. They were okay with that. It was fine.
Appeal to Australian. It's a new fallacy.
Yeah, you never usually see me doing that, dude. I never would do that. I never would use them to make me sound more honest, but that they helped me, and Bandsong was integral in that.
So, is it true that Australians eat their breakfast upside down to those in the Northern Hemisphere?
If you think that's gross, you should see how they have sex. Yeah, they do eat.
Wait. No. I didn't say anything about gross. We don't need to insinuate anything. I'm just asking to steelman the claim to state that people in Australia eat their breakfast upside down relative to those in the Northern Hemisphere. Is that correct?
What does that even mean?
Yeah,
they make a
eat it. They eat it when we eat our dinners
on top, or what?
Hold on, just before we move off of this. There's no good way written down where we figured out all the errors and we know how to avoid them. We didn't write that down anywhere.
Move off of what? Write down the errors for who?
On how to build a full call pen. Like Kojo keeps saying, all these unexpected things keep coming up, but like we must have done it enough times as humans to have figured out how to avoid all the mistakes. Just like when we were building cars, like we figured out how to avoid a lot of mistakes with car building because that's what we do. Or they don't have a blueprint or a schematic or nothing. I don't know. Anyways, carry on. Australians are upside down from us. Is that where we were going? Guys?
I mean, sorry, Jerry. I was sending a text to my son. Hey, look, Superman's flying over a globe. Yeah, that's funny. Well, but I mean, I'm just saying that, like, the thing that, and I mean, honestly, I'm being really, really honest right now. When I look at the globe map that I learned in, my gosh, I want to say like grade 4, maybe grade 5. Actually, no, you know what? I remember now. Grade 7. Yeah, because I was at Green Glade, and that was grade 7 geography. The teacher pulled down the map, and she's like, "This is where we are." And she points at North America, and she zooms in and like shows, or not zooms in, but like takes her hand and circles Southern Ontario and so on and so forth. And then, like myself, I always automatically, it's just a knee-jerk reaction, my mind space to say, okay, like, what is the most opposite position to what I'm being shown right now? As weird as that sounds. And I'm like, it's like Australia. So he has a globe in the classroom, and during the break, I get up and I look at this, where we are in North America. And then I like kind of take my finger and I'll never forget point Australia, and I'm like, okay, so like Australia is literally like the opposite. Like they're over the ball. We go 180 degrees to like the opposite side. They're in the other. They're across the equator, so on and so forth. Okay, cool. So like, if we're looking at things literally how it's being shown right now, because they have to be anchored to the surface. Right? It has to work. Things don't just like magically flip around or anything like that. So I'm eating breakfast, 7 a.m. Eastern, whatever. And then Australia is, I think they're 12 hours ahead, I believe. Yeah, 12 hours ahead. So I know relatively, or roughly, it's like, I think they're 11 hours, something like that. But I know that it's nighttime for them. But I'm thinking to myself, like, are they sleeping upside down to me being relative, like being where I'm at? Because like, if I'm here on the one side of the ball and then I go all the way over to the other side of the ball, I got to be stuck to the surface, like by default. I can't not be stuck to the surface. I just would see it that way. I mean, I don't know. Thanks for listening.
Well, I'm trying to help my girlfriend pick up bowling clothes.
Dude, do your stuff. Don't forget to have a bath.
I'm here listening too, but
Wow, you're gonna walk through me after your comment? I'm just saying. No, it's okay. Tell her. I know. Don't tell her we say hi, and don't forget to enjoy your bath. That's all I had for you. Appreciate you, Kosho.
Yep, they'd be upside down to it. Everyone's sticking to it because of gravity, space-time bending.
Okay, so if they say that refraction is the reason that the moon is displaced from below the horizon to above the horizon, then what happens on a cold day when there's no refraction and you still see the moon? Like it's 10 degrees outside.
I don't
It's
know.
like that happened to me on September 1st. And I got the sun in the eastern sky and the moon in the western sky. And I'm looking at the moon and I'm like, the Globers say that that's fake. And the real one's actually below the horizon line. And refraction is displacing the moon to above the horizon line. It's 10 degrees Celsius outside right now. Maybe 15. Refraction doesn't seem to exist. Humidity detected is like zilch. Kind of crazy. But that's okay. We know the truth. And the truth knows itself. Because it's the truth. ASMR. Brought to you by Earth Awakening.
I mean, dude, all we got to do is find out a globe. Like, there needs to be a way to make these so it just default, like, predicts whatever the globe says. I don't understand why that seems like Kosho thought that was impossible or something. But we got to just be some standard way of making these things. Like, I don't get it. There's only a few things that need to be key: the pivot joint, the pivot swivel, the ball swivel, whatever that is. How you attach the rope to that. And how you attach the rope to the ball, what kind of ball you use on the bottom, and how you let the ball go. Like, other than that, there's not really much to do as long as there's no airflow in the room. I can see what else needs to be accounted for. There's only like 4 or 5 things.
No,
You tell me we nailed down automobiles. We nailed down automobiles, rockets, airplanes, all this stuff with these millions of parts, but we didn't get this thing with like 4 or 5 parts.
Yeah, no, for this, you just got to keep changing shit until you get the expected result.
Is that how we do shit? Do we just build bridges? Like, I don't know, just toss it up there. I don't know if it works. Great. Just throw that plane together. If it flies, it's awesome. If not, we'll get it next time. We'll just keep doing it till it works. Like, that's not how we operate as humanity.
No, that's not how we do bridges. That's how we do globe proofs.
Let me ask you a question, guys. I'll ask you in a second.
But before you ask, I found it. I searched. I found the diagram.
We got it? Okay, we have a diagram on how to make Foucault pendulum in every detail.
Yeah. It was found in 1200 BC.
Bruh.
It was the Dead Sea Pendulum Scroll Papyrus.
Shut the fuck up. Motherfucker, dude.
I had Jeremy hook, line, and sinker on that one.
Well, when you said 1200 BC, I was like, all right.
Gee, I was born. Hey, let me ask you a question. What would you wear if you were a woman bowling?
Same shit you wear, Lululemons with some Air Force Ones and a nice blouse.
Yoga pants, my man. That's it.
Shut the hell up, dude. Listen to me. So what's up with the It's funny that you're here, SC. We brought you up earlier. We're talking about doing the 4 Flucose pendulums side by side.
A 4 is a 4 is a bit excessive, but 2, 3.
That was your
at least
that was
2.
your number.
Yeah, 4 would
Your
be
number
the
4?
ultimate. Yeah.
I think 2 would be sufficient. Even 1 is actually.
Yeah, Kosho, I tried this before. I asked you guys, but you kept giving me, well, this is not long enough. I'm not sure about the weight. I'm not sure about the pivot. I don't know what rope to use. You guys were all over the place, and I said, I'm not going to waste my time and doing something, and you're going to say that ain't good enough. So
that's why did you find the diagram? You got a diagram of this?
No, I was just pulling your leg, bro. No.
Oh,
bro, those would be the factors.
I was still on that.
If you wanted to get a certain result, you would just get a certain weight to swing it from a line. And if you didn't get the result that you wanted, then you could just extend that line or shorten it to get another result.
No, you wouldn't get another result by extending it. That's the point. You get the same result no matter the length of the rope.
You definitely don't.
You do. The result is degrees per hour, so the length of the rope is going to determine how long it's swinging for. But if it doesn't swing for an hour, you got to extend it out to an hour. Like if it was half an hour, then double the precession or whatever.
So, how long does it take if I get a 50-pound weight and I swing it on a 50-foot rope? How long does it take for it to stop? It doesn't matter. It's the same as if it was
that
1 pound on a
probably lasts an hour. I mean that probably lasts an hour. It's pretty long.
Leaky got his shit
rope.
to last an hour with 10 feet, bro.
But he also didn't record anything, dude, or measure anything. He said so.
So if he wanted 2 hours,
He used a stopwatch, but he probably used an hourglass.
So if you wanted 2 hours, you just do 20 feet.
He still tells time with sand. My bad.
So what do you really get? Yeah, just saying. So he's saying that the rope, the length of the rope and the weight doesn't come into play, but most definitely does.
Both come into play.
It changes the period. The precession amount is the same regardless. Like if you're at X latitude, it's supposed to precess X amount of degrees per hour. So that is solid, right? Right, Kosho?
That's a prediction.
Yeah.
No matter how long the rope is, no matter how much the weight, it's X amount of degrees per hour per latitude.
Exactly. So that's why if the period is 1 minute, just multiply it by 60. If it's 8 hours, divide it by 8. But yeah.
Yeah, so it's not supposed to be the same every time.
Okay, so question being, where does this procession, or how does this procession show up?
You went on about the precession of the procession, huh? It shows up because the axis of the rotation of the Earth is different than the axes of the swing, and so as the Earth's rotating, that precession of the swing is going to be it's going to be precessing due to that difference.
Hold on. I'll withdraw after this. My question here on this is, I'm looking at a crane right now that constructs buildings, right? These cranes go through, like, the crane operator at the end of his shift will devane his crane. So that means he will take out the active line, make it deactive, so that the crane can move literally with the elements should the wind pick up, things of that nature.
Yeah.
So the question being, why doesn't Cranes, high steel cranes, show the movement of the surface of the Earth.
Great question.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, real quick.
Jeremy knows the answer to that. Go ahead, Jeremy. No, go ahead, Jeremy. Okay, I know you know the answer.
I was going to say
What did you
before.
say? Both things. Say what you're going to say before and say the answer to this question.
Hold on, I'm trying to think of what I was going to say before. I forgot.
Do it in reverse.
What were we talking about before? We're talking about the length being the same, or the precession
It was the
being the
answer
same.
to Killian's question, the actual answer, not some bullshit. Oh, where does it show up? Where do we see the precession of this Foucault pendulum? The idea would be to mark it with some kind of, maybe we can borrow one of Kosho's crayons or some of his finger paints or something, you know, drip some, I don't know. Or sometimes in the museums they have them knocking over like pegs that are set up, so when they get tapped they easily fall, shit like that, dominoes, whatever. And then, you know, as it processes, it would be knocking over different dominoes. That'd be the idea of where you can see the procession happening.
Okay, but that's a good point. And also, what's the answer to Killian's question, dude? Because I know you know the answer.
That's the answer. Where do you see the procession?
No. That's not what he asked. He asked, why
question?
isn't it hanging? He said, why isn't it a hanging crane? Why don't you see the procession in a hanging crane? He asked.
Well, that was the answer to your first thing, Killian. The second thing is, if you're talking about a plumb bob.
That's right.
Hell no.
Basically a plumb bob.
Ain't no plumb bob. We ain't doing observers. Well, actually, no. You know what? I apologize profusely. It is a plumb bob. You're right. Because it's
You're talking about a crane that's just got the hanging ball on it.
Yeah.
That's just a plumb bob.
Yeah, no, I apologize because I jumped to the whole idea because I talk about plumb bob showing level, right? I'm like, my brain went to plumb bob level, but we're like plumb bob that's actually showing movement, right? So, I mean, the thing about that is they go to Cavendish. Cavendish is the thing that proves the rotation. But the issue with Cavendish, mass attracting mass, from my understanding, is that like this quote experiment, because it's not an observation, it's an experiment. Let's be honest. They have to plug it into the wall for it to work. Like it has to be under power. So I think to myself, like,
Foucault. Talking about Foucault?
Foucault pendulum, or is it Cavendish?
No, you could do it.
Mass attracting mass. No shit, I fucked it up again.
You don't plug either one of those in.
Son of a bitch.
You plug in the Foucault's pendulum. Yeah.
You don't have to though.
Pendulums
You don't have
only
to.
work
He's
on
talking about the ones you plug in, dude.
They only work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're not on a flat Earth, so.
Okay, wait.
They only work on a flat Earth.
Imagine why anybody would, like, everybody wouldn't just automatically dismiss one that has to be plugged in or has mechanics like to it. Like if it's got anything that
it's just one more thing that can
you should automatically dismiss it. It needs to be just a free swinging thing, like without any benefits. It cannot be powered.
Lou, it's just one more piece that can be an influence on it. Remember how I said there's only 4 or 5 parts to this? If you start adding that shit, now that's a whole new thing. That'd be the worst thing to add to it if you're just trying to get right down to it. I agree. Anything that's plugged in would be.
All you have to do is understand how the magnet's applied, and it's not applied in a way that would influence the swing. It just
Foucault's
perpetuates
pendulum
the swing.
does not take any curvature into account. They only work on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
definitely not going to be
obviously for scientific reasons.
Plug this thing in. Absolutely not an experiment. Then it's a toy. It's a desktop toy for fascination. That's what it is.
Kosho, obviously for scientific purposes, you would want as little, variables, moving parts going on as possible, so you can narrow everything down. Obviously, you just want to want that system set up because that's just one more thing. Dude, when you let this thing go, you burn a rope, bro. You don't want anything constantly pushing it, whatever. You just want that one free swing to go, and that's it.
Yeah, if you want to be free, that's how I did mine. I was free. However, you ever used to swing on the swings and you used to pump? You got to pump your legs.
Are you free
tonight? No, I'm going bowling with my girlfriend.
Conservation of momentum. Yeah.
The point is, that there's ways to perpetuate your swing that aren't going to influence a precession. Okay, that's all you got to do. That's what happens, and it doesn't matter though because I'm gonna do one tomorrow. I'm gonna do a Foucault's pendulum by tomorrow, and it's gonna be successful. And
I don't buy. So
I'll do it
look,
tomorrow.
buddy, you dipped off before, and then I was leaving. Did you ever come back with a specific? Like, what specifics is going to be in your pendulum that you're going to say this is like free to move any way it wants? What specifically are you going to have?
Well, as I said earlier, the cheapest way that I did it, and I remember I did it this way, is I made a hole all the way through the 3.5 part of the 2x4, and I had a string that was thick enough to fill the hole. And so you can imagine as it's swinging
Well,
at
honestly,
the
you
base.
probably put it through the 1.5 inch portion. I don't think you did it
That's a
sideways.
little.
That'd be weird.
I don't know why you wouldn't put a ball on top of it and let the ball hang on top of the hole, but okay, I get
Because
you
that
there.
wouldn't influence the swing. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
The
if you
swing
say.
of the pendulum is only at the bottom of the pivot. Okay, so that's I smoothed it out. I made sure it was smooth, the wood
But
and
did you
everything.
really turn it on its side, or did you have it flat, the 2x4? Did you really turn it on its side and go
I
through
turned it
the
on the
three and a
side.
half
I
inch
had
part?
yes. I turned it on the
Not, why
side.
didn't you just go
Why
through
do
the
you think?
1.5 inch part?
Because I wanted to be sure that it was going through the
What?
long part. I was
He wanted
fucking
a bigger
wanting to be
tang or
sure, man.
whatever. Like, whatever.
The hell's your? This guy doesn't trust nobody.
I mean,
I'm
it's
telling you how
not.
I did it on the long side, man.
I trust you. I just want to know, like, damn, that's all you got to do to call it a Foucault is like have it like kind of symmetrical from where it's dangling. Like that's it, right?
Oh no, you want to have a long string. You want to have it uninfluenced by the elements. You want to have So Jim's got there. Jim's posted a good one, man. That's a good Foucault's
Okay,
pendulum.
what would you say? Okay, listen. Have you seen the lab or college demonstrations of a gyro processing? It has the ball bearing and its socket is like it's like a air pump, and it like pumps air up and makes this ball bearing float above the socket. Have you seen this? And then the gyro processes on that
No.
device. Have you seen this?
I
Okay,
think
well,
it's
this is
silly,
a thing.
Coach.
This is a thing, and this is what you should be doing. The pendulum.
Like, why can't I just hop in place
You're
then,
saying
like
with a
for like?
frictionless. Hold on. You're saying with a frictionless pivot point.
I think so. Like I don't know, is the air if they're letting gyros, if they're demonstrating gyroscopic precession on this thing, I think they're saying like, look, it's a sensitive instrument with balance to whatever degree.
I don't know.
It has symmetry.
That's another moving part. That's kind of like the magnet thing almost.
Like I also wanted to, did you take into consideration like when you swung this pendulum, like what was north, south, east, west? Like which way is the pendulum facing? Is it facing the is the precession side facing the magnetic north, or what's
That
going on?
doesn't matter. That's the beauty.
What do you mean?
We
It
would
doesn't
try
matter?
this, and we would try this in
doesn't
different
matter,
ways.
dude.
Obviously,
As a matter of fact,
obviously,
as a
if you
matter
were
of
to
fact,
do this,
go
hold
ahead.
on. Obviously, if you were to do this, you would do it in multiple different directions for the
Right.
first swing. Yes.
I think that's a good idea. If we're gonna do SE's 4 Foucault's pendulums, we should do it in 4 different angles. That's actually a good idea.
I say 40. I say 40. That way you don't have to do the 10 different times. You can just do all 40 of them.
Yeah, it's 270
All right, Don.
360 degrees. You might as well just do all 360 directions.
Listen. You're in New
I'm-
Jersey.
Whoa. Hold up.
Go ahead.
Hold on. No, my bad.
He thinks I'm in Jersey now just because of the massive amount of abortions.
3D print 40 of them.
But wait. I have a question real quick. You know me, my sidebars. Question being, the pendulum is also something that's used in astrological tarot card readings and stuff like that. So does that have some kind of influence on your call to show that the Earth is also moving? How do you feel about that, Kojo?
What?
Pendulum use? You guys have heard about that astrological stuff? Heard about that stuff? No.
No. No, you're saying like, what if you
I
stand
never
on
heard
the
of it.
tarot card and
You
let
guys
the
never
ball
heard of
go?
that stuff? Yeah, I'll withdraw. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know. But yeah, we should have a
No,
standard.
I did hear about that. I did hear about that. I was just taking a piss.
Oh, hey,
And
Kosher with the backup. Appreciate you, dude. So there's a question, right? If they use that in astrological stuff to like tell read tarot and tell like momentum and energy, all these different things, and then you're also using it to prove that the Earth is moving, I'm like, how does this idea of the pendulum, which is one tool, used in two different like things to do that? Like it's one tool with multiple uses? Really?
I'll give you this hint. One is a scam and one is true, and you can decide which is which, okay?
You've just blown my mind. Thank you.
Like the pendulum ticks like a clock, so it counts the time, and it also does something else.
No, dude. The grandfather clock. As a matter of fact, it works the same way. The electronic Foucault's pendulum works the same way as the grandfather clock works. Whereas the energy that goes in is just something that perpetuates the the period. Okay? Yeah. I don't remember where we're at, but I gotta get ready soon. Bowling.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's the pendulum being the Earth moving beneath you is silly. I could just jump in place like for like 3 hours then and just end up somewhere else, a little bit off to the left. Just keep jumping. Like jumping jacks
Yeah, but
will get you where you
that's
want to
not
go.
in any way related to what you'd expect to happen. But let me ask you this: with the Foucault's pendulum, the question that was asked by Killian earlier, and the thing that you said just now, you have to understand that the Foucault's pendulum and other Coriolis-like effects are just based on the fact that you have a moving object, an object with a path, and its relationship to being on a rotating frame. So, because an object and its path on a rotating frame, you're going to have differences between what's happening on that rotating frame and what is observed if you're not in the rotating frame. There's just differences there. So, it's very different than just jumping up in the air. I guess jumping might have an effect, but something hanging definitely will not have an effect with Coriolis because the difference comes when you have a moving object in reference to a rotating frame. But yeah. Forgot. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, I do feel like it would have been a no-brainer to orient the pendulum in different cardinal directions. I feel like that should have been a no-brainer. Put into the mix.
and what you were saying before I barged in was the whole idea, Kosho, of having it the Foucault pendulum in different locations, so that you could observe the influence of the Foucault pendulum in multiple locations to ascertain the movement of the Earth.
I do think that's interesting, actually. And that's what I was saying. I forget if you're still in. Where you're in the Caribbean, or where'd you say you were? Killian? I forget. Doesn't matter. No
I'm in the
tanks, no jerseys.
Caribbean, but I'm in Toronto, Ontario. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Good.
You're from the Caribbean, but
Yes, man.
okay. I just want to make sure I didn't get it wrong. But now you're in Canada, regardless. Jeremy's in Canada, Lou's in Canada. All of the losers are in Canada. Just kidding. I know, Lou, you're not there. I know, Jeremy, you're not there.
Poisoning the well.
I'm sorry. The point is we're all in different places. And I think it would be interesting to attempt Foucault's pendulums in different places and seeing the results you get, because the results, like I said, they're consistent with your latitude if they're done correctly. And the fuck are you laughing at?
If they're done, can you ever say like before, like like, do you ever say it's done correctly before you witness the results, or is it always when you don't get the result you wanted that you guarantee that's when you qualify it was not done incorrectly? Like,
I'll tell you
get
what.
my question.
I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Like I said, I'm gonna do it tomorrow, and the first attempt is gonna be the correct one because I already know the mistakes that can be made. I'm gonna do it the correct way. First attempt. Yeah, I'm not fucking worried about not doing it right the first time. It's gonna be right the first time. And the point that I'm making is, yeah, Foucault's
Can I ask
pendulum
you
can be
about?
done anywhere. Yeah.
Let me ask you about spiral. Well, I don't think it's spirograph, but pendulum patterns. Um, you know the petal. It makes the flower petals and whatever.
No,
No. Okay.
you're thinking of a
Never mind.
spirograph.
I'll just look at it. No. Okay. All right.
I mean, if you had a perpetual
Talk about
Foucault's
art.
pendulum,
Let's talk about art in general. It's just art in general,
oh, you
buddy.
saw art in general.
I was gonna. I figured you might have a question I could look up, but it might be more efficient for me to get it from you. But maybe not. Maybe not.
That's right, man. No, yeah. No, go ahead, man. More actually, it's more efficient. Right.
I'm curious. I'm curious if uh as the relationship of the direction of swing compared to the direction of the spin underneath is going to be at different crossing angles as the pendulum processes. Like you're going to
Yes.
be. You know what I'm saying, right? So what I'm saying is
No, but that's
the petals
exactly
produced. Are they always going to
right.
be though? But are the traces produced always going to be somewhat uniform segments, or will there be different spacings based on that? Are you always going to get kind of symmetry all the way around, or are you going to get gapped patterns?
No, there'll be different spacings. The spacings actually will be dependent on the period as well, because the longer the swing is.
Well, obviously, yes.
So yeah. But my point is that basically in 24 hours, or the spacings are closer if you're not on the pole. So if you're on the pole, it'll go once in 24 hours, and so you have one period a second. Like it goes back and forth with 1 second.
I'm not saying any different latitude. I'm saying at the same exact.
I know, but here's my point, Don. Here's my point: is that there'll be 86,000. There'll be 86,000. Okay, go ahead.
I respect. Come. 86,000. What?
You having sex? Oh, sorry, my walkie-talkie was going off. You were saying come. Listen, what I'm saying is, if you have at the polls, they process in 24 hours. That means that there's going to be, if there's period is 1 second, that means there'll be 86,000 lines on that circle. Whereas obviously, if it takes longer than 24 hours to process, then there's going to be more lines. You know what I mean? Like, so
I'm not talking about
the spacings. Yeah, but so the spacings will be thinner. Is what I'm saying. The spacings will be thinner if it's not the equator or not at the poles.
I'm not. Oh my god, buddy. But would you like to, for a minute, just talk about one that's at one spot and are the spaces all going to be equal segments? Or as the pendulum gets more from even closer to the direction, less mismatch, and then perpendicular to the direction. You know what I mean? Are these segments always the same? I can look this up, Kosho. What I'm saying is, I see
I
this
just
on
told you,
a
dude.
merry-go-round, on a wheel. On a wheel, I know the answer more, but on a sphere, I don't know the answer as much.
I'm telling you, it works the same way as wheel. It just so happens that, like I said, think about a period. If you have lines drawn at the bottom of the pendulum, it's drawing a line. Every second, it's going to draw one line. And so, in the case of being on the poles, there'll be 86,000 lines.
I don't want you to talk about. Okay, so let's stay on the pole. On the pole, everything is symmetrical, right? Because there's never you're at an exact like perpendicular, reference, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like you're
Yeah, the
exactly
Earth
90
rotates
fucking
once
degrees. So I
24
don't know.
hours. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're 90 degrees from it. Like,
No, you're
you know
not.
what I mean? I'm saying
Yeah, but
that's the same as being on a fucking merry-go-round. That's the same as being on a merry-go-round.
yes, that is the same. If you had a
Right.
pendulum, and you had a merry-go-round beneath it, it would process in the same way. Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is there's never a point where there's never a point where, see, I don't know the terms, man. It's hard, but there's never a point where the rope swinging, right, is at a different match than the rotational part. The rotation's always doing like its thing. An inch of the thing is moving at a time. Like it's all like a symmetry system. But once you go like on the side of the ball, right? Like let's say you're at the equator, right? If you swing the pendulum like along with the equator, it's going along with it. Even if you swing it 90 degrees, it's because you're at that symmetry equator, it's not going to process, but you can see how the 90 degree point is going opposite of the road. It's going perpendicular to the rotation, kind of, where you don't have that on the merry-go-round. Now let's say you go off the equator just a little bit, right? Now you know you're going to have the precession because of the Coriolis or whatever the fuck the term y'all want to give it. But you can see at times that pendulum's going to be swinging similarly to the direction, and then at other times it'll be at the 90 degree again. And what I'm saying is in these moments, are you ever going to have, in just that one experiment at that one location, are you going to have pedals or segments that are bigger than each other and or different distances apart because of it being at different reference points than the spin underneath?
I think you're thinking of the axes
The
incorrectly
axes,
because they're never parallel. If it's at the equator, it's always perpendicular, and if it's not at the equator, it's never parallel unless it's at the
I
pole.
didn't ask you about the equator.
No, I know, but you said
equator.
if you moved off the equator, then you have it swing, and sometimes that swing is actually going to be parallel to the axis of rotation, when in fact that's never going to be parallel to the axis of rotation.
No, I didn't say no. I said it's going to be kind of in that direction. I'm just telling you about the two different directions. It's going to be more. Yeah. I'm just saying you got it like a little bit here, a little bit there. It's no. I think the answer is no. I think it puts perfect flowers, just like on the merry-go-round. But I could be wrong. Yes, I thought Coach would know real quick. You'd be like,
Oh, but that's what I'm saying. When you say flowers, those flowers have very thin. The line, yeah. So they are flower. It does make flowers, but they're, like I said, they're based on the period of the pendulum and the latitude. So those are based on. But yeah, they're making flowers. Okay.
Has the same location been tested at different times of the year?
Yeah.
No different.
Look at how goofy. Do you guys know? This is a smart guy.
Jim's a real smart guy.
You talk about different locations, and then I say, well, before that I said flowers, and you're like, not flowers. But now you know. You
flowers.
pull my chain, Coach.
I did. I told you I had that Delta 9 earlier. I forgot about that. And
well, the orbit of the Earth isn't constant, is it? It's not a constant speed, so you'd expect the effect to not be constant.
Okay, let's think about this for a second, my man. The Earth's not constant speed; it rotates differently. Does it rotate? So when we say a degree, 15 minutes. What do we say? 15 degrees per hour. 15 degrees per hour depends on the Earth rotating once in 360 degrees in 24 hours. If it's slightly different than 24 hours because it's 23:59 or 23:57 or whatever the hell, it could be anything that's close to that, that's still going to be 15 degrees per hour. So those slight differences don't make a difference. Latitude would make a big... You can use latitude and actually make meaningful predictions for your specific latitude, and they're going to be much more variant than you'd obtain just because of different speeds of rotation. Listen, I'll do it tomorrow, dude. I'll do it tomorrow right now. We can take bets on what's going to happen. Okay.
So you're not predicting anything though, because you're fine tuning it until you get your prediction.
You weren't listening, dude, because you don't listen. I told Don.
I'm gonna stand up for you. I'll stand up for you.
Thank you. Tell what I said.
He
Don.
did, Jeremy. He said he's gonna get it right on the first fucking time, Jeremy. He said he called the shot.
I'm gonna get it right on the first try. I'm not gonna fucking do it multiple times. I'm gonna do it one time, get it right in the first time. That's what I said.
He's already tweaked his setup.
Or maybe not, but he did claim Jeremy. Done.
He already tweaked his setup so that he knows what it's gonna get.
I haven't even bought the pieces yet. I haven't bought nothing yet, dude. Okay?
I thought you already did this.
Okay? I did this years ago.
Okay.
I did this. Yeah, okay. I did this 4 years ago. Okay, I'll do it again tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope it's okay because I'm gonna do it tomorrow with brand new tools. I haven't bought this shit yet. I don't even know.
You don't even own tools. I don't even believe you own tools.
You know why I lost the bet against Chemo? Is because I told him I would do it by July 4th. It was July 4th, 2018, and I waited to the last minute. And I was like, it was July 4th. It was raining, and the store wasn't even open, so I couldn't get any of the supplies or nothing. But tomorrow's Sunday. It's not raining. We're gonna be fun.
That's my dog. Procrastination to the max, buddy. Holy shit!
I waited a long time.
All right, I want the list of stuff and exactly how you did it, so we can all do it the exact. So we can all do it the exact same way, and then see what we get.
So,
guys,
guys,
don't suck cock on Mike anymore, guys. I'm not calling anybody out, but
listen.
I was going in between in between Wi-Fi. Jeremy, did you hear when I said like if he gets it wrong on the first try, we get to bust his balls?
Well, I'd like to see all this happen live. Like, Don, hold on, Don. I'd like to see this all happen live. Hold on a second, Don. I'd like to see this all happen live from beginning to end. You build this thing, swing it first swing. It's doing what you say it should be doing. Let's see that.
Okay.
How are you going to mark it?
First of all, I'm saying nothing right now. Okay. We don't have the details yet. I don't have the details.
I'm gonna be honest, Jeremy. I did take it for granted, Jeremy.
You don't even know what you're doing?
How do we know he's gonna give us?
He doesn't even know what he's doing. He doesn't have the details. Kojo, do you know what you're doing?
I just said I was gonna do it. I didn't first decide how I was gonna do it and then say, oh, by the way, I'm gonna do it. I said I was gonna do it, and now I have to decide how I'm gonna do it. Okay? And that's not.
Okay, how
are you gonna make sure? How are you gonna make sure that the weight at the end of the rope is perfectly in the center of that rope? How are you gonna do that?
It's a good question. Very easily. What's next?
All right. You say you're gonna do it right the first time, buddy. I'm telling you, buddy. You get that wrong result, you gotta eat it. You gotta eat that.
Yeah, I want to see this happen from beginning to end. Like you have all the materials, you hang the pendulum, you swing it. Like I want to see all that happen just one time.
Yeah, easy.
All right, easy peasy. I know. And then after you do it, we're all gonna get the same stuff. We're gonna use the same exact setup. So we don't want to hear you crying like a little bitch after. We're gonna do the same exact setup, and we're gonna do it at our different latitudes and shit.
Yeah, if you can. I don't think you'll be able to because I'm probably gonna use stuff that you might not be able to get a hold of. But sure. Yeah.
Where are you going to get your supplies? Home Depot, Lowe's?
There's construction happening all around me, dude. I'm probably gonna go to an empty, vacant house. Are you gonna do that? I don't think so. I'm probably gonna go to the middle section of the 2-story building.
Take me to your dealer.
So you're gonna have a 2-story.
Listen to this fucking guy. You hear what he just said?
You're gonna have a 2-story length string. Okay, that's not undoable.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it inside a wooden house. The house that has
hold on. Tell me why wood you're saying inside of a brick house this isn't gonna work.
I'm saying I'm gonna be inside of. I mean, you might be close to some old decrepit buildings that are made out of brick. I'm gonna be using a wooden house that is about to be a mansion probably, and it's just not built all the way yet. I'm gonna.
I'm just okay. Kosho, I'm just wondering why you specified wooden. Does the construction material of the building you're in matter?
It might, because I might use the wood. Listen, I told my girlfriend I'd be ready at 7:25.
It matters if I'm inside a wood house or a brick house or a steel building. Like, this matters?
Maybe not. The point is, I'm going to be inside of a hollow building. This is my point.
Okay, so the wood doesn't matter. He left. His girl kicked him off.
I mean, that's full. Look, I think it is pretty interesting that one of these claims that doesn't get smacked down is how it's asserted that they don't have them in the southern hemisphere really, and that the ones at the equator aren't really, there. And it's weird that they kind of go like, well, don't you figure it's there? And I'm like, really, you got 3 main points. You got top, middle, and bottom. You really should want all 3 of those, I would think. But they think I'm stupid for saying it too.
All right.
But then when you think about it, the equator one is going to be a little harder, right? But it should be close to 0. But it's probably as hard to get it perfect, right? To get that perfect spot. But that would be it. You'd be like, let's search for the perfect spot.
What are we talking about?
Sorry, Jeremy, I'm sorry.
Oh, Armbar is confused right off the jump. What's up, Armbar?
I mean, I just came in, but okay.
We're talking about
Armbar, what's up, buddy? What are you saying, man?
What's up?
You're talking about Foucault pendulums, and we needed the diagram for the official Foucault pendulum, the one with no errors in it, so that we know what to build. Do you have that offhand by any chance?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, no.
And Armbar, I need help too. Could you help me with something?
Is it Blender? Hello? Is it Blender? No.
Not Blender, bro.
Oh,
It's not Blender. I just want to find out. So, Cavendish proves what again?
I mean, I'm not really like into that, but I mean, I think Cavendish is just isn't it just like what was it measuring? Isn't it measuring like the density of Earth? I don't know. I don't really. I don't really.
I think it's mass attracting mass. Cavendish proves mass.
No, I
attracting.
don't think it proves that. I don't think that test was to prove that. I think the test assumes that, and then I think it was to measure. I think the density of Earth, something like that. Or my bad. Okay, hold on. Cavendish. My bad. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me look it up real fast. Give me 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second.
All right, I'll allow it. Thank you.
Okay, because I'm thinking of that other thing. I'm thinking of like the other thing. But Cavendish, yeah, I think that one's like the two. That's like the balls, right? The balls that are hanging, and then they attract to like other balls. That's that one, right?
Boom, mass attracting.
Yo, you're spinning like a micro machine today. What's up?
No, but he was right about the density of the Earth. He was right. That's what the paper was wrote on, wasn't it?
Let me see. Let me see. What is it about? Actually, the Cavendish experiment.
The title of the Cavendish paper is "Measuring the Density of the Earth."
So that is like the claim would be mass attracting,
isn't it?
No, I mean I don't. Hold on, let me see. No, I think I'm thinking of might be thinking of the other thing because I know there was like that one because there's that one video where they like took like this weight thing or something, and then it's like, oh, this is a giant, metal ball thingy, and then it's like, oh, this is the fucking shit of the Earth. I forgot. I don't know.
That's what, man. That's what's hilarious. Is you're supposed to the density of the Earth, and density is mass over volume. And so you don't know the mass, you don't know the volume. You're going to correlate a lead ball to the size of the Earth, the gas volume, and you still don't have the mass. Literally a joke if you really break it down.
Let me see. Okay, so I think it says Cavendish set up a precise experiment to maybe it's just to measure like gravity. Maybe it's to measure like I don't know, like the
Hold up. I came out of the shower to correct Brian real quickly because the Cavendish, okay.
Hell no, that ass ain't clean in 3 minutes, but
Listen.
Take your
The Cavendish is measuring the density of the Earth. That's correct, and it knows the mass, its own mass, the mass of the ball. It learns the acceleration and therefore the force of the attraction, And so it, by virtue, knows the acceleration that it's applied towards the Earth, and it takes that same force and that acceleration and the mass to determine what the other, and it knows the volume, by the way, of the Earth, and it learns.
One at a time, boys. One at a time.
There's nothing being pre-assumed. Everything, all the other variables in that equation are learned.
Okay, so how they get the volume and how they get the force.
Ryan, hold on. Before we jump there, I have one question before we jump there. Go ahead explaining it, Kosho, please.
No,
How can the army trick you guys and it's a fucking psyop? Your ass cannot be clean in 3 minutes. I don't care what they told you.
I'm not. I gotta go back in the shower. I haven't taken a shower. I gotta go back in the shower, dude.
Whoa, everybody, please slow down. Hold on. Kosho, are you finished explaining how the Cavendish experiment works?
I mean, he has to take a shower though. But I think he came by to just.
All right, fine, whatever. So here's my question to anybody that knows about the Cavendish experiment. This thing has to be plugged into the wall, right?
So what they did is they didn't ask for a volume, right? So they went in with a Prius, and they measured the lead balls and equated that to the size of the Earth. And had to pre-assume a force basically. So he had to stop. I think maybe he's got to finish showering, but maybe I'm right. How can you have the force?
Yeah, I wish I
How can you
knew,
have
honestly.
the force? Think about that. That's an honest question. You need the force to get the mass calculation, but then you need the force. One of them's got to be pre-assumed.
Use the force.
And it has to be plugged into a wall. How did they observe Cavendish in before electricity existed? Because this thing has to be plugged into the wall, doesn't it?
This is the second time. We were talking about Foucault's
Cavendish,
not Cavendish before, right?
Say what?
Cavendish doesn't get plugged into the wall.
Damn it.
Yeah, you keep conflating the two. We allowed the conflation and allowed you to take us completely off topic to a whole different thing, a whole different ball game, so to speak.
Fair enough. I will withdraw back to myself. Bye-bye.
Yeah, he did. But
I mean, we might have exhausted. Hold on, Brian. We might have exhausted the pendulum thing. I mean, it's fine to switch to Cavendish.
Yeah,
Cavendish kind of has got hanging things.
Yeah, we don't plug Cavendish into walls though, right? Just Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, we don't even have to plug the pendulum in, but nothing gets plugged in with Cavendish. I'm pretty sure.
Fuck all.
You may have things grounded. You may have the thing that the torsion balance is grounded or some shit, but yeah, I don't think there's any electricity kind of thing.
Well, real fast, just because it just came to mind. Why do some of you guys? Okay.
Real quick, the wires that the lead balls were hanging from weren't the Cavendish experiment. He found them, but now they recommend ground right. Well, really, I've only seen it once done professionally. That was blue, but it didn't work until he grounded it a specific way. Got them all grounded together, put foil around it and all that stuff. But but Cavendish didn't ground his shit.
Well, this is another example of when they get they get it just right, and then they say, "There you go." They get it just right, just to fit their calculations. They get the electrostatics and all that shit just right, and boom, density of Earth, mass attracted mass. You do whatever you want.
That's the opinion. That's exactly what they do. They tweak electrostatics and then as soon as they get the timing right. But I could be wrong, but it seems pretty obvious.
Cavendish is also similar, not only in that way, but in the way where we have an effect with no scientifically experimentally validated cause to the effect. Dun dun dun.
I don't like how they label it mass attracting mass when it's just lead. You know, if you want to use a turkey leg, then you've shown the rate of turkey legs. If you
Yeah, it's a fallacy of the what we have here is a clear cut not only affirming the consequent, you also have a clear cut fallacy of division with this by saying mass attracts mass. And you actually have lead attracting lead.
With the Brian dish. That's
what I said. I'm
gonna come up with the Brian, and it's heat melts mass. So I'm gonna take some lead balls. I'm gonna apply a bunch of heat, and I'm gonna melt the lead balls, and melts mass.
Oh,
that's the equivalent. But if I heat up wood, it's not gonna melt. And if I heat up other shit, if I heat up ice, it'll melt. If I heat up lead, it'll melt. But if I heat up paper, or if I heat up, only certain things are gonna melt. So when you mass attracts mass from using lead fallacy, because that's like I said, me saying that heat melts mass. Dude, that's ridiculous on its face. I'm pretty sure Marvel Science listens, because a lot of times when I talk, man, I try not to strawman him, and tell him, and I try to give his explanations to the shit. But like I did make that video talking about, but like when he first on there, he's his own words. He was to his buddies that at one point I could prove that mass resembles mass, because he's saying it's electrostatic, and then he put foil around it and rounded it. I mean, he made a couple changes, to the wires and stuff, but to me he was and whether he agrees with it, the electrostatics with every move he made, when he changed the wires, when he grounded them all together, when he put foil up and all this stuff. These are electrostatic changes. And I think they pretty much knew the rate they needed, okay? By pre-assuming what Kosho just said, the force, to have the force, you got to have, the mass and the acceleration, right? You can't, they're starting off with nothing, supposedly, in the Cavendish experiment. So without any of this stuff, you've got a number, you assumed, and you've modeled out the size of the Earth to about what you think, about how fast shit falls. And so now all you got to do is fill in the gaps. And they were brilliant men to do that, to make the model. I'll give them that, to make the model, but they knew the numbers they needed. And that's why would they call it Newton's law of gravity, when all he did say M1 times M2 over R, he didn't have big G. That's why when I say Coulomb's law was constant, was like 9 years before Cavendish. So before big G, how can you give Newton the law when he didn't even have big G? That's different. And I exposed that on the debate. Like, it's not honest. They make this claim and it's dishonest. But you could say, yeah, you had a squared function formula. Newton, he didn't have the big G constant. So they knew the numbers to work approximate speeds of Earth. They just had to fill in the gaps with the mathematics. But to then try and to use it as proof, no. So maybe Blue, Cavendish had a bigger balls and all that. No offense, Blue, but maybe he didn't have to ground it. He said the wood might have been. So when they touched the ground in London, Britain or whatever, he didn't need to ground it. Maybe, okay, but more than likely, he's doing his best to replicate Cavendish because that's the number already established. So it's the same thing with to get the numbers that Cavendish was able to come up with by it is fucking a hell of a coincidence that all the electrostatics line up with gravity, the formula, and everything. To me, and I don't believe in giant coincidences. What Coulomb did, and they're like, "Oh, I got an idea. We're going to apply this to Newton, to what Newton came up with, if it was even came up with at the time, to finish off the mathematics." And but the truth of it is, occult. Like I said, if you don't get the exact results, then obviously you're doing something wrong. Back to the drawing board and change your knot, change something, until you get it just right. But I don't think there's anything consistent with it myself. I might do it tomorrow too, though, and burn the string this time. And he just come up with a good idea, like a house, story house being built. I'm not far from a neighborhood where they're building exactly like that. I can go inside and do it higher. I already have the swivels and the line and all that stuff, and I could just record the whole thing. But I mean, dude, Mitchell has a professional make it. It's machine made and set up, and they built a whole listed, put a Cavendish plaque on the outside of it. It's a little hands-on science museum. It's literally made to do that experiment. Well, he went and did it, and he got what I got. No precision. Wonder what would happen if we used like copper, real thick line, and grounded that with a focal. That'd be interesting. A little bit, so have a size of Earth, because they were trying to figure out supposedly what. So they knew that like spheroidal, like not a perfect sphere. Measurement and with their surveys, and they supposedly went down to America, I think, or France or somewhere, and did a survey to. And they said that supposedly it is elliptical or pear-shaped, chubbier at the bottom, whatever they want to call it, flatten out top to bottom. That was supposed to be the proof. One survey team at one place is supposed to prove all this, it's a hell of a leap. But to me, they're just making their model. This is a big part of it. So they literally have hours and hours and hours. So they have the size of it, right? They have the drop rate. And so they've got some type of force. They don't have a cause or anything, but they've got a rate. So that's all they have to start off with. But that's enough. If you assumed a size, you have an assumed size, and you have a average drop rate that you can equivocate, basically, then you can come up with a force, and then you can get the mass. And but they knew the numbers they needed, and they've seen the Coulomb's law experiment, and a green light went off in Cavendish's head or whoever thought of it. You know, John Michelle or Reverend John Michelle or Cavendish, whoever thought of it. They like, damn, look at this, and they come up with Big G. It's like 6 times 26 or some shit. It's a model, man. It's all it is.
Hey, Watts, chill for a minute. Can I ask you guys? Have you guys heard back any progress from any of the possible things that map maker guy was talking about? He thought he might have some cool insights on or anything. Jover has he been following up? I seen him hanging around a little bit, but I haven't listened totally. Anybody?
I'd like to talk to that. I want to. If anybody knows his name, I'd love to talk to this guy. I'm working on something right now with 2 rotations where after equinox, the sun does a different rotation. It's still coming from east to west, but then it goes down and around. And you got to displace Australia a little bit. South America and Africa pretty much stay the same. But to get the sun to spin, you've got to turn, you've got to like follow a yin yang. So you got the sun at the beginning of the yin and yang, and as you spin the circle, the sun tracks through the yin yang pattern to hold constant at the equator. It's weird how it works like that, and then it gives a downward bend. I should post something to show y'all, but it's weird how it works like that. How it forms out a happy face and a smiley face in a straight line at the equator with a yin yang like that, and that would give 2 separate rotations, you know. But there's a couple. It's tricky, man. Difficult. But all the holes can be filled in, like in the pick, exactly where nobody goes, exactly where there's no, like the record from like California to Hawaii is some ridiculous like a day and a half, or like I want to say a month and a half or some stupid shit, and no planes fly the long way. Like literally, if you're going to go to Australia from California, instead of just cutting over the Pacific, like literally the boats and all this shit go all the way the long way around. Why the plane? You don't want to fly over the water, but what about a boat going that way? Like something fishy's going on by the international date line and down south of it. I think that's where the clues are. That's where the time zones are all wonky. There's like a 4-hour gap, just a couple hundred miles away, and we're perpetually fighting with but not fighting with, you know, the Russians. And you got China and Russia right there, like our supposed enemies, but not enemies. You know, it's the whole thing is fishy to me, and that's where the clues lie. If we're going to figure something out without going to Antarctica or anything like that, I think, you know, this is maybe a lot more accessible than these are very accessible places. I don't mean Russia and China. I mean the Pacific, like the in between stuff. You know, we don't have to deal with the crazy weather and all that. But yeah, man, you need money for all this shit, man. I think they know this. You know, just
Brian, I want to ask you a question. Every single woman's been thinking the past 10 minutes, and it's, are you single, Brian?
Oh, Coach, so listen.
That's not really what I want to
I
say.
was just going to come up
Brian,
and
the
stand up
real
for.
question is,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
hold on, dude. I've heard a lot of shit that I wanted to speak up. I was shaving, and I was cut myself shaving because of what Brian said. He said a lot of stuff I didn't like. So
Just ideas, man. You don't like my.
trying to remember what you said. What were you talking
About
about?
the
While
yin and
he's
yang,
remembering,
how
if I could take 15 seconds to stand with
Go
you,
ahead, Don.
Brian,
Go
as
ahead,
your
Don.
robot. You know, you're right, Brian. Anything to do more and to get a little more certainty. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, unless people are saying it's been done, yeah, I support you in it and I want to go for it. Just today, I got fucking browbeat, called all the types of idiots because I'm like, yo, when we're making the puzzle of the map and all this, we use the continental pieces, but we don't really use like ocean floor pieces. We don't use those pieces when we're saying we can't build the flat Earth map. We can't make the ocean pieces fit, And I'm like, we need to use all the pieces, and these are pieces that the globe, in my opinion, they don't have as validated, but I'm stupid for what I want. They're going to call you stupid for what you want. Let's all just make sure that we're being fair. Okay. And I wanted to, Brian, if you can come back, Coach Shaw, I'm sorry that you want to, but whatever he is saying that he wants, make sure, I guess I just said this, make sure that they don't say they have it already, Brian. I guess that's the main point. Sorry, that was too long.
That's fair, man. That's fair. That was good. That was well said, man. That's fair.
You're disappointing myself.
Anyway, I gotta say this though. What were you saying about the flower of life? What did you say? You said something about the. What were y'all talking about?
Well, I don't know. I did want him to elaborate more. There was a specific elaboration I wanted to ask for, and I know I lost it. I dropped the fucking ball. Right.
You didn't drop the ball. I think you did. You did well, man. What were y'all talking about when I was shaving? You were talking about something.
I was talking about the like the two separate star rotations, and there'd have to be an anomaly somewhere, like where the shit dives off north and south. Like to me, during the southern hemisphere's summer, like we get I'll call it the frown, the frown smiley face. Like I was saying, that there'd have to be a place where we could recognize this, and it could be to me it would be out in the middle of the Pacific, like in between. I think that's where the for some reason it's avoided. It seems like some of these flights, they say they don't go over these long spans of water. But what about the boats? Like even the boats go from east coast of America, they go the long way around.
There you
like
go.
why don't they just cut? Why don't they cut across the fucking Pacific? I'll give you that excuse.
We're
for the
seeing eye to
parade.
eye now. Now we're seeing eye to eye. Yes, sir. Call them out. Call them out. And that's what, Brian, do you think it's relevant to like make a map though? Like, isn't that like,
Fuck yeah, dude.
and do you think we need, yeah, okay, already. I love you, brother.
We do. The AE map is good enough for explanations and all that, and for cell nav as far as the sun and the moon and all that, and but they're just going to claim that the AE map, because the only way to do it is to center the azimuthal equidistant map on the observer, right? And they're going to just claim it's a ball. You're using the globe, which maybe they got the globe from that idea, but still, I'm trying to. Yeah, I think we could come up with a map that works above and below. It's possible, but it's going to be difficult, man.
And when you say above and below, you mean north southern hemisphere or underwater?
Yeah,
North southern
too,
hemisphere.
but stars. Yeah, like the land stars. Because think about this, y'all.
Oh, land and stars. Okay.
When we're talking about the AE map, okay, this is why we can't map it, okay? This is problem number one. It's not really a problem, but it's something the Globers don't recognize. If you take the AE map and you draw three squares, one above, the same size square, one above Cancer, just touching Cancer, but above it, big ass square, and then one splitting the equator, and then one touching Capricorn below it. Okay, so you got three squares lined up on an AE map. Now, there's no way. So you can't just, so when they question the distance between Australia and South America, like, dude, that's not how that map works. You can't, you're going to have different size squares. So you can't use the actual continent size. Like when they talk, because
I
think
think
about
I
this.
see what you're saying, but
Yeah, if
draw
you
this.
measure the square
Definitely
in the
note
north,
this.
yeah, here it is. The point is, if you measure the square in the north, and it's 1,000 miles wide, okay, based on the circumference of a circle, and then you measure that same size square at the equator based on the circumference of a circle, it's going to be bigger at the equator, and then the further south you go, it's going to be bigger. But so I can't draw the land for the actual size that it is. You
You're
can't
saying on
do that.
AE. Yeah, right. You have to distort. Right, but okay, so right, but when we're talking about adding all these pieces and or matching the stars to it, how do you think, and do you give any weight to my interest in capturing the map of the ocean floor also to put that on the map with the rest of the stuff?
That's a good idea, man. But my thing is, my main point is this: we can't use a map with circular latitudes to map the flat Earth. Period. We got to use a different. We got. There's no way to really do that. It's not even mathematically possible. They know this, and that's why they ask us all these stupid ass questions like distances between South America and Australia. It's and the width of Australia and shit. They know that it's literally impossible. If we proved the Earth was flat today, you couldn't map it like that accurately. It's not mathematically possible. And so we need to take that concept, and if we're going to use that map, we got to apply that to the stars. We got to change it. We got to
That's a fair
transform
concession, buddy.
everything.
That's. I'm sure they would appreciate you being really fair, man. You sound like you're being real fair right now, man. But it hurts. It's like it sounds like you're kind of preemptively damning a flat Earth map. But I mean, I respect it. Maybe there needs some intuition, man. Maybe there needs. I'm trying to meet them in the middle and give them like half a basketball Earth, like you know what I mean. Like it's halfway flat, but it's also got some curviness to it.
Don, I'm so sorry, dude.
I mean,
What you said, I accidentally dropped. Can you repeat that, bro? I really wanted to hear what you said.
well, I was saying you're being very fair, making some concession about not being able to map some stuff because of distances with like AE or whatever with a flat thing, and um, yeah. And I was saying I'm just like right now I'm giving both sides like half of it. I'm giving like a half of a ball, right? And like I just.
Yeah, you come with a fair approach, man. It really is fair as it get, really.
I mean, when they talk about the stars and seeing here and there, you got to back. All right, maybe it could like be a ball, but if it's not, maybe it could be half a ball. You know what I mean? Maybe there could be this other stuff they don't know that's really happening. It's no big deal to me. It really isn't. But I still would want the whole map. Dan, how are you, sir?
Okay.
Popped up next to me.
Going through the usual.
So
we could equally do this though. We could equally ask them for a map. Like, look, they know it's not possible in reality, whether it's flat or a ball. You can't do it in reality with using latitudes. Okay, possible. You got to distort it one way or another. So really, we could equally map. For your ball, you got shit that where the sun has to leave one side and come back to the other. Their map has to do that shit too.
Hey, Brian Bislin says overall temperature and barometric pressure are totally minute and not even worth mentioning. Like when it comes to refraction,
man, I heard.
It's specifically about the gradient. Meaning you have to have
yesterday. They tell us how much refraction observation. So they'll look at the observation or the laser and see what it's doing, and then tell you how much refraction's going on, right, Dan?
But there has to be a
I hope that's not over long.
So it turns out if we're working down low, there's no atmospheric refraction yet because there's no layers of the atmosphere yet. You're still at what they would consider.
Okay, buddy.
Hang on.
Buddy. I don't want to. I got. Ain't no hanging on. Okay, because I was with you earlier. Okay, I appreciated it.
it seems like I was not hearing everything totally. And when you sang and left, after you left, they was trying to talk cash money shit about you. Now, this thing seems simple, Dan. Here's the accusation. They are accusing of what you're saying right now, that this was something Bislin accidentally posted and then retracted. This is their exact words to me after you left, bud. That's a strong ass accusation, and they saying that you know this and you fucking misrepresenting. Now, I'm not gonna take sides yet, but I'd like a little bit of fair response.
All I did is copy and paste and say where it came from, so I didn't make any claims whatsoever. Just passed along what Bislin said. They were busy
Why were you claiming Bislin said this? You're claiming Bislin said this a little bit. Now, if they're telling you that he retracted that, that's weird as hell to me. As a peanut gallery audience member, you could respect that, right? To me, as from my perspective, right?
Well, I couldn't find
right?
find anything, and it's all broken up across different responses. It's broken up as replies to other people's comments. He's not making his own comments.
Yeah, they're retracted it for him. Is what it sounds like to me. I ain't heard nothing back.
That's fine, but I want to stand with the man, Dan. I know you're a messenger just like me, okay? But we got to pass on fair messages. And they tried to fucking do this shit after you go and talk about you shit, and like I figured you want to speak up for yourself, so I'm passing along the message to you. Thank you for that. You gave me some elaboration, but should I run back to them and tell them they're fucking wrong? Is this something that you're going to stand on and say Bislin still stands behind this, or do they have a case to say you retracted?
You're doing what they do. See, I'm not making a claim. I had a question. I go, hey, I don't see his stuff. Can one of you guys go there and check? Now you're making that into an accusation, which is insanity, because that's what they keep saying, is that we don't believe in refraction. But in fact, had you let me finish, it's not that we don't believe in it. It's just that the factors of refractive properties aren't where we're working. So do you understand that when we're working at one layer, we're not going through a different medium? My check's fine.
Yeah.
We're going through one medium.
Yeah,
right?
but they
this type
countered
of
you.
vertical
You
gradient
just said that
isn't there.
already. You said it.
Well,
now you're making a claim, though. Now, see how you're going? You're claiming now. Now you're claiming this.
No, I'm telling you why the
Right?
word
And
refraction needs to be the claim. Oh my God, Don, the claim is refraction. Now let me explain what that means. Then you can come back.
You're going to explain to me what it means?
Well, you obviously don't understand what I'm trying to say to you or anyone else. This has to do with the conditions here. So I'm going to ask you.
I trust
Hang
you.
on,
I do.
Don.
I do. No. I do. You're not understanding that.
Don.
No, motherfucker.
I'm going to jump to the end since you won't let me say shit. What's causing the refraction, Don? I was going to explain it for you.
All right,
but now
I concede to you. I concede to you. Whatever you claim is happening.
No, it's not our claim. So let's move on. Stupid fuck. It's not our claim.
Oh, okay.
Now you get
so
what. Now you get why
you want. What's on the mic, Dan?
Wow.
Here's what happened, Dan.
Don,
I'm giving you a fair shot.
What's wrong with you, Don? The concession. The concession comes from Parks. Here it is. Has nothing to do with you, me, or Bislin. It comes from Parks. He says you're right. If we're saying this is what's going to take to prove refraction, they should prove refraction. Don, let me start over.
So I've heard you claim something. I heard somebody claim it back to you, and then you didn't respond. They referenced something. They asked you to re-reference it.
Refraction, I will. Because I came on to talk to Brian about it.
No, I don't want to hear you making claims. I don't want to hear you claiming
I'm not making claims. I was claiming
explanation.
Claiming I wanted to talk to Brian.
Because that's a fucking claim. Your explanation is a fucking. Well, you're not gonna talk to Brian Steer and lie.
Dan, not Dan. Hold on, Don. I want to hear the actual quote, and then y'all take turns, man.
Listen.
Don and I are friends, by the way, so he's obviously confused about something. Okay.
Yeah, you're cool. Listen, I want you to calm down. And you said the same thing earlier, and they were like, "Dan, could you answer this question?" And to me, I didn't hear it fulfilled, bud. Okay, so I don't. I'm on your whatever you want, but Brian, the cocky ass dude that was talking back to you after you left, he was saying, "Look, blah blah blah. I'm citing this. It's stating that there is a thing." And are you telling me that it seemed like I want to stand with you, but like, no, I have a conflicting source. Your source is whoever you're saying now. But then he's saying, no, the guy fucking retired. You need to stand up to these motherfuckers in public and say, fuck you, you're wrong. They're calling you a liar. So go call them motherfuckers a liar, Dan. You see what I'm saying? Don't sit here and let me be in the middle like this.
There's nothing
I'm done.
going on. There's nothing. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean,
well, then you should
I don't even
care.
know what you're talking about, right? So there's
well,
some Bislin.
Same thing you're carrying on. Go.
Just to repeat the quote, Dan. I never heard the quote. I want to make up my own mind.
Dan, go ahead. I'll yield till you say you're done.
No one's making
Dan.
any claims but Bislin. So what are you saying? Oh yeah, that's what I was calling. That's why I still wanted to list to measure pressure and.
You was reciting. You're breaking up for one, man. But if you could get a better connection. But I wanted to hear the quote from Rob Parks that you were about to tell us. I didn't catch that. I think he dropped to rejoin because I couldn't hear anything. Is it me or John?
Yeah. No, he went quiet. So either he's mad at me or okay, he's resetting.
Yeah, there he is. Cool. Yeah. So I'll be loud and clear when I hear you, Dan.
Okay, so the where's chat? The Parks the Parks concession is totally exciting because it comes in after a long bit of argument. The Bislin quote, which I just pasted, was exciting to me as well because they've given me now some stuff to work with. Parks and Bob the science guy agree that whatever those guys talked about, Professor Tony and Parks, as what it would take, that it's accurate. What they're confusing is that it's my responsibility to prove the claim of refraction. Now, I'm going to let me go into just a quick rant. Okay. Refraction vertically isn't happening when we're low. Over with, no vertical stuff, no gradient that way. The gradient we're going to talk about is between the surface and the air. It's often an issue. At the Salton Sea, I happen to have absolute examples where it isn't the case because we're both at the same temperature. And that's exciting to note that if we have the same temperature above and below, that we might not have a gradient there whatsoever. So my question to them is now, what massive, because it has to be really abrupt, what gradient might cause the bending of light? The bending of light due to a lapse rate having to do with it slowing down and the speed of light because of some invisible medium that we can't see. Now,
because of medium.
Because of medium. Now, the reality of this is, for anyone who wants an example of what they might want to do, is go out over hot asphalt, wait till the sun goes down, and you're going to have a big difference between the ground and the air. The air will be colder. Technically, the cold air should be lifting, and that's why, I'm sorry, cold air, let's see, I got to get this right.
It happens all day, though.
Right, but it's opposite in the morning. In the morning, you got cold on the bottom and hot on top. So technically, in one spot, you should measure your laser being affected by a vertical temperature gradient between the ground and the air. It just so happens at the Salton Sea that we have some experiments that are working with identical temperatures, taking away any form or idea of a gradient. even though they're invoking it, and if they want to, like they do refraction, they can just throw in whatever number they want because we've exceeded that anyway. Now, in fact, in observation, like I said, they can say refraction, but I can't find the properties of refraction to be available during these observations, and they don't have either formula nor demonstration. So, Brian, we're getting somewhere in this case. We're talking to actual scientists who admitted there would be a method, but they also admit no one's ever tried it. That's
Okay.
rocks. Rocks hard.
Can I come in with you now? Can we get more cooperation? Go ahead, Brian. Well, Brian, what I find the Globers, because remember, we want to steelman opponents and all this, right? Dan, the people seem to be citing counter references and then saying you are knowingly, like you have been
do you know
told
who you're
about where
talking
you're
about?
looking.
You're quoting Gem Panda. He's right here in my goddamn direct messages doing it still. Let's read it. Refraction's a thing. You need to account for it properly. This does not mean saying dishonestly. You are looking off technically. You don't know what you're talking about. Standard refraction. I mean, this is Gem, right?
Jesus,
This is what.
Dan.
But I mean,
But Jesus,
he's still
look,
doing
could you
it.
give me the respect to
You're
just
quoting
calmly talk
another.
with me a little bit more? Could you just
Then
calm with me?
stop quoting idiots and talk to me. Stop doing that.
Listen, I'm not quoting the idiots. I'm
Yes, you
quoting
are.
what I see. Please with the contention. Please, man. I want to elaborate. I'm going to back up
Dude, then
anything
why
I
are
say.
you talking
Not going to be
about that?
short-sighted. I'm quoting encyclopedia references, okay, that have been shared with me from said idiots, okay? I get you that they're idiots, but I'm not just quoting them. They're giving me scientific references. I heard earlier the guy referencing something to you, and I heard you, like, you had a counter argument. You had a reference for it. I get that. But what happened after that, Dan, was, again, you gave me some insight, and then there was multiple conversations or whatever, but your reference, they claim that your reference was some mistake, some miscommunication, some mispost, something like this. And I think if you were a man of science, you would care about this. And you're saying there's no refraction formula.
Go read for
I
yourself.
seem to
There's
think that they
nothing to
gave you one.
Don! Hear me, goddammit! I said
You
nothing.
don't have to yell, man. It's your turn. Calm down. Let him go. Let him go. It's his turn. But please, Dan, calm down.
Why don't you watch something? Okay, what can I do for you? They've twisted something around. You're perpetuating it. You don't even say what it is. How can I answer to you what you're saying, thinking they said? Don, if you have a question for me, speak the fuck up.
Could we validate your reference? Because yes, somebody's twisting either they're twisting or you're twisting. I'm stuck in the middle. So could we validate your reference and shit on their reference if you think you have the upper ground?
What do you think the difference is? See, you don't understand. I don't know what you think the contention is. Here it is. Here's Parks' video. Listen to me. Listen to me, Don. Don!
Well, you just asked the question.
Don.
You go ahead.
So please understand that whatever you're about to say, my response is whatever the hell is in there. I say I'm not saying anything. Do you understand that? So I don't know what you expect me to
It's a little
explain.
confusing. Second question that you're rhetoricaling me to death here, man. It's like you don't want me to respond, and don't pose it as a question.
Okay. So homeboys got confused. That's what they do. They twisted it around to call me a liar. They've been doing it for an hour and a half straight. And you're going, hey, they're calling you a liar. And I'm going, yeah, that's what they do. And you want to keep saying it over and over again, but they're calling you a liar.
No,
I'm like, well, Don, if you're
specificity.
worried about it, go look at what Bislin said. Now, I can't help what Bislin said. I thought because it's all chopped up into different pieces, that we were having some misunderstanding. And Miss, that little bitch, came on and pretended that I dropped something off, a word, the word only, which wasn't true because she was reading a different post. But she didn't believe there was
Well, I got to tell you,
other posts. And they kept calling
you're right. Well,
me a
I'm not the one
liar.
calling you a liar. Listen, man, I'm gonna just tell you this, okay? Like
Wow,
we're on the
Don.
side of truth. Like
Wow, Don.
I recognize that you. No, let
Wow,
me talk. For a
Don.
second.
Don.
Let me
Don,
talk,
what's
buddy. Let me talk,
wrong?
buddy. Let me talk. Hey, buddy.
No, Don. You're talking
No, you're
about
not gonna let me talk.
bullshitters. Please,
Seriously.
because I'm
Hey,
going to
man.
ask
Hey,
you
man.
to go
You treat. I'm
look
just gonna tell you
and
this, bud.
answer the question
Look,
for
look,
yourself.
man. Hey, bud. You're being very rude
Nothing
to
was
me. You're
misrepresented.
borderline. Hey, if you don't give a
Nothing
fuck,
was
I don't have to be your
misrepresented,
friend,
Don.
dude. You are borderline.
All right, guys, I've had just about enough of that, so you guys can take 5 minutes, and if anyone else likes to talk, they can. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the quotes, you know. But yeah, they can pass each other. Both their points, man. And I don't think there's an argument between, but somehow they've made it one, dude. Pretty aggressively. But yeah, they are buddies, so I consider that, you know. But Don's just trying to trying to give his point of view, and then Dan is saying, you know, look, they're calling me a liar. He wants something specific to talk about. But I also would like something specific. Like, what is? I read the Rob Parks quote. I haven't. I'm new to this, so I don't know what. I mean, I heard what he said about the Walter Bislin quote. But this is what happens if you go over to gyms, man. It's toxic, and yeah, you come over here right after, and that's some of the lingering toxicity from over there at gyms. I think they need their excuse though. The ballers need their excuse. So over there, they're not going to concede it. They're going to come up with anything at all if it goes against their model. Which I don't think they're any of them are searching for truth over there, in my opinion. You know, but I'd like to hear what him elaborate on what Walter Bislin said, because I mean, I've never met Walter Bislin, but he seems to be a very smart guy with these models and shit, dude. He's putting these things together. So no matter what side he's on, he's obviously intelligent. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about what he said without all the fighting and yelling and shit. One more thing, too. You know you're over the subject, you know, because, like I said, that is their excuse, the refraction thing. They have to have that. To explain these mirror flashes and these lasers and these long distance sightings, they have to have refraction, which we all acknowledge is a thing, but not the way they claim. So, you know, so I kudos to Dan because he's pressing the important topic, because that's what they got. So when we're seeing these lasers over these long distances or mirror flashes or just images, then, and they're claiming refraction, then their burden of proof. The burden of proof is the ball's in their court to prove how it's happening or if it even is happening. So far, they've gave us really nothing. And as far as demonstration goes, what they've tried to show us demonstrates the exact opposite. That's my opinion on it. you don't mind, Dan, don't go nowhere, man. I want to hear this, man. You're right over to target. I want to hear what they said. I missed all this shit. So when he unmutes you and everything, just tone it down, man. Explain. And Don, you too, man. I like what you bring to the conversation. Y'all just take turns, man.
Right, well, I am willing to unmute them, just as long as they promise to have a civil exchange, because nobody really wants to hear that. So I'm going to unmute you guys, but if that occurs again, you'll be muted for a longer period.
Fair warning has been documented and noted.
Yo, it's my turn. Straight up, Dan. You're going to wait. Okay? You interrupted me. I talked louder to retain the mic and got muted for such. So if we could just mute the first interrupter, I'm sure it'll never get like that again. Thanks. So,
You were
Dan,
both interrupting
the
each
thing
other,
is,
by the
man,
way.
is you
But anyway,
seem
go
to-
ahead.
Oh, I realized towards the end I realized. But I'm trying to lead here a little bit. And Dan, you keep wanting to change the subject and make the points you're making. And I'd like it for you to just, either break ties or be more civil with me and give a little respect to the fact that I'm stuck in the middle and I'm trying to summarize your point, which is they don't have a refraction, or it's claimed that there's no refraction within this first meter or something like that. But I want to share with you that I hear strong claims, just the opposite, that they do have it. And I've seen you, what appears now to me, you ignoring it. Thank you. Go ahead.
When you first interrupted me a few minutes ago, I was explaining the types of refraction so we can get in the same conversation. The gradient, which is a new word that they threw in last year, we had to start and understand what it was because there's more than one gradient of different things. So it was really helpful when Bislin now is removing some of the overall temperature and overall pressure factors, because he's saying, honestly, the only factor that will cause a lapse rate is a particular sharp gradient, something enough literally to cut air to have a differential. There has to be a good differential between temperatures, whether it's layers of air or the surface or not. So when we talk about generally going through gradient air pressures and temperatures in the air, it doesn't apply here. We're going through one medium. We're not going through all those layers of atmosphere. So atmospheric refraction is out. The type of refraction we might see is pretty different, though. And it's going to be due to temperature inversion and this lapse rate that's caused by a drastic difference. In the case of the Salton Sea, we're lucky enough to have worked at a particular location and distance where the water was 85 degrees and the water was 63 degrees. But in particular, some cases where the air and water were 63 degrees when the nighttime came. And there's no room for a temperature gradient there. So my question to them, it sure is. And then, so there I'm going, so a gradient, the affecting of light affected by time has to be caused by something. And we have I've taken away two of the main causes. We're not going through any elevation changes. And we're not going through an obvious, now let's just say obvious, temperature change. So
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, it's just that this is the real factors. So in a perfect
Let
test,
me elaborate on that, Dan. So when we show them like these laser tests, these long distance, and they have to call it literally extreme refraction, not just refraction, but extreme refraction. And they say, yeah, it's because of the temperature of the water and the lapse rate. So if for Walter Bislin to retract that and admit that, especially
no, there were no retractions. There were no retractions. Don't put words in everyone's mouth. There were no misconceptions. There were no lies. There were no retractions. Walter said, "Hey, when you get below a meter, that's not the atmosphere. So there's no atmospheric refraction, but you might have a differential still between the surface and the air temperature." I can show that we
right.
Well, so that's what I wanted to share with you.
Right, so I can show that we've worked in equal temperatures. Don, forgive me for getting upset, but everything about Bislin is on Sparks's page, and everything about me and this talk is in the video above at the asylum where I'm explaining everything to everyone. But no one watches the explanation, man. It's really hard because the 3-hour video, I understand nobody wanted to watch, but I can't get anyone to watch 15 minutes either.
I watched most of it.
Right,
Look, it should only take 15 seconds. My turn, right? It should only take 15 seconds. Like, you said your thing. The other guy comes back with, no, you're wrong. Suppose, let me just get out. He goes, no, you're wrong. Bislin took that back, or it was a retraction, or here's this other thing where we're citing this other formula. And then you go, you should go, no, sir. Well, you're wrong. It wasn't a retraction. I didn't see any of that from you. You fucking ran away. You didn't address it, man.
Tom, please. They're ducking the video I'm trying to show you now. See, it's not about Bislin. It's here in the video. The video I made right here that I'm posting. It's at the asylum. You see it? It says impromptu asylum show. Dan the Waterman and Apocryphon talk about indoctrinated science bias and flat earth. And then they show it and they prove it and they explain what it would take from science's perspective. And then I ram it up their ass because I explain how it's their job to show it, because we've already finished all of our work. It's not there. They have to show it now. We've demonstrated that it's not there, and we've explained to you now why. Now, I hope somebody has good questions, and Brian understands what I'm saying. There needs to be a cause of refraction. So it can't just be cited. It needs to be identified. They need to come up with actual formulas and demonstrations to be for real. And the concession I got out of Parks was, yeah, you're right.
Would you say it better, there's no gradient at that zone, or that it's just not strong enough to matter?
There's nothing to gradiate when you've got the water and the air the same matching temperature. Now, what would you like to gradiate now? There isn't
pressure.
What gradient of what? Pressure? You want to talk about
density? I don't know enough about this, buddy.
Right. So guess what? Bislin was kind enough to clue us in, saying, don't fuck with the outside air pressure or the temperature. It's not going to work. Only the gradient is going to affect the path of light. Now, we're talking about a path change. Otherwise,
the gradient of what? The gradient of what?
Of anything. It's actually it's a difference that makes the body of air between them look for equilibrium. So if it's hotter below, Don, if it's hot like cement.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seemed like in one sentence you said pressure and atmosphere or something doesn't matter, but then a gradient of anything matters. So that's a little confusing to me.
Well, because you're confused. Now, I just heard from Bislin, like Brian said, he doesn't mix it up with us. And Bislin gave some shit to work with. He said, you can all shut the fuck up when it comes to overall temperature or overall pressure, because what matters is a pressure differential that you're calling a gradient that causes what they call a lapse rate in the
causes the refraction
in both sides of the beam. One side is dragging compared to the other, and it's bending it. That's what they're calling refraction. So in their case, it's vertical. So if it's cold below and hot above, they're saying it's going down, like they assume over oceans, where the ocean's cold and the air might be warm. So they're saying everything bends down. But in the early morning on your playground, you might have a cold ground and a hot air above, and it may invert. In other words, you could do it two different ways. At nighttime on your playground, it may be hot down below and cold up above. So either way, a scientist should be able to demonstrate that all it takes is a small temperature variation off the surface to bend a laser beam, because that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. And I'm going, because I have the results. I have demonstrations showing at different distances. And the coincidence and the crazy coincidence is we're nailing line of sight what we think is 8 inches per mile squared, matching their globe. And we're going like, whoa, well, it's not gravity. It's not the water causing that. It's not gravity, which is supposedly shaping the water. This is light. It's not affected by gravity. So again, it isn't about what's his name? Bislin is saying. Bislin's on my side, because Bislin's saying, hey, there has to be factors involved for this to happen. And we're saying, yeah, we found this freak place with a... Go ahead.
Go ahead. You found the free place? That's what I would like to just calmly
a freak place with a superheated geothermal large lake that's below sea level. It's a freak on all calculations.
It's fucking tough.
It messes up what they call standard anything.
So listen, here's where I'm left though, man. It just seems like I still hear you saying that it's not there, and there's no gradient in this low area. Is that still what I'm
hearing? What you're hearing is them saying, hey, you can't be paralleling the water because the water's curved. So the light must be curved. And I'm saying, really? How? And they're saying all this stuff, but yet that stuff isn't there.
Okay, so you are saying it's not there. So I am kind of hearing correctly though, right? Much?
Just so you know, they're over there yelling. Hang on, Don. Just so you know, they're over there yelling at me. Don, just let me try, man. They're over there yelling at me that I'm a liar, that I don't believe in refraction. That's their claim. But I'm over here telling you about refraction and asking you as an honest man, let's discuss what causes it. Let's discuss it.
Okay. I'm all about
saying I don't believe in
refraction.
They are.
Well, okay, I know you believe in refraction, but can I ask you a direct question? Do you believe that there's a special zone right over the water it's not doing much refraction? Yes or no?
First of all, don't use the word belief in this arena. We're not talking about belief. That's what the whole thing about me and Parks was. That's why I called that talk, because he accused me of believing shit. Now, let's just be fair. It's not about what I believe. Ask it again. What's happening on the waterline? Is that what you're asking? There's more than one thing, because we're starting to see magnification too. And depending on your conditions, you're going to have different shit. Do you have a more specific question? Because the apparent horizon, you and I know, is different than the geometric one. They still argue that. So what, it's also explained in this video. Please, if somebody, can I just start playing this video? Everything I have to say is in yesterday's video, man. I'm sorry. Everything I have to say is there. I made it specifically because nobody's going to Parks's. So there's a 15-minute version on my channel. There's an hour-long version here. And there's a 1-minute version. And there's Parks's 3-hour version. I mean, this is all discussed. They are busted. They're busted. First, not listening, then making demands upon us to both theorize and demonstrate their assertion of refraction. Forget it. That's up to them. We have already shown that the properties aren't there, therefore the effects aren't there. And when the properties were there would be the times we probably failed. There was refraction and we couldn't obtain line of sight. So it's not that we don't believe in refraction. It just takes a thick atmosphere. It takes conditions. It takes weather or heat, and we try and work around that. That's just the bottom truth on this, guys, man. This is a big moment. You know, Brian, we have something. You know, we got something here. And it's only one leg. You know, like I don't got legs, but I got a leg. And it's you, you know, who can give me legs because you got one too. You know what I mean? Like, this is a strong leg. It ain't enough, but it's something real powerful because they showed their denial. And then when they got past their denial, they admitted that there would be a method. And then were dumbfounded when they realized it was their responsibility because it's their claim. Refraction is their claim. The demonstration is of a horizontal tangent line paralleling what looks like a flat body of water, but they say they know it's not a flat body of water. It's curved, therefore my light must be curved. Well, by what properties? By what? That's the question.
Hold on. Yeah, I'll give you a shout out for going out there doing the work, man. Hopefully, not this weekend, but next weekend I'll be putting the instruments on LIGO. Going straight to the roof.
There's somebody challenging me, right? He's like,
and of course,
what about
thanks
the
to
lapse
both
rate?
of you for that.
So the lapse rate.
Be honest
of
with that
what?
data.
See, he doesn't. Hey, go ahead. Say it again.
I thank you all both for being in the field. Thank you, of course. But definitely, you better be honest with that data. Love you.
Man, people are they just repeatedly think they got something to say, you know, and it's like, I just don't understand why they can't comprehend. The reality is we're only going through one medium. You need to have different mediums to have gradient anything. There has to be a change. Fucking empty heads. Anyone watches this video, they can fucking learn something. I tell you. Please. There's fucks. There's no layers to do it in. You just don't understand. I think Bislin said it too. Bislin says it. Besides, you're just insane. What when it gets down that low, the difference between the surface and the air dominates, not the difference between the air and the air. You have to get real. You have to understand why we're talking about what. But you're not real. You're just over there thinking you're smart, and this isn't really the way it goes. You have to actually have the properties behind your words. You can't just say it and make it happen. It's not like you go, okay, guys, huddle up, touchdown. You have to go out and do it. Oh my God, somebody's going to quote F.E. Core. Yeah, I got nothing to do with those folks. Sorry. Nothing there for me. That's why we had to do the work, because they've been gone since 2019. That's why we went out and did the work. It's their history. They've been history. Fucks, let's assume that you're right, that there's something to measure. This is how you come up with your average called standard refraction, and we took that into consideration. So you've been given all the graces you could possibly imagine, and it's still not there. In the case of a 27-mile test, you're looking at as much as 122 feet of Sagita unavailable. We're looking straight through it, baby. And you're telling me now that you're going to worry about what calculation? At 1 foot of atmosphere, what? Did what? Doing what? Well, when you're shooting across the water, you're not describing. And when you try and imagine that you are, you're welcome to do so. Include those numbers. Because when we show working at the same locations in a variety of temperatures, in a variety of barometric pressures, with a variety of light sources, at a variety of distances, and get the same results, we know that there's no mathematical equation involved. Now get out your math, make a prediction of the bending of light due to a lapse rate of temperature something somewhere, and we'll be okay. In the meantime, you have to understand what it really takes to bend a laser, because they're fucking straight. Again, lapse rate, or what they like to call gradient, is caused by a differential in speed across the width of the beam or height of the beam, where one side has experienced drag through, let's say, a cloud or through rough air because it's hot and there's waves. But this would essentially slow it down, similar to the pencil in the glass, where it slows it down. And we're not going through anything of the sort. The thing that's crazy about this is we're only at one level, so we're not going through a temperature gradient that's normally accepted at different altitudes. So the gradient that we're looking for now is having to do with the differential between the surface and the air. And if I show that we match or become similar, you really start having to fight to come up with the numbers now on what can you rely upon being gradient to cause a differential affecting light speed, causing a lapse rate on a clear night or a clear day. What is causing that? And so they're asking me to measure what's not there. They're assuming it's there, and I'm saying you're welcome to add what they do add. It's called standard, an average refraction. It's not very scientific, but since they don't have the number, we give them standard, and we overachieve every time. Every time. It's fun to see these lasers targeting each other. It's fun to play, and it makes science fun. And if I can have fun with flat Earth, I really win, because there's no reward in arguing with people all day long, especially about things that don't happen, Don. Nothing happened, Don. If you're watching the video, which I made to explain all of our stuff for the past few years. I'm
Dude, you
explaining
can't use the
this
word.
is where which word?
You're a flat mechanics. You can't unless you're boiling water or doing a clinical study or quantum mechanics. You can't use the word science because you don't know what science is. I'm just joking.
But I have a lab coat. Wait a minute. Fucks. What cold surface are you talking about? People are so insane. You making up a scenario. What cold surface? What cold surface? Then he's going to say the water. Then I'm going to put the temperature again, matching the air. Then he's going to say, we don't know that. Then he's going to find that one's an estimate. Then he's going to yell at me that we're faking it. And it's like,
why is he that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Why is he asking you about the 15, 20 foot above the surface?
It's just endless grind, man. Grind. The water temp is also 63 degrees that day. The air and the water. But during the day, the air was 84, I think. Yeah, day and night. This guy's figuring it out. So we achieved the same line of sight day and night with that variation of the air, yet it didn't affect the path of light. Not one bit. How do we know? How did we do it during the day, does he ask? How could we possibly use lasers during the day? We didn't. We used a mirror. Oh, shit, a mirror. The answer was mirror. I'd like to buy a vowel. Yes, Fugs. What are you confused about? The variation from day to night was that. At nighttime, they were both 63, where we used lasers to prove that the overall temperature of air didn't make any difference in the path of light. Do you get it, dude?
Yeah, we've only told him 1,000 times, bro, that we're using the mirror flashes and the lasers.
Anyway, all these guys got to do is go out over a sidewalk, right? Fucking make it hot, watch the sun go down, measure that it's 20 degrees difference, and bang the laser out there and show it bending. Then in the morning, when it gets warm and they got a cold sidewalk, show me it bending the other way. Fuck. How hard is this? They keep saying it, but it don't happen in real life because it would have to be fucking hot and fucking cold.
As far as laser bending, I've only never seen it appear to go up, or from a slightly side-on view, but it doesn't matter if you're seeing that bitch, and then that means there's no. I mean, dude, they underestimate when you talk about like what should be a 60 or 80 foot hump of Earth in the middle. They're underestimating just how big that is, dude. That's like 80 foot that's big, man. That's a tall amount of Earth that should be in the way, man. I mean, I think they're underestimating. If there's 10 foot Earth in the way, then there's a problem, if you ask me. But when you're talking about 20 or 30 or 40 or 50, it gets to the realms of absurdity. And yeah, they don't know what's going on. They've got an idea of what's happening in labs and but over long distance through atmosphere, there's no predicting any of this shit. It's so random, bro. That's why I'm good with Travis's clean ether band. its own. It's a band. It's a section, of atmosphere, whatever. Changes with distance, man. It changes. It can change. The sight can change of what's happening. Something in the distance can be warping up, and something closer can be in the same line of sight can be warping down. They can't predict that shit, dude. You're very fair given. But that's just to crush that in half. I'm with you, man. I like what you're doing. I like the word that. Depending on what you're looking at, it's a different lens.
But that doesn't. We can't repeat it, and I'm not going to discount.
Wait, you're breaking up, man. To hear that. Bad connection, Dan, because I'm hearing like every word, bro, and I wanted to hear that response. But I like what Beerman, while Dan's dropping and rejoining, he showed, I think, conclusively, man, that depending on what you're focusing in on, the atmosphere is basically, it's depending on how far you're looking. It's literally a different lens, different amount of atmosphere you're looking through. So that's a good explanation. He's done some pretty good demonstrations. Try again, Dan.
Damn, I barely got my ass back in there. It took a while. I was like squeezing.
Are you referring to your talks with you and Wendell?
Yeah, but it got too long. So what I did is nobody's going to see it on Parks' channel that doesn't go there already. So I wanted to make a quick little outline of what happened on there so I could put it on my channel. And so I made a little video summarizing what went on there.
It's funny, bro. That was a good flat earther. Y'all played good or bad flat earther. Which one do you think Dan was?
Me and Wendell, yeah. Yeah.
I think at least Rob's pretty honest about his shit, Sometimes,
fuck yeah,
I mean, it's rare. He doesn't try and make claims on shit he's not schooled in, or shit he's
fuck
not.
Yeah, that's nice of you to say, man. You're right. That's nice. Nice guy. Because he's patient. He tries to be as Christian as possible. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to make a shit show out of life, And he deserves a lot of credit for even venturing near us in this kind of silliness, because it is silly. It is about denial. Tony showed that. And then when they realized that there was a way, they both went, yeah, well, somebody should do that. And it's like, well, you guys should stop talking about it unless you're going to do it. I mean, you can't just say something. So I don't see why somebody can't show the bending of a laser under normal conditions, because we're doing it under normal conditions without these large variations. The number that Jesse's putting in is what he's saying here is that 0.013 of a degree. So what he's saying is if there's any temperature variation, he's going to get something, which I'd like to see him chart out, and he will, but I don't think he can demonstrate that, because those degrees, those low numbers, we can see. We'll be able to see that.
Yeah, man. I don't like when they start using degrees, and it's not honest to what's happening.
Arc seconds and degrees. Yeah, I'm like,
seconds. They're going to tell me. Look, for example, they're going to tell me this instrument's precise to 10 arc seconds or something. No, dude. If you're looking over 12 miles, it don't matter if you got 1,000 clicks in between each arc second, or it's accurate to 1,000th of an arc second, still measuring something visual that's out. You're at the freaking atmosphere, and it doesn't matter how accurate your fucking tool can click down to. You're talking about one, and you're talking like when they say 1 degree per 69 miles, you'd never know that. You're talking about almost a mile of difference, though, of that distance. And maybe you wouldn't, but yeah, when they act like their tools are so accurate, they say it with such confidence, like this got accurate in 5 seconds or something. It doesn't matter what you're in the distance, and then you try and hold their feet to the fire with these observations and say, wait, where is your Earth? Look, it's supposed to be right. And yet the horizon is infinite, basically. You can see just as far as the atmosphere lets you on certain days. So it's like they don't want to even picture that in their head. They just want to just call out, change the subject, or claim anything. Refraction, this, that. Like, that's the whole damn argument, people. Like, we're saying that, yeah, you're going to see shit obstructed sometimes. And sometimes you ain't. And it doesn't matter what's going on, dude. It's what's going on in the atmosphere. What we see is 100% of what's happening in the atmosphere and how far we can even see that day. They think we can see on the news. It tells you, like, an estimate on visibility. According to Rich, he was a meteorologist on the John F. Kennedy back when he was in the Navy, and I don't think they're allowed to say more than 30. I think they got a limit, but you just can't see that far, period, man. So to me, man, I don't know. Dan, did you hear Danik, bro?
No, I got jack shit for connection.
No, that might have been me, bro. I got a bad spot. Hopefully, I'm leaving that spot right now. But so here's the thing with Xanax. So I guess LIGO's having like a science day thing, like not this weekend coming up, but the next Saturday, and like open to the public and shit. So we're gonna do that. Either go out there then or the next week. Instruction on this third arm. And so I told him, that because I've been wanting to do this, and I'm gonna bring a little help, and he's talking about I'll fly you in. I think he was like bluffing at first. Talking about I'll fly you in and wine and dine you. I'm like, and I'll be able to get some help with me, but in case we got to move some of that concrete or do a little clearing to make sure we have continuous. But so I told him, that's fine, let's do this. And all we got to do, I don't have to the whole thing, but you might understand without me, but just know this, okay? You probably do automatically. Some people might not, but it's just going to take 3 measurements. One at the beginning, compare the height of the concrete wall, which the as-built show what it's supposed to be doing. And I know that it's not. I'm willing to bet that it's not. And measure the beginning, compare the concrete or the bottom of the tube, whichever, or both. And then we're going to measure it at the middle and measure it at the okay. Now, to me, it's going to be level with the water, which to me is why they put the water there to begin with. But even if it's sloping, it's got to be a certain amount in the middle. Know that water or it doesn't, period. And they claim that's the straightest thing in one of the know it's going to. But so I told Xanax, so if we go out there, I'll meet you out there, and I'm dead ass serious. We're probably going to do this. I know I am. But and if he's wrong, he's going to be there to witness it. If I told him, if you're wrong, you got to give a 5-minute speech at Flattoberfest. Maybe not. I'll get a microphone. He could do it outside of there or whatever. They probably let him go up on stage for a concession. But I told him I'll say exactly what we did, exactly what it is, and you concede. And I told him to come up with something what you want me to do, concede if I'm wrong. But so we're talking about it, and he goes off this. He says, "Well, ma'am, what if it's just a spot in Louisiana right there that where the water is flat, not the rest of the world?" And that just made me laugh. I know that deep down, these fuckers all know what'll happen if we go measure that bitch. They know that water ain't bending it is, man. And that's why he's already making premeditated excuses on LIGO matching the water and just claiming that spot in Louisiana is level. But I mean, he might have just been joking, but it sounded like. I'm going out there. I'm going there with the assumption that the laser does beginning to end. So is that they can get from beginning to end with a laser, and then it's just 3 simple measurements, man. And the way, knowing him, we're gonna have to do it 3 or 4 different ways. But you know, I'll bring my instruments and shit out there. Got a laser, a couple different lasers. I got auto level and shit. It's not going to be rocket science, dude. It's just simple shit. Orthogonal measurements, comparing it to the height of the water. So in other words, it's 2.5 miles for each arm. So if we measure the beginning, and let's just say it comes out to 5 foot above the water. Let's just say we line the laser up perfectly. Swivel laser. The 5 foot above the water is what the beginning of LIGO slab measures. Now we go to the middle. Okay, if it measures also 5 foot, and then at the end it measures 5 foot, then we know that LIGO and the water are exact. They're the same height from beginning to end and middle. That means that the water can't be curving. The continuous stagnant water is not curving, which means LIGO, which means the Earth ain't fucking curving, at least there in Louisiana, like I said. But even if it's angled down, if it's 5 foot at the beginning and 9 foot at the end, if it's, that's still a slope. That's rise over run. That still can't happen on their globe. It would have to be 5 foot in the middle. I mean, the beginning, and then 10 inches in the middle, and then 9 foot at the end. I mean, there's if the water is true level, then it's going to have to be that or right almost. And so I'll look at the exact length and get the exact measurements, but that's a gist of what has to happen if the Earth's a globe, and what has to happen if the Earth is the water's planar. But I think that, deep down, even in their subconscious, they fight this every day. Stagnant water ain't fucking curving.
Am I cutting out? Is he cutting out? Are we cutting out?
Done, but I hope I'll let you cut now. I heard you loud and clear just now.
Got an awful connection, I guess.
To me, it is an excuse, man, like me. Like across the pond, them guys have went out to bed to another canal. It's like, dude, what? We test around here, which is right over the subject. I applaud that. About ways we could prove it without using long distance. Kind of what you're trying to disprove them. So we come up with this idea. Well, it's right there, and and we don't even have to touch their facility. We don't got to bother nobody. Just go there, get the 3 measurements, and go. It's right. There's no excuse. And that's the attitude I'm going in with. Like, we need to take these simple fucking measurements. It's right there, already done for. All we got to do is verify it, and we can put this thing to bed, or at least narrow it way down. I don't care if I'm wrong. I know deep down I'm not. I know that water is not bending. Water in a little 2.5 mile canal ain't gonna be bending. That's ridiculous. It's fucking retarded to me. But being fair, you know, it's if we're gonna be completely honest, we need to go measure it.
The thing is, their answer, but gravity doesn't apply to the light. So as soon as we're paralleling water, it opens them up again.
Like when they use this when it gives his skateboard paradox and shit, and he gets contention with flat earth. You say it's dropping, and it's dropping at the same time as it's you know, horizontal, whatever. You know, it's both happening. You know, because of the way the globe and gravity would work. But no, when you're talking about a solid structure with a set height, that shit don't apply. When you're talking about a bridge or something, it's got to be. It can't be doing both at the same structure. So when you're comparing it to level, it's doing one thing. It ain't doing both, unless I'm missing. That bridge is either dropping or humping. When you're talking about a solid structure, it ain't doing both. When you're talking about just the direction we're looking, fine. You know, if I'm bent backwards compared to what's in the distance, fine. You know, we can discuss it. It could be a hump and a drop. But when I'm talking about a solid structure, that bitch has got to be one or the other, man. I could probably think my way out of that if I wanted to.
Well, here's the thing. According to them, time of day is going to make a difference because the you'll get a variation of heat. So any observation you want to do, check it out and try and do it under all the conditions of variation.
Yeah, they say it's the least refraction, middle of the day. I don't agree with that. That's when the sun's beaming on everything. I think in the evening would be but everything's heated up and warmed up, but now the sun's no longer beaming. I think the early evening and early they usually go toward flat Earth. You know, that's when we get less obstruction.
In terms of bending up, Jesse doesn't cold, hot air below. It's going to rush upward. Air rushes in where it was, and that's the waves that we see when we're looking at mirages and such. That wave is the actual air moving up and cold air moving into a place where it moved up. And that's why there's refraction there because of that contrast of air temperatures right there. So he doesn't think that
I think it's just the amount.
that
I
it
think it's
can
just the amount of
actually.
air, bro. To me, it's just the amount of air.
Either way, Bislin's helping us. He says, forget atmospheric stuff if you're down low. You do anything to control that. having a natural time of day where your air and surface match in temperature, you'll have a chance of lowering all of this gradient factor, all of the gradient factors. So they're going to have to bring in new factors of something to gradiate to make it dramatic enough to bend. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking, because none of this is dramatic. And they're calling on portions of a degree to make a difference in the bending of light. And I'm like, I doubt it. Not something visible here over these distances, meaning 1 to 20 miles. I don't think so. So again, there's some keys that happened here. They show resistance to new information where we've proven that Dr. Parks has already learned to us. Why don't they listen to us? I'm a professor. Why aren't they believing me? And I said, well, man, we need to talk, So brought him on. Dude, you've been learning flat earth, and you want to know why I don't believe what you say? Because your first reaction is talk. So when I did bring on Professor Tony or PhD Tony too.
But God dang it. I'm trying to, I think I see what you're saying, but God, I'm having to decipher and put words together. Move your router, bro.
All right, I'll do something.
Got a dead spot like 15 foot from my router. And it's right where the door opening is. And it's right in my pacing zone, dude. Right where I pace. He said, all right, I'll do something. He just fucking leaves. Kidding, he's probably fixing it.
All right, Brian, I might be around.
Yeah, loud and clear now, buddy. Loud and clear. Now just repeat everything you said for the last hour.
I'd like to go back to whatever the hell Don was saying. So what happened is I quoted Bislin with a line, and I tried to make them work to go look and find the rest of it. And they were like, you're a liar, you're a liar. And I'm like, you're idiots, you're idiots. It's nothing I was just copying and pasting. And they're saying that I was making it up. And then one of them, their people went and looked up a different similar quote or something, and said that I had altered it. and made their declaration, because that's always what they need, is to prove you're lying. Prove you're lying. So the new lie basically right now, Brian, is we can't prove there's no gradient. And they're going to have to say, well, there must be some, just like they do when they say there must be some refraction. So we've already accounted for their full on estimation. Otherwise, it's time for their demonstration. Show the bending of light due to these minute temperature gradients. Because it isn't about the pressure, it isn't about the outside temperature, and it's their claim. Otherwise, we've done what we set out to do. We've proven line of sight in the distance. Every sunset does anyway. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. Looming this.
Dude, that's just reversing the burden of proof, bro. Even worse when I was debating, but the times he was just trumped up and just wouldn't answer basic questions. Like, on one of his answers is, you've already discussed it, so that's your contention to refute my claim, is that y'all have already discussed it. Nothing, nothing about what was discussed. Just that when they have nothing at all, then they've already discussed it. We've already refuted that. Care to explain?
Yeah, that just goes to what I just mentioned in chat to someone, where I basically just said, show me one scientific experiment proving over a large body of water that light bends around the curve. There's never been any experiment where any scientist has gone out to a large body of water and taken all the right measurements of air pressure and density and temperatures and then repeated it over and over. It's never been done. So you can't claim that light will bend around the curve if the experiment's never been done.
Agreed.
Sounds good. It sounds
It's
good.
just a baseless claim.
Like, ain't the ball supposed to be backcourt when we, like, they're saying there's and we show mirror flashes and then we show laser tests. Ain't it their turn now to go show something like that? Now, you've said that we wouldn't be able to see it, and because of this, we've shown that that's wrong. Now, it should be their turn to start questioning temperature and all this shit. So now we went out like John D. and Dan got the measurements they asked for, and then they still want to keep the ball in our court. Like, yeah, at some point, it's got to be up to them to back up their bullshit.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm not sure if you're breaking up for everyone else, but every now and then you just kind of like cut out. But I'm getting the gist of what you're saying. But yeah, it's like I dropped in the other chat, and I'll look to putting it in to the other side as well. But a whole bunch of screenshots of where a particular Buddha that I've been filming, that's 31 miles away from me. And the only time I can't see that Buddha is either in extremely hazy conditions, or if there's extreme inferior miraging, where it drops it underneath the horizon. But apart from that, I see that Buddha from 6-inch observer height, 30.1 miles away, when it should be under the horizon. It's 138 meters above sea level. But from 6 inches, it should be 156 meters of curve. But yet, that Buddha is constantly above land all the time. I see it every time I go out and observe. That's even a partially clear day, that Buddha is exactly where it should be, as far as, not where the globe is predicting. It's never where the globe predicts. That's extremely rare.
I'm glad that caught Battle Mod out too, because it caught me out. He's talking about an actual Buddha, like an 18-meter statue or something like that. Just FYI.
Yeah, that would make more sense in the actual presentation. Like those those screenshots that I've put up, they're actually a part of a presentation. So while I'd be doing the presentation, I would explain all that, and then all the slides will just say the Buddha, you know. But I now probably have 60 different days of observations or more of that Buddha. And what I do now is, beforehand I was only ever filming it from the jetty, and from the jetty it should be from 20-foot observer height. It should be 108 meters of hidden, but yeah, even from there, okay, so it should always be seen still from the jetty. But on an extreme refraction day of inferior miraging, it's gone, or it's right on the horizon. So you can tell it drops it majorly. And then on other days, and so what I do, if you see in the screenshots, I sort of just do like a little thing where I mark out how tall the Buddha appears on that particular day, and then I just scale that down. Well, it should only be 2 of those Buddhas above the horizon. That would be at approximately 138 meters above sea level. But there are days where you can see that it looks like it's 7 of itself above the horizon, and that puts it at well over 100 meters above the horizon. You know, and then other days it's like right on the horizon, and then it's everything in between that as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see a presentation like that. That's what's crazy, bro. And this is how you know they're not out. Most of them aren't out looking at any of this stuff because, dude, on a clear day when you go out there to observe and look at long distance shit, you know you're going to see part. You're hoping for no mirage, you know, and because it's a nice clear day, and you know you're going to see shit further. And their model, that's when the refractions is supposedly happening, is on crystal clear days. That's when we could see these things. That's backwards. Like, it's literally on hazy days where it's miragey out in the distance where we get obstruction. They're exactly backwards to reality as they are with most of the shit.
No, exactly. And it was all just completely reverse engineered. You know, like the way I like to explain it is, just imagine that people, you know, back in the day, they didn't know anything about refraction, and they did actually look over and see a boat go away, and they're like, what the hell's going on? That's a completely fair enough assumption to make. Well, maybe it's going over a curve. Like, what the hell's happening? You know, they don't have the ability to zoom in on something and actually see there's all these different refractive effects going on. You know, 2,000 years ago, they just didn't have that ability.
Yeah, it was fair, and
Yeah.
plus it was easier to model. Like I said, you can't model circles accurately on a flat surface. It's not possible. Whatever the Earth is, globe, flat, you can't do it. And there's going to be distortions, man. So yeah, it's fair for them to model the heavens like that and then see it. I see where they come up with the model, you know, with the claim, but I think it's when they like they're doing with dark matter, just for example. You know, it was just a error in gravity and how it failed mathematically, and now they're literally getting to the point now where slowly but surely they've went from admitting that it's lost mass, you know, a hole in the math, to now it's an actual thing. And I think that's just what they did with the heavens. Like with modeling the stars and stuff, like they mapped the celestial hemisphere down to the ground, and then they just slowly but surely got to where the ground's actually spherical and convex. I think just from a model's point of view, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just complete reverse engineering. Like, of course, if they sat there and thought and saw all these things for X amount of years and thought to themselves, well, we're clearly on a ball because of XYZ reason, and now this is disappearing. And then when they discover that refraction's a thing, of course they're going to reverse engineer refraction to fit the ball. That's just logical. Of course that's what they're going to do. They're going to reverse engineer the entire sky to fit the ball because they believe they're on a ball. So they're going to make every single thing possible fit in that model. That just makes sense. Why would you not do that? Of course that's what you would do. So of course that every measurement that's ever been made is now going to fit the ball.
Exactly.
You know, so you can't blame them.
Then them measurements as proof. Like, this is how you modeled it. Like, if it would be fucked up if the measurements didn't match, because it's how you modeled it. So you can't use the model to prove. I mean, nuts, dude.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and so now then you take You know, I mean, it's people like us that are actually going out there and looking. You know, you know, I mean, it's the flat earthers that are the ones who are actually getting the cameras and going out there and doing observation after observation, day after day. But then you have, say, Zanuck. He posted a picture a while ago, a few days ago, of he's like, "Oh, look at the aeroplane, and part of the aeroplane's missing." And so then I've gone. I haven't been able to talk to him about it, but I said, "Oh, how far away is the plane?" He said 8 miles. Well, his camera's only about 5-6 foot high, which means about 15 foot of the plane should be missing. But you can see there's probably more like about 25 feet of that ship missing, and there's a inferior mirage going on. So it's like, well, it's probably more. There's probably more than what the globe predicts going on, and this is why I always ask people, because the problem is that globers say to us, and I use globers in just that sense of these people in the argument, not just the average person. But they'll go to us like, "Oh, how far is that ship? What's the gradient of this? What's this? What's that?" But then they just post a picture of a ship halfway under the horizon and go, "There you go." And then when you say to them, "Okay, what was the observer height and how far is the ship?" They go, "It doesn't matter. It's under the horizon. That's all you need." And you go, "No, that's not all you need, because I personally have footage of a ship and many ships on different days with the horizon at 100% different levels. So
It
you
gets
can't
worse than
tell
that.
me that it's ridiculous. Like, give me the measurement, you know? If let's say the ship that you're showing me, if that's 10 miles away and you're 20-foot observer height, but there's 70 foot of that ship missing when there should only be 10 foot of that ship missing, like, you're literally showing me something that debunks the curve just because you think it's under the horizon.
How about this? Miles away.
Sorry, bro.
And
Sorry, bro. You broke up a little bit.
let me see if I can get a better connection. Is this any better?
Sounds better at the moment.
All right, well, check this out. Hopefully I can get this thing out. It ain't real long. But so we look at something 5 miles away from, and we're supposed to be missing half of this boat. And if I'm on this side shore, and I can literally watch that boat go along the horizon, side to side, like just in front of the horizon or whatever. I can watch it go, even if I'm up a little. I can watch it go from side to side in a straight line. But then if I'm directly behind it, watching it go away, to call that Earth curve on a omnidirectional cylinder, like basically, it's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, it is, and it's like I pointed out the other day that and I'm not too sure if I reckon I've got the screenshots now on my phone, but just as an example, you know, like, I'm filming a certain section of land 15 miles away. I've got footage of that section of land from 5 foot high observer height off the beach, where literally this set of houses, which are at 100 foot above sea level, can't be seen. But then I also have another day where you can see the shore break of the marina, which is 4 meters high from 5 feet. So if I went out on a particular day and watched a ship disappear on the day where more than 100 foot was missing, that ship's going to disappear. Even a big ship, they're only about 120 feet high. So that big ship would have completely disappeared at 15 miles. But if I went back on the other day, only 10 foot of that ship would have been missing at 15 miles. So if I can go out one day and the entire thing is missing, and go out on another day and virtually the entire thing is visible, to sit there and say that that is Earth curve that's doing this and refraction's like lifting everything up, is just purely asinine.
It's like we should tell them, like they're trying to say we're cherry photos. It's like, no, when y'all show photos of days where we see obstruction, and that's bullshit. We're trying to tell y'all that y'all's Earth curve fantasy is just the atmosphere. And so when we show long distance shit that shouldn't be seen, then that alone should be evidence. That's not us cherry picking. I mean, we could all show days where there's shit obstructed and it's miragey and shit out there. I could show you all conditions, man. But my point is when I show you something that's supposed to be blocked by Earth curve, then that raises the debate, man. That puts the ball back in their court to prove why that's happening, and they try and turn it around on us. I can't stand that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm consistently so if the day's even partially clear, I can consistently and the water is actually flat. And it doesn't have to be completely flat, but not too much waves going on. I have a buoy that's 4 miles away from me, and consistently every single time I can put my camera down to 6 inches and film the horizon behind that buoy when it should be less than a mile away. And the horizon is consistently further than 4 miles away, and I can do that
Yeah.
every single day that the
dead.
conditions are even half decent.
That's why I wanted Ruffus to go through that canal shit, because it thinks he's gonna measure Earth curve shit canal. He's fucking. We'll never see these measurements, bro, because it's gonna take a magical day to see that. Their shit falls flat on its face. It just sounds better when we use longer distances, but really, if we're going to prove anything, it's more realistic to do it over these short distances, even really like a mile or half a mile, like to show the actual 8 inches, man. I think the further we look, the more the atmosphere gets involved, man. I think, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're right. Obviously, definitely the further that we look, the more atmosphere that we're starting to get in the way. But I think it's just I think where a lot of the experiments kind of fail is that at the end of the day, you need to go back day after day after day after day to get actual data, really, don't you? You can't just go one day and then say, well, I can see something that I shouldn't see, and there you go, that's the end of the story, because that's no different than the glober going, well, here's the one day that I went out and that showed Earth curve. It's like, no, you got to go back 20 days in a row or 30 days in a row and just have a look and then get the average. Well, what are you actually seeing? And that's why I've been out there just consistently day after day, just doing this for, hundreds of days now.
Yeah.
Because if you're not going back day after day, I mean, what happens if you just happen to keep picking? What if you go back? What if you do 3 days out of the month? And each of those 3 days out of the month is the 3 days that will show you Earth curve. But the other 27 days out of the month were showing you things that you shouldn't have seen.
The first day I went out observing when I bought my P1000, there was it was obstructed, and I didn't even bother my exact height. I was just standing up on the shoreline, but or the distance, at the time. But I was like, damn, But I was like, I'll go back the next day. I was about to sell that bitch, But I'm like, I'm not giving up that easy based on what I've heard. And the very next day, next morning, I could see it all the way at the bottom, dude, and it wound up being like 6 miles away. And it's just always refer back to Gleam's. Him pulling up the shout out to Gleam, by the way. He pulls up that NASA paper where they say that when you get like half a mile or like 2,500 feet or something. I forgot the exact height or altitude, but there's no horizon. There's no set horizon. You can't distinguish a horizon. It just depends on how far you could see. So in other words, when we get up to like airplane height or whatever, or even close to it, you don't see half buildings and shit. You can't even see far enough to see stuff like that. And the horizon is just going to be a function of the clarity of the day. It's going to be fairly consistent, but nothing perfect. We don't see, the atmosphere limits our vision, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, the horizon's not even consistent on the short term either, like in the short distance. Like I've said in other streams before, I've got footage of a ship that the horizon should have been, I was at 28 feet high. The horizon should be 7.2 miles away, but I had a ship that was directly just past the horizon. And when looking on the marine radar app, that ship was 4 miles away, but the horizon should have been 7 miles away. So the horizon was less than 4 miles away, but should have been 7. So it's like we can never make any real judgment. When you just look out and we don't see anything to judge the horizon by, we have no idea how far away it is. Like zero idea. It could be, just as that example, You know, it could be 4 miles away. It could be friggin' 40 miles away. Like, we just have no idea.
Either way, it's optical, and it's
That's right.
it's a function of the distance we can see that day. Higher you go, but the atmosphere, what's going on in the atmosphere, it's never Earth curve displacing. That's ridiculous. It's all optical. They try to agree with us. They try to agree with us and say, yeah, it's apparent. No, we're talking about fucking optical, period. It's not the physical edge of your Earth curve moving around. It's literally an optical position that's literally going to follow you around.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not just apparent. Of course, it's apparent. That's redundant. You know, that's in the actual definition of it. It's not the apparent horizon, right? The horizon itself is apparent. It's redundant to say the apparent horizon. That's just stupid, because it is apparent. That's in the definition of it. But so yeah, like you were saying, the point is that it's optical. You know, depends on the conditions of the day. If you have a higher refractive day, well, it's going to be much closer. If the refraction is much lower in the day, then, you know, it's much further. And you're never going to know exactly how far away it is unless you have something to judge it by. So if you have a piece of land that's at a set distance, or a ship that you know that's at a set distance, well, now you'll actually be able to say how far the horizon is. But if you don't have that, and all you have is ocean, you could never determine how far away that horizon is. It's just physically impossible.
That's why I put together a couple of them videos with the where they had on the sides of the boats, and you see the writing compressed, and it's like, look, if there was no writing, you would be throwing this in my face like half the boat's missing. But since there is writing on the side of these boats that I'm exampling, like the Crowley boat and the other one boat in particular, and even the oil rig sometimes, when we see the compression, but especially on the boats, like they would throw that in our face and say, look, see, the Earth's curving. No, there's writing on the side of the boat. It's compression. That's another effect we get a lot. And then they act like we're just bringing up all these, they call them excuses. No, these are fucking demonstrations, not excuses. These are things we're showing you. This is reality. They call excuses. Our excuses what is actually reality and what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. It was you that showed within like, you're the one that I've seen who's posted that Mick West sugar water observation. And the one thing that we need to take from that is that as you see him lower the camera, you just see everything compress. Everything compresses. It just gets, more compressed. Whatever word is there for it? Well, it just gets more compressed, and that's all we see. Sorry. So as I lower my camera to do this observation of the Buddha, when I get down to 6 inches, you see the Buddha is basically relatively in the same position above the piece of land where it is, above the piece of land that's in front of it. But what you see is that piece of land that's in front of it gets more compressed the lower I lower my camera. So that it's getting the exact same effect. Mick West just proved it for us. Thanks for coming, Mick. So it should be another one we're going, thanks, Mick.
See that presentation, man. Did you say you was going to put together a presentation on that? I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I am, but what I'm trying to do is get at least 4 days worth. So that includes land and ships with all of the information of the ships. But then what I've got to do is I've got to go through Google Earth, and I've got to point out and show the level, like I've got to, go through and show how high everything is above sea level. There's a lot to it, because if I don't put all this information in, clearly it'll just be disregarded. It'll be disregarded anyway. We all know it's going to get disregarded anyway. But if I don't have all that information in there, it's going to be disregarded. And I can put all that information, and I have all that information. So once it's there, they can disregard it if they want to, but that just makes them look stupid. And sorry, so let's say even 60 days worth of this is going to end up being something like, more than 1,000 screenshots.
Yeah, man. It sounds like you're trying to be thorough. I think somebody was trying to get in, whoever that is. We can.
Sorry. Whoever's trying to talk, then you sort of come in and come out. So that's why I'm cutting you off. So I don't mean to be cutting you off.
No, respect. I just want to kind of do a mic check, and I want to tip my hat, and I want to let you know there are some people and will definitely not disregard that type of thing. That is one of the first type of eye-opening things, the exact thing you're talking about, that caught my eye when a Glober was trying to talk about how much of a building was missing early. They did one of those exact type videos. You know, it was like a 20-story hotel or something, and you could see a pattern of like the more compression happening towards the bottom. And I remember being like, wait, they're presenting this, but aren't they seeing this pattern where, like, you know, level 5 has a little compression, level 4 has even more, level 3 has even more, level 2 has even more, level 1 like, wouldn't they expect to that shit, or the visible level 1, wouldn't that expect, like, this is a pattern of making shit crunch into a fact where it's about to disappear? You know what I mean? And you're not going to see it, you know? So if it's something like that, man, I'll remember it for years, bro, and pass it on in spots like I'm passing this on now and shit like that. So yeah, have all that information in there, the heights and all that, and what it's supposed to be, and it'll have power, bro.
Yeah, I'm getting there slowly but surely. You know, I mean, it's you know, it's not my forte to do this kind of thing, so it's taking me a while. It takes me probably, depending on the time of the day. If it's getting really late, it could take me 20 minutes to do one of these screenshots, and if it's earlier in the day and it's, you know, the absolute minimum it takes me to do one of these screenshots is 5 minutes. So work that out when I've got at least 1,000 of them to do, plus looking up all the other information to go with it. So it's something that's probably still going to take me another month to get through, you know, and that's just 60 days worth of observations. And in another month, I'm going to have probably 270 days worth of observations. I will eventually just have it all. Like, I'm going to eventually have it all. Just take this as an example. This was a really interesting one yesterday. So I came out here yesterday. I'm out here again now. I'm about to get out of the car shortly and go. So I'll put myself on mute and I'll just listen, because it's probably be a little bit too windy and there'll be too much feedback. But so yesterday, while I was out, I'm pointing the camera down towards the land. I'm 5 feet. Again, I'm 5 feet. I'm on the beach. Now, at the land, at 12 miles distance away, there was quite heavy inferior miraging, and it was blocking maybe 70 feet of the land, approximately 70 to 80 feet of the land. But then when I literally turn 120 degrees and look at a ship that is 13 miles away, so that land is 12.6 miles away, and I'm looking at a ship that I'm looking at that's 13 miles away, about 10 foot of that ship was missing with zero inferior mirage, when there should have been closer to 50 foot of that ship missing, or 20 or 30 feet of that ship missing. It's not in my brain right now. But the difference between me looking at the land with a major inferior mirage and then turning my camera 120 degrees and having no inferior mirage with literally only 10 foot of something missing. But someone wants to tell me if I'm looking this direction, it's Earth curve, and what is it that direction? Like, clearly that has nothing to do with Earth curve. I just found that quite an interesting observation of just the difference between looking one direction and then looking a different direction at the exact same moment. You know, like we're
That's
literally
crazy.
just a couple of minutes. You know,
It was
how can I have
on the road
zero?
out there at the salt flats. He did the same
Yeah,
thing. He showed where he looked one direction. He was looking at what you call it. I forgot his name, Mark or something. And Mark is looking back, and they both seen different shit just right down the road from each other.
yeah, it's crazy. You know, like one's got like inferior miraging that's blocking like 80 feet. The other one's got no inferior miraging, is further away, and you could say maybe 10 foot's blocked. Right, but you know, work out. I think 5 foot, 13 miles. You know, you're still talking up closer around 40 or 50 feet. Should have been hidden. But you know, yeah, and you can tell there's some compression going on there. But when I came up to 28 feet and I'm filming the exact same ship, I'm seeing all the way to the bottom of the ship, because those. Have you ever sort of seen on those really big ships how at the bow, quite often the bow comes down and then it curves around and goes into like a big bull nose thing? Have you seen that?
Yeah, they look like they float on water almost.
Yeah, that big ball nose thing that looks like it's floating on water. Yeah, well, I could see that, but even from 28 feet high, 13 miles, there should have still been 20 feet of curve. That bulb should have not been there. I'm clearly seeing 100% to the bottom of that ship.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say. Let me take that back. I mean, of course they're floating on water, but it's weird watching these big ass boats. It's like they look like they're like floating on a pocket of air almost. Like it's weird when you see them, especially up close. Seeing these big ass tankers, it's crazy to see. It's like they're just gliding, almost
Yeah,
gliding.
and
It's pretty neat.
like I was saying before, and I've just dropped a heap of screenshots onto my phone. Sorry, one last thing, and then I'm going on mute. So, yeah, like,
Are
yeah, I'm
you
in
in
Australia.
Australia?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
go
in
ahead.
South Australia.
Okay.
So I've got footage of where I was at this normal spot that I go to, and I'm there at 9 o'clock in the morning. I've got footage of a ship that's being blocked by about 50 foot. About 50 foot of it is missing, and literally 3 hours later, 100% of that is now visible. You can see the horizon behind it, and you can see the bow curving into that nose part. And we got a difference of 3 hours. So we had a swing of 50 foot in what it's showing on a ship, but now we've got the horizon behind the ship, and the ship was at like 12 or 13 miles away, and we got a ship behind the horizon behind the ship now. So it's like the conditions change, not just daily, they can change hourly. All right, I'm going on mute, guys. I'm gonna go do this, so I'll just be listening in. Take it easy.
Okay. Appreciate your work. Appreciate the work you're putting in, dude. The update.
Thanks, man.
Nah, Earth's got to breathe too, man. If these people get out there and do some of these observations, man, then I think there'd be a lot less dumb questioning and trying to pin the burden of proof back on us. If they were out there looking at these things, maybe some of them are, man, but that's my opinion.
Well, Bislin said, "Don't worry about the temperature. It's going to be this gradient, and what they now call gradient and are also calling lapse rate it's serious. It has to be dramatic. It can't be what they're saying. Otherwise, all light would bend all the time. Plus, their claim is that the entire column of air is bending. So everything is sloped down hundreds of feet from me, but it's not. You can see it straight across. You can see the other side 20 miles away. What are they kidding? Who are they kidding? I can see it.
That's where the burden of proof has to fall on them, because they're claiming that
Can I ask a question about water compression?
Can you do it
Or
without
any other
someone and then
listen, no,
demanding
serious,
respect?
please.
You do it without interrupting and then demanding respect?
Damn, Dan, I thought you was. I totally apologize.
Well, I mean,
totally.
he might not have heard me.
Let me finish real quick.
Who is he?
Real quick, Don. I don't know if he could hear me, but let me finish this real quick, and before you jump in, is they have the claim that when we're looking out horizontally, that since the Earth's bending away, that we're looking up higher, but it's not. It's even trying to use that excuse is not significant enough to make the difference they need. But even that, to me, is fallacious. They haven't proven that in the first place. Go ahead, Don.
Yes, sir, Brian. I totally apologize. I must have I heard you faint after he pointed it out. I must have fumbled, like slid your bar down like within the past hour on accident. Like I totally didn't even. So anyway, I'm sorry. But yes, gradients, fluid mediums, whatever gas mediums. Can we do something with a more control medium to really like do classroom, sugar water fish tank type of demonstrations, and hypothesize cool results, like, or meaningful results, like,
Remember, remember what you're suggesting is a scale to scale something down, and what happens is when you scale up what it would take to saturate the atmosphere, it'd be called weather. Like if you could really get the atmosphere that juiced up with something, it'd be called clouds and shit, smoke or something. Like it'd have to be super dense. So yeah, over a few feet you might be able to see through it, but over miles and shit, no fucking. So that's why that test doesn't apply further out, like because you're not going to be able to saturate parts per million of anything into the air without it turning into clouds and rain or something.
But yeah, but I guess I would expect weak results with a small scale, and I'd be thirsty to have a big scale. But could we hypothesize any meaningful results, like without? Okay, like I guess what I'm saying is remove the sugar from the classroom demonstration and just try to use a single medium, but expected radiated medium.
Yeah, Jesse
You know what I
did it.
mean?
Jesse did it in the fish tank with hot water. He was brilliant to do so because it was a completely different reason. But
did he? Okay, but did he do multiple? Like, all right, sure, I'll check it out. All right, okay.
It was cool, but in other words, it disturbed the water for a different reason. Jesse's the coolest.
I'm gonna do the water ones then, if you think that's cool. But you're saying he used temperature though, right? Like,
yeah, so he didn't saturate the water with anything to cause the lensing. What he did was created a differential which created a lapse rate between the two.
Are you saying it was temperature?
A speed difference between the upper and lower portion.
Okay, and
which got exploited into a bend. Exploited into a bend.
So okay. Well, it sounds like you're saying it was a temperature thing. What could we do with not temperature, but just like a pressure thing?
Just understand the trickery of more than one kind of refraction. So we have to understand the difference. And then we were told by Bislin, fuck the pressure. It means jack shit. Overall temperature meant jack shit too. You have to have two colliding. You have to have two colliding temperatures. Yeah, layers of things going boom and moving towards one or the other for some reason. And in the air, it does get layers of lighter and lighter. So there is a gradient in elevation when you go upward. So that's why they're using it that way. But if we hug the ground, the bigger issue is the difference between the ground and the air. And if we get close, we're going to get within a range of a couple degrees, which is recreatable anywhere. And they're going to have to show us light bending at 8 inches per mile squared because of a degree or less than a degree of variance. And it ain't going to happen. Otherwise, everything we saw everywhere would be completely fucked up and distorted.
Can I tell you something funny as hell? Listen to how I make an analogy from their bending light due to whatever fucking gradient. Because I'm telling you, whenever I see temperature or pressure, it kind of makes me see a similar picture of sized molecules being gradiated similarly, whatever, because temperature and pressure are kind of gonna maybe interact with matter, make matter appear, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, maybe those are kind of interchangeable, and you're gonna have some sort of sized matter gradient, size material at atomic level. But either way, so I see this, and then I'm like, all right, well, that's the rule that they use to say that the plane doesn't, that the plane just is what you call it, balanced. But what's the word that they say that they whatever, they trim the plane to be at that fucking altitude. You know what I mean? It's like it's always gonna fall to that fucking pressure. You know what I mean? That's how they make the light seem like it does. You know what I mean? It's like they constantly, to me, give light like like mass characteristics like all the time to me. It's so funny. Like if light's not material, it shouldn't be touching the material. Like it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. So light is material, and so am I.
So the ball is in their court these days. They have to decide, okay, what can bend light? Are those properties there? Let's show you that that's true. And I don't think the properties are there, and I don't think the demonstration would be, because we've moved the variables around too much. And it's like, dude, everything matches the curvature of the Earth? Are you sure? And if they say it exceeds, that doesn't make sense because it should nosedive into the water before it gets there. So they can't.
Yeah.
They have to be exact, and they're not. They got nothing. As a matter of fact, no
That
calculation.
nosedive, that's why you think about blind spots and shit. It's so funny. And then you're like, oh, but there's the other. Like, dude, you don't have from a face of a material, you don't have a 360 radiating of light picture like you do from like a sphere bulb or something. The way they talk about, balancing light propagation and shit from, singular points and all this. Like, you don't fucking have that from a face of a material. You're getting the straight fucking out pieces. Any of these other pieces that are arcing up or down or whatever, they're gonna fucking get obstructed by the fucking material above it or whatever, like directly above it to start with. And all this shit. Like, this shit's just stupid to me. The arcing fucking, you know what I mean? Obviously, the bending, the mirroring, all that shit. Yeah, sure. You know what I mean? You know that you can do it with extra mediums, but within like one thing or whatever, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's got to be material. It's got to be material to be acting with the material like this. That's all. That's my final. That's where it brings me. Like, I know you want to know the map and all this and that, and the ground and all this stuff. When talking about the cool shit that light does, dude.
Well, they're talking about its potential. If it had the potential to bend around as they say, we'd never be able to see anything ever. Not everything would be twisted. Everything would constantly, based on shadows, there'd be variations everywhere. Suddenly things would be bending in the shadows, right? Be like, oh, it's cooler there. What? Well, where'd my house go? The tree covered it. The house is gone. It moved 30 feet. Why? Oh, it's cool under the tree. So
I don't even know, but dude, my house doubled.
Shadow refraction. Shadow refraction makes a comeback. Thanks, dude.
How come the sun sets different at your house? Well, I put in trees. But I get 30% more sunlight as it looms overhead. It's true, man. They're making that part up. I ain't saying I know it's flat because they got a lot of shit going on, but they're wrong about this and they're wrong about their attitude towards anyone doing research. They showed that in the video thing I made. They tried to stiff me. They tried to fucking just pretend they looked. And the dude said straight up, PhD Tony said, I don't have to watch that because I know the shape of the Earth. And it's like, dude, what does that have to do with the discussion of the properties of light? Fucking nothing, dude. Nothing. So it was nice to see them fall. And I hate to, be so fucking asswipey about it, because people are going to say, well, if I was just delivered it better, it will work better. But those boys were naughty. And they needed a spanking, if you ask me. So I made a summary video that explained it, because nobody's going to watch 3 hours. Just like nobody, So there was the 1 minute video of them getting busted, because he's like, oh, da. I'm like, dude, we never did whatever the fuck you're saying. That's fucking stupid. Then they started to say what we should do. It's like, wait a minute. Why are we doing that? It's your story. So here's that concession clip. And then I tried to explain it, in a whole video, because nobody's going to figure out what the hell I'm talking about. It sucks. Trying to get people to watch, It's pretty fucking easy, difficult. So the claim of refraction is the Glober claim, and they're going to have to demonstrate it. Or shut the fuck up. Kosho, did you see any of that? How they got themselves buried? They kept just, not being scientific about it. That's for sure. First talking about beliefs. Like, who cares about belief? Then claiming not to be an expert on either laser light, or something else. Can't remember, but he kept commenting on it, even though he said he wasn't an expert. Then I busted him, and he never even watched. PhD Tony never watched anything we've done. And the sad part about that is I spent an hour with him the night before, and homeboy had some ass kicking globe proof. That's why he's so frustrated. If his data sets are correct, it's a globe. If he's getting real data, it's a globe. And this is the whole thing, is that this guy's got a super limited job,
I
right?
disagree, bro.
He works for the oil industry, right? So let's say
when you look at them PNS wave things, man, I've looked into it, and it's not as cut and dry as they're making it sound.
no,
Yeah,
let's say he's a tool, and part of his frustration is that he notices some of these anomalies himself, right? But he doesn't want to go there, so he spends all this time trying to be sure, and that's why he's so frustrated, because it seems like if you asked him, like, could you train somebody to do your job? He'll go, oh, I've been doing this for 25 years. It's like, dude, could you train someone to do your job? He's like, yes. It's like, were you trained to do your job? As each piece of equipment comes along, are you trained? It's like, yes. It's like, can you be fooled? Can you be delivered data sets as part of an outreach program so they have this angle covered? How many people in the world do what you do? 6, 12? And they all just have to know one program? It's like, okay. Their geology speaks on behalf of the oil industry and the globe. I get it. No wonder he's frustrated. He may know things we don't, that he's afraid to ask. It's in the hands of the oil industry. That's just great. What he calls gravitational anomalies could easily be magnetic readings. I don't know why he calls them gravitational anomalies, but you'd expect magnetic differences. You'd expect all kinds of sonar differences before calling it gravitation. Gravitational cavities or cavitation, gravity cavitation, something. That's how they detect oil? I doubt it. I don't know why you do that from the air anyway.
All these detectors are based on electrical impulses, man. I mean, and eventually they're going to have to concede that it's all fucking electrical, man.
And then about frequency, which we knew when we were kids. They tell us the table isn't solid. The atoms are moving at some frequency, blah, 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 blah. You know? So it's the same thing, really, frequency too. Either way, they don't know shit. They're not telling us shit if they do. I think they know we get wiped out. I think that's why it's just every man for himself at the upper levels. It's so weird to look at history like New York had all this influence out of Italy, and then the mobs in Chicago, and then it came out to the Wild West in Vegas, where it's just further away from the law, further away from anything. And I saw it happen in my dad's life, in my life with the music business and publishing and management. There were no laws about it. And it's just it's all organized crime. It's getting the lawyers in there before the people that know any better, getting the signatures on shit, using words like perpetuity that people don't realize what it means. And when you want to be a star, you want to do something, you want to be a professional, and they pay you, and that qualifies you. You go, dude, I get paid for what I do. I'm a professional. You just got paid off. You don't own it anymore. And that's a disaster in the publishing world. And in this case, the mathematics is the lawyers have produced 200% of a song. So you have the music, the lyrics, and the publishing. So it's weird. There's 200% of a song. It's fascinating. And there's nothing else like it. But it's just more bullshit.
Just get quiet. Dan, I don't know about this Tony guy you're talking about, or what he does for the oil industry and stuff, but aren't these the same goofballs that were telling us that oil was freaking dead dinosaurs? I mean,
they might have even invented the entire dinosaur story just to support oil. And it's scarce. Calling it scarce. Fossil fuel scarce from a long time ago. It's only so much. Doesn't seem like that's true. It seems like there's.
Yeah, I think that's pretty laughable. And then, so yeah, he's got his other proofs that he says he's. It sounds like he's says he knows, but he's not allowed to tell you. Is that essentially it?
No. It's just that those guys that work in the industries around, globe shit can be fooled. They really could be fooled.
All right. Well, I mean, the oil industry has nothing to do with a globe or a flat Earth, though. Just drilling into the ground.
Well, this guy claims to use satellites to find
They're
oil.
taking globe measurements.
This guy claims to.
They're taking globe measurements, comparing them to a globe, and saying, "See, globe."
And even if he uses satellites, like, what is he? Is he in charge of launching the fuckers and knows how they freaking work, like exactly where they are, what they are?
No,
he's
but
just.
but don't call me a glober when I say this, okay? One of my customers is a satellite engineer from the old days, and we talked for hours. And in the old days, he could talk. It was all like classified and shit. It was part of spying on Russia. So he was appreciating talking to me because once he retired, nobody cared. And then, but I knew like heights and trajectories and speeds and shit. So he was jacked to talk to me. Now he laughed at me being a flat earther. Don't get me wrong, but he wanted me to know about what he did because he was fucking proud of it. And he talked about how they would make a real long orbit, like really what they call elliptical, like a long fucker, so they could swing by really fast and then disappear again. So a more circular, a rounder orbit would be slower. They wanted a fast one so it couldn't get detected, and the work was done as it just whipped the fuck by. So they were going over, let's say, a missile base or something that they're spying on, right? And so they whip by and get a picture, and they come by next time, and it's like, son of a bitch, they're offline. And they didn't realize that the Earth might be what they call processing. And it was up to him to come up with calculations to feed to the thing which carries onboard fuels, which I didn't realize, for adjusting orbits. And that's why we hear about space junk and limited life of satellites, because some of these needed fuel to stay on target, and they were shitty. They were worthless afterwards. So the dude describes how stoked he was that his calculations worked after he spent like weeks on them and shit, right? Or days or whatever, So he describes the computers of the day. Imagine a bank of modules like today's guitar player has, like a whole bunch of rack system stuff, or music stuff is in a rack. He had banks of calculations that you plugged into each other just like a guitar plug, but there was no console or anything. You just ran one calculation into the next, physically. Like there was no like computer command, but each box contained a calculation. It was a trip to hear. Anyway, this fucker was believable, and it's hard to imagine that he was tricked, but because he was plotting and mapping some kind of circling something, that he was real sure because of his calculations that I was a fool. He was real sure that he wanted me to know that it was a globe.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I still, whether it be by balloons or some kind of high altitude drones or Skype, whatever, like, I feel like these guys could still be doing actual work, actual calculations and things, and just the proportions, the ratios and the proportions are different. So they're convinced of one thing, whereas another is actually happening.
And what you'll see in the news today is exciting. They've realized that we're on to the balloons with satellites. So you'll often see the words together, satellite and balloon. But
and then they'll throw a Chinese spy balloon over you for fun of it, just to see if you're paying attention.
But what word is slipping in with satellite and balloon is they're weaning us into hearing the word orbit, satellite, and balloon together. So they're conflating the word orbit now just to confuse everything. And it's really tough to watch because it's a slow path and they're doing it. So I'm so mad watching it. You know, balloon, orbit, satellite, the words don't belong. None of them.
Dude, our first satellite was that giant satellite we supposedly, it was like 100 big aluminum looking ball. What was it called?
Echo 2.
Echo
2.
Yeah,
Right.
Echo. They said orbited, and it's a big ass balloon and shit, dude.
Well, I made a flurf statement then, but you know what I mean. That was
The
different.
fact that he said that he needed to calculate fuel, bro, is telling. No, but shit, bro. Like you see where they were doing it from them brand new top secret fucking. You wouldn't know about these bodies at the time. These big planes that are flying fucking these huge long distances, and they got him calculating fuel. But it's possible, you know, that he's just talking. They refer everything to as a nowadays. Yes. And you got satellites that are on top of a building set stations. They call all kinds of shit. If you get a signal from it, they call it a satellite.
It qualifies technically, right? It's a remote switching thingy, the satellite station, right?
Well, and also like the word orbit that you were picking on, the word orbit. One definition of it is just a circular path. Doesn't mean that doesn't have to be going around any ball or anything like that. Just over the top of it, a circular path.
Since when is that an orbit?
What, circular path?
Yeah, it orbited. That's usually a cycle or a circuit. It's usually a circuit. When we talk about like going around a track, a racetrack or something.
You say that. It's funny you would say that. Hey Dan, one complete circuit also is a definition for orbit too. Right. Orbit doesn't mean you have to go around a 160-degree ball. It means one 360-degree rotation circuit or complete circle around a thing.
But there's
anyone who's ever been in the military. Please don't talk over me, Don. You did that to Lou enough. Let me finish.
Did it. Sorry,
Even in the military, I would queue orbit the platoon while we're running because you keep interrupting me, and that would just be a circle platoon as it moves. One complete circuit would be one orbit.
So do they say that in NASCAR? They're in the NASCAR orbit? Because they're orbiting around the track.
They are. We could. That would be a proper sentence. It would be both coherent and cohesive to a person who's not cherry picking one meaning of the word orbit. You have to cherry pick it for it to not fit in that sentence. You have to say, no, that's not an orbit because it's not a ball. Well, nowhere in the definition does it require a ball.
To get into
that's not
orbit.
conflation. That's some simple-minded motherfucker letting some glober tell him orbit actually proves something when it's a man-made word.
But when it's kind of like in space, it means something else. Space.
Well, that's like talking about the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. No, not faith, not space. Locally, the definition of orbit is just one complete circle, circuit, orbit.
Right. I mean, the word orbit was a word before all this space nonsense came to be. They just took the word orbit. You know, they just took the word orbit and made it fit that. And now that's the way that people understand it, but it's not what its original meaning was. The same with gravity. The gravity of the situation and stuff like that. That was a gravis from gravitas and whatever long before all of this space nonsense and orbital mechanics and
I don't think it's just been applied to space and all that. What I think is here are ignorant people who don't understand the English language, and that whether a word is used as an adjective or a noun or a verb, it is defined in a different context or pretext. So all words have multiple definitions. And you can't limit a word to one fucking definition. That's called ignorance. It depends on how it's used. I mean, how do those people that say, how are we using the word? How do people that say this, how are we using that word when it's clearly defined colloquially in many different manners? And when it's used, it should be both a coherent and cohesive sentence. That means anybody who passed fucking English should understand what I said. But if they don't, and they act like they're smart and we're supposed to follow them, but they can neither form a proper sentence or use words as defined. How do you get a position of authority when you're the idiot that has to have a word defined for you? They say, well, we have to cover the terms. No, we don't. Merriam-Webster already did that, bitch. English is set in stone.
Orbit comes from
That's
the
like
Latin. Orbit comes
Yeah,
from
go
Latin
with it, Lil Ray.
orbita, which is like torse or track. The verb orbit is the act of revolving around another object, usually on a circular or elliptical course.
Yep. Just like a train track, they used to say my train's orbiting around the room. Because it is. It's making one complete circuit all the way around the room. And we call one circuit or complete circle or orbit one lap.
I'm just doing that Google image thing for the average image of orbiting, and there aren't a lot of racetracks or other examples.
Yeah, that's putting your faith in that you think you understand the word, but you're not using it colloquially. So just look up the colloquial definition. Look up the colloquial definition, and nobody gives a fuck about the common use. Okay,
I'm
idiots
seeing how
take words.
how it's used.
Bad
and
means
how they're
good.
weaning it.
Dang means cool.
Yeah,
Listen,
I guess you missed the point.
images don't define words, Dan. Don't let Globers make. You got to be your own master. Have confidence in the fact that you know how a word is defined when used, either as an adjective, a verb, or a noun. Should it describe a thing? Should it declare a thing? Is it an ownership thing? What? It's simple English, man.
Well, in the world where I live, I happen to put it in the word orbit in Google Images. And just looking at what the impression of the word is visually, I don't
Impression.
see.
Yeah,
we're talking.
just as I said, Dan.
Remember why I brought it up? I said that they're weaning us into seeing an orbit.
Manipulation is a form of witchcraft, right? Manipulation, and you're manipulating the colloquial definition of the word with images. The implied. We don't care about the implied. How is the word defined? It's really that simple.
Right. The word can be used much more simply as just a circular path around another object, right? Like, it doesn't have to be around a sphere. It's mostly used that way today. That's what people imagine in their heads, and that's what you're going to find on Google Images. That doesn't mean that it's the only very narrow definition of the word.
Yeah, except that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is watch how it's being used is what I was talking about. Not narrowing, nothing of the sort. Just talking about watch how it's being used. And you're saying, well, it's being used appropriately.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
being
saying,
used like it's being used inappropriately. Yes, it's somebody says orbit as if they just proved a sphere because they used the word orbit. But see, I'm not ignorant to English language, so I understand it to be one full circuit. Well, we could call it a revolution if you want, one full revolution, because it's defined that way. And if you look under the synonyms of the word, you'll find revolution as one of them.
Right. So if there's two types of satellites, the one that are in space orbit and the ones that are in balloon orbit, we are now in the same conversation.
I like one. Okay, we can use the one where they describe the path of one body and its revolution about another body, right? And you could say that applies to spheres, and I could say, yeah, but it also applies to human beings, because your body can make one full circle around my body or one full revolution, and we can call that an orbit.
You might
It's
be
well within the definition.
You might be like, say, in the Secret Service, and there was a gunshot. You're protecting the president. They might be able to say, like, orbit the asset. Like basically protecting him kind of with a body shield. Like orbiting around him.
So circle around him, yeah. So I'm going to give you an example of what I'm saying. It's from Merriam-Webster, and it goes orbit as a noun, orbit as a verb. And this is a 2 of 3 and 3 of 3. I don't even show the first one, but we all know what the first one is. It applies to planets. But a body is a body. It doesn't have to be a planetary body. It could be a dog circling around a fucking dog. I don't care. Not one of the wording in these definitions of circular path and revolution imply shape of the body that circles the body even fucking matters. Only that it be one complete circle around something. I can orbit my house. Is that a sphere? I can orbit my land, my truck, but none of these are spheres. That's my clock. They orbit the clock face. And the clock face isn't a sphere, neither are the hands. And yes, I don't use digital clocks. Those are for simpletons. You don't know what time it is when you see numbers and pointers. That's pretty fucked up. What the hell's Lou doing tonight? Is Mike loud or quiet?
You're coming through at a normal level, I would say.
So I could use a backup. I can't. Well, my daughter it's my Bluetooth, and I can't find my other corded one. Go buy the first cheap one I could find.
Actually, if it's a cheapo, it's a pretty good cheapo. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's a cheapo, dude. I paid like $18 for this at the fucking gas station. I was like, I need gas. I gotta go to town to get a mic. And he's like, hey, we got some over there.
How does it sound on your
country.
end? How's the sound quality? Because dude, if it's a cheap one, shit, it might not last forever. Buy another one. Like, yeah.
Right. I'm not gonna keep this fucker forever, but I don't know. It sounds all right. It works. I'll probably order another one online, like the one my daughter just stole from me. What happened? See, this laptop is new and it's Alienware because she stole my old Alienware. And now she got my Bluetooth headphones and she's like, "Oh, I like these." So now I gotta order new ones. It just works out that I come home and I just don't own stuff no more, Lou. Like, oh no, those used to be yours, but they're mine now.
Yeah. Yeah, when it's your little girl,
that's how it is.
take possession of things.
Oh, Lou's got a little girl. He knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lou knows.
That's what it is.
It's mine, Dad.
You can't
I like
have it. No matter what it is, you can't have it because they're gonna take it. As soon as something happens, they're gonna break it or lose it, and they're gonna take your new one, dude. You'll never get to own it. They like.
It starts off with can I use this? And the moment you say yes, it's like they're just gonna take it.
Listen, so that's what happened, Lou. She said, "Hey, Dad, can I borrow them?" I said, "Sure." And she picked them up and went in the other room and came back and said, "Dad, see these headphones?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Are these the ones you just gave me?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just gave them to you." she used it, and she left and never came back. And I said, well, hey, what's up with my headphones? And she said, you said you gave them to me. I said, man, I knew that was a con job when you said it, but I was high and I was playing chess, you little brat.
Yeah. She might as well have just walked in the room and been like, you see these? They're mine now. And just fucking walk away.
Right, you know the worst, yeah, you know the worst
while he's
part.
stoned.
Yeah, listen, the worst part is I'm single and she's 18 now, so she'll just come in and take the damn bank card. Like, give me the bank card, Dad. I know your number. I need to order some shit. But then not order headphones and take mine. And I'm like, well, order me some headphones. And she hands me the card back. Like, here you go. Go ahead and do it. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
I got you some new headphones, Dad. They're pink though. Why are they pink? Well, because they're mine too.
Oh, they got these awesome strobing lights on them too. I hate that shit. What the fuck you need lights on your headphones for, man? I need some headlights on my headphones and shit so I can go out in the farm and spotlight people while I'm talking on the internet. Run off intruders and shit. That warning shot, that won't hurt your guys' ears. You'll be all right. That was just a warning shot. I hope. I got some Gorilla Glue, man. I ain't never smoked this shit. I like this. This is all right.
Don't smoke glue, man.
That's just the name of it.
I
It's
know.
not glue.
I had a feeling.
I had a buddy in school that was a glue sniffer, man. And after about 3 months, I said, Rusty, are you in there? He said, what the fuck, Mike? I was like, nigga, you sniff too much glue. You got to quit that shit. You stole I got model cars everywhere, dude. And my brothers are like, hey, where the fuck all our model car glue go? I was like, I don't know, but I might have a good idea. I had to tell his dad. I was like, man, Rusty's sniffing a bunch of glue, man. You better do something about that kid. He's burning up brain cells quick. But he's my friend, you know. I didn't want to watch him. We're still friends to this day. I've known him since kindergarten. And he thanks me for that. Man, Mike, I'm glad you snitched on me for glue sniffing. I'm thinking, yeah, you'd be hoofing paint by now, motherfucker. Come hang out in the body shop with me. We'll hook you up.
Reminds me of I don't know, you ever watch that show, Eastbound and Down?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with
There was one episode where, like, I think it was like Clegg or something. It was the name of the friend. He's got him being his chauffeur to a thing, and then he gets pissed off, leaves early, and Clegg's across the street in a parking lot with a couple of bums, freaking huffing fucking paint out of a paper bag. He's like, Clegg, let's go. And he comes back, he's got silver paint all around his mouth.
Yeah.
He's like, what the fuck were you doing? Sucking RoboCop's dick? Like, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, they do that air dusters and all that. I was like, God damn. You're getting high off office materials. These guys must have been in prison. They're learning everything that'll get you high. Hey, you know what that's got in it? Give me that. My one biker friend, he was in prison. He did a stint for, murder. He used to like those Vicks inhalers, the original Vicks inhalers. He'd always send me letters saying, hey, Mike, man, I got a cold, man. I need some Vicks inhalers. Send me some money, because he knew me. I'd just send him more money than he needed. But then, 15 years later, he gets out and he's telling me about, yeah, man, you sent me a bunch of money. I bought 3 Vicks inhalers. And they had a concert card. And I'm like, yeah, cool. So you was breathing clear, huh? He's like, hell no, I broke them things open. I ate 2 and I was tripping like a motherfucker. I'm like,
what the fuck? He's eating those things?
not eating them, but sucking on them.
Okay.
They suck on them,
didn't.
and they got some. Yeah, they had chemical in there that just make you trip the fuck out, I guess. some pure methamphetamines or some shit like that.
The more you
I
know.
don't know. They get hot. They took it out of there now. So the inhalers, the tubes, you unscrew them, stuff in your nostril, take a pump, I was like, no shit. He's like, yeah, drink mouthwash and suck on fucking Vicks inhalers. And well, kids, don't do drugs. That's where drugs will lead you. Just smoke pot. You'll be all right.
Who's just
Drink
drinking
oil cream.
fluoride and Listerine straight out the bottle and sucking on
Yeah,
Vicks
like
inhaler.
that's what I'm saying. He's talking about I'm sucking on a Vicks inhaler and chasing it with Listerine because it's got alcohol in there. And I'm thinking, I can barely use that mouthwash. I don't know how the fuck you gutted it. You're a tough son of a bitch. You drink a bottle of Listerine. What the fuck, man? Talk about brown bottle flu.
Dude, it's cheaper just to go get a bottle of fucking liquor. Like, what the fuck?
Well,
Listerine
he
ain't
was
cheap.
in prison doing. Listen, he was in prison doing life for murder. Beat it on a retrial, and he got a sentence reduction. So he got a life term batted down to a 20-year term because what it was is when he got life meant 20 years. But then they started 2 years later applying natural life, to a life sentence. And they applied it to him. And he went back and after I was grandfathered in when I was sentenced, life was only 20 years.
Yeah, that's why they gave people with really bad crimes like multiple life sentences, stuff like that. Like I don't know, Dahmer.
Yeah,
I'm sure was sentenced to like 5 life sentences plus 120 years or something like that.
Yeah, and I'm sure now this is one of my biker buddies from the MC. I don't agree with all these guys, but you meet guys like him in war, You go to war with some dudes that were Christians. They started out Christians or good people, and then they're bringing home war souvenirs that would gross out anybody, you know what I mean? A finger. Got somebody's earlobe, What the fuck is that, man? But I think this dude should have he deserved the natural life. He's a crazy son of a bitch, man. But what do? In the real world, that girl he killed, her father would have got to take vengeance or not, whichever was his choice. In a righteous world, we wouldn't worry about what he was doing later. He'd be like the bad dog that bit my child, right? I don't kill the dog because I hate it or because I'm a murderer. I put it down because I love children and I don't want another child mauled like mine, So you can't say if you kill a killer, the amount of killers is still the same because he's a murderer and murder is a legal term. That means he took a life for no fucking reason. But the person that took his life to protect other people, well, he's not a murderer because he had a righteous reason to take his life. So the amount of murderers on Earth did change.
Also, an argument could be made like there's a difference between like killing and murder.
Well, there
not
is.
not
There's
not every
killing.
not every killing is a murder.
That's right. Not every killing is a murder. That's the exact point of that. Thank you, Lou. You dumbed it down for simple dudes can pick up. But yeah, murder is a legal term, so you can't say he's a murderer if he's not guilty of an unlawful kill. Now I'm a card-carrying NRA member. I'm a veteran. I have a EDC, an everyday carry. I carry a 1911 MP Army issue. It's Marine Corps issue, Desert Eagle, and I will bust a cap in a motherfucker if they're breaking the law or trying to take my life. That's not murder though, because it's lawful. So people don't even know their own laws that they're judging people by. You can't say just because you killed somebody, you're a murderer. Now, veterans, they called us murderers, but what we were doing was killing the enemy, and it was lawful. So if you're going to be a bigot, at least do it. Be true to the definition of the words you're using. Otherwise, shut your ignorant mouth. It might get you fucked up. There's still Gen Xers out there, you guys know. We'll make your mouth bleed, so watch what that motherfucker says. We got bail money. We're Gen X, baby. I like this week. But seriously, like, they succeeded in dumbing down an entire generation in like 2 generations, dude. How the fuck did they do that? Went from traditionalists to boomers to Gen X, and then bam, these fucking idiots came out. So Gen Xers, we were too busy out there fighting battles and building hot rod and going to rock concerts, raise our children right? Is that what the fucking problem was? Or were the boomers doing that? Gen X,
Millennial gets a lot of bad rap, honestly. Like they're not the complete idiots, but it's their
they're
kids.
not. Hell no.
It's their kids. The Gen Zs are just practically a lost cause. Like the millennials and late Gen Xers just kind of did a shitty job raising their kids.
Listen, I grew up in an era where people got up every day and drank coffee and had breakfast and talked about at the morning table how the government was fucking us. We absolutely knew they were fucking us with the cell phones, with the medical insurance, with the car insurance, everything. Now these motherfuckers wake up and drink a cup of coffee and they eat some vegan bullshit and they say, what do our rulers want us to do today? They got our best interests at heart. So we're it's apples and oranges, baby. You know what I'm saying? Fuckers. Like my son had some out the other day, and I thought, what the fuck are you doing with these kids, son? And he said, I'm actually trying to wait because you're cool. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. I'm like, yeah, keep bringing them around. They'll figure it out. We're all about cold, hard sense out here. It's okay to get high and be stupid, but if you're already stupid before you get high, we're not going to smoke weed with you. People enough already, you know what I mean? When them people start talking like they're hyper intelligent, that's when shit gets twisted. Oh, I was wondering what's up with that arrow. That's that dude's pick. That's kind of cool. That like directs everybody to read his every text. That motherfucker's a sloppy war, man.
I was just looking at that too. It really gets attention.
Yeah, it does. He's like sloppy war, and this here, it's like people just automatically read it. There's an arrow. I'm like, he's right too. It's catching. It's like, what the fuck's this? It's like advertisement, right? Reverse advertisement. Don't look at our product. They suck. Well, let me look at that. Hold up. Don't say that shit sucks. Maybe okay.
If you make the arrow in
disagreement.
If you make your arrow be red, everybody's gonna always think they're in trouble every time you type something.
Yeah, I just seen the arrow, Lou, and I had to read his every comment. I'm like, who the fuck was this? I thought it was a bot or something. Yeah, the boomer in me's going out. I thought the bot was talking to me. You know, like one of the messages from a bot that only you can see.
Yeah.
And then I was like, wait, no. This is some dude. That's his profile pic. That's a cool pic. That's original.
Clyde bot. That got from QE, man. His comment. It said, Clyde bot. Who the fuck is Clyde bot? Sorry. Clyde
yeah,
bot.
yeah. Yeah, like that's an original pick. That makes it. You stand out, whoever the fuck you are. I can't even see your name. Just Arrow.
Unexpected facts.
Arrow X. Oh, unexpected fact. Okay, yeah, I see. Well, you got to click on him to read it. It's just got an arrow.
Nah.
That's
It's just his name is Gray. Like, his name's Gray with like no rolls or something, but the arrow does it all for him, though.
Yeah, it's definitely it's catchy. It's fucking can't help but as soon as I seen it, I had to read his shit. Like, what's this? Damn, that's a good one. In my best boomer voice, he got me. Got him. Yeah, Christ. I tried to get the older daughter, right? I said, hey, Tanya, come here. Hook the old man up some headphones. I was going to say, order me some and you can get whatever the hell you want too. Before I even finish, what can I get what I want? Come on, you got to pay me for work. I'm shit. She runs the office, so she's my head secretary. So her and her mom. But she's one that I can get access to my bank accounts because that's their money and she's not going to fuck me out of it or let fuck me out of it. So
I tried that. Didn't work for me, man.
So I don't have to
Congratulations getting
sign
it to work.
Oh, well, me and my daughter are both veterans. She's not a war veteran, though. She's not a combat veteran. She was a Navy civilian, and then she was in ELINT, electronic intel for 2-3 years. But she's got honor. Besides her money, and she's greedier than her fucking mom. You know, there'll come a point, bro. So I have to pay inheritance tax.
It wasn't the money on my side. It was just a difference. And you know, she just didn't really want to do it. You know what I do.
Oh,
she didn't want to involve.
Oh yeah, yeah. I dealt with that, but not with this one. This is my firstborn daughter, and she just wanted to be me. That's why she wanted to go to the military and then come home with a college education. You know, so she wants to own and run the business. The rest of them don't, which is cool because their sister will get them paid. That's cool. And she'll make more money too because she'll know how to take advantage of the estate, like me. So, yeah, the family owns the asphalt business, but guess what? I own every piece of equipment that the asphalt business uses, and it rents them from me. So I just maintain that shit, and that's constant money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she said she was her job in the Navy at one time was sitting on Facebook and arguing with people on political posts, trying to sway the way they think about Trump. That was literally her Navy job. And we're literally not supposed to tell that, but it wasn't my position. I'm not leaking it.
Her job.
Yeah,
That's
it's heresy,
crazy,
but
bro.
it's a listen, well, on any platform, not just Facebook, any social platform. But so some posts would just be made by a military personnel for the purpose of arguing and swaying the way people think with facts or quick statistics to get them to see that Biden was a better choice. That's one Navy. That's what a military family, a military-born daughter, she was born on base, said to her father in faith. It's heresy, but you know, you can wait like that.
It's funny that that's still news to most people, but like all the branches of our military, like have, like that's one of their biggest departments now. Is the modern war front is cyber warfare against the minds of the people. And yeah, they literally they don't even really hide it. I've seen an advertisement where they were trying to like show kids like coming out of high school, like you can get your benefits, your military, blah, 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 basically sitting behind a computer and trolling people online. That's like what you do in the military.
Yeah, electronic intel. Electronic intel is a multiple agency coalition of every military agency, CIA, FBI, all that, on intelligence, because intelligence is what all war is based on. If whether it's good intel or bad intel, that matters. If did some shit the world's tripping out about, and then we got to go and have plausible deniability. Well, we say, okay, then we acted on bad intel. So, but yeah, it's a Navy, Marine Corps, Army, all of them working right together.
Yeah, I think the ad that I saw for it was for the Army actually, where they were literally running like a commercial advertisement for it as a recruiting video.
Yeah, ELINT, ELINT. It's called Electronic Intelligence Gathering Operative. Look, I have her read my fucking laptop up viruses, so I'm just happy to have a computer specialist in the house. I take advantage of it. Fuck it. You did what you did. There's not much we can do once we sign that paper. You got to follow orders. You lost your freedom. When you wanted to go fight for other people's liberties and freedoms, but then you found out when you got there, you're not. You're doing what's ever best for the government, not for what's best for the people of America.
And invading the rights of your people.
Yeah, well, we've been taken over by a foreign government. We're ruled by a foreign government. You know that, right? These people are acting judges, acting senators. They're not even statesmen. They're not even nationalists of their own state. When the positions in the Senate, legislator, mayor, governor, they're all supposed to be statesmen, people of that state, not a U.S. citizen, not an acting judge, but the judge of this region.
And most of them have dual citizenship too. They aren't even like just American.
Most of them are. Exactly, they're international citizens, so they're not from our nation, but they represent our nation. So, in D.C., we're invaded and taken over by a foreign government, and by the treaties of law and papal treaties, they don't have to tell us that we're following an illiterate government or illicit. They don't have to tell us we've been taken over at all. They can just take over our government. There's no provisions for federal authority in the Constitution. It's all about state sovereignty. Where do you get a federal authority when all states are sovereign? How does that happen? You tell me. Or we'll use a better word, since people sovereign is too much for you. Independent. All states are independent in the public. But it's a so there is no provisions for one supreme ruler with 50 independent states, or 13 when it was first formed and built on top of. Each state was independent. It was its own nation. Think about it. Nation.
Yeah, it's still supposedly structured that way, but obviously it's not ran that way. But
that's why you're supposed to be
local
state nationalist.
Like for us compared to other countries, like our government, it's inverted. Like locally, you're supposed to have more power than nationally. Like your local laws trump the like your local laws trump the state laws, trump the national laws, the federal laws. It's, for example, like before it got like legalized. In fact, it might still be that way. I'm not even caught up with all of it, but for like marijuana, for example, isn't it? It's still illegal federally, right? But all these states have legalized it.
They're able to do so because their laws trump the federal law.
Well, that's because they're a nation unto themselves. That's what people say. They're about to succeed. They don't have to succeed. They're independent. They're sovereign. They already are succeeded. They can remain part of the republic and still rule them fucking selves. You can't put federal regulations on a sovereign state. It's just that simple, because there is no provisions in the Constitution. It's not constitutional for the federal government to impose its will on the state. It's actually the other way around. The people of the state have the authority through their senators and legislators to impose their will on the nation as a collective. But people don't know the law. This is why they say ignorance of the law is no excuse. I mean, the minute you say you're a citizen, you're guilty, and most people don't know that. A defendant, that's a guilty man making a plea to a court. That's a legal definition of a defendant. A guilty man. And we're all guilty, for we've all sinned. We've all fallen short. By the letter of the law, even man's law, we're all guilty. The spirit of the law could say, yeah, let's just keep people safe. And you could harm no person, but by the letter of the law, I could still make you a guilty person, even though the law is meant to keep people safe and you harmed no one. That doesn't make sense, does it? Is that logic, people? This is the cage. That's the matrix you live in. The bar are the laws and the borders and the permissions that you ask for things that are your natural liberty. Where you evolved on Earth and you think there was some higher power, you think you was a caveman. So who did the cavemen pay to roll their fucking rocks down dirt road they made their goddamn self and they own? Nobody. They didn't pay nobody. But now you pay for a driver's license. So the Native Americans, did they ever pay for fishing license? No, because we evolved with Earth. If you look at it naturalistic, we evolved with Earth. The fish in the rivers, they're ours. Okay? We're all part of the same ecosystem. We belong to it. It belongs to us. It's ours. But now you got to pay to fish, pay to boat on the water, pay to take a tree down, get a permit to build a structure. All this shit is your natural right. You do what the fuck. You can cultivate the land, do whatever the fuck you want. It's not another man's right to tell you what the fuck to do or make you pay for it. People need to wake up to that. Then when they wake up to that simple fact that you're born free, and through words and language and writing and spelling, you become imprisoned by laws. When you learn that, you'll want that freedom you never got to enjoy. That'll make you question everything else. You were born free, though. Somebody else gave away your rights. That's the sins of your fathers. If you look at it as God created you and put you here, well, then he made the earth for you, and you are a sovereign ruler of earth yourself.
Sweet
Any
River
way you
Phil
slice
seems to have a beef with your take on it.
Who does?
Sweet River Phil. He seems to disagree.
Oh, nobody
has beef
said
with
harming
everything.
a person is not the point of the law. No, the point of the law is to keep people safe. Nobody said anything about harming a person.
He always has
So
beef
laws
from
are,
behind the keyboard.
yeah, I really don't care, but harming a person, I didn't say, so he's strawmanning me. I said the spirit of the law is to keep people safe. And this is logically true and agreed upon. And I don't believe that a consensus or an agreement of minds makes a thing true, but I think it's so logical, it's easy to see that you should be able to do whatever you want so long as you are harming or hurting nobody else, because you and Earth belong to each other.
He's personally offended by that. So.
Well, he has a right to take offense, but I got a right to not give a fuck about it, right? Your parents taught you that one, with it.
Has anyone ever heard
Right?
that dude talk? Has anyone ever heard that dude talk in here?
No, I remember
I'm
this
blocking
guy
him.
now.
I'm blocking him.
What you
Yeah, I
been
got
up
it.
to, Austin?
Last time we were talking about that, I added a couple of them. I think I'll go with you on this one too. Pointless to look at his shit.
I don't know. Just don't block the arrow guy. I like that. That arrow,
Yeah,
that's original.
it
It's
looked
like
like
he's
cool
got
so far too.
a flag that says, "Hey, look at me. Read what I'm saying."
How you been, Michael?
Good. Working hard. End of the year, my buds are looking big as shit.
Nice.
I dropped some, but we always start early with anything that's mature, so because otherwise you're just busy for a long time. Trimming is tedious work.
I'll be right back.
I just hooked the whole family up. I say, fuck it, I grow enough for the whole family, but they got to come out here and help trim. They got to earn their shit. My nephews are on me every year. When's trimming start, Uncle Mike? They get new cars on me. They're smart boys. Of course, they listen well, too. I bought my first hot rod on a berry patch, son. And I put a lot of work into them berries. And they still pay. Everybody loves naturally grown organic berries with no pesticides used. The Amish people in my area, they'll eat that shit up. But my grandpa started them, and I just maintained them and put life back into them when nobody else did it. But when I grew up, we lived on a farm where everything the farm and the people on it did made money, So your melon patch would be a portion of your income for the year. Your cornfield, that's your money, Maybe you're fixing everybody's tractors during the middle of the season and getting paid for it. That's one thing we used to do. We'd maintain their farm equipment and they'd pay us in the harvest. That would be a portion of our income for the year. Used to be Americans came here, bought land, and made a living and everything they needed right off the land and their food. That's why I like them Amish people, bro. I got 3 Amish rocking chairs in the front room, man. Them motherfuckers last for hundreds of years. My boy, Jacob will make a rocking chair and not like that motherfucker, right? It's just one thing's wrong with it. He don't let nobody fuck with it. Nobody gets to sit in it. He takes it out and puts it right on the bonfire and burns it up and starts over again. I like him. But I'm the same way with a car, If I get done with the car and I'm not liking how it looks, man, I'll just strip the motherfucker back down again. Or pick a different color. Or rims or whatever it is that I don't like, Ain't live streaming it off. Oh, hey, Tig wants to know if he can speak. Where's he at?
Kindergarten.
Well, he emailed me and then he left the VC, so I guess never mind.
Middle school, middle school.
What about middle school?
That's where Tig's logic is at.
Oh. Oh. Say for me, middle school was a long time ago. What, 38 years? 39 years ago? I hear people say, man, I wish I was a kid. I didn't have to do any work when I was a kid. And I think, fuck, man, my dad didn't do no work when I was a kid, and we did all the work. Now that I'm an adult, I can just be the boss and let everybody else do the work. You got that shit twisted. You're supposed to work when you're young and then have the director's seat when you're older. You're supposed to take all that knowledge you learn and you make a living off it. Every one of it. They're all pearls. Any talent you got, you can sell. Any skill, you can sell it. I know
I
men
think
that
people.
don't know shit about it.
I think too many people give it away too unfairly. They'll get more money relative to their neighbor, but they'll get 5 times as much money as their neighbor, but they'll allow the person controlling the system to get 100 times more money than them, just for the fact that the business.
Oh, I do. Every time your money moves, somebody else gets fucking paid. I try to fuck the man. See, a certain percentage of that you can give to non-profitable organizations. So say you run a big business and maybe you pay 300,000 or $1 million in taxes every year. Well, 18.5% of that you can give away to non-profitable organizations and you can claim it on your taxes, and it's just like you paid that amount of tax. So why wouldn't you just give your money away? So your neighbor is a nonprofit. He don't have to be a nonprofit. They don't have to have a nonprofit license. You can say, I gave this money to the needy or the homeless. I helped this guy save his house. You can actually write that off. If I help you save your house, I pay your bills and write that off as charity on my taxes and just label it charity.
I want to be honest. I think I lost your point, sir.
Oh, my point is that, so many different organizations in the government got their hand in my pocket. When they say I can take so much of this money that I would normally just give to them, and I give it away free to the needy, why, as a good man, wouldn't I? That's my point. I do.
They're saying fuck the middleman. Are we saying like fuck? We don't need a middleman. Or like, damn, I'm sorry, I'm missing it, but
Yeah, you don't need a middleman. You don't have to give your money to the non-profitable organization. But the truth is, you have to pay taxes, which we shouldn't be taxed on every dollar as we earn it and as we spend it. There should be a limit to that, But since they're taking taxes and nobody's revolting against it, every one of you could give away 18.5% of what you owe in taxes and just claim that as charity on your taxes, but nobody does it. That's the point. And if we did that, that would be helping your neighbors out.
okay.
Which would help you out. The better your neighbor lives, you don't have to worry about his fucking kids coming over stealing your shit because you just helped him out and they got shit. They don't need shit. The problem there isn't the taxes, though, or how you use them. It's the people who do the hard work are gullible, and they just let the rich gangsters and mobsters, pretty much, that run this pyramid scheme called the federal America, the fucking corporate America, the U.S. corporation. They run it and they rape us. And we get nothing from them for it, but we don't do shit about it.
Right.
So
I'm trying to think.
Is them motherfuckers.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. And every time we kind of just do the work, being like, okay, sure, you got good paying work. Guess I'll do it. It's like,
Right, like you
yeah.
could get 10 grand to do a roof, or 15 grand to you take the roof and you do the job for your neighbor. You said for your neighbor. So I could do my neighbor roof for 15 grand, or I could go work for a roofing company and get maybe $18 an hour.
But I'm saying even just trading your time for any amount of money in that threshold, like not $1 million a day, is completely unfair because there are people doing absolutely fucking nothing for $1 million a day. They're puppet stringing everybody else.
Yeah, we're saying the thing, but we're on the same page. You're right. I agree with you. This is Earth. You're not owed anything on Earth that you're not willing to go out there and work for yourself. So when you said render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, what he said is Caesar's, all Caesar owns is what he can get, what he's willing to go out and get for
And
himself.
we
That's
sure
the
are
only thing
giving it
owed to
to
Caesar.
them. We handing that shit up, buddy, for fucking about, as long as we could get a house every couple years or something, it's about Caesar gonna have you build his ass 10 fucking houses in a motherfucking day. You know what I'm saying? We gonna do it.
He gonna own 50 cars and you still gonna be making payments. I ain't never did a car. The only car payment I've ever had in my life, seriously, is how much will you take for that? What's your bottom dollar? I don't buy anything that I can afford to buy. I don't do it, period. And I'm a businessman, and I've never done business on credit either. But I did what they try to get you to not be able to. This entire system of economics, the system that's set up right now, is to keep you from doing what the first Americans did when they got here. And that's in a lifetime, they could save every penny they had and eventually not work. Now, if you weren't paying SSI, all these other motherfucking taxes, and you saved every penny you had instead of got fucked out of it because they make your dollar worth less and then they charge you more for shit, then you could be a millionaire at the end of one life. You could leave that to kids and you could have generational wealth, and then you'd be in the club that they're in, the big boy club. But see, it's a big fucking club and you're not invited, you're not in it, and they don't want you to give away generational blessings like knowledge, money, land, skills, trades, crafts. I want you to ridicule the craft. So that's witchcraft. No, motherfucker, you could be a blacksmith, a machinist, a tool and die guy. I could give you all the knowledge I gained in a lifetime. You could be an engineer, a gun machinist, a tool and die guy, a race car building motor guy. You could be all that, but we don't share it. It doesn't get passed from generation to generation. But they do it. And what do they do? What do they teach your kids? The entirety of the system we live in, legally and economically. Legal and economic systems are what you live in. When you master those two systems, you'll be your own master on earth. It's just that simple.
Say it again. What in economic systems? What too?
Economical systems and skilled systems. Legal systems and economical systems. Yeah, because they go together. Business and law go together. So those are the two things that they're. So, like, and I don't want to offend nobody, but 90% of good fucking lawyers and family law firms are Jewish. Why? Because the Jewish still pass down generational blessings, which is their skill, their craft, their trade. And yes, law and business are crafts, and they can be manipulated, so they can be witchcraft. But it's knowledge that they pass. This is where we live. This is a system we live in. These are the rules that define it. And these are the laws that we must live by. How can you be your own master if you don't know all that? You can't keep your house, or you can't defend your family, because defense is done legally. Defense is a legal term. So it makes sense that the people who go to the best colleges, get the best business degrees, the best economical finance degrees, and the best law degrees are going to be the top higher echelon of any society, if the society is based on law and economics and business.
Okay. One sec.
Now, how they make them, how they make themselves feel about fucking you in these systems is they tell themselves it's not their fault. Your parents didn't teach you what their parents taught them. So they think they're not breaking the law of God, because you agreed to it all.
Okay, yes,
You
sir.
said, yep.
Can we explore the concept of like not for profit? Because it doesn't mean like not for growth. You know what I mean? Like the company can
I do.
retain assets and growth. It doesn't mean not taking money, like not for profit, meaning like, you know, maybe
Oh, they
people
still make
maybe
money.
let me just dissect some logical rules here. It doesn't mean like it doesn't mean like, oh, you can't like profit and take money out of it, because in a way it pays its employees who then go out and, you know, the economy and spend money outside of the company. So money does leave the company, right? It can actually like grow. So it doesn't mean that sense of profit. It doesn't mean taking. So what does it mean? It means like some sort of like investing board of fucking profiting or something, like taking it out that way. Like, you know, like it's so fucking weird, dude. Like when, you know what I mean? When businesses use these terms and try to make it like legally good sounding, you know what I mean? But really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, but the concept of not for profit, it seems like a great concept, you know, but like, like, okay, so you lose that aspect of, you know what I mean? People trying to like invest kind of like on the stock angle, the investment angle on your company. Like, it's just so weird. I don't know, man. I think not for profit might be awesome if
Well,
everybody
the
did.
ideal.
Yeah, they just have to
Listen,
spend all that profit and then call it not for
listen,
profit. So
the ideal, not for profit means they're not profiting off your thing. They pay their employees. They don't profit. You're not buying stocks. You're just investing in their cause. So then the pastor can take your money, or the Red Cross can take your money, and they're all sitting on the money, and they can decide what the fuck to do with it, because it's not for profit. It's for doing God's good work. Which
Well,
is
not for profit means they can make profit. It's just not the primary objective. Non-profit means that they're not supposed to actually make profit other than their expenses.
Right, but their expenses can be growth expenses, right? Like are there limits on their growth and all? It's so weird, right? Like,
I'm saying there's a difference between the two.
Listen,
but even nonprofit,
it depends
so
on the
like what they'll do is
category.
they'll make large sums of money, but then they just got to make sure to spend pretty much all of it at the end of the year, by the end of the year, to maintain their
They put it
nonprofit
into a
status.
cause.
Yeah, non-profit
So
does,
all they
but
do,
not for profit doesn't have to even do that.
right? But what they'll do in that situation still though is that's where they hand out,
Pat, hold on.
big, people. people
Yeah,
have
they're giving
so-called
out
jobs on
funding.
paper where they're really not doing anything. They're just collecting a big fat check and driving a nice
But
car.
like, here's an example: the non-for-profit Catholic Church. You know, so non-profit organization, they get it. Their status, they have to give away certain money. They're doing a cause, so they're taking money that they're saying they're going to use for good, and they're paying the people that are directing the money. But of their money, they also have to donate to the mother churches, which so a lot of this money with Catholicism and the Catholic Church's nonprofit just goes back to England. You know, and somewhere back there it leads to a papal payoff. Somebody's giving the Pope money and the Queen and other people too, you know, just for the status of running their shit. So like we had a members only club. My dad owned a bar. It was a nonprofit. So one of the terms for ours was that the money that we made off of the members, we actually put back into the members. So if members, people owned memberships to our bar, which came with life insurance policy too. So don't mind you, we hooked them up. So because we did make a lot of money, but we would also take care of them. You know, my grandma, that was my grandpa did this. My grandpa was like, "Oh, he's all rich, running this big business." And my grandma said, "I can get rich and not even run a profit business." So she started a members only bar, sold Pollock food, farm food, all that shit. Got paid, and she would take care of all her members. If your kids didn't have shit for Christmas, she wanted to see every one of them. You bring them to Big Mama, because I need a Christmas list. And then she would find the fattest guy in the bar and say, "You're wearing a fucking suit and you're taking these kids presents." So I think my grandmother, one of the shining examples of the last good women I ever met on earth. My grandfather died, and for 30 years till she died, she was faithful to that. She never knew another man other than him. And I think that type of it's hard to find, and it's what men really deserve. And when we get back to the natural family and your natural love for a man, for loving community, for loving businesses, you'll pass on knowledge in generations. Give your because we know if we raise our children right, those of us who do, whatever we give to them, they're going to give it back to us tenfold. They're going to, and it's going to be better. So if we teach our kids to love people, and the love we had, their love is going to be 10 times greater than ours because they've emphasized on it since the beginning of their life. We're in the same with evil. If we teach them to be evil, they're going to come back 10 times eviler than ours. And that's just statistics. That's not real. The Bible says blessings come 10, so do curses. Well, you know, if you it depends. Good. What teach your kids because they're going to be better at it. Whatever it is, yeah, it's a generational blessing or a generational curse. You bless your children, curse them. That's the question. If you don't bless your children, how do you expect to have a blessed community?
Yes. What's good? Everybody chilling? USA, late night? Anybody in the morning? Other side of the ball to you? Anybody?
It's midnight here. I don't know where you're at. I'm in Michigan. It's not quite midnight, but you know.
Yeah, I'm East Coast.
You're where?
I'm on the East Coast.
Oh. I'm on the East Coast. Dude, your mic like cuts off at the end of what you're saying. Or it could be my shitty internet. I got country internet.
I will see if I can make it better.
That did sound better. Yeah,
You-
usually you just turn up the sensitivity some in your user settings.
Yeah,
Either
it's exactly
slide
what
up
I
the
was gonna
input,
say.
yep, or put it on automatically determine, put it on the other one and slide the sensor to so it picks you up as soon as you talk. Like some people turn it up too high, and so I mean, if you're smoking my weed, tell me, I'll turn my sensitivity down because I'm smoking weed. But
Yeah.
I try
Also,
to
I
keep my
believe
sensitivity.
by turning sensitivity up, you mean slide it to the left. That's actually makes it more sensitive or less sensitive the
It
further
does.
right.
Yeah, we got to explain that. Yep, you got to
Yeah.
slide it left, which makes it actually go down, but you're turning it up. Yeah. Yep. Lou's right. I know it took me, and I kept going the other way, and I'm like, damn it, I'm going up. I got my daughter in here. She was like 16. I said, "Hey, what am I doing?" I said, "I'm turning it up." She said, "No, Dad, you're going to the right, but that's making it less sensitive." That's you boomered it, Dad. You boomered it. You ever see them shorts, Gen X talk? My daughter's always calling me boomer, and she says, "It just means old." And I'm like, "No, I'm Gen X. Your grandma was a boomer, but whatever." So boomer is old, but I'm not that fucking old, okay? I'm not boomer old, I'm Gen X old.
Yeah, the thing with millennial stuff too. The reason I brought that up is I'm like right at that borderline, that edge, end of Gen X, beginning of millennial. So like I mean, I graduated in 2000. I think that officially makes me like the first of the millennial generation. So like, but shit, I'm almost 42 years old. Like 42 years old, and that's the millennial. People don't really, that doesn't register with people when they start talking about that. Like, I think millennials still is those kids. You know what I mean? Millennials are in their
I
fucking
probably
40s.
graduated 2000, huh? You graduated in 2000?
Yeah.
Damn. 1990, baby.
Gio, why did you just delete my message in the chat? It wasn't even rude at all. That was, man.
One for him.
Most likely.
I didn't get
most
I
likely
didn't get
the
to
bot,
read it, but
whatever it was.
yeah. That's what I was going to say. Geo doesn't usually do that, but there is a bot that has keywords. So Geo's first laid back and let people do whatever. You know? Unless, it's going to get a TOS strike, and you should, respect that because, I mean, if we go through the history, Geo went through hell at a different server for a long time and wanted to make a server. Now he's got a server, and if you're going to put some shit in his lobby that's like a TOS violation and maybe risk all the work and suffering he went through, then yeah, I'd delete your shit too. Fuck you, but
Yeah, he lets
And
me
ban
get
your
pretty
ass, but
wasted from time to time and talk tons of shit to him, and it takes somebody else to get
right.
me to shut me up. Like, yeah.
But
Like,
listen,
all right, you're
let's
done. You're
admit it,
done for
Lou.
the night, Lou. And then I talk more shit in text, and then I leave, and then I come back.
I mean, but I'm an asshole, you know, and we know this, so I'll say it. But Gio, he tries to be the nice guy. See, I don't like to do that because it makes me be fake. I'm not a nice guy in life. I'm just like, if you're dumb, I'm going to tell you why. And, you know, if you're fucking up, you know, and you don't get it, well, hell, it's about respect. Come on, don't put something in the text lobby that could get his server taken down. He got a lot of work in this server. It's pretty cool, man. I called a guy a dickhead the other night. Nobody even got mad. I'm like, fuck yeah, assholes are accepted here. Fuck, I'm here to hang out. I'm here, man. No, really. I'm trying to be more laid back. Yeah.
Out of curiosity,
Hey, admit it.
what did your message say, so we can try to figure out what keyword it was?
right. That's logical progression there. Yeah. What was it? What did it say? Come on, guy. Just tell us. Or are we live streaming? Hold on, man. I don't know. We're live streaming.
Well, he says it wasn't offensive or anything, so.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a matter of perspective. We know
Yeah.
this.
Well, yeah. A lot of times it might
I could
it might
say,
be just the way you type something or whatever.
listen, I'll give you an example. So it's, it's really not rude if I call you a fucking retard if you are retarded. So what's the problem, retard? I mean, there's your example. That's rude in any way you paint it, but maybe it's not I'm just using it as a medical term and you seem to have that ailment. Your thinking is slowed down, Your timing is a little retarded.
They don't like to use that word anymore.
I
This just
retard the
shows
timing all the time.
this just shows that you are a boomer.
Right. Now I'm talking about mechanics here, advancing the timing and then retarding the timing. It's a technical term, Lou. How can people know what I'm saying if I don't use the proper adjective to describe the verb, the action? That's what descriptive words are for, man. I mean, fuck. I hate that I know all that English crap, but my mom was that woman. Like you gotta be specific with your words. She really was. Oh man, that shit drove me crazy as a kid. To say what you mean, you have to know the words you use, or you might not be saying what you mean. And the woman is right, but I mean, here we are, 40 years later, and I got guys that are like, let's define how you're using that word in that sentence that's already colloquially defined by usage, whether I use it as an adjective, a verb, or a noun, it's already defined, so we don't have to qualify a term. You say, oh, wait, no, scientifically or colloquially. No, listen, there's no difference in the English language. There is only colloquially. And normally, if it's a scientifically used, it will be colloquially defined in its scientific status if you have a proper function dictionary. But, you got to be smarter than the word. So, there it is, right? I was men that say, you cut yourself. Oh, what'd you do? Oh, I cut myself with a knife. You'd say, well, you got to be smarter than a knife. I cut myself with a razor. Oh, we'll get smarter than a razor. And the point is, the razor can't think, and you're not
Ban
thinking.
all knives, ban all razors.
Right? I mean, you're not thinking. This kid said, he come out. I said, he's my my son's buddy. I said, "Damn, dude, you nicked the shit out of yourself shaving." He said, "Yeah, the razor was dull." I was like, "What? Bitch, it looks like you got in a hurry and just started hacking shit off. The razor is slicing big patches of your skin off. It's not dull, you dumb butt, but it was pretty fucking sharp." You know? So then did your daddy try to teach you to shave and you just wouldn't slow down and listen? I mean, I can get you a 7-step system going here and you won't have razor burn like that. Holy shit. I had to go get some cream from the first aid kit, Lou. I'm offended by your friend's face, Tyler. Who the fuck taught him to shave? I mean, you can get a 5-bladed razor now. And who says when they're sliced up like a motherfucker, it cut me because it was dull? How dumb is that statement? No, dull things don't slice very good, and that's a pretty clean slice. It was sharp as fuck. You just didn't stop to clean it out. Like, how many people here, their father actually taught them how to shave? Do you go with the grain or against it?
I don't know. I haven't done it in so long. I forget and I never go all the way down. I just use like the electric, like because I usually buzz my head. I'll just use like one of them, the trimmer, like the smaller
Clippers?
one for like the clippers, like but the ones for edging. You know, like the smaller one. I'll usually do one of those just on the beard too, and hell with it for like a week. Do it again.
Yeah, I got one of them sets around here too, but I like a clean shave. You know the first razor I ever used? You know them old school razors that had the big square top on it and you crank the bottom of it and it opens up? You put this big square one razor in it and then close it back down and it's got 2 sides.
I know what
You
you're
know what I'm
talking
talking
about.
about?
I've never used one of those though. Like that is old school.
Yeah, that's the shit I learned with. And I'll tell you what, I cut the shit out of my face, but I didn't look at my grandpa after I put a brand new razor in there and go, "Damn, that must have been dull." Hell no, it's sharp as fuck. That's why it cut me, you know? But that's a talent, man. Most kids, listen, I still don't trust my son today to give him a razor like that, Lou. He's fucking 30.
You know,
What
also the
the fuck?
thing with or against the grain, I believe they depending on like your race, basically. I think like they teach you like I think black people are usually taught to go against the grain, like for some reason about the way that their hair grows in, and with the grain for like white people usually. Isn't that right?
It is.
Uh,
The guys that get in trouble are the ones that don't realize they have hair on their neck that goes 2 different ways. So the grain goes up at the bottom and down it under the chin. And then they end up with redneck. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, I'd done that before.
So
Like actually back in the what was it? Shit, early 20s, mid 20s, I was dating this girl, and we went on a kind of a vacation down south, and freaking I needed to shave. I didn't bring any shaving cream though. Freaking forgot. And she was, you know, we were going out. She was like, "Oh, you need to shave." I'm like, "All right." Went, but I was like, "Shit, don't have any shaving cream." She was like, "Just use some soap. You know, lather up some soap." I'm like,
yeah. That shit makes a razor skip across your skin like you're like 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 shoes, brand new shoes squeaking on the nice clean floor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was like you're describing, like razor burn like a motherfucker. She's like, "What the fuck did you do?" You know, like
Bitch, soap don't work well. Don't take
no.
shaving advice. No wonder your legs are so stubbly all the time, you fucking bitch. That's what I used to tell my sisters when they give me shaving advice. I'd say, "Look, I'm shaving a face, not legs." I don't know what the fuck you talking about. And your nanny don't shave like my shit either. I say don't shave that nanny. Just clip it down, baby, and let it, grow whichever way. Because the other choice is that I have sandpaper down there to fuck with, and that's not cool. We're not cool with sandpaper shit. It's like driving a NASCAR. You got to come with your own special oils and shit. Certified. Like my nieces are on the fucking Facebook today talking about they wish coochie had Appalachia where it loses its hair, so they didn't have to shave.
Not
I'm thinking,
alopecia, alopecia,
what
not
the fuck ever?
Appalachia.
I had to Google the shit, Lou. I said, these bitches are on the line. Don't they know their uncle's sitting here? I'm like, hey, you motherfuckers, too much information. But the visual image I got when I Googled that word is your nanny looking like a coyote with mange all spotted and shit, like a leprosy,
Yeah,
It's
the
pretty
last
fucked
thing you
up.
want, is alopecia. Actually, I've got a coworker, a guy that works for us, a carpenter. That he's got it. He's got that means no body hair whatsoever, including no nose hairs, no ears, no eyebrows, no and no
Like
nose
Powder,
hairs is a what's that?
like that guy Powder, John Travolta, when he got electrocuted.
Oh, I don't know. Gio wants us to move on, but I'll just make this the having no body hair whatsoever, like no nose hairs, that's a big deal when you're a carpenter. This dude's freaking like anytime there's like he's got to be super careful about like breathing in any kind of sawdust or anything like that. Just sinus infections all the freaking time.
I got a topic. If you're gonna tag the battle mod, maybe you shouldn't tag battle call RC. And then maybe the battle mod will see your ping. My bad. Yeah, I bet you were, Phil. Phil said he's interested in the nose stuff.
I just had to laugh at you for calling it Appalachia.
I didn't even know what it was called. I just thought, Christ, don't they know their uncle's on their Facebook page? Gio edited it. I said it too. I'm like, yeah, Christ, you girls are 30 years old, but your uncle don't need to be in your conversation. And they all just call me boomer. I'm like, fuck, my dad would have drove over here and kicked my ass if he was alive. What use of shit you're put on Facebook, you little motherfucker? Making me look bad. My parents wouldn't dig, Facebook nowadays to hear their grandkids see the viral crap they do. My mom was a God-fearing woman. My grandfather, he'd just be ready for war, Lou.
My grandma's on the Facebooks, but I won't do it.
Yeah, my grandfather would be slapping me every day, and I'd be like, damn it, Grandpa. I said, when you get your army together, let me know. We can go to war then. Until then, quit slapping me. Because he'd just be wanting to say, clean the rifle, boy. God damn it, it's clean. I cleaned it 30 times this week. If we're going to war, get the fuck in the truck. Fuck it. My grandpa was a soldier, man. He was like the whole family soldiers. We've been special forces, rangers, elites. We defended this nation. Now we let these liberal motherfucking pussies take it away. He's ready for war. Now, I didn't like the wording that he used and, all the descriptions, but the truth is we have been usurped by a foreign government, and he's right. We get our boys to be heroes, and they're made into mercenaries for corporate.
Yeah, we got taken over by more than not just a foreign government. It's more like from multinational corporations.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's exactly we are
true fascism.
And Trump repelled that made us a corporation. The U.S. is no longer a corporation, but But most people miss that. But Trump did away with that. We're no longer a corporation.
Repealed. I'm going to keep correcting you on words now.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm cool with that.
There was another one when you said Escalon earlier. It's Echelon. Get that out of the way.
Well, I'm high, Lou. This is how we work together. It's cool. We roll like that.
Yeah.
I'm drinking, or I'm smoking. You're drinking, and you know.
Actually, no. I haven't had any beers tonight. I got.
Hey, that would be
It's
funny.
funny.
Though.
My wasted nights are rarely on the weekend. It's usually like on some Tuesday night. I just get fucking bombed.
Listen, that would be funny when the pothead can't say his words properly, but the drunk guy's correcting me. I'd have to appreciate that for a minute before I moved on. Did I say appreciate properly, Lou?
You got that one.
I got that one. Yeah, good. My buddy used
I'll
to
let
not
you
be
know.
able, my buddy, he couldn't say rear view mirror, and every time we got him high, I'd say, Joe, what is? Driving down the road, point at the mirror. I was young. He couldn't say it. He's like, that's the mirror. I said, say it, rear view mirror. It was funny to just listen to him try to say it. He'd get stuck on syllables and shit. I'm like, break it down to your syllables, Joe. Remember English and grammar and shit. Syllables. Yeah, some letter combinations just don't make the sound visually that they should, acoustically.
The English language can be tough that way with some of the words, with the way that they're written and how they're actually pronounced.
Yeah, imagine my just say earlier when I didn't know what the hell they was wanting on their coochie.
Freaking, they wish they had some mountain virus. They wish they had some mountain virus that keeps them from growing hair.
Actually, my first thought was, I'm their uncle, and I'm old, and that's kind of offensive to me, but we're also all friends with my uncle. So they're great uncle. I felt sorry for him when I read that. I thought, yeah, this one here is going to kill Uncle Buck. I'm serious. He's a Vietnam War vet, dude. He's just going to be like, this is what the fuck I went there for. And he is. I know him. We're war veterans, combat veterans. We've killed men. We shared on a level drunken things that I haven't shared with any other men because you got to be on my level to understand it. And I'm not trying to offend anybody there, but from the perspective we see it from, the people who actually done it, not the outside people. How we're taken advantage of. We're Boy Scouts and Eagle Scouts and Marines. We start by carrying old women's groceries across the road or bagging their groceries and taking them to their car for them, We really got into it to be heroes and to come home to have college students that know nothing about that transition from Cub Scout all the way to Marine or Army Ranger. Because you had honor and pride, and you wanted to protect your fellow Americans. They don't see that. They just see whatever political message was given to them based on that war. But you got to understand there's good kids there, good men. Some of them even brought up in proper Christian bringing where they don't hate and judge everybody else. They just thought it was a good thing to do to go out and protect the weak.
Well, that's why so many come back with PTSDs, because they went in thinking it was going to be one thing and found out quickly it was a complete other.
Yeah, you're not going to be a hero. You're going to be a murderer or a tyrant. And on the internet, people who have no experience in this, nothing, no valid information on this category would act like I've read enough articles, psychological articles, that I think I can put myself in them shoes. Cool. When you're in the middle of the desert and there's so much gunfire you can't even hear yourself think, and you absolutely believe you're going to die, you get in that position and you don't take the guy's life that's trying to snipe you from 300 yards with a big fucking rifle that's good for 2,000 yards. You don't kill that man, then I'll believe you. But where I came from, you kill that motherfucker because he might kill you quickly.
The arrow guy is typing. What's he gonna say?
Right. Same thing with if you're staring down the barrel of a rocket launcher at the hands of a 13-year-old. It's your life or his, regardless of the journey that got you there. Make your choice. A lot of people will say, I got morals, I'm better than you, but that person's harmless. They couldn't do any damage anyway, so they don't really have morals. I mean, to be convictions, ethics, morals. You have to be able to do damage, and then if you don't do damage and you control yourself, you're a dangerous man, but you harm nobody, then you're ethically or morally peaceful, righteous man. If you're not a threat anyway, then there's no morals or ethics in advocating for nonviolence, because you couldn't be violent if you wanted to. There's no virtue there. Where's the virtue? Virtue is the act of being able to do something but not doing it because it's not the right thing to do at the time. He left
Hey
too.
man,
I thought that. What? Go ahead.
real quick, I totally love how you said it. Like there's no virtue. The harmless person couldn't do violence if they wanted, right? Dude, what's crazy is I have the weakling bias condition. Like I understand this, and it's weird because I try to extend that same point to the next position, where it's like, well, you're the hero. You have the strength, and you could hurt people, but you choose to be good and defend or whatever because it's the right thing to do. But really, it's like, could you really hurt the people? No, because you've been conditioned to be nice. And so, is there really virtue in that? Like, could you actually do it? And isn't that kind of a weird paradox? Thank you for listening.
It is. I agree that it's a two-way street, that paradox is. So if you've been conditioned to be nice and you're just being nice because that's what you were taught, there's no virtue in that either. Virtue is the exercising of power and authority, or demonstration of self-respect. You don't respect others. This is how respect was taught to me. Most people think I respect you because you respect me and I deserve respect. No. Respect is this way. If you have it for yourself. You respect other people because you respect yourself. And you don't want to be seen as a belligerent asshole or an ignorant fool. So out of respect for yourself, you act in a couth manner. Uncouth, unrefined people, they're not respectful. So if you respect yourself, you're going to be the best that you can be. So all respect stems from self-respect. And if you don't have respect for yourself, then you won't respect other people. It's a projection. It's a Freudian projection. And you can't earn respect. There's no give it or get it. Some people don't give it to you even though you give it. So there's no give and get. The only respect is the presence of respect is there when a person respects themselves. And they respect you out of respect for themselves.
Right, like talk like from nature, you know what I'm saying? Like it just tells us like, nature presents us with the greedy or the giving path.
Yeah. There's always two paths.
Yeah, I'll address Reckonor, get on a little bit on topic. It's funny how long he's been in this conversation and he's asking this question though.
Get to the flat Earth.
How does flat Earth explain the sun setting without getting smaller? Like, okay, in most cases, I would say that that's true. We don't really see it shrinking in size as it goes away. I would have to say that it has mostly to do with atmospheric lensing. As it gets through a thicker amount of, as it becomes lower, you're going to be seeing through more of the densest layer of atmosphere, and then you get more lensing, making it appear larger actually at the horizon than when it's directly above, in a lot of cases. But if you go to very arid climates, like in the desert, often you see this, like in this video that Carr took, where it does definitely appear to get smaller in size as it goes away. Also, this was taken as a time lapse with a drone too, so he got up probably like 400 feet, a little bit above the.
I don't see enough information available to say that the sun should shrink in angular size as it goes from one side to the other. That's assuming that the overall distance has changed so greatly that the size would change. But to know this, we'd have to know the size of the sun and the distance to it. And not one human being has absolute size or distance other than the size it appears to be, which is angular size right now. But so ain't nobody got those numbers to crunch the math and say the angular size should change because the distance changes this percentage. So it has to be a great enough overall percentage for the angular size to change anyway. And that'd be the change in distance, the size versus distance. And the truth is, when it's above you, it's the least amount of atmosphere you're looking through. And as it goes all the way to your left peripheral or to your right, you're looking through the most densest portion of the atmosphere, just like Lou said. So I don't think the overall distance changes. I think the amount of atmosphere that it has to shine through, that's what changes to the point of extinction. And it's called the atmospheric extinction of light. That's not a flat earth principle. That's a scientific principle. Stellar abbreviation, atmospheric extinction of light. It's inversely squared proportionate to the distance you look through and the amount of atmospheres. So when you look straight up and down, you're only looking through one atmosphere. But as you start to tilt, from the 45 straight up and down or the 90 to a 45 or a 15, you're looking through more and more atmospheres. So all those numbers change. So does the inversely proportional squared relationship to the point of extinction, right? It increases as you increase in the amount of atmospheric layers you're looking through. On the horizon, it's said to look through 15 atmospheres. But at what is it, zenith, straight ahead, that's 90 degrees, 0 atmospheres. So it's a difference in the amount of atmosphere you're looking through. It's got nothing to do with distance. Stopped around above the horizon, then traveled directly backwards. And
yeah, the question's not really well stated.
Listen, that just assumes that the horizon is just the distance of our visible view. So, I mean, you're not given any distances here. That really doesn't, that just means the extent of our view. When we look off in the horizon, that's the extent of our view. That's it. But in truth, the distance from you to what you see doesn't change. You always have the same ability. Light only travels so far. We can only see light that travels to our eyes. You need the light to travel to your eyes to be able to visualize things. And it extinguishes through more and more atmospheres quicker and quicker, then, you know, eventually that would just be a point where you no longer see it. After that, nothing would matter.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what
mean,
you mean.
I saw what you wrote, Reconor. It just all of it
Yeah,
doesn't really make a lot of sense. So, like a
it doesn't.
sun-sized
He said,
object, how big is a sun-sized object other than sun size?
well,
Like, and
his
then
sun is 10 of Earth or 100 Earth. What? 100 Earths?
I
Stopped
think it's
above us in the sky. That's real general. So, like, are we talking about 2 miles up or right
when like
directly above?
it's like he's saying it's like he's saying so it's going downward, but then it stops going down, and now instead decides to move backward. That's not. I mean, that's totally hypothetical and odd because you're like kind of mixing the globe belief with the flat Earth belief and throwing them together into one question.
Yeah, listen. So you can only see light from in a medium where light becomes extinguished. It attenuates to a point of extinction. You can only see light source from so far. So once it gets outside the visual distance, the rest, whatever distance it travels, it doesn't matter because it's not visual to you from your perspective. I mean, it doesn't. The horizon is vague. It's not a distance. You're acting like it's going to the It goes to the horizon and then still keeps moving away from you. Well, sooner or later it's going to disappear. And the ideal is, you know, be honest. Do I think it's going to change in size? Do I think it would shrink down to a little pin? No, I think it would get to a point where it becomes extinct. And because of the way we're looking to the atmosphere, you got the thickest level at the bottom and the thinnest level at the top. The last place you'd be able to see the light, you'd look up and you'd see it at the sky because that's the thinnest portion of the atmosphere. And guess what we see at dusk and dawn? We see dusk and dawn where the sky's lit up. First, the sky is lit up when the sun starts to rise. You can't even see the fucking sun, but the sky is lit up and the ground is not. I live in the country. I go out here all the time. No city noise pollution. I've watched real sunrises. They start the sky lights up.
I've been seeing lots of sunrises lately. I've been leaving for work when it's still dark, right at
yeah. So you know what I mean.
Right at dawn. So yeah, like I've been driving towards the sun as it's rising. It's beautiful. I've been watching lots of that lately.
As sun rises, the sky lights up, and then the sun comes into view after, and it's like proportionate. Okay, so but the thinnest layer of the atmosphere is above us, and the thickest layer is below us, and that's why the sky is lit first, and then the ground is lit up last. You know, the ground isn't lit up in the morning before dusk. When the sky is lit up, there's no light on the ground.
Let me again to Reconor. Did you watch that short video that not mine, one that Carr took with his drone? This is in like the desert, so this is more closer to what you would probably expect. With angular size of the sun is getting smaller as it goes away. And as I said, and what Michael's trying to explain is atmospheric lensing. As when you're viewing it by perspective through like the densest layer of the atmosphere, you're going to get more of that lensing. That's all. That's why. Yeah, you say it doesn't change in size, but even there's times where I'm just repeating myself again, but there's times where on the horizon it looks much larger than what it does. So depending on your I don't know, surroundings, the environment around you, like the conditions around you, it may look smaller as it goes away, or it may look bigger, or it may look like it stays the same size. But essentially, what you're asking is, when you say what would it look like, it would look exactly like what sunset looks like, because this is what is on planet Earth.
We finally got there. Honestly, yeah. And that's an honest answer. I did not cut down the cherry tree. I just pruned it. Yeah, so personally, they keep saying it changes in size, but the truth is that the amount of attenuation, the further it gets, because you're looking through more atmosphere, would say that it would increase in intensity, not size. The intensity of the light, because as it gets closer to you, there's less attenuation because you're traveling through less atmosphere, and that's actually what we see. Cooler mornings, hotter afternoons, cooler evenings, less warm nights, and that's the intensity changes. That's what we see change. But we're looking through the medium of the atmosphere, which is a medium. So we're getting an apparent view. This is the way it appears in the medium. That's all we know. We're not actually viewing the sun because it's refracted and attenuated and bounced all around. We're viewing the light from this object through a medium. It's no different than, a microscope or a kaleidoscope or anything. It can have. And the truth is that, most Globers act like we know. We got it sewed up. We know everything. Science knows everything about light, even though science doesn't prove 100. It's more like, 999, which happens to be 666 if you flip it over. But it's more like 999% certainty in science and not 100. Because science absolutely proved that the only truth is change. The only thing we know that's constantly true is everything changes. So everything we know can only be 90% certain. It can't be 100% certain because that shit's going to change and we know it. But that's really the logic. But so we really don't know as much about light as we think we do. We're still working off theories, not facts, when it comes to light. Our theory of what we observe. Wrapped around our model. There was a good conversation about this earlier. Because we believe it was a ball, and we're talking about light working around the ball, it only makes sense that we would wrap the mathematics of refraction around the ball too now, right? Since we're trying to model the world that we think is the truth. Best guess, right? So that the math is proving the model and the model's proving the math, but they're all wrapped up and entangled in each other, and that's how they were thought of in the first place and constructed. I mean, we make this world out of our thoughts. Buddha said that. We make this world out of our thoughts. And so it's true for your models and theories too. Just logical that we would wrap every observation and refraction around a globe when we believe that Earth is a globe, and science believes Earth is a globe, and they're modeling it as a globe, right? When we give it a parabola, light, because Earth has a parabola and all light shines around Earth, no matter what angle it comes in at. That's crazy. When we know the atmosphere attenuates everything, bounces around, reflects it, right? But we absolutely think light's curving around the ball while it's being refracted, reflected, bounced, absorbed, scattered. We're so full of shit. It's pitiful, but I think that's why a wise man knows he knows nothing and a fool thinks he knows everything. I think that's one of the truest sayings I like to keep a hold of. Anybody thinks they know everything, they don't even understand that as a race, as mankind, we don't know everything. As human race, the fraction, statistically of what is and what we know about what is, we wouldn't even fill 1%. Knowing 1% of the 100% of the trillions of systems in our universe.
Like you said, I mean, even about change is the one thing that we can count on, right? Like, well, scientifically, like all of the science that's happened throughout history has been updated and changed. It's become, outdated, and there's a new understanding. And to think that we have it right this time would be ridiculous.
Why does this dude call me a Mr. Hitler wannabe? How am I comparable to Hitler with that statement about we don't know everything? The amount of money that the amount of knowledge we have on everything is statistically small enough. If you break it down into 100% of everything, we wouldn't know 1% of everything. No, there's no stutter. I don't see how I was being a Mr. Hitler wannabe. I didn't say kill nobody, no Jews or none of that shit. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't know what the Hitler reference is to. And what's it supposed to prove? He must be a glober. He thinks he just proved the globe by calling me Hitler wannabe, huh? That's some funny shit.
I'm not quite sure what's really going on there in text.
And here I am. I said, fuck, I really like this guy's profile picture. You're lucky I ain't got mod here, prick. I'd ban you. Hey, hold on.
You talking to me, punk?
Do I got friends in low places here? Can we get him a timeout or something? Shit, come on. You know it'll be funny.
What did I do? Why is everybody else pick on me?
Maybe to get back on with Reckoner about.
Hey, I gotta know. You didn't stutter, but why the fuck I gotta be a Hitler wannabe, you little son of a bitch? I'll kick your fucking ass. Come
Hitler
on,
said that.
speak up. Give this motherfucker mic perms. Don't be typing this shit, pussy. You at least vocalize this shit to me. You're a man, right?
And I thought Unexpected Facts with the arrow and everything was in your fan club a little bit ago.
Hey, well,
I guess not.
I was reading this shit and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you were in his fan club a little bit ago.
Hold on. You don't think 24/7 was my server, do you? My server ain't failed. 24/7 wasn't my server. And then,
no, you had your own. You did have your own server though.
I still do, Lou. It ain't failed. Shit, I got like 5,000 people there. But 24/7 didn't reject me. I went out there telling them people off because no, I really don't want to ban you. I was joking. But
I don't want to keep talking about it, but I got myself thrown out of there. Essentially, I got the S ban a couple of days ago.
Yeah, they didn't reject me. They banned me because I called them a bunch of son of bitches and pussies like you little pussy. You're scared to fucking unmute your mic.
I fucking called QE up. He was quiet. I freaking called him in the chat and like, QE, you there? He's like, yeah, what? Blah blah. And I was like,
used to go so hard on him, man.
I used to. I kind of gave him a break for a while, and I decided, fuck it, I'm gonna hit him with one real quick. And I was like, so what is the point of the Fed guys, the FED guys, or well, you in particular, ridiculing flat earthers on their scientific knowledge if the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question?
Hey, I'm banning that guy. You didn't ban him, did you? I'm banning him. I was just joking about banning him. I don't care.
I can't ban anybody. I think Reckoner is saying good job getting banned. I think that's what that is.
Listen, I don't know. Even if my server is dead, I don't know what that proves. How's that make me Hitler? I kill all them. What did I gas them? I'm still on the why am I Hitler? I'm sorry. These fucking globers, they think they can prove the globe with insults. Bitch, you got anything of value? Or just, where'd he go, man? Pussy. I'm sorry. You know me. But I mean, shit, I can lose the stoner voice and we can debate, you know. I can quit being jovial at any moment.
You're always jovial.
I was just joking about banning him, though. I don't really care if he gets banned. At least it was original. I've been called a lot of shit, Matt, but never Hitler. I've been called Metatron. I was like, what the fuck is Metatron? I had to Google that shit. I was like, oh, this motherfucker called me the devil.
I thought Metatron was like one of those like robots, like like what damn it,
Transformer,
like a transformer, like a Voltron or something. I thought it was like a
That's
yeah.
what I thought. A bitch called me Autobot. Then I looked it up. And I was like, man, like I'm the angel of death or the devil or some shit. Like, said I was persecuting Christians. I'm thinking, man, I was raised Adventist. You know, I don't agree with the Trinity, but I don't see how that persecute Christians. That's persecuting Catholicism because the Trinity is Catholic. It's not Christian. The two don't go together. See, they're not. There's two separate categories. That's a Catholic belief, though. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit being one, Jesus being God in the flesh. That's Catholicism. It's called oneness doctrine. It's a oneness doctrine. And it's not the absolution of what is Christianity. Christianity is following Christ. You don't have to agree with their view of the Trinity to be a Christian, but when they say that you're bashing Christians for bashing the Trinity or against it, then what they're telling you is you're a heretic and either you conform to their religion or you're going to hell because they got it right and you got it wrong. So they're being what they're saying they're doing what you're saying. They're saying you're doing.
Get off your pedestal, buddy.
You're right. I'm okay. Call me a heretic. I'd rather that, but I'm not bashing anybody. I just follow my beliefs. That's it. Disagreements doesn't. So if I disagree with this doctrine, I'm assaulting you, and that's the thing today. When I grew up with harsh words, man. You know, I could even let a bitch or two slide if it's being funny and we're working. I mean, if we're at the bar and you call me a bitch and spit on my girl, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. But words
Hitler.
don't hurt. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, how is that? How the hell do you extract that from it so I don't do it again? You know what I mean? Like, gee, those are harsh words. I'm scared. He just won the flat earth debate with a Hitler reference. Fuck. GG. Good game. It seems to be the logic of the globe, though. Does it not? Let me attack this man's character. And somehow, if I prove he's got a corrupt character, I'll win a scientific debate. I mean, there's idiots everywhere, right? You guys consider this, right? Like a retard can get on the internet. You know that, right? As long as they can click Discord, then here we are debating science with a moron. I got a GED. Don't argue with me, I know. Seriously, though, they're catfishing us. Like, everybody's a fucking professor on Discord. We don't know there's catfish in the internet. I don't have to go down to the river to catch a catfish. I can get on the internet and catch them all day long. You can be whoever you want to be in this viral world. But that doesn't win a debate. Information and source. If you are college educated, if you can't source your information, then just you didn't pay attention in college, because you should know what a valid source is. You don't just throw out valid sources just because they disagree with your premise. That's not how it works. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gio. I don't mean to piss in the sandbox. That dude called me Hitler, you know. Don't piss me off. Don't start me lying. I'll take on every Glover in here. Just because I ain't been debating don't mean I can't. I can lose that redneck voice. We can use the King's proper English. I can get Lou to correct every word.
Yeah, I'll make sure you do it. I'll help you out.
Yeah, I even got spell check, man. Verbal spell check. Y'all can't fuck with me. You ain't at my level, see? I'm incorporated here. It would be a good day, Northern. Get somebody in here, man. I'll shut the fuck up. We all know I'm high, so I'm not going to apologize, right? As long as you know I'm high, I don't want to piss on your live stream.
Hello.
Hi. Sorry I'm new to the server. I just wanted to say hi.
What's up?
Hey, Aiden. Welcome.
Oh, thanks. Just enjoying the late night convo.
White night.
Yeah.
Rock
Well, I mean,
on.
during the day, it's like arguing about circles and spheres.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Or
I was gonna say though, I feel like it's like decades of TV, like starting from like the early 2000s when, you know, when you're like a teenager and you feel clever because you're watching The Daily Show and it's like, oh, it's the news but funny. And he says, we've got to ridicule these people. And you don't realize like that you're just an idiot listening to him. So I think like all these Globers, like they think they're being told like it's your duty to ridicule people who are anti-science, and they don't realize like they're just acting like NPCs being told what to do.
I'm a Glober, but I'm not an NPC just being told what to do. And I'm not here to ridicule anybody.
I mean, just, you know what it feels like sometimes with the discourse.
Matthew, you know that all the NPCs think they're real, right?
If they're programmed to, yeah. So happy Equinox Day, by the way. This morning, the sun rose directly in the east everywhere on Earth, all at the same, on the same day.
you say that like it's exclusive only to your model and could only exist on the globe, Matthew. I'm sorry, I got to point that out. Hey, Lou, look at this unexpected
how does it
guy.
happen?
I did notice that the sunlight was particularly pleasant this morning.
I sent him a friend's request. Yeah, it was nice out this morning. The equinox doesn't prove a globe. It proves a middle line, maybe, but not a globe. It's not exclusive to your model. It's been modeled many other ways. I mean, we can lay out the path of the sun in azimuth, and from that, lay out an equatorial plane in 360 degrees on a disk, right? We could do it. So it's not exclusive to your model. And in this instance, just
how do you do it?
observation, something that is true on your model.
So I posted a picture.
I just told you how. You lay it out in azimuth, and a center line is an equatorial line, the path of the sun throughout the year.
Yeah. So I posted a picture the Gdynia, it's the north of Poland, is about the same latitude as Cape Town. I mean, longitude is Cape Town, South Africa, and they both saw the sunrise directly east of them about the same time. So if you draw a line east, directly east from both of those places, they don't point. I mean, you know, it's not clear where the sun could be, and both those arrows be true.
Yeah, I don't think those lines prove anything. Those straight arrow lines, how could they not be true? Because you're not going to see light from the sun in just a straight line. It's going to be laid out in a 360-degree pattern. Sorry.
So you don't see the sun where it is what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm saying it wouldn't matter if you looked in that straight line. It would be east.
Right. They both
And
saw the sun directly east.
Where is east and west on a flat Earth?
90 degrees to north.
90 degrees to north. It's not a circle around the center.
No, you look north and turn 90 degrees to the right. That's east, and that's where the sun
You could
came
be
up in
all
both
the way
those cities.
north and still travel east, right? On a flat plane.
I'm talking about a direction from a city. If you're standing in a city,
I am east.
It's
yeah.
clear where east is, right?
Well, yeah, the easterly direction doesn't have to be a straight line, though.
It's not a line. It's a
relative
direction.
to north. It's relative to north.
Right. It's a direction, not a line.
Yeah, what's its direction from north?
90 degrees to the right.
Who deleted that? I'm still looking. Oh, maybe. Yeah, unexpected can stop message.
It wasn't deleted. It was just posted. It was just moved up. Reckonor said it's witchcraft. It's just observation. Observations aren't witchcraft, are they?
No, nobody implied it was either. That's just some dumb shit Reckoner saying. So nobody made that implication. Don't straw man me. You're scared to even be yourself on the damn internet.
No, I'm quoting Reckonor, who said,
I know. I'm talking directly to Reckonor. He's got to act like he's fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. He can't even be in himself on the internet. Who gives a shit about your implications, guy? Shut up. I'm trying to read a DM and answer some dude that's still talking. Now he's reading your messages. Christ, what do you guys want to have a party on my ass? Or are you going to install fucking safety rails? You know, we got OSHA standards over here, right? Can't have two dudes on my ass without safety rails at any given time. It's the law. It's unsafe. Somebody get hurt.
Hey, Eden, you're new here. What do you think about the equinox?
Actually, I had no idea about it until you guys told me about it. I mean, I knew there was something, but wasn't paying too much attention.
Yeah, I'll just say I had to look into this and get back to it. I'm not into them give you snap answers on some image I looked at in 2 minutes, Matthew. Have it be powerful or mean anything anyway, because it'd be based on ignorance.
Eden, twice a year, the sun rises directly in the east everywhere on Earth, and it sets directly in the west everywhere on Earth. And that was today. Well, over last night.
Oh, okay. I still got a lot of studying to do.
The reason I bring it up is it's unclear how that would even be possible if the Earth were flat. So it's an interesting observation.
That's interesting.
Yeah, but yet you showed us that circle represents the placements of those continental bodies on the globe, right?
No, that's why I left the continents and oceans off. It's just two cities that have the same longitude.
Oh, so how do you know they're in the proper place?
Because they have the same longitude.
I don't see any lines on that.
The black line is the same longitude, 18.5, basically. Doesn't matter where the
I do.
continents and oceans are. Go ahead, Eden. Sorry.
I do wonder though if
Actually, it does matter where the continents are, the placement of them. What do you mean? That dictates the direction the light comes from.
No, it doesn't. It's just how
It does. If I rotate the continent and and the sun's coming from a different angle, yeah. Yes. It
you
does
could pick
matter.
up the whole continent of Africa and rotate it 30
Is
degrees. It wouldn't
Is
change
Cape
where the
Town
light
a
comes from.
geographical position or not?
Yes.
Yes or no? So if I rotate that position any direction, your view to the rising sun will change, yes?
Yeah, because the mountain will move,
Yeah,
but
thank
the
you.
east is still the same
No,
direction.
it's got nothing to do with the mountain. It's got to do with the way you're facing it.
We interrupted
No,
Eden, though. Let's
east
go back
doesn't
to what Eden
change.
was asking. Go ahead, Eden.
East won't change, the direction won't, but the location of the position, the geographical position does.
Right.
So the angles change. It's simple geometry, Matthew. Come on.
Eden, what were you going to say?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to bring up the thought that if like the sun isn't actually like its own object, but like a highlight, you know, and if the actual light source is